Happy Tuesday morning, Rickies. We are the Junks coming to you live from 106.7 The Fan, Team 980. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network as well on the TV side. Got three-man Junk show today. I'm Cakes at Money Metal Cakes on your Twitter, at Cakes Flops on your Instagram. Joined by Jason Bishop.
Yep. What's up?
Hello. Also joined by John Paul Flame.
What's up, Cakesy?
Good morning to you. Show is brought to you by our friends at Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity. Lender, yes, correct.
Remember yesterday I told you that there was a commotion right in front of our house?
Yeah.
And that I almost didn't get out of the driveway.
That's right.
Got it confirmed from the neighbor. So it was a carjacking, which I believe happened in D.C.
Okay.
Stolen vehicle about 2 miles from the house. Police chase. Foot chase.
Oh, foot
and
chase.
one of the guys apparently ran through our neighbor's backyard where they had one of those nets. You know how people have nets for lacrosse balls
Sure,
or soccer
of course.
balls?
Yeah.
Ran into the net, got tackled.
Got tackled by the net.
Oh,
And I think the other guy, I didn't hear it because I was in the shower. My wife
Yeah.
said, "Didn't you hear the screams?" Tased
oh, yeah, I mean,
and was down on the ground right in front of the house.
Don't tase me, bro. That was one of the
Was it
first
one
viral
guy?
videos.
I thought
Two
there were
guys.
two guys. Yeah,
Two guys. So I don't know if both ran into the net. One ran into the net. I know my wife has a picture of one of the guys who was down on the ground and pinned by the police. So that's what went down. Meanwhile, when I left, my wife had said there was a commotion. I said, maybe some guy just had a heart attack because there's a fire truck.
Yeah, you were. I mean, you couldn't have been more ill-informed about that.
No.
But again, at that point, how are you going to know there's a carjacking and winds up with a foot chase?
All I want to know is, can I back out of my driveway?
Yeah, totally. I see on my Twitter feed every once in a while I'm in a weird algorithm where people get tased and they act like the taser is nothing. Like they'll just keep advancing towards the cop, or they'll just keep going crazy. Like, I just figure if somebody came in here with a taser and tased you, tased me, tased him, we're all just gonna
going down,
fall down to the floor and flop around a little bit, and I think that's pretty much going to be the end of it. But maybe we're all not hopped up on whatever drugs these people are getting tased on, and they're able to just fight their way through it.
Yeah, anyway, kind of scary because the guy had a gun. At least one of the guys had a gun, but police took care of it.
Man, I'm glad that the only thing I really look out for is like running over a deer on my way to the ICC. Like
it's a little scary. I mean, it happened in D.C., but it's a little scary that it ended up on your street.
Yeah. Somehow the police chase and then the foot chase ended up.
It's kind of weird.
Basically, right outside my house.
Right. That is very weird and scary.
That's pretty terrifying.
But at least they got him. Good job, Montgomery. Was it Montgomery County Police or was it D.C.
I think
Police?
it was Montgomery County Police.
Good job, boys.
All's well that ends well.
Yes. Well, I guess Bickle was on the beach down the Outer Banks, wearing a jersey. I know he's got all kinds of jerseys. That's all he talks about.
I think he's doing a different jersey each day. Like that's his bit.
That's so weird. He does a different jersey every day on the beach.
And I think yesterday his jersey selection was his daughter's boyfriend, Coop, who plays for Cornell.
Plays for Cornell, right?
He's rocking his jersey on the beach, which is I mean, if you're looking for an original look, I guess. I mean, nobody else on the beach is going to be wearing a Cornell Hoops jersey.
Right.
Am I the only one who thinks that's weird?
I think wearing a jersey, any jersey on a beach is weird, but yeah, that's very weird.
Wearing your daughter's boyfriend's jersey, it's a little out there.
Oh, yeah.
It's a little cringe.
Thank you.
I hope they stay together.
Yeah,
I guess they've been together for a while.
Yeah, I'm sure they're probably getting
I'm sure
married.
he's a very nice guy, but
Yeah.
I just think that's weird.
Yeah, I agree.
But I guess he's supporting the team and
What's he
his future
supporting?
son-in-law could be family eventually.
Man, he must have been struggling. He didn't have enough jerseys to bring.
Well, he didn't get his. I guess he didn't,
didn't get his AJ.
His AJ DeBonsa jersey before he left.
He can't even get a game-worn jersey he's wearing. It looks like a
Is
practice
that
jersey.
practice?
I haven't seen the picture. I did see a video where his brother Matt was carrying Mrs. Bickle down to the beach. So she got down to the beach.
Yeah.
Mrs. B.
Hold on. He's carrying her like in a
'Cause she
chair.
can't walk.
Or is
No, he was carrying her in his
Yeah,
arms.
like
Like this?
like the Geraldo Rivera.
Oh, really?
clip.
Okay.
Dude, she's 89 years old.
Look, trust me, dude. I understand. I went to the beach a couple years ago with my father-in-law who has Parkinson's, and like he needed like a cane to get down to the beach. Like we had to escort him to a chair. Like I know the whole drill.
Yeah.
But I mean, I guess she's light enough that she can be carried from the street to the spot on the beach, which is
No,
good.
I mean, look, when
She
you're
can still
up there,
enjoy it.
she walks around with a walker.
Yeah.
I took her to lunch, I don't know, 6 months ago, and I had to be somewhere at 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
We went to lunch at 12, and I'd forgotten how long it takes to kind of get somebody
Sure.
in a car, out of a car when you're dealing with a wheelchair or
Yeah.
walker, that I didn't make my 2 o'clock appointment.
Yeah, I mean,
I had to call and say, hey, I'm going to be late.
if you're going out to lunch with the olds, and look, we're all in our mid 50s, so if we have family that are still around, they're relatively old. Just everything takes longer. Getting in and out of the car, getting into the restaurant, getting in and out of your table at the
Yeah,
restaurant. Like
yeah.
it's just a
Starting
longer.
to take longer now for me.
I totally.
And I
with
guarantee
you.
you, no one's going to be able to carry me onto the beach when I'm 89.
I mean,
if I make it
yeah.
that long.
All right, I'm now
First
looking
of all,
at the
I'm
picture.
going to bet against 89, and I'm
Right,
definitely going to bet against anybody
Carrying me, yes.
carrying you out to your beach chair.
I'm looking
But
at the
I guarantee
picture.
you, I would never wear a jersey of my daughter's boyfriend.
I don't
on
think
the
it's that big of a deal. Now,
I'm
find
not
it
making
weird.
a mountain out of a molehill. I'm
Yeah.
just saying it's just weird.
I find
Yeah,
it a little weird that he's doing a bit because he's just calling his attention to it. Because I now see he writes day 1 representing Marist Lacrosse. Day 2, he's got a Juan Dixon jersey, and then day 3, he's got number 31, Cornell with his wife. Like, okay, that's his thing. It's kind of like when Cakes does his Caps bit, right? You do a bit where you just take a picture of your face.
Anytime the Caps win a playoff game, I'm going to do a celebratory selfie.
I feel like
same
you
deal.
did one. Didn't you do one a couple weeks ago? I know I've
Trying to
seen a
think.
picture of some sort of video, or you just did a picture of your face or something.
I can't recall. I mean, maybe it happened.
The only pictures I saw were when you were at the concert
At the Noah
on
Khan
Saturday
show?
night. Yeah,
oh
no, the concert,
at
the Metallica.
the M72 tribute. Yeah.
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 That's not the one you're talking about.
I
No.
don't think so.
No, it might have been like you were right about an argument and you did your face.
Oh, if I'm right about an argument, I will put it out there. I will advertise that I was correct about something.
Problem is you have so many GIFs that have to go through it.
It's kind of my thing. I like to try to find obscure GIFs, JP. Now I can't compete with Blake Giffen because he's the king. He's the undisputed king. I'm gonna give him some ADs. That guy's the best. He's a 15 out of 10. But I try to keep up.
Well, was Cooper there?
I don't know.
Was
That I
his
don't
daughter's
know.
boyfriend? Is he at the beach with
I'm
them?
not sure. I'm gonna guess no, but I don't know that.
Because I know they got a ton of people at the house, like about 20 people.
Yeah, it's big.
So
Some of
I
those
thought-
houses are in the Outer Banks are massive.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah,
I mean, you just fit so many people in there.
10 bedrooms.
But apparently it wasn't big enough because didn't he need like an air mattress? Like it sounds
That's what
like
he said. He had to
wasn't
carry it
quite
on the
big
top of
enough.
his car.
Like how big? Like how many people are in this house?
I don't know.
Must just be crawling with
Well, I
people.
mean, he's got his 2 brothers, their families, his
Kids
sister.
everywhere.
His sister's married, right?
Yes,
Yes,
she has a
correct.
daughter.
And she's got a daughter.
Yeah.
That's
Mom's
3.
there.
Mm-hmm.
Matt and Crew's 5.
Yeah.
If Chad went, that's 5. If his whole crew
Yeah.
goes,
I'm sure they got about 20 people.
EB if his whole crew goes is 5.
I'm keeping
Right.
my
Plus
beach
his
house
mom.
next week nice and small, manageable. 5 people, a block and a half away from the ocean.
You can't wait.
It's perfect.
You can't. You leave Saturday.
Leave Saturday morning,
Yeah. And you'll be on the road at 4.
4 to 4:15.
Yeah.
Departure time.
So jelly.
Sounds miserable to
No,
leave
no.
that early.
It is, but it's not as miserable as sitting in gridlock traffic on 95 South.
Yeah.
So I'd rather just do that, get out there, get out ahead of things, get through the state of Virginia before things get too
That
dicey.
get crazy. All right.
And then I'm good.
Yep.
I'm used to it. I've done it for 30 years.
When my wife and I went down to Carolina a few weeks ago,
Yeah.
I just wasn't really thinking about getting on the road early because we didn't take our daughters. It was just her and I and our dog.
Yeah.
And we just woke up around 7:30, 8,
Oh.
and then we took our time packing.
Oh,
Went to the grocery store, got a couple
you
things.
packed the morning of instead
Well, I
of the
mean,
night
just
before?
packing up the car. and
Okay,
everything.
got it.
And I just wasn't even thinking about it.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
it was a nightmare.
Yeah. I can't do that.
Right around
I can't.
Fredericksburg and then Richmond. But I went around Richmond. I take 295, go
I've
around
done
it.
that a million times.
Yep.
I can't start my vacation off with gridlock traffic.
Yeah, it was
because
stupid.
I know I'm getting it on the way back.
Yeah, it
I
was-
know I'm going to get boned in Fredericksburg, and then I'm
Mm-hmm.
going to have to drive all the side roads home from Fredericksburg to Montgomery County. I just can't. I can't start my vacation off on that note.
I don't blame you.
I just can't.
I just was stupid. I wasn't thinking about it.
Cakes, your last selfie
Yes.
was before the Bay Sox game,
yes.
and you just threw out, did Flakes just buy beer and a Powerball ticket at Rips prior to our appearance at the Bay Sox game tonight in
Yeah.
Bowie?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I'm guessing you did.
The answer was yes. Bought beer and bought a losing Powerball ticket.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think you won Powerball
I did
because
not.
you wouldn't be here.
You're probably right.
How about the $1 million ticket sold in College Park? That was pretty cool.
Really? Did not hear that.
Yeah.
By the way,
And I think there was a $2 million, Drabby,
I saw that. It sold in Virginia.
$2 million ticket in Herndon.
Impressive.
Yeah. So,
That's an impressive score.
so a couple of the locals got hooked.
Drab, I know you castigated me last week for being out of the lottery game by not buying tickets, and then you basically said I'm out for the lifetime swap between the two of us. By the way, I would take that to court if that ever hit because we have a handshake deal. Anyway, last
Do you have
week
any consideration?
I don't
It's
even
not
know.
a real
I don't even
contract.
know what that is.
Did you exchange anything? Just
I
a
think-
handshake.
A
It's
handshake.
a- it's a
I think
promise.
handshake deal.
I
Well,
know-
I would charge Cakes to pull the audio because there's probably been agreement on air multiple times.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
but
a
it's
great
still
point.
just a promise.
You can charge
it's not
me,
a
that's fine.
contract.
Well, here's what I know.
Yeah.
If I win the Powerball,
Yeah.
and you do not, I'm gonna have a lot better attorney than you do.
It's probably a great call.
Right?
Hey, I'll scrounge together as
Mark
best I
Garagos
can.
or whoever
Hey,
that.
you know what? I'm kind of offended. You're just already threatening legal action. This is
you just did.
kind of offensive.
Didn't you say I'll take you to court?
He did.
Yeah.
Did I? I don't even remember. I don't remember. Anyway, it's beside the point. I'm just trying to tell you.
Yeah.
Last week, I didn't want to do it, but I did put a $5 bill into the lottery kiosk, and I bought which one's $5 now? Mega Millions.
Mega Millions.
I bought a Mega Millions ticket, and I'll be honest, it was kind of painful to part with the $5 bill. Now, $2, like I did that at MGM the other day after I was done playing poker. Finished playing poker, went to the lottery kiosk on the way out to buy a Powerball ticket.
Mm-hmm.
Two $1 bills. Doesn't hurt. Feed them in there. But a $5 bill, that was kind of painful.
Feels like something.
It's kind of painful to part with.
Oh, wow.
I didn't like it, but I'll do it again. I'm back in this lottery streets, Drab, just so you know. All right? I'm back.
All right. Well, we can restart this deal.
I'm fully back. All right, coming up on the show on a Tuesday, we're going to be joined by Tashawn Reed coming up at 7 o'clock, Commander's reporter for the Washington Post. We'll recap the first day of padded practice, which went down yesterday. When we come back, Foster Griffin was dealt away from the Nats. We'll get Paul Taboni's reaction and our reaction as well next as the Nats are in dealing mode as the MLB trade deadline passes. Baseball coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. So Paul Taboni busy at the trade deadline. He ships Foster Griffin, by far the Nats' best pitcher this season, to the Cleveland Guardians in exchange for 3 pitchers and in return and an outfielder, Nick Mitchell. The pitchers are lefty Josh Hartle, lefty Will Dion, and right-handed pitcher Kendglis Verguez coming back to the Washington Nationals.
Yeah, that happened kind of late in the
It
day.
was late in the game.
And yeah, I mean, they acquired 8 pitchers in the 3 deals that they did.
Volume. I don't know if any of it is super quality. I know a couple of the guys have good potential.
Well, yeah, I mean, we talked about the trade that for Garcia Jr. going to New York.
I mean,
They're-
Cruz could develop into a closer.
Yeah, they're excited about a couple of those guys. I'm sure they're excited about Hartle and maybe a couple of the other guys for the Foster Griffin deal. But 8 pitchers acquired, and well, they're definitely excited about Connolly early because you're going to see him this
Yeah.
year.
Yeah,
Now,
I like that deal. I don't know that I like the other 2.
Well-
At some point, and I know a lot of fans feel the same way, at some point, let's keep the good players, the guys who are producing, the guys who are developing, the guys who are getting better in a Nats uniform. Because otherwise, it just feels like all good players, it's just a pit stop.
I know.
And at some point, it's got to
I
change.
get it. I
One
get
would
it.
hope it would change with C.J. Abrams and James Wood. But I'm sure in the back of the mind, and I know it's a while down the road, but in the back of the mind of every Nats fan, it's like these guys are
doing
gonna
it all
eventually
over
be
again.
gone.
Yeah.
If we were talking 6 weeks ago, we probably would have said, yeah, probably a good chance C.J. Abrams moves. So it's nice that they kept him, but based on these moves this year, I don't have any confidence that next year they don't move him.
Oh, I would put heavy money that they would move him next year.
Right. And when
I mean, if they have a baseball season, their odds are it's going to be shortened. But if they do have one and there's a trade deadline, I'm almost positive they're going to move Abrams.
I think that's very
If
frustrating.
James Wood was, and now this is just if the Lerners own the team,
Right. Which
if
we're
James
assuming is
Wood
gonna
was
be the case.
was a free agent to be or
Yeah.
had 2 years left on his deal next year, they'd probably move him.
It's frustrating.
I know.
At some
Well,
point, you don't want to be
blame the owners.
a pit stop on a destination.
Yep, I agree.
And then you see
And-
Luis Garcia hit a home run immediately.
I know, but we talked about it yesterday. They had Garcia and they had Foster and they were 4.5 out. Now they're 5.5 out.
Yeah, they've been
it's
on a losing
It's
skid.
clearly over in terms of this year.
But do you think it would have
kept
been different if they, let's say, instead of this losing streak, they had gone 500, right?
So they're maybe 2.5 out instead of 5.5 out.
Yeah, this is just kind of hovering like
Yeah.
they had been for the previous couple of weeks. They probably still make the move.
Probably do.
He
Probably do.
he was asked about the losing streak specifically in the presser yesterday.
How did what happened in Atlanta over the weekend influence what happened at the deadline for you? If you had won 3 of 4, might it have gone differently? Was it that touch and go, or were you trying to distance yourself from the major league results? And then I have one other quick one.
Yeah, I think I said it like a week ago in the dugout when I was talking to many of you. Like I think I said, I think the likeliest scenario here is that we win a few, lose a few, and we find ourselves in a pretty similar position. And then I said something along the lines of like, I think what could change things a little bit is if we reel off 5 in a row or we lose 5 in a row and the effect that has on our outlook. Obviously we lose that string of games. And to be honest, like I still felt this pull to want to add to this team. And I didn't want to do it, recklessly or anything, but there's just something about this team. I think I've mentioned it to you all before. Like they just have a quote unquote, like it factor to them, and they gel well together. And I just felt like it's in part my responsibility to help them, even if we're not going to go out and make a big splash, to do what I can to do what we can to really aid in these important games down the stretch. Would it have been different, if we would have reeled off 5 in a row? Maybe. I think realistically, we still probably would have been threading the needle between buying and selling. Maybe we just would have, like Foster's maybe a good example, like required a little bit of a different return if we did go on a big winning streak.
I don't envy his position one bit, Paul Taboni. I mean, he has to basically serve two masters. He has to try to keep the team that's been pretty competitive and in the mix throughout the season that nobody expected anything of when the season started.
Yeah.
But they've overachieved. So he has to try to keep that on the tracks as well as set the team up for the future. That he knows this team is flawed. He knew that when he took over. He and his staff know that they had to redo things and shape it in their own image and rebuild it the way they want it. But he's got to kind of do two things at once. He's got to do a lot of juggling to try to keep the fans happy, keep the ownership happy, keep the clubhouse from fracturing. There's a lot of different like avenues he has to pursue.
Yeah, I mean, he knows what his
together.
resources are. The resources are limited, so and they clearly need pitching help, depth anyway. So they felt like they had to move a couple of these guys and go out and get as many pitchers as possible, which they did. Got 8 of them. I don't know if there's a team that got more pitchers at the trade deadline than Washington.
I know you're not expecting it to turn into the Dodgers overnight, and probably never to turn into the Dodgers.
I would never expect that. Not with limited payroll.
Tim Kirkchin gave a stat that since 2023, the top 5 starting pitchers in the ERA, 4 of them are on the Dodgers. The 5th is Paul Skeens.
Right.
Yeah.
4 of them on the Dodgers. Like, not going to happen. However, you had one all-star pitcher.
Yeah.
His name was Foster Griffin. Keep him. It would have cost them $22 million. I understand. It's frustrating as a fan. This team used to spend some money. Are they never going to spend money again? We went to the same press conference when Paul Taboni was introduced. And the impression that they gave was, we're going to let this guy do things that we haven't been doing the last couple of years. Instead, they're still in sell mode.
Yes, they are.
Because I know that there's.
I don't know if the $22 million would have got it done.
I know there's discussion that
doesn't sound like it would have.
That they were trying to thread the needle. No, they sold. They sold assets.
Well, also,
JP, I was told that they did offer Griffin 2 years at $11 million per, so $22 million, and he did not want that. So you're saying it would have cost $22 million? That probably doesn't get it done.
It says here that a 2027 qualifying offer for Griffin would have been worth around $22 million.
Yeah, I don't know if that would have been enough. So
also,
they felt like they had to go out and move
You have to take this under consideration, too. Maybe Paul Taboni thinks that this is Foster Griffin's ceiling. He's 30 years old. Like, is he going to replicate this going forward?
Who knows?
Like, he doesn't. Nobody knows.
Yeah.
But he has to work that into the calculation of, am I going to give this guy a 2-year, $30 million deal? Like,
that's peanuts, by the way, compared to what real good pitchers make in Major League Baseball.
Look what Blake Snell's making.
I'm well aware that that's under market value, and that's why the reports are out there that the talks for an extension between the Nats and Foster Griffin fizzled quickly.
At some point, believe in your guys. Like this is kind of the same argument you said with Luis Garcia. It's almost like you're betting that these guys, and you might be right, will never have a year like they're having right now.
Yeah.
Luis Garcia, he's never had a year like this, so let's sell him high. Okay, sounds great. But at some point, keep a guy who's hitting home runs for you.
Yeah.
And same thing with Foster Griffin. By the way, Foster Griffin, circuitous route back to the major leagues. But at one point, he was a first-round pick. So at one point, he was a highly regarded prospect.
Your argument makes sense if you have an ownership group that is willing to up the payroll. And it doesn't seem like right now the Lerners are willing to spend more money.
I think the Lerners just always use the excuse we're still 2 or 3 or 4 years away.
Right.
That's what they just use that excuse.
Well, then you're always going to be 2 or 3 or 4 years away if you get rid of your players.
To the choir. I agree.
I get what Cakes is saying.
I'd love to
he
just
doesn't have any sort of emotion or feeling about it. Like, don't you think at some point your team should keep your good players?
Yes, but I've gotten you're living in kind of like a fantasy land where you think all of a sudden the Lerners are just going to get out of bed one day and say, "Hey, you know what? We're going to spend $250 million on our payroll and compete with the big boys."
Well, they didn't say anything specific.
I've come to the realization that at this point, the Lerners are not going to do any such thing. They're
Yeah.
going to keep the payroll low at this point. They're not going to go on a spending spree and spend $30+ million on a starting pitcher and build a super team like the Dodgers or
That's
the
why
Mets
you
have
can't
attempted
blame
to,
Paul Taboni.
Which I'm
Oh,
not. I'm not blaming him.
I'm not blaming Taboni. I'm blaming the ownership group.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
We went to that presser, and again, they didn't say anything specific, like we're going to turn into a $250 million payroll. Paraphrasing, they basically said, we're going to be different, and we're going to empower this guy to help us win.
Yeah, but that's JP. That's they're paying you lip service at their introductory presser. Like
It's becoming obvious, clearly.
You can't just listen to that and say, well, they're going to spend money. They said they were going to do it at the press conference.
Okay,
That means
well, I can at
nothing.
least put their feet to the fire because they said one thing.
Yeah.
And left you with an impression that we're going to do things a certain way, and then they're not. It's more of the same. This isn't any different than the last several years, and it makes you think maybe it'll be different. And they're trying to make an argument. Taboni was pointing out we could have traded C.J. Abrams, we didn't. Maybe it will be different. Maybe they will give C.J. Abrams a long-term deal down the road.
No
Maybe
way.
they will keep James Wood, but there's no reason to believe that when those guys are up, that they're going to keep those guys because they haven't kept anybody.
Well, I totally agree. Also, I mean, if some of those players like the James Woods of the world, if they can see what's going on with the track of the organization, why would they want to sign here? Why would James Wood want to sign a huge contract with Washington when he can sign a bigger contract somewhere else with a team that's going to win?
Yeah.
So
He wouldn't.
I totally agree.
I mean, he's gonna look.
I would
elsewhere.
put money on they're trading CJ next year, and whenever Wood is up for his deal, they'll trade him.
Look, I hope all the prospects.
If they still own the team.
I hope all the prospects turn into studs, and they win a World Series with these prospects. It's just tiresome, I think, as a fan who watches games, that your best players are constantly moved.
By the way, last night watching the Nats game, they take the 3-0 lead, but they Kevin Franzen and Dan Kolko they had Paul Taboni. He called in during their game, so they were talking to him, and they were saying that during the Atlanta series, since there was just so many unknowns and so many rumors that all of these players were going to get dealt, that it kind of affected the clubhouse. And it certainly affected C.J. Abrams. I mean, he did not have a good series against Atlanta. I think he went 2 for 12 with 5 or 6 strikeouts. So they targeted him. They talked about him specifically because there was all these rumors that he was going to get dealt, and of course he wasn't. And I'm sure some Nats fans were surprised, but they kept him. They could have traded him easily.
Yeah, I mean,
easily, they could have traded him.
Saboni said that, but he's got 2 years remaining on his contract.
2 years
I
left.
just don't understand why we're always in a rush to get rid of guys. I get
Well,
that guys could go to free agency and leave you,
Yeah.
but why are
Well,
we in
not
such
in
a
a rush.
rush?
Well, it's
not a rush.
obvious why it's obvious why you trade a guy with 2 years left
Yeah,
versus 1 year.
because the other team is more attractive to them to get a guy with.
I mean,
2
if
years
Tarek
of control than one.
Skubal had 2 years left on his deal, the Dodgers would have had to give up a lot more than what they gave up. Their best prospect that they gave up for Skubal was number 25 on their list, not overall.
No,
20
that's not true. Zaire Hope is a top 25 prospect in baseball.
Okay, well maybe it's 25, but that's fine. If he had 2 years left, you're getting a lot more than the number 25 and a couple of mid-range prospects.
Right, but if you keep a guy for 2 years, there's a chance you could win. Because
Well,
that's a player that helps you win.
You've got to add to it. You've got to keep adding.
I know, but my point is, they were actually in the wild card mix up until a week ago, right?
Sure.
Till this losing skid. They were in the mix. So let's just work with 2 years. You might be in the mix next year or the year after, and it'd be helpful to have that guy who has 28 home runs, for example, in C.J. Abrams, who they've kept.
Yep.
I just would hold on to the assets. I get it. If you're a 60-win team, you go 60 and 102.
Right.
All right, sell. Load up with guys that are in the minors playing high A ball and double A ball and hope that they eventually blossom.
But you have to keep adding to what you have. You can't just keep guys. You have to add. They don't have enough pitching. It's clear.
Well,
they don't have enough
Well,
pitching.
they have.
Look at all the arms
me-
they accumulated.
to me,
Trade
they have-
deadline.
you had a nice lineup, but
Yeah.
you didn't have enough pitching.
To me, they have less pitching because they just got rid of their one all-star pitcher.
Well, I mean, maybe the
only-
starter, but
They
Early
only
will
had
take
him for
his spot.
2 more months. Like
Yeah.
Taboni's looking at it like, we have this asset for 2 more months. Am I going to just play out the string with him, or am I going to roll the dice and pick up some other arms that I can have control over the next few years that are going to help the team?
You have him
that's
for
his
2
job.
months under this contract. His job is also to retain some players.
They talked to Foster Griffin's representatives. They were not able to get a deal done.
Mm-hmm.
You think he hasn't talked to the Foster Griffin's agent 20 times trying to hammer out a deal?
Well, you can
I'm gonna
continue
guess
to
he
do
did.
that. They punted.
No.
Because they know
he
if
has
they-
a number that he is not going to go past.
The learners
And
probably say
Foster
we're not
Griffin
going to
wants
pay
more.
Yeah. Look, I understand how pissed you are and frustrated. Paul Timoni couldn't have done anything. They acquired 8 pitchers.
I agree with you.
They got rid of one,
I-
and they acquired 8.
I said it's on the ownership group. I'm not blaming Taboni.
Yeah.
Taboni's just a tool.
But that's why they did it. So, I mean, there's only so much
It's
you can
frustrating.
do to try and keep a player. All right, well, like you said, the ownership has to say, all right, whatever he wants, we're giving him.
Brace
Actually,
for when
go over whatever he wants.
James Wood gets dealt. It'll probably be 2 years, but
you know what? I'm
Maybe
ready.
3.
I'm ready for it when it happens because I know that's probably the most likely outcome.
well, then you know you're going to stay a minor league team essentially.
I'm kind of resigned to that at this point. It's sad, but that's just
It's
kind of the way.
pathetic. This is a town where you won a World Series.
Okay,
For 10 years, they were contending in the playoffs all the time.
All right, well, there was a different learner making those decisions.
And that seems like ancient history at this point.
That
That's
learner's not
2019.
here anymore.
Right?
Okay,
But-
so that's the difference.
They said they were going to go back to that.
Okay, well, just because they said it doesn't mean
Yeah.
anything.
All right. If you want to weigh in on the Nationals' latest dealings at the trade deadline, you can do that at 800-636-1067. Coming up at 7 o'clock, we'll talk Commanders with Tashawn Reed from the Washington Report. He'll join us at 7 a.m. We'll be right back. Just a reminder that Paul Taboni, president of baseball operations for the Washington Nationals, he will join us tomorrow, as he does every week during the season at 9 a.m. We'll recap all of the trades that went down, all the new arms that are coming into the organization at the trade deadline as it passes yesterday. Foster Griffin dealt to the Cleveland Guardians.
Here's all I'm saying. This year you're competing for a wild card. Not really anymore. I think everybody believes they've raised the white flag.
Pretty much.
They're not going to say that, but to me, they've surrendered.
Do you think?
4 games under 500.
Right.
It's not looking good at
And
this
it's
point.
been a crash and burn the last week, this little losing streak. What I'm saying
Longest
is,
of the year, by the way.
if you didn't deal Luis Garcia, if you didn't deal Foster Griffin, and you bring them back next year, you have a chance to compete. It's going to be harder to compete next year without those guys who are 2 of your best players.
Okay.
I don't support that.
Are we supposed to disagree with you?
No, but
I
we
mean, that's
keep
just not
folks
the
on-
way the business works. When you have an ownership group that won't spend money, you have to. If you want to keep Foster Griffin, you got to pay him.
You got to pony up. I mean, he had
So you're saying that you're saying it sounds so easy. Just bring them all back. Well, you got to pay them.
Yes. At some
Okay.
point, they need to start paying their players.
Okay, but the ownership group won't do that. They won't do it.
I mean,
they will not spend or overspend on free agents.
according to
They just won't do it.
Spotrac.com, there are only 2 teams with lower cash payrolls in 2026 than the Nats.
Let
The
me guess.
Miami
Let me-
Marlins. Hold on, the Miami Marlins and the Cleveland Guardians. That's it.
No, which is
This-
kind of surprising.
This is where they reside. I mean, the Athletics spend more money than the Nats on their roster. Not by a lot. I mean, it's basically the same. But
What about the
like,
Rockies? They spend more.
The Rockies are at 22nd on this list. They spend $135 million on their payroll this year.
Kind of
The
surprising. how
median
bad they are.
payroll, the 15th ranked payroll, is $201 million.
Well, don't expect to win
$80
any
million
games.
more than the Nationals. are
Don't
spending.
expect to win any games when you trade away your best players.
You're preaching to the choir. My expectations
Next year's
are
gonna
low, are low for this team.
Yeah.
Unless some of these arms they're bringing in develop into long-term solutions.
That would be the longest rebuild ever.
I mean,
Let's-
we're kind of in that, right? I mean, they won the World Series in 2019.
Yep.
We're basically through 2026 now.
I don't know. I thought we were kind of getting to a launching point when you're 2.5 games back from a wild card and your season's going very well. And
Correct. When you have
Well,
studs
they
like
surprised
James
people.
Wood and C.J. Abrams, and then you get a surprise pitcher like Foster Griffin.
They overachieved. They overachieved. They ran out of gas at the exact wrong time, right at the trade deadline. And
Yeah.
Taboni's a realist. He knows that he needs more pieces, more arms, and the ownership wasn't willing to pay Foster Griffin to stick around.
I mean, honestly,
you
with
think Paul Taboni doesn't want Foster Griffin here? I'm guessing he does, but he's hamstrung.
with the bullpen issues, which of course killed him again last night. With the bullpen issues, if they didn't add any bullpen guys, do you really think they would have won the wild card this year if they kept those guys?
No.
Right.
I
Exactly.
supported the Curtis Meade deal. All right, Curtis Meade deal. I didn't really like Luis Garcia deal. Now maybe Cruz is going to turn into a stud closer, and a couple of those guys. I mean, the fourth guy was a throwaway. All right, so maybe a couple of those guys turn into productive relief pitchers for the team, and you develop Cruz into a closer. The Foster Griffin one I don't love because maybe it was stupid. They almost started to sell it. Even Taboni on this show a couple weeks ago that it wasn't a given, wasn't a done deal that they were going to move him.
Yeah.
Yeah, also-
I think
look,
they probably
he
thought they
maybe-
were going
Cakes
to.
might be right, and a lot of people might be right that this is his best year of his career, but it doesn't have to be. He's a former first-round pick who did go to Japan for years, and it's a little different because he's 30. Usually guys who become stud pitchers show it to you when they're 24, 25, 26, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he might have a good year next year. He might be really solid, and you're dealing away a contributing asset who can help you contend next year. It's frustrating. Let's go to the phones. 1-800-636-1067.
Let's go to JoJo calling in from Hyattsville. JoJo, you're on with the Junks. Good morning.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up?
Hey, I think from JP's perspective as a casual fan, I definitely understand where you're coming from. But at the same time, like Lurch said, you need arms, you need depth. They weren't going to go anywhere this year with that bullpen. And I think they made great moves. I think they got Rizzo left them in a good spot. They got a lot of horses coming. We just kind of got to be patient and then see if they're going to pay. But these aren't the guys you got to pay for right now. They don't like. They see behind the scenes. Luis Garcia's having his best year because he got in shape. They see behind the scenes. Is he still doing the work behind the scenes to stay in shape? If not, yeah, he's young, but they're not going to fight that battle when they got young horses coming. You know, and everybody says CJ is going to have to move off of shortstop when they were going to trade for him. So what's he willing to do once Eli's ready to come? So you don't always.
No. I get that you
Thanks,
got a plan
JoJo.
for that.
Appreciate it.
The thing about Luis Garcia is he could have been a valuable player for the Washington Nationals next season.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, we have audio. Here he is stepping up to the plate for the New York Yankees. Now, they ended up losing the game.
Yep.
But here's Luis Garcia at the dish
In his first game with
in
the
his
Yankees.
first game.
The 2-2. Garcia gets it a ride. Deep right field. Welcome to the Bronx, Luis. Yankees lead.
It's just tiresome that the guys who star here end up leaving over and over and over again.
Right.
And
Well,
so what
there's-
does that lead to? It leads to losing season over and over and over again. Since they won the World Series, they haven't had a winning season.
That is correct.
This year was surprising. All of a sudden, they're in the wild card mix.
Mm-hmm.
And then you deal contributing players. I agree with the first deal. I definitely agree with that one. But that guy had 17 home runs, right?
Yeah, but you're getting a starting
Yeah,
pitcher.
but, and they had a surplus of bats, so that totally made sense to deal Mead to the Red Sox.
But to me, you're giving up Garcia, you're giving up Griffin, crossing your fingers that some of these guys work out. I don't know about these moves. I understand why Taboni had to do it. I don't like it. I don't have to like it. And this is what I think that the learners don't necessarily see. Fans disengage.
Mm-hmm.
You care
They-
less. Like the
I don't think they care.
I don't know the revenue that is brought in at the home stadium, but less fans go to the games.
Well, it's been happening for years. They just don't care.
Right.
It doesn't affect them.
Well, one would think maybe you invest in players
Yeah,
you
that's
win
just
more
not,
games,
That's not their mindset.
and you make more money.
If they would have kept Garcia and kept Mead and kept Foster, yeah, I mean, they probably would have hung around the wild card race for a while, but they wouldn't have won it.
Paul Taboni said multiple times that they're going to try and thread a needle and be buyers and sellers.
Yeah.
I don't think they bought a single thing.
No, unless you count buying a 30-year-old guy named Jake Bird. Was that his name?
Yeah, Bird, who they got from the Yankees. Yeah, but that's not why they made the deal. They
I
made the deal
understand.
for the other two players, the other two pitchers.
Yes. Siebert.
But they
There was no buying going on.
yeah, a lot of selling.
no.
Mostly selling.
Well, he told us they're going to try to do some buying and selling.
No,
Yeah.
the Washington Nationals are five below.
Mm-hmm.
The whole, all the contenders, they look at the Nationals as five
Well,
below.
honestly, what like if you're Taboni, why would you buy right now? You should sell. The team's falling apart. You should sell.
that was
They're
just the last week.
Yeah, they're hemorrhaging.
JP,
They're
you know what the-
hemorrhaging at the worst time, and you're
Yeah.
you're gonna buy at that point. That's the worst time.
If
to
they
buy.
would have swept the Braves, all right, I'm kind of more on your page, but I don't think when you get swept by the Braves, you still have a chance to win.
I'm not necessarily
didn't.
saying buy. I'm saying hold. Luis Garcia could be do you want to contend next year?
I mean, Garcia is
Would it help to have Luis Garcia?
Garcia is a really good bat, but he's terrible defensively. Okay, they brought this guy Ortiz, who they acquired in the Mackenzie Gore deal. They brought him up last night.
I know,
hits
he hit a
fir-
home run.
Yeah, so they probably felt like, and I talked about this yesterday. You can find bats that can play first base or DH. You can find those guys. Do you want guys who can also play defense? because
Generally, yes.
because
The answer
Curtis
is
Mead
yes.
because Curtis Mead couldn't, and Luis Garcia can't, and they have no bullpen.
And you know who
so
else
they
can't?
wanted to go out and get pitchers.
C.J. Abrams
And
can't play
C.J.
defense either.
He can't.
So he might be the next to go. Obviously not this year, but next year, like you said, don't be surprised to see him shipped out.
At
for a
what
big
point
haul.
would you want to see a winning season, Cakes?
I'll tell
I
you
wanna-
exactly when.
So you're okay with just keep kicking the can down
when
the
the
road?
owners are willing to spend money. I'm a realist. When I see that they're not spending money commensurate to the top 5 and 7, 10 teams in the league, I know that they're not going to win a lot of games.
So as a radio talk show host on a station that
Carries the games.
is the broadcast partner of the Washington
Of course, we
Nationals.
want to see them win.
I want to see. I'd love for them to spend $250 million on the payroll, but I live in the real world.
Okay, so
I live in the real world.
don't you think that invites apathy?
Yes.
yeah, it
That's
does.
not a good thing. As a radio talk show host,
I know it's not a
in
good
DC.
thing. I know it's not a good thing, but I'm not the guy in charge. I'm just the guy talking about
But JP,
the team down the street.
if they would have kept Garcia and Foster, there would have been apathy in September because they would have fallen further and further back.
Okay, but you would have 2 players next season, if you're hoping to contend, that are proven contributors here in Washington.
If you decide to bring them back, correct.
All right, when we come back, we will get into the Commanders. They've got another day of training camp on deck. I believe practice starts around 8:30 this morning. Tashawn Reed, who covers the Commanders for the Washington Post, will join us next here on The Fan.
Not a great Monday for Nats fans. Nationals dealt all-star pitcher Foster Griffin to Cleveland just before Monday's baseball trade deadline. And then last night, Nats open up a 4-game set in Philly, losing another one, falling to Philly 6-3, despite the first career home run from Avi Ortiz and a Dale and Lyle 2-run shot in the second. Nats led early 3-0, but then things fell apart again late. Derek Hill hit a go-ahead grand slam in the 7th to put Philly in front. Bryce Harper adds some insurance for the Phils with a 2-run shot in the 8th, and the Nats have now lost 6 in a row and 7 of their last 8. They'll play another one in Philly tonight, 6:40 for the first pitch for the Nats here on The Fan. Tennis, Alex Ayala won the final 2 sets on Monday, beating Jessica Pegula to win the women's title at the Mubadala DC Open, and Taylor Fritz won the men's final, downing Rafa Hodar in straight sets. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Training camp coverage on 106.7 The Fan is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Let's head out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Welcome in to Sean Reed, Commanders reporter for the Washington Post. To Sean, thanks for the time. We really appreciate it.
No problem. Appreciate you having me on.
Yeah, of course. So you were out at practice yesterday at training camp. First day of padded practice. Take us through some of your overall observations. It looks like the offense finally started getting the better of the defense in some of the drills that were done at the first padded practice yesterday.
Yeah, I would say it was pretty easily the most competitive practice of camp so far, and you would expect that with pads coming on, right? But not just in terms of the physicality, but the offense punching back a little bit more. I think through the first week of camp, the defense, have been pretty dominant. It was clear that they had the advantage in every practice, and the offense was struggling to get things going a little bit. And really from the jump, starting with that pass, I'm sure everybody's seen on social media, Jaden Daniels finding Terry McLaurin in the back of the end zone on that fade route. That set the tone for the day. Daniels in particular, that connection with McLaurin was working, and just the offense overall, it looked more crisp, more in sync. We saw Chiga Okonkwo get going on a nice touchdown catch in the back of the end zone as well. It wasn't all good for the offense. I still think the offensive line, was at a disadvantage against this defensive line, both in the run game and in pass protection. You saw Adafe Owe and Charles Omenihu, get after Daniels a couple times, and there wasn't much going for the run game overall, regardless of who's in the backfield. And so I think that's what you want to see. As a head coach, if you're Dan Quinn, you're probably pretty happy with practice yesterday. The offense and the defense sort of trading blows back and forth.
So for a layman, if you were just watching the defense, because we're hearing such good things, what looks different about this defense versus last season?
I mean, the defensive front, it literally just looks different. They're so much bigger, stronger, and faster up there with some of the additions that they made. I just mentioned a couple of them, but also Calebon Chason, Sonny Styles, Leo Chenal. It's almost a completely reworked group. You obviously have some guys coming back like Deron Payne and Javon Kinlaw and Frankie Louvu, some familiar faces, but the overall strength and depth of the defensive front really just jumps out at you on the defense side of the ball. And then they're also more multiple than they were last year. We saw them start to get into that out of necessity, I thought, once they had some of those defensive end injuries. Like you saw Frankie Louvu playing on the line of scrimmage more in the second half of the season. But now it's more of a function of the defense than something that they're doing out of desperation. You see Leo Chenal lined up, as more of a pass rusher on certain plays. Then they might go to a nickel package. Then they might bring a 3-safety package on the field. And so they're not just mixing it up just for the sake of doing so. Part of it is they're trying to dictate what the offense does. Dan Quinn's mentioned this a couple times. Most times the defense is responding to the offense, especially if they make a last-minute audible or something of that nature. They're trying to force the offense to adjust to them. And defensive coordinator Durante Jones has done a really good job of mixing things up. It's early on in camp, so he hasn't shown his full playbook by any means. So you would imagine that's only going to continue as camp wears on, and then once we get into the regular season.
To Sean, it sounded like Sonny Styles was really flashing yesterday. He blew up Bill in the hole in a goal line drill, and they didn't tackle him. They're not bringing guys to the ground at this point in training camp. He was covering Jalen Lane in some zone coverage. He was seen blitzing as well. So it just sounds like he's getting his feet wet on the pro level, and he's being used in a variety of different ways. And he's a guy that they're counting on. They picked him in the top 10.
Yeah, anytime you take a off-ball linebacker that high, like you set the bar in the sky, right? Like he has to be, pretty much an all-pro tier linebacker at some point, not as a rookie necessarily, for that pick to be worth it. That sounds harsh, but that's kind of just what it is. It's too early to make any judgments about that, of course, but you see all of the athletic traits and the reasons why, they were interested in taking him that high. I mean, he's huge, but he's also fast as hell. Good pass coverage skills that you mentioned. He was rushing a little bit as a blitzer. They've been working him in, I think, a little bit like slowly in training camp so far. Like sometimes you'll see it's just Luvu and Chanel out there, for example, in certain packages. They haven't decided yet who's going to wear that green dot. Like you would think, it would be Sonny Styles, and I think it will end up being him, but that hasn't been nailed down just yet. And so even though they drafted him as high as they did, they don't want to rush it, right? He still has a lot to learn, and he's a guy that people, can't forget. He was a converted safety to linebacker. Linebacker is still a relatively new position for him in the grand scheme of things, and so there's a big adjustment, even for a guy as talented as he is, making a jump from the college to the NFL level, and so we'll see, what he looks like come week one, but he's starting to flash a little bit for sure in practice.
So the last couple of years, Bobby Wagner has been the leader on this team in tackles. We hope that Sonny Styles picks up there. The criticism on him was speed and coverage skills. You mentioned that Styles was a former safety. Have you seen him in these coverage situations against backs? How's he been doing?
Yeah, I mean, training camp is usually skewed towards the pass, right, especially on the unpadded days. Mm-hmm. And so we've seen a good amount of coverage reps from him. I think some of, when there are lapses, I think it's more so about just knowing where to be, assignment and alignment more so than it is about ability. He can cover, like he has all the ability to do so. I think it's just learning the defense and, getting a feel for NFL caliber athletes, when it comes to those, a tight end, for example, like Chig Okonkwo. There's not too many of those, at the college level. A guy that can move as quickly as he can and run routes like he can. And so, you've seen it. You mentioned yesterday he had a nice diving pass breakup off of Jaden Daniels in the end zone, kind of goal line situation. And his save would have been a potential touchdown. And so he's had those flashes. There's been some times where he's got to, but that's going to happen, when you're a rookie and sort of figuring it out.
So, Tayshaun, is it your prediction? I know we're over a month away, but opening series against Philly in week one, is it going to be Luvu and Styles, or will it be Chanel and Styles?
It's interesting. I think it kind of depends if they're in base or nickel. They've been using a lot of 3 linebacker packages. Early on in the game, a first down, early situation, I think all 3 of them are going to be out there. Maybe Chanel lined up as that Sam linebacker along the line of scrimmage, and then Luvu and Styles man in the middle. That seems to be, when they have 3 linebackers on the field, that seems to be their preferred alignment. And so I think that's ultimately what we see, especially with, the Eagles having Saquon Barkley back there. They're probably going to run the ball on first down.
Okay.
We're joined by Tashawn Reed, Commanders reporter for the Washington Post. Give us your initial impressions of rookie wideout Antonio Williams. How did he look in first day in pads out there in Ashburn?
Yeah, so he was pretty much working with the backups almost exclusively from what I saw. He did have a nice touchdown in the red zone drill, from Marcus Mariota, working in that way. It was a fade route, kind of similar to the McLaurin touchdown that got shared on social media. He's a guy that last season in college, he mostly worked out of the slot. The year before that, he did spend more time outside, but his skill set seems more attuned to the slot, and that's kind of a little bit of the issue with their wide receiver room. You look at Luke McCaffrey, Jalen Lane, him, it's a lot of guys who you would think are probably better in the slot than outside. That's not to say that he can't line up there, but he's still in the early processes of learning how to get there. You know, in practice, I would say he's mostly been working from the slot and working with the backups. So, they seem to be bringing him along, a little slowly, but you see some of that ability as well. Like, he's not the biggest guy, but, he ran about a 4.4 at the combine and has some good athleticism and has some nice savviness when his route running and some explosiveness. And so you can see the vision there. They just haven't really given him too many reps working from the outside with that starting unit so far.
So what other receivers are standing – besides McLaurin, who's going to be the true number one, what other receivers, in your opinion, are kind of standing out and could possibly be on that first unit?
In terms of standing out and making plays, I don't think really anybody from the group has really jumped at you so far. That was kind of part of the issue the first week of camp in particular was the receivers were really struggling to separate. It was a lot of red zone work, so it's always a little bit tougher to separate down there. And I think it got better at practice yesterday as they started to open up the field a little bit more. But, Treylon Burks has been the guy that's running with the starters the most often. He missed a day of practice due to a foot injury, but he's been back out there otherwise. And you tend to see him working with McLaurin on the outside, but he hasn't been making a ton of plays. And so that, from reporters like myself saying, hey, it looks like they probably need to go ahead and, follow up Stephon Diggs or explore something else in terms of adding a veteran wide receiver.
Right.
It's early in camp, and especially for a young guy like Antonio Williams, when we get closer to week one, has he been working more outside? Does he look like he can contribute and maybe they don't have to sign somebody? I think that's what they're waiting to see, do these guys internally develop and show them that they don't need to make a signing? But I think they're sort of keeping that in their back pocket just in case they need to once you get closer to the season. And when you're talking about a veteran receiver, let's use Diggs as an example since he's probably the most attractive option. While there's still an advantage to him having more time to learn the system, he's a guy that can kind of pick up and go. He's played enough different offenses at this point. He knows football, obviously, and so there's less concern with him, being able to jump into it late if need be. And so I think that's the approach, from the front office right now, and we'll see if it pays off.
Tashawn, are you surprised at how hands-on offensive coordinator David Blau is at this training camp? I saw a video of him yesterday participating in ball security drills with the wideouts, where he's basically just trying to pop the ball loose as they're streaking down the sideline. Were you surprised to see that?
No, I don't think so. I think he, especially as a first-time, not just a new offensive coordinator, but a first-time offensive coordinator, he's never done this before. He's still learning on the job. That's just kind of the reality of the situation. And he's hardly, past 30 years old. He was just a player not too long ago. And so I think he needs to be as hands-on as possible. He's sort of learning as he's teaching. And, while he worked really heavily with the quarterbacks in particular, the last couple of years, he didn't spend as much time working with the other position groups just naturally. That's sort of a tough position to break out from. And so it would make sense that he's going to work with these different rooms and bounce around just to, he knows these guys. Obviously, he's watched a ton of film and he's been there every day, but just getting to know how to work with them on a more intimate basis, I think is smart. And he's been really collaborative as he's been installing his offense. Obviously, he has his principles and his non-negotiables like any other play caller is going to have. But he's been open to feedback from players as well. Terry McLaurin talked about that a little bit last week. And, ultimately the goal is to put these guys in the best positions to succeed. And, while a coach may have an idea of how to go about doing it, I think it's only a good thing when, he factors in the input of players as well. And, I think that's all just part of the process as he, ventures into this first season being a play caller.
So you mentioned the defensive line, giving the offensive line some problems, especially in the middle. Who was playing first-team center yesterday? Was it Good Jones, or did they work Trey Hill in there?
Yeah, it's been Julian Good Jones.
Okay.
Pretty much exclusively with the starters since Allegretti suffered that calf injury. They I don't, even with the signing of Trey Hill, I don't think they're overly concerned about Allegretti's injury. I think he'll end up returning to practice next week. I would sort of earmark that joint practice that they have against the Dolphins next week is probably when you would like to see him get back and get to compete against another team, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, Allegretti's had some injury issues in the past, and he's an older guy, so I understand, the concern about him basically being the only proven, and he hasn't even been a guy that really has played center that much in his career, but he's the only guy you would think would be a starting caliber center on the roster. And so, it's certainly a position to keep an eye on. Julian's been in the building for a couple of years now, but has mostly been on the practice squad. I'm pretty sure he's still only played in one career game in the NFL. And so, it's tough. I think going back to the offseason when you cut a guy like Biadasz who, he got hurt, last season. Like, he was a pretty solid center in my opinion, and you let him go. And a lot of people were wondering why they did that.
Yep.
Allegretti was a guy that you could have kept around as a backup, right? Behind him. And then you don't go out and draft, a center or sign another one in free agency. It's going to raise some eyebrows, and it's understandable. And it might be something that comes back to bite them. But just in terms of right now, I don't think that they're, this Allegretti calf injury, I don't think it's something that they think he's going to be out for multiple weeks or something of that nature.
Right. I think they're expecting about a week. All right. Last question. Nick Cross and Amik Robertson and Witherspoon, Douglas, guys that they brought in the secondary. Anybody making any plays out of the new guys?
Has really stood out working as outside cornerback. He's probably been the most consistent guy working outside. It's been a bit of a rotation, but he's somebody that's been a guy that's capable of making plenty of plays on the ball throughout his career, despite being a little bit undersized. And I think he's really stood out in camp so far.
Okay.
Tashawn, thanks for the time, man. We really appreciate it. Have fun covering the rest of camp. We'll talk to you again soon.
Appreciate you having me.
Yep, that's Tashawn Reed,
So
Commanders reporter for the Washington Post.
So we got pads again today with fans.
It's season ticket members, I believe, only.
Okay.
It's
So
not open to the general public, but if you're a
right.
season ticket holder, you get in.
Gotcha.
So that's the case today. I believe practice starts at 8:30 for the
another hour.
Commanders.
I drove by again yesterday. It's just packed.
I'm sure it was.
It was just packed over
Yep. All right, when we come back, we're going to tell you the most likely animal to kill you by U.S. state. And here's a little hint. Maryland and Virginia, they share the same animal. We'll tell you who it is next. Coming up at 7:45, we'll do the Junkies Blitz, our daily look around NFL training camps that are not in Ashburn, excluding the Commanders. We'll give you the latest news from the NFL as we get closer and closer to, the Hall of Fame game is Thursday.
We'll
Isn't that
also
crazy?
play
Yeah.
some True False. It's a True False Tuesday.
Very
so
good.
during the Junkies Blitz, play
Like
a
True
little
False. Gives you 50-50 chance to win.
We talked a little bit about yesterday, but Dan Hellie is going to be doing the play-by-play
Yep.
for the preseason games.
That's right.
The 3 preseason games. The first one is here against Miami in a couple weeks. I think it's
The 14th.
the following Friday.
Yeah.
Right? Not this Friday, but the following.
Yep.
Had lunch with Dan yesterday.
Oh, very good. Caught up with Dan Hellie. Good.
Yeah. And it'll be Dan Hellie and John Riggins
And B. Mitch.
and B. Mitch calling the games.
Yep.
And, he did this before with the Tennessee Titans. He did it for a few years.
Yep.
Dan Hellie is all over the place. He had just flown in from Serbia,
Serbia. Okay. What was he doing?
My son was watching those fights.
UFC. So he
international card. Okay.
He does UFC, and he flew in from Serbia. He got in at what time did you say he got in? He got in at about 1:30 in the morning at I believe Reagan.
Okay.
So I had to take a car up to Ashburn, jump in the hotel. He wasn't in the hotel very long because the Commanders wanted him at camp yesterday at 6:30 or 7 in the morning. So he got there, and then he had to. Then we had lunch. He was at Commanders camp for a few hours. Then we had lunch around 12:30.
I hope you bought him lunch. I mean, he is
I actually
crisscrossing the globe to come out.
He's got more money than I do, but yes, I did buy him lunch.
Very good.
But then he had to catch a flight at 5:45 to go back to L.A.
Okay.
Because he's calling more UFC fights in Vegas, I believe, this weekend.
It's a busy man.
So he went from Serbia to D.C., back to L.A., and then he's
Yeah.
flying to Vegas for UFC fights this weekend.
That's a lot.
And
of
he's also
travel.
going to do 10 college football games for Fox.
Wow.
So he does
Awesome.
UFC, Fox, Commanders, preseason.
busy.
Well, look, kudos to him because
busy man.
Yeah.
a few years ago, he was on the NFL Network and kind of had a steady job. He
Right.
might have done a couple things on the side, but he lost that job and he's flourished.
Yeah, he's doing
with
great.
UFC.
He's just fun to talk to.
So he was in Serbia.
And he's got great stories,
on
too.
Saturday.
Yeah.
I was in Puerto Rico and we met up with my uncle and my cousins and their kids, and we had a big lunch. And Dylan kind of excused himself for a little while because he's such a UFC nut. He had to watch. I was like, "What are the fights?" And he was like, "Well, it's not a real great card. It's the number 14 fighter against the number 10 fighter." But I found this out. I don't know if it was on this plane ride. Might have been on a previous plane ride to LA. My son is like you. He doesn't fall asleep on planes. So I
He's
can
always
fall asleep on planes.
frosty.
He challenged himself to just write down as many UFC fighters as he could off the top of his head.
Okay.
He wrote 450 names.
What?
He's that much of a UFC nut.
Oh, my God.
450.
450.
That's pretty impressive.
I mean, Mike Marr could probably barely get 75. Is
I
that
don't
guy's
know.
in there?
Mike Marr might be able to challenge him.
Yeah, I could definitely get 500.
Really?
What do you get? 450? Give me 451.
Wow, that's impressive. I don't know if that's impressive or scary. It's one of the maybe it's a combination of the two.
I guess if you think of every division and if you can name like just the top 10, right? Then you go through
That's
the
still
division,
hard.
different weight classes, and then you get some fringe guys, and I don't know.
That's
seemed
very
like a lot to me.
It's very impressive.
I
450.
mean, what does it lead you to?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe he'll be calling UFC fights. in
If he goes on
5
Jeopardy,
years.
there's a UFC category. Name that UFC fighter.
Right.
He's going to crush it. He's going to destroy.
But you
All right,
know,
so-
in regular Jeopardy, when they do sports, they'll put a picture of Conor McGregor. They
Oh,
won't
by
put
the way,
anybody else.
Side note with Jeopardy, we're going to get to what I teased before the break about which animals most likely to kill you state by state here in the U.S.
Okay.
And I want you guys to guess which one it is in both Maryland and Virginia. So get your thinking caps on for that. I watched the side bit that is now ESPN Jeopardy.
Yep, with Joe Buck.
Joe Buck is the host. I was, I guess, confused going in. I thought it was just random Joes being invited on, like to do sports trivia via Jeopardy.
Mm-hmm.
It's just it's a pat on the back contest amongst all of the ESPN hosts. It was Jeremy Schaap and a couple of other hosts that I've seen on ESPN. I don't know their names. I thought it was just regular clowns like us would get a shot to flex
So
our
you were
sports
less
knowledge.
entertained because it
It was a
wasn't
little
regular
bit-
Joes?
I was left a little bit flat with it. I thought it was just going to be regular Joes instead of like ESPN
How
personalities.
do you like Celebrity Jeopardy versus regular Jeopardy?
I like Celebrity Jeopardy better because they dumb it down for the celebrities.
Right.
It's not quite as intimidating and not as scary.
All right.
right,
So,
so-
what animal will kill us most likely in the states of Maryland and
All right,
Virginia?
I'll be honest. There's all the states are listed.
Uh-huh.
There's a lot of states where you're most likely to be killed by some form of a snake.
Oh.
And by the way, these are based on historical animal-related fatalities, not daily risk of being killed by these animals. So, like in Oklahoma, you're likely to be killed by a western pygmy rattlesnake. Arizona, you're likely to be killed by a western diamondback rattlesnake. Iowa's a little bit wimpy. You're most likely to be killed there by a wasp.
What?
According to this list is
What state is that?
This is Iowa.
Iowa. All right.
Yeah. So according to the World Population Review's 2026 report, these are how you're most likely to be done in by an animal state by state. In New York, this is what's likely to get you. A skeeter.
Really?
A mosquito.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
I think I know how they're gathering this data.
Yeah.
But, for example, deer.
Mhm.
Deer
Yep.
is probably not on the list.
Oh,
but
it's
a
on the
car
list.
accident.
It's on the list.
Okay, because a deer can force you to swerve and get in a car accident.
I'm
you could
assuming
die.
and I'm
that's
sure that's way more than deaths by wasps.
Is that on the list? Deer?
Arkansas,
Yeah.
Ohio, West Virginia, and Pennsylvania. Whitetail deer is going to do you in.
Okay,
in those
Right,
four
because they
states.
caused the
guess-
accident.
Right.
I would guess even in Maryland and Virginia, deer would be more than any other animal just from car accidents.
okay.
For
But let's hear what
fatalities.
the animal is. So then
Yeah,
my secondary guess.
I want your guess.
It would be, I think, like a black snake.
Okay.
I don't know which one's
Hold on.
poisonous, whatever.
It's the same
It's the
animal?
same animal in both Maryland and Virginia. You're most likely to be killed by this animal in both of these states.
I would have gone
not-
deer, but you told me it's not deer, so I'm going to go black snake.
Jason, do you have a guess?
I was going to say a bear, but I don't think that's true. I'm just going to assume since both states are on the coast, it's a shark.
That's a very good assumption.
I don't know what
It's
kind of shark.
a bull shark.
Oh, a bull shark.
Bull shark.
What?
A bull shark is a
How many bull shark deaths have there been in Maryland, Virginia?
I don't know.
Ever.
I don't know. According to history.
See, I
You
told
know
you
what?
that.
Look, you can
My
look that
daughter
up.
just came back with the shark propaganda that she said
Yeah.
after she went swimming with sharks in Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
That only 6 shark deaths per year in the world.
I'm just giving you the list.
That's such a terrible
don't
list.
kill the messenger.
A bull shark.
Well, what?
That's according to this list. That's where you're most likely.
So
That's
you
what you're
think
most
that-
likely to
Just
get killed
find me
by.
the bull shark deaths in Maryland or Virginia.
well, hold on.
Find me
So
the
you're
story.
saying that snakes kill more people than sharks? Is that what you're
I
saying?
don't know. I don't. I threw out black snake.
I would
that's a
think that
poisonous
would-
snake.
I
I've
would
always
think-
heard there's some sort of poisonous snake
No.
in Maryland.
I would think that would be unlikely because there aren't that many venomous snakes that live in this area. Like copperheads, you can find, but there aren't rattlesnakes in this area.
All right, let me look at shark deaths in.
Just
And-
find me one bull shark death in Maryland or Virginia.
By the way, if you live in Colorado, Maine, New Hampshire, or Vermont, you're most likely to be done in by a moose. I mean, a moose is a massive animal. If it crashes into your vehicle, the moose is going to win. And you're going to wind up probably going to the morgue, which is not great.
All right, so according to worldpopulationreview.com.
Yep.
All right,
that's
so
who authored this study.
Okay, I just Bob Gooed it.
Okay, very good.
Maryland in 2026 so far has 1 shark attack.
Okay.
Shark attack, not a shark death.
It's not a death.
But again, these are based on historical animal-related fatalities,
I get
not
it. I'm
the
just,
daily risk.
I'm just answering this question. Virginia has 5.
It seems like a lot. 5 shark attacks in Virginia?
Unprovoked attacks.
Bull sharks, by the way, very aggressive. Aggressive breed. Johnny Flakes, the shark expert growing up, definitely knew that, did reports on sharks. Probably too many.
This might go
Hold
down.
on. I'm sorry. That's from 1837 to 2026.
You got 5.
That's a long span of time.
That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
Florida has 828,
Yeah,
but Maryland had 1.
right.
All right, sorry. Go ahead.
This might go down as the dumbest list that's ever been read on the show.
Yeah.
I mean, common sense would tell you that bull sharks are not the most dangerous animal in Virginia or Maryland in history.
Yeah.
When there's deer
Yeah.
and dogs and snakes
All right,
on
pit-
all these other
pit
on some of these
bulls.
other pit bulls.
Don't pit bulls kill more people than sharks?
This says there has been 1 bull shark death in the history of Virginia in 2001.
Yeah. So I don't get it.
Hey,
Where'd
that
you
was
get
20
that propaganda,
that's,
Cakes?
That's relatively recent. That's 25 years ago.
Yeah,
I will
mean,
tell you that when Cakes went with my family to Puerto Rico,
Yeah.
believe this was after 9th grade, maybe
Yeah,
after 8th
we're
grade.
probably 14 years old.
Yeah, we were 12 to 14 years old, whatever we were. He was terrified in the ocean.
Of course.
And
I
that
mean,
wasn't that long after Jaws.
they're just out there swimming amongst us, JP. Warm waters down there. I mean, you got some big boys swimming around. Rhode Island, you're most likely to be killed by a tiger shark. Let me see some others here. This makes sense. Florida and Texas, alligator. Alligator likely to do you in.
Florida, yeah.
Yeah. That makes sense. Alabama and Nebraska, look out for the black widow spider. Might bite you.
I don't know. I'm just looking at all kinds of different websites, and their data is different, so I don't know what to believe.
Hey, Valdez, when you're swimming off the coast of Delaware or North Carolina, next time you go to Dewey, look out for the Portuguese man-o-war jellyfish. Get stung by that, you might not recover. You might not make it back to the starboard and hang out in the cooler with Monty.
Cakes can't put fear porn into anybody. I mean, I don't think about a bull shark at all.
He once
no.
wrote a list of the 100 ways he wasn't going to die, right? Or what was that list? Was it or things
100
that
ways
you were
I'll never die.
right?
Like bungee cord accident, parachuting to my death. That's never going to happen.
I've thought
Would
about
you do a jet ski? I feel like
no,
you haven't.
I don't know. Jet's too dangerous.
I will tell you that jet skiing
way too dangerous
on the ocean.
Really?
Like jet, I don't know that I'm going to jet ski in the ocean again.
Well, now this
Like
is,
jet
I would
skiing in a
love that.
lake is calm, so I went jet skiing in the ocean, and the jet ski went over 40 miles an hour
It's a lot. That's
with
high.
those bumps.
Yeah.
I mean, you get up in the air.
I think it's fun.
Now I'm also coming off the last.
But where
jet
have you
ski-
jet skied?
Bahamas.
So that's in the ocean.
In the ocean.
Yeah, it can get rough.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad there, but I thought it's really cool in the Caribbean because you can see down
Yeah.
into the ocean. You can see all the way down to the ocean floor.
Now the
Not
last
in Isla Verde. Not where I was.
Oh, maybe not
I was
where you
like
were.
deep out. Like you might have been shallow.
Yeah, it's pretty shallow. It's probably 10 feet.
the last
Oh, no,
jet
we were
ski
deep.
vid that I saw was a guy. I think he was on a lake somewhere where he was driving the jet ski backwards like an idiot, and he collided with a dock, and he was lucky. He was lucky to survive.
Oh, was he hammered?
I mean, what do you think?
Yes.
I'm just
Well,
going to
he's stupid.
assume. I'm
He's
going to
just-
assume he was inebriated.
He's just stupid.
yeah. He's,
That's what
he's
Stupid
dumb.
like this list. I'm sure that bull sharks
I didn't create
are
the
more
list.
dangerous
I feel-
than deer.
I
if
feel
you
like-
include accidents
I feel
caused
like
by deer.
I'm getting attacked by these two animals for reading a list that I didn't even come up with.
Well,
yeah,
on
but
that-
you're the one that came up with the curveball to bring up this topic.
On that,
I
hold
did.
on.
This is
On that
true.
list,
Yeah.
Where are dogs?
There
Dog
aren't.
bites. There's no dog bites. There's no dog deaths.
It's hold on.
This list come out from the dog people
Hold
of
on.
America.
Maybe.
Hold on. Under key patterns on the list, at the end it says domestic animals, dogs, and deer. I don't know how the deer is a domestic animal. It says they also appear with dog attacks leading in Alaska and Arizona.
Yeah.
So you can be done in by a dog too,
Yeah.
though it doesn't have them as a leading candidate on this list.
Yeah, I've never thought about a bull shark or a great white or any shark when I go in the ocean. I mean,
Oh, I think about it.
I don't. But I'm not.
thought
But I'm
about
not
it.
going. 100 yards out either.
Well, I'm not either.
When I was on the jets,
I think more about jellyfish than I do sharks.
we did as a family the banana boat, which is very tame. You know, you all get on the stupid little banana
you
boat,
and LeBron and Dwayne Wade.
and it was probably a quarter of a mile away from the beach.
yeah.
And I just thought, well, what if this dude ran out of gas and we had to swim back? It would. I don't know
Oh,
if I could swim back. It would probably take 6 hours.
Yeah, I mean, you might die.
The
You might-
coast was so far
Might
away.
never be seen again.
Right.
All right, when we come back, we will do the Junkies Blitz. We'll take you around the NFL's training camps as we get ready for preseason games. First preseason game is this Thursday, the Hall of Fame game, is the Panthers take on the Cardinals. We'll be right back. Imagine never having to worry about your home again. No stressful who do I call moments. Just the comfort of knowing it's all taken care of. That's what a Crop Metcalf membership gives you, year-round peace of mind. The expert technicians at Crop Metcalf handle everything from routine maintenance to worry-free repairs, so your home runs exactly the way it should. Stop worrying about home care and start enjoying your home again with membership starting at just $15 a month. Learn more now at serviceexperts.com. Coming up at 8 o'clock, we'll take your calls on your opinion on all the Nats moves at the trade deadline. Are you happy as a Nats fan with all the decisions that Paul Taboni made? We'll do that coming up at 8 o'clock, but right now it's time for the Junkies Blitz, brought to you by Offenbachers. Upgrade your backyard for game day with outdoor furniture, hot tubs, swim spas, saunas, and more. Shop Offenbachers.com or visit one of their not one, not two, not three, 4 locations.
Very nice. All right, it's a Tuesday. Let's play some true false.
Very good. I love true false and or multiple choice tests.
So start with little information. The Chicago Bears, a team that finished with 11 wins last year, finished in first place in the NFC North. Their big offseason acquisition was a safety named Kobe Bryant.
Yep.
Not spelled the same way.
Mm-hmm.
C-O-B-Y Bryant. They gave him a $40 million contract for 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
They suffer a big hit. He's going to be sidelined for 8 to 10 weeks after injuring his left knee.
It does hurt.
During Monday's practice. True or false, the Bears will slide this year and miss the playoffs.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, that could definitely happen. I'd have to look at their schedule. I
can give you the first 4.
Yeah, give me the first 4.
They have one of the tougher schedules reportedly in the NFL.
They open at the Panthers to start the season. They're home to the Vikings and Eagles in back-to-back weeks, in weeks 2 and 3.
All right, winnable.
And actually have 3 straight home games. They host the Jets. So they should
go 3-1 to start out, I would think.
You would
I mean,
think.
the Panthers will be tough. It's a road game. The Eagles will obviously be tough, but they can beat them.
Yeah.
And then you have the Jets and the Vikings at home?
Yes, correct.
I'm going to say false. I'm going to say they do make the playoffs. What's their last 4?
Last 4 at Buffalo in December.
That'll be tough.
On December 19th. Home to the Packers and Lions back-to-back weeks. And then they close at the Vikings.
Yeah, the last 4 tough. I don't know. I'm just going to say false, guys. I think that first month is a pretty good schedule for them, especially with 3 at home.
Yeah, I'm going to say false. I think they do make the playoffs. I think this offense is ascending. I think as long as Roma Dunze can stay healthy, Luther Burden keeps emerging like he did at the end of last year, and Colston Loveland is a stud at tight end. They just have
good.
so many guys for Caleb to throw the ball to, and they've got a really good rushing attack too with DeAndre Swift and Monungai.
Monungai's good.
They're loaded on
Monungai was
offense.
good last year.
He was very good.
Yeah.
As a 7th round rookie, he got a big load of the rushing attack there. He was effective.
So every day we hit the Skins at 7 o'clock, talk Commanders training camp, go through the ups and downs of daily practice. They do that all across the NFL. Well, in New England, some news out of practice yesterday, A.J. Brown dislocated his thumb in practice, but he didn't miss any time.
Yep.
Guess it happened to him in college before. A.J. Brown, one of the biggest acquisitions in the offseason in the NFL. True or false, A.J. Brown catches 100 balls from Drake May this season?
I mean, that's largely dependent on whether he plays in 15 to 17 games. He's a guy that has had some nicks and bumps and bruises, but he's going to be the focal point of that passing game. I'm going to say true. He will have 100 or more catches. I'm just going to have him playing 15-plus games. And if that's the case, then Drake May is going to target him heavily, especially with Stephon Diggs no longer being there. I know they added Romeo Dobbs.
Yeah, I think they're going to spread it around a little bit. I'm going to say false. He does not. He's only caught 100 once in his career.
So Diggs was their leading receiver last
With
season
88.
with 80.
Yep.
I saw
88?
85, but
I thought it was 88. All right, somewhere in the mid-80s.
double check.
Hold on. Diggs
Diggs had 85 catches on 102 targets last season. Hunter Henry was their second leading receiver with 60.
Yeah, I'm going to say false just because chances are he'll probably miss a game or 2, if not more.
I'm going to say
some time, and then they've got other guys they can throw to.
I'm going to say true, that they want to prove that acquisition to be the right move.
He's only done it once in his career.
Yep.
True
That was
or
back
false?
in 2023.
Tony Romo, of course, has been sidelined as the lead color analyst for CBS's number 1 broadcast team with Jim Nantz. True or false? Greg Olson should take over as the number one color guy on CBS for Tony Romo.
Hold on.
He's the number 2, right?
Hold on.
He's the number 2 on Fox, but he has an out
okay.
if he can be
Oh,
the number 1 on a different network.
I like him better than Romo, so I would say true.
I mean, I would say true. It probably makes sense for him to jump ship and pair up with Nance and be the number 1 guy at CBS.
What was CBS's statement? They just what? I mean,
think
is he on the suspended list or
No, I think they plan to use J.J. Watt right now
as number
at
1?
least as a temporary replacement.
I forgot about JJ. JJ was pretty good last year.
J.J. doesn't jump out at me.
I thought he was pretty good. He's got a personality. I think Olsen's better, but
Again, ultimately, it doesn't matter. You could have AI robots calling the games, and I'm going to be watching them.
Sure.
Because I'm an addict.
Sure.
And I need my NFL fix. You could train chimpanzees to talk or sign language a game. And I'm still going to tune in. So really, it doesn't matter whether it's Olsen or J.J. Watt.
yeah,
I'm
but
there.
it's just for the dumb bit.
Yeah.
I
say yes,
but I
he
like
should
Olsen.
leave.
I do like Olsen.
I like Olsen a lot, too. I know him personally. I met him. Not really. I saw him from a distance.
Couple stories coming out of Cleveland Browns camp. Number 1, the stats, if you care about training camp stats, for Deshaun Watson are pretty putrid. In his most recent training camp day, he was 12 for 22, 0 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Meanwhile, head coach Todd Monken says Dylan Gabriel deserves more reps.
Oh, he was so bad last year.
True or false? Dylan Gabriel is a legitimate contender to be the Browns starting
False.
quarterback.
Yeah,
False.
I think it's going to be either Deshaun or Shador. I don't
Now,
think
they
it's
don't
gonna-
have any good options, but I know that Dylan Gabriel is not a real starting option in the NFL. Go look at some of his game logs from last year.
True.
Or go watch some of the
So they're saying
the
that
vids.
Gabriel's looked good in camp.
Well, Monken says he believes he deserves more reps.
Oh, you know what this tells me? Fade the Browns anytime you can.
What is their win total? About
Whatever
4.5.
Valdez, do you want to take the over for Browns win totals? I'll take the under. You don't want to dabble?
Oh, let me see what it is.
I'll take on any takers that want the Browns over. I will hammer the under. Hammer it real good.
I'm going to say it's 4.5. Hold on. All right.
So just to give you the breakdown of day 1 of training camp, Deshaun was 12 for 22, 2 interceptions. Dylan Gabriel only got 9 passes, 7 for 9, 0 touchdowns, 1 interception. Shador Sanders, 16 for 19.
5.5 cakes.
Oh, I'm so under that. You want to take it?
I can't take that.
Come on, bet on the Browns. You just need 6 paltry wins.
No, I don't like that. I would if it was 4.5, maybe, but I don't like 5. I don't know if they get 6.
They're going to be an abomination.
Well, all right. Sorry. What was your last story? I'm sorry. I was just looking up the win totals.
I was just giving you the Cleveland Browns Nuggets. All right, last one. One of Cakes' favorite running backs, Devon A-Chain.
Love him.
He is
A-Chan.
eyeing an ambitious
A-Chan.
goal in 2026.
Okay,
he
what's the
wants to
goal?
be the NFL's leading rusher. True or false? He's a top 5 running back in the league.
True.
Yeah. Certainly
Really?
statistically.
Not even close. True. He
Not
might
even
be top,
close?
He might be top 3 or 4.
All right, who do you like
He might
better?
not be 5.
Jameer Gibbs or
he likes
I like
Gibbs.
Gibbs better.
okay, Bijan Robinson,
Yes, he likes him better.
Yeah, begrudgingly, I'll give you him.
Jonathan Taylor.
James Cook.
No, I like H-Chan better.
Oh,
Now,
really?
I like Cook's offensive ecosystem in Buffalo better than Miami, but I like H-Chan the talent better than Cook.
Derrick Henry.
No, I like H-Chan better. Younger.
Oh, wow, Jonathan Taylor.
H-Chan.
How do you like
I'm
Saquon
H-
Barkley?
I'm H-Chan or H-Chan.
Taylor's numbers were better
Wow.
than A-Chan's.
So you got
I'm just telling you my
A-Chan
personal
I
is
like-
preference.
number 3 in the league.
I like Taylor better.
Love me some H-Chan.
I think I still like Saquon better and Derrick Henry better.
That's
I guess I
fine.
like the old
I
farts.
like McCaffrey.
You take the old. Oh, I like McCaffrey better than H-Chan.
Yeah. I'm not going to put him at top 5. I'm
Yeah, I
going
don't
to
think he's
put him at
Clearly a top 5er.
I'm going to put him at about 6 or 7.
Yeah, I think he's 7 or 8.
Oh, this is blasphemy.
You're so
This is
fantasy
heresy.
based.
I had him on 2 teams last year, my 2 most important teams. he's carried me through a lot of.
All right, he was 5
dark
last year in
times.
rushing. All right, so he had a
Yeah.
really good year
Look
rushing.
at his passing, his receiving
Now
numbers.
his yards per carry were a bit absurd. I think we're better than the top 4 guys.
Yeah, I know, but it comes down to touchdowns.
He's a superstar. Devon Achane is a superstar in the NFL.
If you put a
he's good,
picture
but-
in front of 100 sports fans,
That's fine.
They wouldn't be able to ID
You know
him.
what? They're not ball knowers. Those people are
They
not
could
ball
ID
knowers.
Saquon Barkley,
That's fine.
Derrick Henry.
I would take Achane over both of those guys this year in fantasy drafts, and probably will. All right, 800-636-1067 is the number. Nats fans, we want your input for the next segment. Do you approve or disapprove of all of the moves that Paul Taboni made at the MLB trade deadline? A lot of new arms coming in. Luis Garcia goes to the Yankees. Foster Griffin goes to the Indians. Are you pro or anti all of the moves that the Nats made at the trade deadline? We'll take your calls on that next here on The Fan. We all know legends aren't made overnight. The best athletes, they train, they prepare, they plan for their success. And when they hang up their cleats, their legacy lives on and on. What about your legacy? Trajan Wealth specializes in retirement strategies and wealth management. Their fiduciary advisors can help you develop a plan to weather the ups and downs of the market. And there are plenty of those these days. Don't leave your future to chance. Call Trajan Wealth at 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855 TRAJAN1 or visit TRAJANwealth.com online, because your legacy isn't just about what you earn, it's about what you leave behind. So call Trajan Wealth at 1-855-TRAJAN1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN1 or visit TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
We're brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Not a great day for the Nationals. Still on the road. They lose to Philadelphia last night, 6-3. An early 3-0 lead disappeared as the Phils get a go-ahead grand slam from Derek Hill in the 7th. Bryce Harper adding a 2-run shot in the 8th. The Nats have now lost 6 in a row and 7 of their last 8. Of course, Monday was also the baseball trade deadline. The Nationals dealing all-star pitcher Foster Griffin to Cleveland in exchange for 4 prospects. Tennis, Alex Ziyala won the final 2 sets Monday over Jessica Pegula to win the women's final at the Mubadala DC Open. It's her first career title.
You know, at the beginning of the week, there's no way I would have thought that I would be holding this trophy. And yeah, I hold these moments really close to me.
And Taylor Fritz won the men's title, downing Rafa Hodar in straight sets. From the Crop Midcalf Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. All right, the floor is yours, Washington Nationals fans. 800-636-1067 is the number. It's time for you to weigh in on whether you approve or disapprove of the moves that the Nats made at the trade deadline. Luis Garcia, he gone. He goes to the Bronx. He hit a dinger last night for the New York Yankees. Foster Griffin, by far their best pitcher in 2026, he departs for the Cleveland Guardians.
Yep.
Paul Taboni clearly focused on bringing in pitching help at the trade deadline. He brings in 8 new arms to try to sift through and help out the Nationals pitching
People
woes.
like JP very disappointed, very upset because it's just the same old with the Nats, and doesn't really give you a reason to root for them because you're selling off, vital parts of what has been a pretty successful season. Now, they've lost 6 straight, all right? And the last time Foster Griffin pitched was against the Braves. He got shelled.
Right.
Garcia is a big bat, but they were still falling backwards in the wild card race, even with those 2 guys.
Yeah, they had a bad week, a very bad week.
Had a bad week. Now, if they would have went, 5-1 in the 6 games instead of 0-6, maybe they're in a different spot. I don't think so. I still think Taboni would have moved those guys. But as a Nats fan, how are you feeling about this? Because now you're 55-59. You're 5.5 back out in the wild card. And it's not going to happen this year. And you're selling off some big parts.
And not only that, James Wood left last night. He's going to have an MRI for an oblique issue. So things are really just cascading.
I did not see that.
Downward for the Washington Nationals. Things are not great right now.
I did put this up as our poll of the day. Our Junkies poll is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. This summer, grab a Surfside, your go-to canned cocktail made with real vodka. Only 100 calories and 0 bubbles. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. The question is simple. They traded away Curtis Mead, Luis Garcia, Foster Griffin before the deadline. Are you happy as a Nats fan with the decisions? Right now, it's close to 50-50. It's leaning 52% no, but you can give us a call at 1-800-636-1067. During the break, Trav brought up a point that Foster Griffin was traded to Cleveland. If you actually match up their payrolls, Cleveland is lower than the Washington Nationals.
Right.
My question is, how do you get to that point where you can thread the needle and compete? Now, Cleveland's record's not that different than the Nationals. Now, they didn't have a very bad week, so they're at 57-56, just above 500. I mean, the Nats were there a week ago, right? So it's not dramatically different.
And to be fair, the Nats are in a much tougher division.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just don't think you want to accept this as a Nationals fan, that you can just stack losing season after losing season after losing season. And that's all we've had since the World Series. And accept that you're doing business the same way. And even though they got rid of Rizzo and changed things and brought in a new manager, and now you got Taboni and you got Butera and you have a different GM and all that stuff, it seems like it is business as usual.
The fans are going to be, they were pumped up for, the first 100 games, 110 games, and now for the last 50, they're going to be disappointed.
All right, let's go to the phones. 800-636-1067 is the number. Let's lead off with Tony from Silver Spring. Tony, good morning.
Tony.
Good morning, guys. Hey, I was at the game last night, as I've been to several games this year, and following the Nats away. And the body language on these guys was definitely noticeable pregame.
Right.
Really?
I mean, they were not having fun. Oh, yeah. It was. They were just dragging their feet. You can definitely tell that. I got there about 5:30 yesterday afternoon, and these guys were just dragging their feet, especially Woods and Abrams. They were just not. I had been to a couple games this year away. That was not the case. So I think this is definitely lingering in their minds.
Yeah, I agree.
Tell me another team that traded away 40 home runs. Okay. Tell me another team. Not only did the Guardians get Foster Griffin, they added 28 home runs to their lineup as well. So for whatever the reason, they are doing it in a way that makes sense to us, but the Nats are just not. I don't see the short-term gain or the long-term gain here right
but Tony,
now. They're not picking up 40 home runs.
You understand why he dealt away the bats, because they have such a desperate need for arms, especially in the bullpen. And you just felt like
you don't truly believe, Tony, that they were going to make the wild card if they didn't trade any of those players, and they had the same bullpen.
I agree that it was going to be hard to sustain this number of the top offense with this and make the wild card with this little league bullpen that they have, as my wife says.
Yep.
But I just don't think that trading 40 home runs was the way to do that. I think now you can see the run average is just going to go down, and I don't think the pitching is going to improve in the short term. I think that we were on track for whatever number of wins was, 80 wins. That's not going to happen.
It's probably not going to happen.
That's not going to happen.
Thanks, Tony.
Right.
Appreciate the call.
If they win 73 games this year, I'd have to do the math.
Yeah.
But let's say they finish with 73. Is that a successful season?
Overall, no, but it's better than last year. I mean, you're ticking upwards. I think a successful season is just improving your younger players, and then these guys that you acquired, let's see what they can do once they finally get to the Nats major league level. And I think you can say, all right, well, there's some players we can look forward to seeing next year,
right?
Depending on I don't know when the season's going to start next year. It might be a lockout, but I think overall 73 wins. No, it's not a successful season, but it's better than what we thought it was going to be. I think the successful season was the first 100 games.
I've seen some of the names that came in this Foster Griffin deal.
Mm-hmm.
They're not names that anybody really knows, right?
Of
So
course
you just
not. They're
read
prospects.
You just read. If you go to CBS Sportsline, you read an account. You go to ESPN, you read an account. You read all these accounts.
Yep.
Seemed like a lot of them were down on Taboni's move and like the haul they got back for Foster Griffin.
What, you mean the grade when they grade him? I don't know. I don't know anything about Josh Hartle or Jack Siebert. I don't know any of these guys. Or
Siebert was the deal before.
Will Dion. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know anything about these guys, but they do. Taboni does, and all his scouts, they do. Fans don't. In 2 years, you might go, "Oh my gosh, what a great trade! How did we get him?"
Sure,
and you'll forget. But you just have to let it play out. And this is just the blueprint for the learners right now. They're not going to re-sign guys for big deals. They just aren't. And Taboni knows they need more help on the mound, and he went out and got 8 pitchers. Chances are 4 of them probably won't work out, but if you go 50%, it's probably worth it.
He's getting a bunch of bites at the apple and hoping a few of them pan out.
I think the best
work.
pitcher that they got was Connolly Early.
Yes, that seemed like
he's the best,
really good deal.
Out of the 8, he's the best that they got.
Right.
Now, he's not a reliever.
He was a young starter.
Yep, and they got him for 5 years.
Right.
And you gave up Meade, who ended up getting hit on the wrist the first game with the Red Sox and might be out for the rest of the regular season.
Just hope his elbow's okay.
Correct.
came here with elbow issues, but
Correct.
it doesn't seem
The doctors aren't
serious at this
concerned.
point.
He's just going to need a little bit more time, and maybe you see him in late August.
Do you think the Nationals can become a team that doesn't necessarily spend like the Dodgers, but that they're like the Brewers, right? The Brewers are in the mix.
Yep.
At least recently, they're in the mix for a playoff spot and a contender.
What do you mean?
Year
They're going
after year.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was going to say, because they're going to win the division.
Yeah. But they don't spend outrageous amounts, right?
I have to look to see where they list on the team payrolls.
Their cash payroll this year is at $164.5 million.
I mean, that's considerable.
It's close to,
Middle of the pack?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, that's considerable.
The Diamondbacks are sitting at 15, spending $201 million.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe that's what they're shooting for, aspiring for.
Right. I think you're right. I mean, but they also have really good young players. I mean, Bryce Terang is a really good young player. Chourio is a really good young player.
Okay, well, the Nationals have a couple of pretty good young players in C.J. Abrams and James Wood.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is they haven't signed those guys to huge contracts. I think Chourio actually did sign a huge contract, didn't he? Didn't Chourio sign a big deal, like a pre-arbitration big deal? I'd have to go and look at that. But
all right, let's go to...
They've got young players, but yeah, you'd love for the Nats to spend $165 million.
Oh, that would be fantastic.
Looks like he signed an 8-year, $82 million deal.
So he decided to sign that deal for $10 million a year, whereas a lot of those players would not do it and they'd wait to go to free agency. So they kind of got lucky there.
Let's go to Brian. He's calling from Silver Spring. Brian, you're on with the Junks. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. I have no problem with the trade, but it just seems like we went for a quantity over quality. Most of the guys that we got weren't even top 30 prospects in the team's organization. I mean, Foster Griffin was an all-star. He's probably only making like $1 million for the rest of the year. Robbie Ray and Casey Mize, they made it top 10 prospects. They're on expiring contracts making a lot more money. It just doesn't add up. And not to mention, I mean, I have to say, but I think Ali Rutschman is, the Orioles got a haul for him. If you really look at his numbers, he's at mediocre at best defender. Everyone's just riding his number one overall pedigree. And I can't believe they got a haul back for him. And for Luis Garcia, he's having a way better offensive season. I mean, we got really nothing back for him. We got I think at best, Giovanni Cruz, who is our number 30 prospect now. It's just not adding up. I expected a lot more out of Paul Taboni.
Well, as Jason said, you hope that, forget the ranking, but you hope that some of the traits, from what I read, Cruz is a guy who strikes out guys a lot, whips low. So they hope, throws 99 miles per hour. They hope that he can develop into their closer.
Yeah. I don't really get into where they list all these prospects. I mean, a lot of people would agree with me. It's tough to list these guys on a prospect list and then say, okay, well, once they get to the major leagues, that's probably where they're going to be. So guys can get better than where they're listed on team prospect lists.
Of course you can get better. The one thing that I do look at, and if you just look at a Nationals press release, when they made the trade for the Luis Garcia trade, they had a press release and it broke down the 4 players that they received. The one thing that I do kind of look at and put value in, and it's not a be-all and end-all, is where they were drafted. Because to me, that's pedigree.
Okay.
Of course, there are 20th round guys who succeed and first round guys who bust.
Sure.
But that means a little something to me.
Okay. Well, some of these guys were drafted pretty high.
Yeah.
I just got to let it play out. And, it might be 3 years down the road before you actually see these guys do it.
Yeah, like if Connolly Early comes in and he becomes like a second or third starter on your team for the next 3 or 4 years.
And he probably will be.
You're not even going to remember Curtis Mead and his exploits here.
Right.
He's going to be very forgettable.
The Curtis Mead deal, I don't think was a big deal because you have Brady House behind him. And the hope was that, and Brady House was hitting home runs. He just was butchering. And I know that Mead was kind of a butcher too at third base, but he was butchering balls on the regular. So the thought was they're sending him down. He's got to work on his defense right at third base.
Yes.
So to me, they had a replacement there. I don't know that they have the replacement at first base. You make a good point. It's easier.
I mean, Ortiz fills in yesterday and hits a bomb.
Right. Okay, but that doesn't mean he was going to hit him, at the pace of Luis Garcia and lead the.
No, maybe not.
Garcia was leading the league in slugging.
But you can get right, and he was having a very good year. But they still realize that with Garcia, they're probably not going to make the playoffs. So what can we get for Garcia? I mean, he's been with the team 8 years.
Yeah, it's been here a long time.
So can we get 4 or 5 guys that are really going to help us down the road as opposed to one? And they felt like they were fine at first base and probably maybe a little bit better defensively.
When we come back, we're going to fill you in on a surprising roster move made by the Washington Commanders within the last 20 minutes. We'll do that next here on The Fan. This Commanders update on X. Yes, I've started calling it X. I said I would always call it Twitter. Now you call it X because you call it Twitter now. People just look at you like you're a maniac. The Commanders posted this 20 minutes ago or 24 minutes ago. We've made the following roster moves. Signed cornerback Fabian Moreau. Placed cornerback Akello Witherspoon on the reserve retired list. So Akello Witherspoon was signed during the offseason to help bring some depth to that secondary, the cornerback room.
Yeah.
These guys who's been in the league since 2017, a veteran. They just wanted to add to the mix to have some depth there. And I guess he's decided to step away from the league. He's on the reserve retired list. Welcome back, former Washington football team player, Fabian Moreau.
Can't remember what their team name was. It was 2017 to 2020, right?
I think he's a Redskin / Washington football team. Not sure if he did any stint as a Commander. So he may hit the triple by coming back and being,
he was a
being
Redskin.
a Commander.
Yeah, he was a Redskin to start, and then he was a WFT member.
Right.
And he was here under Gruden.
Yes.
So Jay Gruden drafted him.
Correct.
But he's 32.
He's 32, but
Now, by the way,
Akello Witherspoon wasn't
31.
young either.
Yeah.
So
they got a little older with the replacement.
kind of surprised by this move.
And the connection there, well, obviously he played here, but he played for Minnesota.
Right.
And that's where Coach Jones was the defensive coordinator.
All
So
right,
he was
so
with
has
Minnesota
familiarity.
last year.
All right, has familiarity with Jones and that scheme and that system.
It's kind of a surprise to me because we kind of heard a lot about Witherspoon, certainly in the offseason.
Right.
And that, he was pretty good last year with Detroit, and he was covering a lot of number ones, and we thought he would be a big part. Maybe a depth piece, not a starter.
A solid player, like not a star, but like a guy that you want on your roster.
I think you're thinking about Robertson.
No, I was thinking about.
You said Detroit.
I'm sorry. He was with the Niners and the Rams, right?
Akello Witherspoon.
Yeah.
He's done.
I'm sorry. He was with the Niners and Rams, not Detroit. But he was going to be kind of a depth piece.
Witherspoon started his career with the Niners, had 2 years with the Steelers in the middle of his career, and the last 3 years with the Rams.
Right. So I don't know. You kind of heard some good things about him, and he's 31. They decided it's over. That's what he's. I mean, it happens. Happened with Jalen Polk, who's a lot younger.
Yeah. 24 years
Some
old.
Some guys just wake up and go, I just can't play anymore. I don't enjoy it.
Or
maybe I'm not even going to make the team.
They don't have the competitive fire to play, or they just don't want to play NFL football anymore.
Yep.
It happens.
It does.
It's kind of weird to see it this early in camp, but sometimes the timing isn't ideal.
Yeah, so you're losing a depth piece, but you're replacing him with a guy who's played here before and was with Minnesota last year, so they're definitely familiar with him. So we'll see. Well, I don't know if Moreau will make the team, but we'll see if he does.
Other NFL news that just recently broke. This came out within the last, I want to say, 8 to 10 minutes. Adam Schefter is reporting that Bijan Robinson is going to become the highest paid running back in NFL history. Schefter reported Tuesday that Robinson and the Falcons agreed to a 3-year extension, potentially worth up to $75 million, which includes $51 million guaranteed, which is another record for the running back position. So, look, he's the focal point of the Atlanta Falcons offense. He's a do-everything running back, and you have to pay those guys. You have to pay those guys big money. When a guy is effective in both the running and pass-catching game, and he's the centerpiece of your offense, he's going to get paid a premium. And you're seeing that with these numbers for Bijan.
He's one of your top 2 running backs.
Yeah.
In the league currently?
Well, when we went through it earlier.
Yeah.
Yes. You only had 2 guys above.
If I'm in a fantasy
HM.
draft late this month or early next month, and I have the number 2 pick, and Jahmyr Gibbs goes number 1, which I'm guessing he will in a lot of drafts.
Bijan will probably go 2.
Then I would take Bijan at number 2. And keep my fingers crossed that my man Devon Achane is there coming back around, but he probably won't be. I'm high on him, in case you couldn't tell.
You have him as the number 3 running back in the NFL.
I do. He had, I believe, 1,650, almost 1,700 combined rushing and receiving yards last year, and 12 total touchdowns.
Yeah,
He's a stud.
And you're right. You got to pay a guy.
Now,
like
the
that.
problem
he's
with-
not going to get more than about 3 years. But
No,
yeah,
the
you're
problem
gonna
with
pay him.
Achane is he's in an offense now with Malik Willis taking over and not a lot happening wide receiver wise.
Mm-hmm.
So that team might just struggle to move the ball. I don't like his situation as much this year as I did last year with Tua there, but we'll see. We'll see how Malik Willis plays out in Miami. I mean, they're expected to be one of the 2 or 3 worst teams in the league, along with Arizona and the Cleveland Browns.
And the Jets.
Yeah. They'll be battling it out for the number 1 pick in the draft.
Yeah, so
next
things
April.
are happening over there. Certainly a Commanders camp.
And their head coach is
Who's head coach?
the Dolphins.
Hold on. Don't tell me. Dolphins head coach. I'm spacing on his name.
He's got to be the most nondescript head coach.
Is his
in the
name
NFL.
like Flatley or Halfley?
It's
or
close?
something
Yeah,
like
you got it, Jeff Halfley.
Halfley.
Oh, don't you remember him? He was at Boston College, and then he went to the Packers.
Now I'm kind of tracking it.
Yeah.
But I once you asked me, I kind of forgot, but it was in the gray matter. That his name was like Affley or Flaffley.
Halfley. He was one of those guys who didn't want to deal with the NIL and portal crap anymore. So then he jumped because he was at Boston College for a few years.
Yeah.
And then he jumped to the Packers. He was their DC, and he got the Dolphins job.
By the way,
he's got his hands full because of the roster.
This is fantasy dorky, but if you wait really a long time picking your quarterback, you could do a lot worse than Malik Willis because he will rush for like 700 yards.
Yeah.
In 20, as long as he stays healthy.
He's gonna probably throw some picks.
He may throw some picks, but he'll throw touchdowns and he'll also rush for a bunch of yardage.
Yeah, he'd be a really good fantasy quarterback.
Yeah,
as long as he's
Just
out there.
Keep him on your radar. All right, let's go to our pal Grant Paulson. He is checking in. He's calling in right now. Let's go to Jeeps. I believe he is at or heading out to Commanders practice out at training camp. Good morning, Mr. Paulson. How are you?
What's up, fellas? How are you guys?
Good. We just were talking about the fact that Ahkello Witherspoon placed on the reserve retired list, and welcome back to Fabian Moreau.
Yeah, I'm pretty shocked by this, actually. So I've been out here for all 4 practices. I'm getting out to the facility again today to watch everything. Witherspoon was pretty good yesterday, actually. Like, I wrote him down a couple times. Like, I felt a lot better about corner than I did going into camp based on the play of a couple of the veterans. I think Rasul Douglas has actually looked really good as well, and maybe that's part of why, if you're Witherspoon doing some kind of math in your head, between him playing well and then Trey Amos coming back from injury, maybe there was some thought that you weren't going to make it. But it's just wild to me. The reason I was kind of motivated to call in, he had a good practice, super competitive, was D'ing up Chigakonkwo on some plays in the red zone and the end zone. And I watch him walk off the field, kind of cutting up with his teammates. And the next thing you know, the next morning you find out reserve retired, which tells you, and I talked to some people about this, like he didn't ask to be released thinking he might get cut or not make the team. He just said, I'm good.
He doesn't feel like
he
playing
walks
anymore.
off the field.
Yeah,
that's pretty amazing.
I know. It is kind of shocking.
So here's my question. Does he just not want to play for the Commanders? Do you think he resurfaces elsewhere, or is he just saying, I'm done playing NFL football at this point?
Well, so when you're put on that list, you can't go try to get a job, right? So that's what I'm saying. What I clarified was, if it's a numbers game in his head where Amos is working his way back, should be back soon, you see Douglas coming on. They've got a much more competitive corner room than I think some of us anticipated. You go to them and you say, hey, look, I'm a veteran in this league. I'm from the West Coast. I want to be back closer to my family. If I'm not going to make it, let me know and cut me as soon as possible. That's not what happened at all. He went to them and said he was done. He's retiring. So, it'd be one thing if, like, I've been out here for 4 days and hadn't noticed him or he's getting toasted or whatever. Legitimately yesterday, I actually thought he was really good. So it just shows you how you just never know what's going on in the guy's head, right? Where, like, he seems like he's having a good practice. I'm going, man, they're pretty deep at corner. He could help them this year.
Yeah.
And then he goes, yeah, I'm just going to fly home and be with my family. I'm done with this.
Hey, GP, what if I told you in your radio career you could make $16.4 million total?
Steamed.
He's made $16.4 million. He might be like,
now
I'm good.
He's He's grossed $16.4 million.
Okay.
Like,
All right.
we've seen plenty of guys who've made a lot more money than that.
True.
Wind up broke and busto.
I know,
All right, but
let-
maybe he's good with his money.
yeah.
Maybe he
Maybe
is.
he's smart.
You know what? I hope he is.
Yeah.
I hope that's the case.
I will say 16.4 million is a good number, right? I will accept 16.4 million.
Great number.
And people never want to hear like this breakdown because it's like, you got to be kidding me.
Uh-huh.
But to Cakes' point, right away you take almost 50% of that out of the equation. So now you're at 8. Now you're paying agents. Now you're paying trainers. So my point is, it's never as much as it looks.
Yeah,
right.
sure.
Like the guys that make league minimum need to play. I've been talking a lot about this with the work stoppage. It's easy for our guy Max Scherzer or Tarek Skubal is in the news, or some of these dudes that make $40 million to hold the line and say, let's not play games, let's beat the owners. The sport is made up of a bunch of guys that make $700,000.
Right.
Who,
Right.
half that goes to taxes, and then they got to pay a bunch of people, and now they're not getting paychecks for months into next season.
And Grant, also, by the way, that's $16 million. It sounds amazing. It is an amazing number, but that's over 9 years. That's not like he had a 2-year $16 million deal.
Mm-hmm.
That's 9 years, $16 million.
Right.
Like, it's
Well, maybe
Still,
he had.
no, but my point is
He
the
could have made
total.
money.
yeah, it's still great money, but it's
If you
not
made
like
$16 million in your career and you were smart with it, let's say he just bought, let's say he bought a house for $1 million cash.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and he's wise with his money. He's not going out crazy. He might be set.
I hope he is set.
He should
I
be
hope-
set.
I hope he's got.
If I
money
told you
for
you
the
get
next
$16 million,
$100 years.
you should be set.
You should be.
Well, if he
But,
bought a house for $1 million cash, he doesn't get to live near the facility out in Ashburn.
No.
Prices are pretty.
That's true.
yeah, it's pretty steep.
They're pretty steep.
No, he lives
I
in
get your point.
Gaithersburg with me.
He.
Exactly. Yeah.
But
He's
maybe I
living in
don't
a-
know. Maybe he'll be good with the media. Maybe he'll do something out west with one of those teams. I mean, we have no idea. I'm sure he's got a plan.
Yeah, very possibly. To me, what motivated me to call in, why I was kind of so taken aback, was literally just, it feels to me like you have to be all in to play at a high level in this league. Like yesterday, it's disgustingly hot. Everybody's sweaty.
Yeah.
Pads are on. It's physical. There's violent collisions. This dude's kind of getting into it with a Conco after he's, all over him in the end zone. And just to go from that to like snapping your fingers the next morning and you're just saying, nah, I'm good. Pretty amazing. I do think corner, for what it's worth, I harped all offseason on that being my biggest concern. With the addition of Douglas and, frankly, Witherspoon playing the way he was at camp, I was feeling a lot better about it. Sandra still had an outstanding day yesterday. Amos is apparently on the verge of returning from injury. And then schematically, and what Durante Jones does, they ask a lot less of that position because it's a lot more pressures, blitzes. The plan is always ball's going to come out quick, which is great until the plan doesn't work. But I think as of right now, they're okay at corner, and I wouldn't have thought that before I got to camp.
Hey, Jeeps, speaking of being hot and steamy and all steamed up, did you get steamed up watching Sonny Styles perform at camp yesterday with the pads on?
Sonny Styles is only going to be for you if you like action figures who run really fast.
Yeah.
So if you're into if you're into guys that don't look like they should be able to move like they do,
yeah,
then you're going to like Sonny Styles. Yeah, it's funny. The first few days of practice, like first 2 days, he was not very noticeable at all.
Mm-hmm.
The third day, which was Saturday, he made 2 plays where you're like, ooh, that's kind of special. He made a near interception on what would have been like a pick six in the flat, batted up pass.
Mm-hmm.
And then he had this other play where he was a little bit late getting over, but he came flying from linebacker basically to the sideline, and you just saw him like open it up from a speed standpoint. And I have not seen a linebacker for this team run like that in a long time. So those are the flash moments. Yesterday, though, Cakes, was the Sonny Styles day. Like, that was the Sonny Styles show. The first rep of 11s of camp, period. They put the 2s out there. Bill gets a carry, big old hole coming downhill, and Styles comes from the second level and blows him up at the 1 yard line. And that was kind of the welcome to the day moment where he was everywhere. I mean, he just was so noticeable. Before yesterday, it felt like he's on a trajectory where he's splitting time with Chanel, and Luvu's kind of the guy not coming off the field at the other position. If he has stacks a lot of days like that, I just don't know how he's not on the field for most snaps.
What, did the fans go crazy when he blew up Bill?
Oh, my God. I mean, It was right at the goal line, and the fans were allowed Jason to be in the end zone right behind the goalpost. So, they were chanting his name. Like, that's exactly what they've been salivating over and thinking about since we were all hanging out on draft night out in Loudoun County.
Right. All right, well, enjoy it out there, bud.
All right, see you, fellas.
Yep, try to stay cool. That's Grant Paulson. He's now at Grant Paulson. No longer the H in the middle. At Grant Paulson. You can follow his updates.
He got rid of his H?
He got rid of the H.
What?
The H is gone. It's gone. All right, when we come back, are the Ravens trying to make inroads into Commanders territory in Prince George's County, close to D.C.? We'll give you the details next. It appears we have a good old-fashioned turf war brewing between the Ravens and the Commanders. So the Ravens held a practice at CQ Stadium at College Park this
that
past
was
Saturday.
Saturday, right? Yep.
It was their first ever event in Prince George's County, one that gave Ravens fans in Prince George's County, Montgomery County, other parts of the DMV, greater access to seeing their favorite team closer to where they live. The practice was part of the team's initial voyage into growing their fan base throughout more parts of Maryland, an effort that had previously been hamstrung by league rules. The reason Saturday's practice was important, it was an early foray into the Ravens' revised what's called Home Marketing Area, HMA for short, which is a designated region where a team can market itself through mediums like youth football programs and fan engagement events. In April, NFL owners approved an HMA that overlaps between the Ravens and Commanders, two teams geographically just about 40 miles away from each other. I think it's more like 35, but, picking nits there. A quote from a Ravens fan who lives in the city, "It's about time for the fans down here in the southern part of Maryland to be able to experience the Ravens. It's a great thing."
Matt Myers is good. He was happy. He was there August 1st, hanging out with all his Ravens buddies.
You were in attendance?
No, of course he wasn't.
I thought you may have been. I mean, what does he love more than a Ravens College Park collab?
I know.
That's a great
His
thing
two
for him.
favorite spots on the planet.
But let me ask you this, though.
Yeah.
It's expanding, but in Olney, where you live, you're the king of Olney.
Yeah, true.
What do you think the percentage is of Commanders fans versus Ravens fans?
I mean, this is just
in Olney,
just anecdotal. I would say it's 85-15 Commanders.
Really? Because I
Ravens.
would say in Gaithersburg it's 50-50.
Oh, really?
Maybe 60-40 Commanders.
Not in the
What
old
I
town.
found, I remember, I've told the story before, but I was coaching a flag football team. I had 10 kids on the team. And, you would start the season introducing players, and I would say your name, where you go to school, what's your favorite team. And the majority were Ravens fans.
Right.
Now, the Commanders / back then they were the Redskins, were
Yeah.
terrible. And the Ravens had Lamar Jackson. So these are, 10-year-old boys who were going Ravens. But Prince George's County, I would think, is more Commanders country than Montgomery County, where
Certainly.
we are.
Right.
But there's certainly a huge fan
Well,
base
now-
of
So what about-
Ravens
what-
fans
what about-
in Prince George's County.
well, sure, but and it's not just PG County. I mean, Annapolis,
Sure.
Well, Annapolis, I consider a Rave. That's just Ravens
right?
country.
But all of those
Ravens
stronghold.
fans.
fans were. I mean, Annapolis to
Yeah, it's much
College
closer.
Park is
Yeah.
what 15 miles.
But now battle lines are being drawn. Now, if you're Mark Klaus and people that run the Commanders, especially the business side, like you're immediately going to start drawing up plans to hold a
Go over to
practice.
College Park.
Sure. No.
Oh, where?
No, you make an incursion into Baltimore. You go in and have a practice at Homewood Field in the middle of Baltimore.
I
Or
don't
you-
think that.
or
I
you
don't
go-
see. I don't think that's worthwhile. I think
Or
that
you go to
the
Towson
Baltimore
and hold a
fans aren't.
practice.
I don't think the Baltimore
No,
fans
because there are Commanders fans that live in Baltimore, north of Baltimore, that live in Delaware. That would be easier for them.
I don't
would have
know
a different
how many.
strategy than you.
Oh, I would
You're
not.
going to
No,
go
no,
Homewood
no.
and Towson.
The Ravens, they crossed enemy lines into Prince George's County.
Well, at
Now,
least it's the same state.
No.
It's the same
You got-
state.
You're gonna let somebody come.
The Commanders are in Virginia.
You're gonna let somebody come claim your turf, and you're not gonna fight back.
Yeah, but Cakes.
I don't know.
What
know
are
if-
you talking
I don't
about?
know if going
Okay.
into Baltimore
Yeah,
makes
you
a lot
got-
of sense.
You gotta return fire, baby.
Don't you understand that
You don't just
Baltimore-
sit there and take it.
Baltimore fans are more loyal. You're not going to get. You're not going to get a big
maybe.
return for going to Homewood Field. What I would do is I would set up shop in Prince George's County.
No, because then you look like you're just following the Ravens' lead. Not doing that.
Who cares? Stake your claim that this is our. You want to.
No,
I think you want to protect your turf.
Commanders already.
You're not going to get new turf out in
No,
Baltimore.
They already own Prince George's County. You gotta
No, they
advance.
don't.
You gotta advance your troops northward, my friend. You go right into enemy territory because they came into your territory. You gotta fire back.
Would the NFL allow that for them to go
yes,
to
because
Baltimore?
their
Shared markets?
territories overlap.
Shared markets.
So, like, if I'm Josh Harris and the decision makers, 100%, I'm going to go and expose my product to the people that live there that are already into it, or they might be on the fence.
Matt,
I'm not
Matt,
dealing
what was
with-
the
100%.
I think that's a
Matt,
dumb
what was
strategy.
the
What are you
turn?
talking about?
I just don't think they'd get a great turnout.
I
there.
don't either.
It's not in Cakes' mind. It's not about the turnout. It's about thumbing your nose at the organization that just
Yeah,
that
you're
just
doing
tried
this.
to
We're going
stake
to
a-
do this. Yeah.
Yeah, but
If
it's
they-
not
if
a
they-
return.
What was the turnout at College Park? Did you see?
It was pretty,
Yeah, I saw.
pretty good.
It wasn't bad. There was
Yeah.
probably, I'd say about
Half full, maybe.
less than that.
Yeah.
The lower bowl was kind of sparse, so it's probably like
15 to 18,000. I would guess.
I was gonna
So kinda
say
like
like
the Terps football game.
yeah, I was gonna say it kind of looks like when they played Towson.
Yeah. No, but I would absolutely. I'm firing back. I'm not letting the Ravens
I don't
come in
think-
and claim my
I
territory.
think like the upper decks were closed, but
Yeah.
the lower bowl it wasn't full. It was, but there were people there. If they had balls, they would go hold a practice at Johnny Unitas Stadium.
Yes.
Talk to
That's
our boy.
what the commander should do. Go to the Towson campus and have a practice
How many people
there.
are you going to get there?
I mean,
Probably
Would it be
I mean,
comparable?
Now, Johnny Unitas
Probably
Stadium.
less.
probably
You know what?
holds-
Bust them in.
It
Bust
probably,
them in.
it probably holds 10 to 12,000. I don't know that off
So
the top
you're
of my
pro
head.
Cakes' strategy. Like if I was Mark Klaus and Cakes pitched me this strategy, I would laugh him out. Like, dude, we're not going to Baltimore. I'd be more into protecting your turf and say,
We need
okay,
to book
they did
Mark
College
Klaus.
Park.
What
Book
a
them into
immediately.
College Park.
What a pain, though, to jump on a bus and go an hour and 20 minutes up to Baltimore.
Hey,
No,
From
no,
Ashford.
Gotta grow
you
your
get
brand.
hire actors. Hire actors. I'm serious. Hire actors.
Yeah, but I mean, I'll bet you this. I'll bet you within the next. I'll bet
Hold
you
on, before you bet,
I'll
I'm
bet you-
blindly saying, put it in the book.
next training camp cycle.
Commanders
The
go to
commanders,
Baltimore.
the book, I
the
already-
commanders will hold a practice outside of their normal geographical area, somewhere in the Baltimore area.
Okay.
Book that
In the book.
100%. I'll bet
$10.
$20.
So
I'll bet $20.
So you're saying the Baltimore metro area.
Baltimore proper, some place we
A
consider
suburb of
Baltimore.
Baltimore. Sure.
Yeah.
So
Like,
next
if they go
camp-
to Catonsville, okay, that's Baltimore.
They're
If
not
they go
doing
to
it.
Pikesville,
I couldn't feel better about my blind bet.
I love my bet.
All right, so
I love
$20
this bet.
these two.
$20.
All right, good.
I'm so confident. Somebody get me Mark Klaus's number. I need to text him immediately. I need
That's
to
our
text him
boy.
5 minutes ago.
Klaus is our boy.
I love Mark Klaus. Good
Yeah,
dude.
He's very cool to talk to. He's
Very
really-
nice guy.
Yeah, I wonder
You
if he's
can't
planning
just
on
sit.
that.
You can't just sit there and take it, Cakes.
Absolutely not. You're just going to let enemy troops come in and claim your territory? This is like the Crips and the Bloods.
No, but I'm
You're
not
battling for turf, baby.
Exactly, but I'm not going to abandon my territory. You're going to abandon your territory and try and get new territory.
No, I'm expanding my territory. You think you think I'm giving up the ship
think
and
you are.
abandoning my stronghold? No chance. I'm expanding territory.
Okay, so
I'm like Napoleon back in the day, Valdez. I don't know that much about Napoleon, I'll be honest, but
Sure.
I know he was,
Yeah.
trying to expand
Yeah, him
territory.
and JP are about the same height.
Hey, how dare you? I definitely could post up Napoleon back in the day. As long as he didn't have a sword.
If I become the shortest guy on the show, I still taller than Cakes.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah, just by a little, not by a lot.
By hair.
By a tad. Yeah, you can't. You're just gonna let an opposing team come in and mark themselves to your territory, and you're not gonna respond?
I told you my response would be to fight for that territory. I'm not interested in going out.
It would
to
be
Homewood
embarrassing
Field.
if they did that next year and about 500 people showed up.
Yeah. That's why you're bussing in actors.
Yeah, you're busting the actors, right?
In a Jaden jersey, and then you have the social media.
I can't wait
and YouTube team
Can't
film
wait to-
propaganda.
I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna collect that $20. I can't wait. You're gonna hear in the next few months that they're gonna host a practice at Homewood Field, right in the middle of Baltimore proper.
You felt just as confident on that Debo Samuel bet.
I did feel very confident in that, and then I paid you. You've been made whole. I'm more confident in this than I am Debo. More confident.
Why wouldn't they do it this year? Why wait till next year?
It's a good question.
Just do it.
And they already
do
have
it
they already have all their training camp stuff planned out this
but
year.
So you can just spend one day. It's just one day of practice.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess this.
I'm not saying they're going to do it. I'm saying why wouldn't you?
I don't know.
You punched me, I'm going to punch you right back. head up there next week.
They're gonna have a measured response. They're gonna they're gonna wait.
They're gonna think about
They're
it a
gonna
little
bide
bit.
their time. They're gonna draw up their battle plan.
Klaus is going to hear that Cake's bet on it. He's going to go, it's so stupid. We're not doing this.
I think if Cake stood up in the conference room when Klaus like, all right, guys, give me your best pitch, he would laugh at Cake's
I bet they're not happy.
Yeah, they can't be happy. You know what? Can we get Mark Klaus on the show?
I bet you.
about
I
this?
bet you there was some sort of meeting between everybody,
100%.
talking about what just transpired on
and,
Saturday.
And how do we respond to it? What's the
Okay.
response?
But I don't know if they're going to go for Cakes' response.
I mean, I feel like
Homewood Field.
my response is proper. If you get attacked, you respond with an even more overwhelming attack and response.
Maybe it'll start with just going to CQ. Hello? What are you talking? What are you guys doing?
Drabs in my ear. Tell me to tease something that I don't see on the outline.
All right. So maybe the Commanders go to College Park or they head up north, up 95.
Yeah, we're not sure exactly how it's going to play out. We'll have to see how the Commanders respond. We're the Junks. We'll be right back here on The Fan.
The team that brought you Surfside is back with something new. Meet Super Light, the new vodka plus aid canned cocktail. It's awesome. Super Light comes in 4 classic sports drink flavors. Got your fruit punch, orange, lemon lime, and blue chill. It's perfect to enjoy after the game, on the golf course, or during a barbecue with friends. With just 90 calories, 0 sugar, and 0 bubbles, Super Light is here to fuel the moment. Look for Super Light variety packs and individual flavors at stores and bars near you. Must be 21 or over. Please drink responsibly.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Baseball Nationals lose their 6th in a row last night, falling in Philly 6-3, despite a couple of early home runs, one from Avi Ortiz, who was just called up from AAA.
The count full, Nola fires. Swinging a fly ball deep right field. This has got a chance, and it's the first big league home run for Abimelec Ortiz. And the Nationals have a 1-0 lead, 2 batters in.
Dave Jagler, the call last night here in the Fan. Yeah, the folks in Philly had a lot to boo about early. Dalen Lyle adds a 2-run homer to make it 3-0 Nats in the second. But the Phils get a go-ahead grand slam from Derek Hill in the 7th. Bryce Harper adds a 2-run shot in the 8th, and the Nats have now lost 7 of 8. And football Commanders had their first padded practice Monday in Ashburn. We're just 2 days away now from the NFL Hall of Fame game, Panthers and Cardinals Thursday night in Canton, Ohio. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026, in case you hadn't heard that yet. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing
lender.
Opportunity lender.
Damn.
You missed a word, but
I
that's
always
okay.
miss the opportunity.
It's all good.
Is that one of your great joys of the day when you get to say lender?
I wouldn't call it a joy. I don't know. It's just
It's a
in my
good bit, a
brain.
little smile.
It's a fun bit.
It's just in my brain now.
It's a solid bit.
So
I got to remember opportunity tomorrow.
Everybody who listens to the show knows this, that especially in the early hours of the show, and I sit right next to him, Jason clears his throat nonstop.
Yeah.
Let me clear my throat.
I just saw this story, and this might be the culprit. And I don't know if you've ever gone to a doctor for this, Jason. So the headline is, doctors share what sleeping with a fan on does to your body and health.
All right.
So number 1 says allergies or asthma.
Right.
Potentially blowing dust. Number 2, stiff muscles. Maybe you have that.
Definitely.
But number 3, constant airflow can dry out your nose, mouth, and throat, prompting your body to produce more mucus in an attempt to combat the dryness. Overproduction of mucus can cause congestion, bringing on symptoms like sore throat, stuffy nose, coughing, and a sinus headache.
Can I add?
You're doing this to yourself
Can I add a
with
benefit?
the stupid fan.
No,
You're probably
here's-
right.
Here's a benefit that wasn't listed on your list. Provides just a super soothing white noise that helps put you to sleep.
We could play white noise on a.
It's not the same.
to
On a-
me.
It's just not the same.
It's not the same.
even close to the same.
Could you?
Because you're not getting the feeling of the air washing over you.
Do you
It's
need
just
the cold
sound.
air or do you need the sound? Because you could
Both.
technically
Need both.
You could technically take a fan and just have it point towards the corner of the room.
No, I've tried that before. You need that air blowing
Here's what
right
it says.
on you.
It says, according to ENT doctors, it dries you out and you're essentially paralyzing your own nasal immune defense system. Allergens sit longer, symptoms worsen. You wake up sneezing even before you had breakfast. Now, you might not be a sneezer, but you are a
I
constant
sneeze when
throat clear.
I sneeze when I leave the building and I look up to the sun.
That's a weird bit.
The sun will make you sneeze.
Is it undefeated? That happens basically every time.
It's probably 4 out of 5 days.
That's pretty high probability.
But if it's not that sunny, maybe not. But usually, even if it's cloudy, I can still see a glare.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to
Do
say
you
4
aim
out of
the
5 days.
fan at you?
I've got 2 oscillating fans, one on each side of the bed.
What does an oscillating fan mean?
It means it goes back and forth.
Oh, okay, okay.
And then a box fan. You know what a box fan is?
Yes.
All right. So I've got 2.
3 fans?
Champion his explanation on
I just
fans.
forgot the term.
I've,
Sorry.
I've got 2 oscillators.
I don't work for the oscillating fan. I just work for the fan.
I understood.
And I work for the fan, right? So I got 4 fans. I've got 3 fans, and then I come to a fan.
Yeah.
I've got 2 oscillating, 1 box, and they're all on.
Does your wife?
If I tried to go to sleep without 1 fan, I'm telling you, I would be up all night.
Are you? Do you bring all 3 on the road?
No,
So
we
when
just
you
bring
went to
one.
North Carolina,
We bring one.
I'll be honest.
A smaller one.
I was devastated when I took the trip to the Outer Banks with my wife for 3 nights. Where I
Right.
forgot to bring my fan.
Yeah.
I did remember to bring my pillow because every hotel pillow
They suck.
stinks.
They suck.
They're all terrible.
Yeah.
Oh,
They're cheap.
Brought my pillow, forgot my fan. It borderline. It had a chance to ruin the trip, but it didn't.
Did you bring your mask?
Did I bring my mask?
Will you bring your mask next
No.
week?
I will bring it for the full week.
I
Yeah.
honestly don't know that Cakes has apnea. I think
I might not
because
anymore. I don't know.
I think he thought he might have had apnea.
Oh, can it just go away?
And then
Can
he
it get
started-
healed?
Can.
Okay.
Well, I don't even think he ever had confirmation to apnea. If I
No,
recall,
I did a sleep test. I did the whole thing.
They diagnosed it.
They wouldn't have given me a dumb machine to
Yeah.
strap onto my
Okay.
face every night if I didn't have some sort of
Yeah, they give
issue.
I forgot because at one point you had something like a sponsorship deal.
I did. I wish it would come back.
Yeah.
I wish that sponsorship deal would come back so I could talk about them.
JP, if I go to a hotel just for a night or 2 nights, I usually don't bring the fan. I'll just bring the noisemaker or just run it off my phone. But I don't sleep as well.
It's a cheap
If
imitation.
I ever go somewhere for longer than 2 days, if I'm gone
All right,
for a
but
week,
let me
I'm
ask
bringing
you
a fan.
this. When you do the stay for 2 days without fans, you just have a sound machine.
Yeah.
Do you notice that your throat is better in the morning?
Don't notice. It's not something well, usually I'm not up as early. So maybe that has something to do with it. So if I'm sleeping in a hotel, I'll get up at 7 or 7:30 or 8 as opposed to 4.
But
So
you've
maybe
got
that has something to do with it.
probably 3 to 4 hours of throat clearing because you get up at 4:15.
Yeah, but you know what's funny? I don't have to clear my throat that much on the drive in.
That's
It
weird.
usually kicks in around 6.
Keep thinking he can't handle the 30
So,
pound.
30
Have
pound
you-
weight.
Have you thought about it? Because you didn't. I don't think you did that 10 years ago.
I don't remember if I did it 10 years ago.
I'm pretty
How-
sure you weren't.
You couldn't remember 10 years ago if I was doing
But
it.
I don't
No
remember
chance.
it being a thing. Like now, I don't really think of it as a thing because it's so constant.
I don't know, maybe
I don't
it's
think
age.
about it.
I don't know.
But I saw this article and I was like, dude, he's doing it to himself with the stupid fans.
I didn't
Yeah, but it
realize that, but
helps him sleep.
I'm not going to stop.
Yeah, you can't. You can't stop at this point.
No, that's the way I go to sleep.
You're locked in.
And I didn't
I
know
would
if
not-
you've seen a doctor like, hey, in the mornings I constantly clearing my throat.
No, if I went to the doctor and said I'm having a problem, they'd give me some meds. But I haven't been to the doctor in a while, so I don't see it as a problem.
Better go get your yearly checkup.
Yeah, I do annual physical, but I don't see it as a problem like you do.
I mean, I don't think it's a big deal. Again, I wouldn't have thought
I
about
don't-
it.
I don't
It's
notice
just-
it as much
look,
as you
I
do.
happen to go on MSN News sometimes.
Yeah.
Right? It pops up, and I saw the headline. I was like, let me see what's doing. It says, what does a fan do to somebody's body and health?
So it's
because
dry.
I work with somebody who famously sleeps with now three fans,
Yeah,
two
three.
oscillating, one box.
Yep, exactly.
Okay. And sure enough, it basically explains why you're clearing your throat.
I don't think my wife has the issue. I mean, I'm pretty sure she doesn't. So I don't know. I don't know why it's me. Cakes doesn't have the issue, right? You never do it in the morning.
I very rarely cough or clear my throat on the air. That I can tell.
I don't know. I'm just
Maybe I'm doing it and I don't realize it, but I
just
don't
very
think so.
I don't think you are. I'm just very congested up here, right
Yeah.
here, right between the eyes and the nose, and it just drips down.
Yeah.
And from about 6 to 7:30, it's usually an issue. It's not an issue right now.
What's weird is it's 6 to 7:30, not 4:30 to 6.
I know, it's strange. I mean, occasionally maybe, and I'll spit out the window, but it's not like it's from 6 to 7:30.
Spit out the
Is there
window doing like
moving
70.
car?
Yeah, sometimes.
You worried about like coming back through?
No, I don't. I don't
It
usually
definitely hits the rear window sometimes.
Probably does.
He's hawking loogies driving 70.
Hey, got to do what you got to do. You got to clear
But
out
I
the
haven't
system.
done it since probably the second hour of the show.
Yep.
Early second hour.
Since
But
around
maybe
when,
that's what it is. Maybe that's what's causing
Since
it.
around when Kello Witherspoon decided to retire from
He said, "I'm out."
from NFL football.
He's not. I'm out. No, I definitely could not sleep without the fans. There's no way. Unless you gave me like heavy drugs.
You get back on your
Propofol.
you get back on your NyQuil. Get back on your NyQuil addiction.
The NyQuil definitely helps me sleep. It puts me out. But man, I feel really groggy for about the next
It's going to make you hazy.
half the next day.
Yeah.
So I don't like doing that. I used to do it every single day. NyQuil. Not the weekends, but during the week.
Here's what you should watch tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Not the Hulu bit that I was telling you about. You should
Furious.
watch Furious. WSOP main event final table. Down to 7.
That'll put me to
It's
sleep.
down to 7.
When does
down
that
to 7 from 9, I believe.
What, is that on TV
It's
or
on
YouTube?
ESPN.
It's on ESPN.
It's probably like 6 or 7 p.m. I'm not sure exactly when it resumes tonight.
Any names that I would know?
No,
Oh.
not a single one. But they're playing for $10 million up top. Would you want to win $10 million?
Of course.
Why didn't you play
$10
it
million.
this year?
He was offered. Weren't you offered?
I was under consideration, but there's some health issues with certain members of my family that
Just
it
didn't
just wasn't
work
good
out.
timing.
Got you.
Right.
Timing wasn't great.
Right.
For me to just go out into the desert for 7 or 8 days and try to felt people, try to build my chip stack.
No, that makes sense.
Yeah. Maybe next year. Maybe 2027, 2028.
Because you did well last year.
Yeah. Cash.
You made some cash.
Paid one pay bump, cashed. Pretty solid.
Do you think when you're retired?
Yes.
Let's fast forward, say 15 years.
When I'm ROM
You're
tired.
an old guy.
Yeah. Hold
Well,
on.
you've
15
got-
years. Let me do the math. 15,
70.
15 plus, basically 70, 71.
It's not tough math when you're 55.
Hey, I have to think about it for a
Right.
second.
Will he still be playing or watching?
Would you not only play in the main event every
Yeah.
year, would you play some of the satellites? Like just tour it?
100%.
Like just hit 10.
I would
hit 10 a year.
If I'm 70 and I have enough cash stashed away in the bank and things are going well, I would consider playing the main event, and I would consider playing, I don't know, a handful of other events leading up to the main event. Just splash around. Go try to win titles, win rings, win bracelets.
That's when Cakes is finally going to travel.
That would be I'd be traveling to Nevada. If you consider
Well, I
you
don't
consider
know.
that
They-
traveling.
They don't have events. World
but
Series of Poker events
but
elsewhere.
But the big boys in Vegas. That is the epicenter.
I
That's
didn't
the
know
most
if it was like the tennis tour where before the majors they
Yeah,
play
they-
in other
they
cities.
do.
Is it 10K to enter?
10K entry. Yep.
What
10
if,
large.
What if someone said, all right, here's your 10K, you're in.
Yep.
You get 60% of whatever you win, but you got to drive to Vegas.
I have to drive.
You got to drive.
I get 60% on a free roll. That's
60% free roll, and they'll pay for your gas and your hotels if you need it.
Can I have somebody come with me to chop up the driving?
Sure. You would do it.
100%.
Yeah.
1,000%.
I don't know how long.
Now
it
it's
would
going to take me 2.5 days
I was
to
going
get
to say
there.
it would take about 3 days, yeah.
I mean, it's going to take 2.5 or 3 days to get back. But
Someone please offer next year.
probably worth it
But
for
make
the
them
sweat.
drive.
The drive takes about 45 hours.
Yeah, you would-
2,700 miles.
I would need a companion.
Yeah, you do.
Somebody would need to be riding shotgun. Because I can't do. I would die somewhere in like Nebraska. I mean, I would just drive off the road.
See the country, my friend.
I would see the country.
Anyway, Bitch Bucks, at least point the fans away from you.
Okay.
And see if there'll be a difference.
I'll think about it.
All right, when we come back, we will get into Cakes' entertainment page. Apparently, there was a big fallout during a screening of the new Spider-Man in South America. People were fleeing the movie theater. We'll tell you why next here on The Fan.
Before the season even kicks off, everybody's making prediction. Who's going to win the division? Who's going to make the playoffs? Who's lifting the trophy at the end of the season? Well, on Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform, you can have a lot of fun as you trade those predictions in a live market. Will Baltimore qualify for the playoffs this season? Got a new coach. Well, right now, Baltimore's trading at 74%. That means a $100 trade is going to pay out $132.71 if they clinch a playoff spot. Pretty easy money, actually. Look, on Kalshi, you get to trade against peers in a live market. That means there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Trade the draft pick, the game, and more on Kalshi. Download the Kalshi app. Use the code JP. You're going to get $500 in bonus credits when you trade $25. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 or over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. And contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Kalshi products are not available in all jurisdictions. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Let's get into Cakes' entertainment page, driven by BMW of Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience. On your ultimate driving machine, get over to BMW of Fairfax. Ask for EB's girl Miriam, the general manager, or check them out at bmwoffairfax.com. An entire theater had to be evacuated during Spider-Man due to a moviegoer's uncontrollable bout of rotten-smelling flatulence.
You were
And
there?
It was not Eric Bickle. I believe
it was you.
I believe I haven't seen Spider-Man yet. I probably will at some point. I haven't seen it yet. I think I saw on Eric Bickle's Twitter feed that he was going to see Spider-Man last night.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't believe he was in Cartagena, Colombia, where this happened, but a Spider-Man screening was evacuated there after one of the audience members apparently suffered from an extreme bout of flatulence. This
Now,
happened.
movie theaters generally big. You would
Yeah.
think it would shut down a theater. I mean, that's a show.
Now, this
what's the worst place you've been where you've
Been
smelled
overcome by it?
and you just have to deal with it?
Oh,
I would say an
eas-
airplane,
Easily an airplane is one.
elevator.
You know what?
Yeah.
On an almost daily basis, the Odyssey bathroom. I mean, it's just-
Okay, but that's
but that you're expecting that
Yeah.
smell there. Sometimes it's way more
no, but I'm
offensive
saying
than
a
others.
more innocuous place that you go where it just
It's just awful.
yeah. I mean, like if you walk into an elevator where somebody just
Well,
farted,
what about a car?
Yeah, car. Yeah, if somebody's
The
just
car, you're
carpet
gonna-
bombing
They
the
can
car.
you're gonna know.
especially
open the window.
during trips or car rides. Like
Yeah,
if
you're
you're
gonna notice
stopping
it
at
right
gas
away.
stations,
Yeah.
getting like jerky and combos and sodas and coffee.
Unless you're having some sort of medical emergency, it's borderline arrestable offense to let one rip in an elevator while either somebody is there or you let it rip and then you walk out and leave it for
Right.
somebody walking into an elevator.
Right.
but you've definitely done that.
I think
Have
I'm
you done
pretty-
it on purpose? You haven't done it on purpose.
No, I think I'm pretty respectful in elevators. I try also not to let any loose in Valdez's little tiny studio, his production studio up around the corner, because that's happened before, and there's just nowhere for it to go.
I should
It's
say,
a small confined space.
You know, we were talking about your throat clearing.
Mm-hmm.
Cakes used to be the leader in the clubhouse by far.
Yeah,
On during the show,
By fart.
during the breaks,
by fart.
farts.
He's tailed
I mean-
off a little bit.
EB surpassed him, and I don't think it's close.
Oh,
I think
he's lapped me in the last few years.
EB's lapped him.
Yeah, not
and
even
I think
close.
That Cakes, I don't know if you changed your diet or what. You don't seem to rip him like you used to.
I try to be as respectful as possible.
So first 25 years of the show, not respectful.
Maybe I just gained a new level of
You know
respect.
what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you. I understand.
You matured.
By the way, speaking of elevators, I know I've said this before, and I'll continue to say it as long as people keep doing it. One of the most disrespectful things you can do in public when you're in an elevator is to try to enter the elevator while people are still
When
on
they're
the
still
elevator
trying to get
and
off.
haven't gotten out.
Yeah.
How about it happens to me, I'd say about 60% of the time that I go to MGM National Harbor where I'm just trying to get out of the elevator and it's a normal
And do they get in before you exit?
people just try to walk in
Right.
as I'm standing in the elevator.
Just clueless people.
But
That's
maybe
what it
they
is.
don't know that anybody's in there.
Well, they can see them. You can see the
How
person
about
walking
you,
out.
How about you let the doors open and you glance into the elevator for a second and a half or 2 seconds and let the person walk out or realize that it's empty and it's proper turn for you to then go into the
I
elevator.
think instinct is, for most people, is when the doors open, you just automatically think it's going to be empty, so you just try and go in pretty
Hold
quickly.
on. You automatically think an elevator is just going to be empty when it opens? I always assume there's a person in there.
Well, I think that's why people would do it.
Yeah.
That's the only reason they're doing it.
They're also
or they
felted
or they
cakes,
think
and they're
you're
bitter,
just
they want to get home.
or they think you're
true.
going to stay on the elevator. You're not getting out.
Okay. Just again, when you're out in public, let the people out of the elevator,
I know.
then go into the elevator.
I'm with you.
That's the way normal humans act in society.
Happens
Thank
here all
you.
the time.
Thank you. So they did not find the culprit, and they think it's either guy had an intestinal issue or let out like a prank stink bomb in the theater. And remember, years ago, Drab T-shirt survived a bottle explosion attack in a local theater. Correct?
It was a terrorist attack.
It was basically a terror attack.
And you were
in
on the news.
Terrorism.
A local
And didn't
theater.
the newscaster give you a high compliment?
Nikki Burdine, she did.
Oh, Nikki Burdine.
Yeah, she told me that I knew you were in media. You were a natural.
So he's going to take that to his deathbed.
Love it. Love
Put that on his
that,
tombstone.
dude. Yeah.
A Drab T-shirt, media natural.
I heard Valdez cleared out Hyde the other night with some nasty toxic gas.
Oh yeah, I told the boys this, that on Saturday I was at Hyde for Chuck Lee's birthday thing that he had there. So it was like 8:30. It wasn't really packed yet, and we were all outside hanging out with Chuck and like a bunch of his buddies from Trump, and the patio was nice. It was a great night out. And then we're sitting there in like a circle talking or whatever. And then there's this 9 that's sitting behind me. Like she's sitting down with her girlfriends.
Right.
They're like at a tabletop. I didn't realize her face was about 5 inches from my ass.
Oh, no.
And then I ripped out a silent one right next to her face. And then I realized what I had done. And then I immediately played it off as if I had to go do a tinkle so that if it did smell, I wasn't around for it.
You were leaving the scene of the crime.
Yeah, of course. I was fleeing the scene of the crime.
So you didn't go back to that?
No,
spot.
I went back, but I waited for enough
Oh.
time to pass that the fresh air kind of took it away. So I apologize to you. I apologize to you, blonde-haired,
Smoke
silly,
show.
blonde-haired silly at Hyde on Saturday night.
Is there a way to somehow judge our farts and find which fart is the most rancid?
Is there a way to... I'm sure
I
there's
don't
a
want to
way.
be the judge.
I'm sure there's a way. Yeah, who's going to be the
Mike
judge?
Marr.
Who's
Mike
the
Marr
judge
would
for
have
that
to be.
contest?
How could we pull that off?
I don't know. Maybe is there a way that you could do it into like a mason jar and send it out
Right.
for study?
Right. We all fart into
it would be
containers.
Bickle. It
I
would
mean,
definitely be Bickle.
we're all competitive. I would want to win.
You would?
Sure. I mean, it's a contest. You want to win it, right? Even if
You want to win the smelliest
Yeah.
fart.
Sure.
You want to win the ugliest person contest?
I don't know if you want to
Small,
win
you want to win the smallest dong contest?
Yeah, I guess some contests
Yeah.
you don't
You
want to
Hicks
win.
never
Yeah, I know.
Box.
I know.
He
Most
never
pimples
thinks.
contest.
Hey, I'm just trying to get a belt. Just trying to get a
I
belt
know.
over here.
You think I wanted to win the Reggie
I'm
contest?
just trying to put another pelt on the wall over there, Valdez. You know how that works. This is this story made me laugh. So Travis Kelce, he shows up at training camp for his 14th season.
Kind of
And,
chubby.
Yeah, people are making fun of like his appearance, fact that he's ate too much wedding cake at the marriage of Taylor Swift, that whole bit. So people are speculating, what is he going to do after NFL football is done? So music industry pros in Nashville and Hollywood say that Kelce has spent months talking about recording a country album, and his surprise performance at his Madison Square Garden wedding to Swift served as a chance to gauge his instincts in front of real music industry names. So you're asking, why are we playing Whitesnake in the background?
Yeah.
Well, this just made me laugh. One source described Kelce's outlook as believing his singing career like the sky is the limit for it, because he won a 2024 karaoke contest by singing a
song?
Whitesnake cover. So he thinks.
So now I think he's going to
he
be
thinks
country
because
music star.
After he drinks 10 beers, 10 or the garage beers, that's the Kelce Brothers beer, right? He slams 10 of those, goes up on stage and belts out "Here I Go Again" or a Whitesnake cover, does well with it, that he's going to be a country music sensation.
Uh-huh.
Well, maybe he has a decent voice. I wouldn't rule it out. He's got Taylor Swift behind him.
Thanks. I'll wager with you at some point during their marriage, Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce will release a duet or featuring
I
song.
mean, I can't bet against that.
Yeah, that's
because,
probably a
I mean,
good bet.
She's such a musical force, and
And she'll do anything he wants.
Well, anything that she releases is
Yeah.
going to be big and have a lot of eyes on it. So
Right.
I can't bet against that happening. I'm sure it could happen at some point, but he just feels like because he went up and sang David Coverdale like at a bar that he's going to be some big country star.
I don't think it's such a huge stretch. I've always felt like, and if EB was here, he'd say this is blasphemy, but I've always felt like American Idol and The Voice are basically karaoke shows.
That's pretty much what they are. I mean, not going to argue on that.
So why can't somebody who's good at karaoke turn it into a career?
I'm just going to guess that he's
those
not that good at karaoke. He just probably won a contest that had 5 people in it.
Yeah.
And now he thinks he can just put out a
I'm
country
guessing he
song that's
doesn't
gonna be a hit.
sound that great.
Well, I'm also guessing that he's probably going to be connected to, if he tries to pursue this, some pretty good voice coaches because he's going to have some connections.
This is a good point. Though his brother, Jason Kelsey, did say his brother can sing and has always been able to carry a tune. And I'm sure he's not biased, considering that it's his brother.
Right. Well,
okay, but brothers do Joan.
Certainly.
He could have Joaned. Instead, he supported him.
It's a good point.
Singers can be manufactured.
That too.
That's what Valdez says about Ella Langley.
She's an industry plant.
No, I'm telling you, that's the there's a growing sense of people going, she's a country psyop, she's an industry plant, she was made in a lab.
Yeah,
I don't believe it, but it's funny to read.
Jason, were you surprised and or upset by the news? By the way, Valdez, you can start playing the Slipknot here. By the news that Sid Wilson, longtime Slipknot band member, was sacked / fired for apparently mistreating his bandmates.
Sid Wilson.
Sid Wilson is 49. In case you don't know, Slipknot, they identify the members by numbers. He was number 0. He's like a DJ keyboardist in Slipknot.
Okay.
Do you know the Slipknot bit, by the way? What makes Slipknot stand out from other heavy metal bands?
Have we ever seen Slipknot? They've never been at any of these concerts we hosted.
No, but I'm asking you, what stands out about Slipknot? What is their bit on stage? Yeah,
I don't know anything.
Eric Bickle would hate this bit.
Do they wear masks?
For a different reason.
Oh, they wear
masks? Yes.
Right.
They all wear masks on stage.
They wear masks. So they sing with the mask on?
Yes. That's their whole bit.
And there are like 13 people in the
band.
band.
There's a lot of members. That's why you have to know them by number.
So 0 is out. He's been sacked.
He's been sacked. His apparent dismissal from the band, which was announced by TMZ on Friday.
I told you this yesterday that Modest Mouse, the band, whacked. I think it was their bass.
Their bass player, okay.
Maybe it was their lead guitar because
he's got issues.
Yeah, he was sending messages to teens.
Ooh, yeah, you're going to get thrown out of the band when you do that.
You can kind of guess what the message was.
Yeah. Yeah, the message started with a D.
Right. Probably it's a picture. Probably a picture.
Yeah, it didn't have any text, is what I'm assuming was being sent.
Where's Slipknot? Oh, here they are.
Iowa. Everyone knows they're from Iowa.
From Iowa. They're from Big Ten country.
I didn't know that.
Well,
Slipknot's terrible. I mean, I've never. That's a terrible song. It's a terrible name. It's a terrible act.
Anyway,
they're from a terrible state.
Sid Wilson, longtime guy in Slipknot, he had a relationship with Kelly Osbourne. I think they were engaged to be married. So following this report of him being tossed out of Slipknot, Kelly Osbourne took to social media, and some of her quotes are, "Wake the F up, take some responsibility for your actions." She also asked him to return her possessions and pay child support for their 3-year-old son, Sydney. She said, "Wake the F up, take some responsibility. I will not take your S anymore. I'm done. I want to be happy. I have a beautiful son to raise. Leave me alone. Let me heal. I can't protect you from yourself anymore. Also, while I'm at it, can I have my dogs back and all my possessions? Oh, yeah, and maybe some child support."
I thought you were going to say, and while we're at it, your band sucks.
I mean, that would be the message if Jason Bishop
would say that.
We're responding. Clearly not a fan. Christina Applegate discharged from the hospital. You know how long she was in the hospital recently, by the way?
No.
4-month stay in the hospital.
She has some sort of disease.
She has
right?
MS.
Okay.
Now, I don't know if this was, I would guess it's linked to MS. It's not being reported what she was in the hospital for, but can you imagine what your hospital bills are after being in the hospital for 4 months?
No, because I have a fantastic medical plan courtesy of Odyssey.
Yes, you do. You have medical insurance, but I'm going to guess even the best of medical insurance doesn't cover you at 100%, especially not for 4-month-long hospital stays.
Don't know. She has Married with Children royalties probably coming in.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Really?
I mean, I don't know what sort of deal she had with Married with Children.
I'm sure she's done very, very well financially.
I'm sure she's done.
I think her
well.
medical condition is terrible. I feel sorry for her there.
I think a lot of actors and actresses, especially like with their first gigs, sometimes they get taken advantage of as far as like it going into syndication, and they're not making a ton of money like on the back end. A lot of it is the producers and the directors are getting a big chunk. I don't know how much money Christina Applegate made off of Married with Children. Maybe it was a boatload and I'm just missing out on it. I don't know that.
Maybe, but she's been in stuff her whole career.
She's had a long career in Hollywood.
Yeah, she don't need Married with Children money. She's in a Netflix show right now.
And by the way,
Or
she was
recently.
making $125K per episode.
That's pretty good. And that was a long time ago. Hopefully that money grew over the years.
I mean, still, if you're in the hospital for 4 months, that's going to be a huge bill.
I would think.
And you're right. The health insurance company's not going to cover all of it.
No, certainly not.
MS is awful. My aunt has it. It's terrible.
All right, that is your EP. Hopefully I entertained the masses out there. We're the Junks. We'll be right back here on The Fan. Training camp coverage is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Commanders out on the practice field as we speak.
Yep.
Practice started at 8:30 this morning, is open to season ticket holders today.
Gotcha. So fantasy football drafts are just right around the corner.
They're looming. Got to start putting them on calendars.
And I've got a couple already scheduled, but I did find out that they did the draft order already. In a super flex league, 12-team league,
Okay.
I have the 5th pick.
All right.
And Cakes and I were talking about this the other day. He said in a super flex league, he might not take a quarterback in that first round. He would like to get a position player, first, and then wait on the first quarterback.
Yeah.
If you don't know what a super flex league is, you can use 2 quarterbacks.
Well, you have to.
Well, you have to, yeah.
I mean, you don't have to, but
Yeah, you have to, because they're going to get the most points.
If you don't, you're going to lose every game.
Right. So you get 2 quarterback positions.
Yeah.
But I have the 5th pick.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows who these guys are going to take? I mean, I assume Josh Allen and Lamar are going to go in the top 4.
Probably Joe Burrow.
Burrow might
gonna
go
high.
Yeah. But if I have the 5th pick, let's just say Allen, Lamar, Burrow are gone.
Okay.
And I have the 5th pick. Do I skip that quarterback in the first round and take a Gibbs or a Bijan, or do I go, jump on a Drake May or I don't know, Jamar Chase?
Personally, if I'm sitting at 5 and Jahmyr Gibbs is there,
Yep.
or Bijan Robinson is there,
At
even in
5.
a super flex, I'm going to take those guys.
Then I definitely have to take QB
And then I'm
in
going
round
to come
2.
back around in the second round.
Yep.
And I'm going to take it. I'm going to take my quarterback there, and then maybe even my second quarterback with my third round.
So maybe I can get like a Dak.
Yeah, you can probably get
or-
like a Dak, or you can even
I don't know
get,
if I would get a Stafford.
You know what? It's fine. You can live with a guy like Malik Willis. He's going to put up big numbers in Miami because he's going to run the ball. That's your cheat code. You need at least one of your quarterbacks to be a mobile quarterback.
Yeah.
It's going to scoot on the ground.
Just
Valdez is shaking his head at me. I'm not sure why, but all of that is a solid fantasy football approach.
With the 5th
especially
pick,
in a super flex league, Valdez.
But what if Jaden Daniels is sitting there at 5?
I mean, would you rather have Jaden Daniels or Jahmyr Gibbs on your team?
In a super flex league, I think I'd rather have JD because I know I'm going to have 2 pretty good quarterbacks because I'm probably going to jump on a quarterback in the second round. What if I had JD and Malik Willis?
I mean, that's a pretty good start.
Big question marks on both sides in my mind.
I mean,
one on number
on
of
the
games
injury.
played.
I know.
And the other just on.
Well, you could say that for
not
any
proven.
player.
No, some
you
guys
have no
have
idea.
proven-
I mean,
proven
Joe
to be more
Burrow's been
durable.
hurt before, and he's
Yeah.
going to go quick.
I would feel the same way.
The only
about
guy that
Burrow.
stays out there pretty much every week for every season is Josh Allen.
Did you say?
I mean, if
know
I
you
took
have-
Lamar, I mean, Lamar's had injury history.
Yeah, you know you have the 5th pick.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, personally, I would.
You would take Bijan or
I'd go
Gibbs.
Bijan or Gibbs, and then I'm still going to find good quarterbacks. I'm not going to find elite quarterbacks after that, but I can survive with good quarterbacks. I'm going to have a top 2 running back. Which if those other teams are drafting quarterbacks in the first 2 rounds, they're going to have poolicious running backs.
True. But if I skip on a quarterback in the first round, my first quarterback chosen is going to be at best middle of the road. That means my second quarterback is going to be poolicious.
Look, sometimes this burns me. Sometimes I'll roll the dice and go into the season with Trevor Lawrence and just throw in another mediocre quarterback, and I load up on other positions. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it blows up in my dumb face.
Yeah.
So
I don't know.
you're gonna have to just figure that one out on your own.
I don't want to be stuck with Kyler Murray.
You know
I'm
where I
sorry.
stand.
I just don't want to be stuck with him.
You know where I stand. I would take the top running back available. That's just me.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll let you know.
Maybe I'm a crazy person.
The draft didn't until September, so
You're going to be fine. Either way, you're going to be okay. I wanted to bring up this tweet quickly from Grant Paulson, who was out at Commanders Camp. He joined us earlier talking about the sudden retirement of Akello Witherspoon. Fabian Moreau gets signed by the Commanders to fill his void in the cornerback room. Grant tweeted this an hour ago at Grant Paulson. Dan Quinn hasn't given anybody a veteran day off yet. Last year, by this point, several guys had been off a couple times. Wagner, Ertz, Von Miller, Tunsil, etc. Quinn said that was based on those guys and their age mostly. Quote, there won't be as much of that, end quote.
yeah.
Now I know
That's what happens when you go 5-12.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Like if you're coming off a 12-win campaign and everything's great, you can give the
Right.
old codgers,
Come off a 5-win season, it's all serious.
you're
It's all
gonna be,
biz.
You're going to be grinding a little bit more.
And they did have Sunday off.
They had Sunday off.
Yeah.
I saw, like within the last 20 minutes, I guess Tunsil was not spotted at practice, so maybe he's getting a Veterans Day off. I hadn't heard of any injury
Right.
with Tunsil at this point,
No.
but I like that approach. Less days off for the vets. Keep those guys grinding. Get them ready to start the season on a high note
Yeah.
instead of
because they're
a bunch of days off.
They know how
just
serious the season
smoking
is.
and joking on the side, watching practice.
Yep, they know how serious this business is.
Am I
I mean,
the only one who's hearing Valdez chipping into the ground on microphone?
I'm not really hearing it. I'm hearing us talking, and I hear a very faint ringing in my ears. That's what I hear. That's what I always
That you hear every day, all
it's
day.
the soundtrack of my life.
What's going on with the? Is there some sort of a chipping competition going here? Because I hear Jeff Walker talking about it. I even see Drab occasionally doing it. It's
No,
just
you're
the
just
thing.
you're just fidgety and just
Got you.
have it in your hands and you just kind of hit the ground. So I can't believe you could hear
I
that.
could hear it. It was like an every 5 seconds thing. Not a big deal. It was 4 or 5 swings.
I just didn't know. Is the door closed?
Our door's closed.
You could still hear that? Interesting.
I
didn't hear.
I must be really compressing the ball.
Yeah.
I didn't know if your mic was live. Like what was going on?
No, it
there.
wasn't live.
I could hear it. All good.
By the way, to Sean Reed, who obviously we had on the show earlier, he just tweeted out 46 minutes ago, Commanders on the active roster who he doesn't see at practice. This is today.
Okay.
Tunsil, rest. Allegretti, calf. Bates, hamstring, which we knew.
Right.
Sam Cosme, undisclosed.
Ooh.
Defensive end Drake Jackson, undisclosed.
Okay.
So that's from 46 minutes ago for today's
So Cosme's not there.
practice. Cosme's not
Now,
there.
Cosme's dealt with some injuries, so let's hope that's not anything we should be concerned about.
So I guess Laramie Tunsil gets the first official rest day.
So Tunsil was labeled. It
That's what
was
it says.
definitely
Laramie
veteran
Tunsil,
rest day.
Rest.
Okay. All right, that's fine.
I did like to see, by the way, that Tunsil was working with Josh Connerly. I think it was pre-practice yesterday.
Yeah.
Just helping him out, one-on-one drills. Working with fending off pass rushers.
Yeah.
Taking the young guy under his wing. Like to see that from
That's the one thing
vets on the roster.
that Dan Quinn did say when he and Peters had the pre-camp
Mhm.
meeting with
Yeah.
the media. He did say, Dan Quinn said, we're not messing around. Basically, we're not messing around.
Right.
We're gonna limit the rest days.
Mhm.
This is a big season for us. They all know how serious this is.
Sure.
Because you
But
go.
the rest days thing, like as you're talking about it, I don't disagree with you, but the larger issue was their starting quarterback got hurt.
Correct.
The
I
rest
agree.
days probably wouldn't have been an issue if
You're probably
Jaden. Combination. If the whole Terry holdout situation didn't happen last year, and he came into the season healthy, and Jaden remained healthy,
And
it
was
would have
stayed
been an
healthy.
entirely
It would have
different
been a
season.
different year. You're right.
And the rest days would have had not. It's not an issue. Some of the rest days were for guys that they're not even here anymore. Von Miller, Bobby Wagner.
Yeah, they're much
These
younger.
were proven commodities that it didn't even matter.
Well,
Just
that's
show
the
up
other
on
thing.
game day.
That's the other thing is they're much younger now than they were, so they added some. So they don't need to give as many rest days to the vets. But bottom line is, yeah, that happened. You're right, and the season would have been different, but it wasn't. It was a bad year. They can't follow it up with a bad year, so they're taking it a little bit more
They're
serious.
cranking up the heat a bit,
I am
which I don't have
interested
any
to see,
problem with.
the remaining story about the number 2 receiver, number 3 receiver. Yesterday, Jaden Daniels says that the guy he trusts is Burks, and the reports were that Antonio Williams did look pretty good in the practice, though he wasn't running with the first teamers.
That's okay. That's okay. Start with the second or third teamers. Work your way up. Gain the confidence of the staff and the players.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's got to build his way to 50 catches for me to win my bet. I need that. I also need the Commanders to schedule a practice.
I knew that was coming.
In Baltimore, like with the quickness, so I win that $20 bet with JP. I got a lot of money out there. I got to win some. I got to win some of these bets. All right, we'll see you tomorrow. B. Mitch and Finley. They're coming up next right here on The Fan.
Let's get right to football. Commanders having a practice this morning after the first padded practice Monday in Ashburn. We have some Commanders news today. Fabian Moreau has rejoined the team, signed with the Commanders today after Ahkello Witherspoon retired. Moreau, drafted by Washington in 2017. He played for new DC Durante Jones in Minnesota last season. Also today, the Atlanta Falcons have re-signed running back Bijan Robinson to a 3-year extension, $75 million, 51 guaranteed, 22.25 per million, makes Bijan Robinson now the highest paid running back in NFL history. Last night, baseball Nats lose on the road to Philly, 6-3, blew an early 3-0 lead. Derek Hill hit a go-ahead grand slam for the Phils in the 7th. Nats have now lost 6 straight, 7 of 8. And some concerns about star James Wood. Had an early exit last night, left the game with pain in his left side. There's, of course, fear it could be an oblique issue. He is having an MRI. We should know more about that sometime today. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Act like gents.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west. We are out west, Ashburn, Virginia, BigBear.ai Performance Center. It is, listen, I'm going to run, I don't know what day it is of camp anymore. Day 5, the first day after pads, which is always pretty light. No pads today. A couple guys weren't practicing, namely Laramie Tunsil, Sam Cosme. I'm going to guess that is nothing but maintenance. We did see Cosme pull up a little bit yesterday in 11s, but then he came back into practice. I'm going to err on the side of any sort of caution there. I don't think there's much to see there.
Nothing to worry about.
Light day today, which I expected. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I'm good, brother. What's happening with you?
Not much, man. I just I popped into the VIP tent to say hello to a few people. Our boy Drew Cohen was in there. My buddy Isaac was in there. His boy Chris was in there. And Drew said something to me. So as I was walking over there to say hi to some folks, I bump into Josh Harris, who's just walking around. And as he and I were chatting, I asked him, I was like, dude, how exciting is LeBron? You know what I mean? Imagine owning the Sixers and all of a sudden you've got LeBron and Jaylen Brown. Like, they looked really good when they just made the Brown trade, let alone getting LeBron. And he's like, yeah, it's an exciting time. He's like, I tried to just really stay calm about it all. I thought we had a chance at him, but I wasn't sure how it would go. Stallion's just knocking stuff over.
Clumsy as hell.
But, like, as I'm talking to Harris, a little boy walks up, Mr. Harris, can I have a photo with you? And he's like, of course. And it just struck me in that moment just as a great reminder. Do you remember when Dan was here? He would walk on the far side with his security guards, like, right next to him. You imagine, like, no one got close enough to ask him for a photo. But I can't even imagine what the reaction would be.
Yeah, the whole thing about it is people are who they are, okay? And I think I try not to much think back to what was.
Sure.
Because what I saw, there was a group of people in that VIP tent right there, the first one on it.
Yep.
Where some of them are, I guess, no, I know I'm going to use the word. I guess some of them are handicapped. And then there were a couple that was there that were 93 years old. And one night, I met them earlier.
I love that.
You know that little area, they have the little platform. Josh jumped on the platform, jumped over the damn rail, and got into the tent and signed everybody. I think took pictures with him. That impressed me. He could have walked around. He said, nah, I'm going to do it right here. He jumped into it. It took me back to another Josh Harris situation where calling the game in, was it Cleveland? And that's what Jerome Ford was on that team.
When it was raining and he sat in the stands.
Yeah, he's sitting in the stands with the people. And the conversation I had with my buddies just now standing on the sideline was the man is just a real person.
Totally.
You know? And I think when you are that way, you don't have to fake it.
He's made his money, but he's just the same dude.
There you go.
So,
there you go.
So I just had that image in my mind, just chatting with him for a minute, and then the little boy walked over, and then I went up to the VIP, and Drew is a friend of the program, and I think Drew has been a lifelong Burgundy and Gold fan through thick and thin, right? Drew's probably 60, I'm guessing. I don't know how old he is.
We're older than 60, JP.
Okay, whatever he is, but like he's
Hell, I'm almost 60.
But my point was more he saw the glory days,
Yeah.
and then he saw things kind of get run into the ground. And he said to me, just up in the VIP, he's like, I really appreciate just being in here and how much effort they've put into it. And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, dude, it used to be a bag of chips. And there was like, I had an egg sandwich. There was a hash brown. Like, it's just treating people right goes a long, long
You watch
way.
how people treat you, and you know what they really are. But the way people treat you tells you what they think about you.
Yeah, and we're going to
Okay.
get into all the football.
All that stuff. But, like, the whole thing is this crew is different. But I know most fans care about results. But ultimately, that experience you have while you supporting somebody makes a difference, too. And they're doing a good job of that.
You know who's not different?
Who?
The Learners. And we're now 7 years. I mean, they won the World Series in 2019 and have done nothing but just sell off everything since. And I want to be crystal clear. I like what Taboni is doing. I was on Team Sell. I think this all makes the most sense. But the fact that, and Sally could probably explain it better, they had this opportunity to offer him this qualifying offer, which guaranteed $22 million or $20 million. And if somebody else signed him, which would have happened, they get a second-round pick. Maybe you can argue the return they got is better than that, but I don't think the ownership wanted to have to even guarantee the 20 because they run this so cheap. I watched the game last night. They gave up what's got to be the worst grand slam of the year. The bases get loaded because of 2 walks and a hit by pitch. And then, what's my man's name? Cosgrove?
Yep, Tom Cosgrove.
He throws these sweepers. Like, you could have taken this pitch yard. And I'm not mad at Cosgrove. Like, I said this about the center situation that's unfolding right now in Washington. And I don't think it's a week 1 issue. But, like, you shouldn't be mad at Julian Good-Jones. Julian Good-Jones is doing what he can do.
Yeah.
Like, if you redesign your kitchen and you mess it up, don't be mad if the sink doesn't work. It's the design that's the problem. The way they approached the center situation this offseason left them incredibly thin should Allegretti get injured. What happens on day 1? Allegretti gets injured. I'm not mad at Julian Good-Jones. He actually looked better in pads yesterday, which is also worth pointing out. But the center situation is a problem of their own making. I'm not mad at Tom Cosgrove. I think it's Tom. Actually, Tom Cosgrove is like the Kensington Dean of home builders. But whatever what's his first name, Sally?
Tom Cosgrove.
Shout out to Tom Cosgrove. But I'm not mad at him for giving up a salami. He didn't walk the 2 guys. He didn't hit. I think he did hit the one dude. But the Learners, dude, I tweeted out last night watching that Grand Slam in real time. That's got to be among the worst Grand Slams in the majors thus far this year. And our friend, B, you remember Doug McKinney? We worked with Dougie Fresh a long time. Dougie replied to me this morning at 6:12 a.m., can you please spend some time on your show blasting the Learners? Consider it done, Doug, because I am not mad at them selling, but if you recall, you were in wherever you were. On Friday, I did this bit. If they announce an extension with Foster Griffin, I'll take my shirt off for the rest of the show. Because I was confident they wouldn't get an extension done. And I really like Paul Taboni. I really like Blake Butera. I understood they were going to sell. But they were selling because there's no way they're going to get an extension done. They're not going to pay anybody.
Yeah, but I don't know if he would have signed that $20 million. Stallion said that yesterday. He wasn't going to sign that.
Sure.
So,
but they wouldn't even offer it, is my point.
I think sometimes when we don't hear something publicly, we automatically assume things wasn't offered or discussed. That could have been discussed. He probably told him, "You're wasting your damn time. I'm not signing it."
I think a lot of fans are just so mad right now, and I want to give them a platform here because Taboni arrives and it's another rebuild. And he immediately trades Mackenzie Gore, and it's just like, we just did this with Soto. You're trading everybody away. Then they trade Gore. Meade is hitting way more than they expected. I'm not mad at any of the moves. I just remain incredibly skeptical of ownership.
Well, the thing
and I think those things can be separate.
But we know what ownership is. It's nothing new every day. So getting frustrated and mad at what you know is not a problem. I like the moves that are being made because eventually, if you are working hamstrung, you got to figure out good ways of doing it. And the people that are here now, they're doing what they got to do. So to get mad at the learners all the time, hell, they're not going to change.
I'm going to remain mad at them. You
You
don't have to
time.
be, but I'm going
You're raising your blood pressure for no damn reason. They're going to keep being who they are. They don't care.
So
they're making their money. They don't care. But I think you got to applaud the moves that are being made.
I
by the
applaud
two guys.
Taboni.
So, I mean,
but I don't think he's ever going to be able to win here because ownership won't spend. You look at the Dodgers.
We'll see.
Look at look at what
Dodgers,
the Red Sox
The
have added.
Dodgers and the Red Sox are totally different. And I think
The Red Sox are going for it. I give them credit.
I know, and they've been around forever, and they are spenders. This team spent for a little bit.
They spent for like the better part of a decade. Like
But-
they showed they can.
And I think they're happy with what they've gotten now. And eventually, the only thing that's going to move, only time we're going to see spending is when they're gone.
That I agree with you, man. If you look at the richest dudes in baseball, Steve Cohen's obviously at the top. The learners for a period of time were up there. I think their money's in commercial real estate. Commercial real estate's obviously changed a lot. I also think Ted Lerner passed away, and then it gets down to like his children, and then we'll see what happens after that. To me, two things can be true at once. I like the moves. I was on Team Sell. The Griffin news came out about 4 o'clock yesterday, about 2 hours before the deadline. So specifically with Foster Griffin, they get back Josh Hartle, who's the number 25 prospect in the Cleveland system, another pitcher. Will Dion? You got anything for me there, Stallion?
Will Dion,
a lefty reliever who's been in the majors this year. Help me out here, Stallion.
This is a tough one.
Kindeglis
Burgess, 22-year-old Venezuelan, down in Double-A, throws 100. I really like this guy, so I do think that he's someone to look forward to down the road.
And Nick Mitchell.
There's an easy one.
22-year-old lefty outfielder, a fourth-rounder.
They'll never get mad at my cousin.
So they get one guy that probably pitches for them this year, and two other pitchers and an outfield prospect that, if I had to guess, they think they can coach the power out of him.
I mean, maybe with Nick Mitchell. So yesterday was another move they made was trading away a AAA outfielder, Christian Franklin, who is a talented guy, kind of like a, when I say 5 tools, like I'm not like, oh, he's going to be some star, but like he's a good player with a little bit of power. And they traded him yesterday to the Baltimore Orioles, and they got yet another reliever in return, someone who's in Double-A who has been one of the better pitchers out of the bullpen for the Orioles, but also just the minor leagues in Double-A. He's been really good, but he was an undrafted guy. And so Nick Mitchell probably comes in to replace Christian Franklin, and I think that's kind of it. We'll see what happens with them, but it's really just about the 3 pitchers that are coming back for the Nats.
What I'm looking at right now is they held on to their superstar power. They feel they can coach other people, and they are now trying to strengthen what we all complain about, the pitching.
Yeah.
And
they are
seem
building
to be
pitching. I get
building
that.
people for years to come.
And that's the part.
I listen, man, I know who's not going to spend. But right now, they may be in a better situation than they were before.
Well, they've also been losing, right?
I
So the
understand.
notion of chasing this wild card berth this season, now that they've lost 6 in a row and 7 out of 8, it's very different. But you're also going to lose this year when you trade away 45 home runs, and that's what Meade and Garcia gave you. I can't be more clear about this. Should anybody in the Nats clubhouse be listening? Like, I applaud what Taboni's building. I applaud the season Buterra's put together. The players, I've really enjoyed watching this Nats team. There's so much to like. I remain skeptical and mad at ownership for running a bare budget operation. And I think those two things can be separate. And I think if fans who continuously have the goalpost reset on them as they buy tickets and hats and hot dogs, they could be pissed about that.
Yeah, I
Like if
understand
you
that.
have season tickets and you were loving this season, and now all of a sudden you've traded away the all-star pitcher, the guy with 23 home runs, and the guy with 17 home runs, whatever those were, I get if you're pissed.
I understand that, but I'm saying every day discussing it ain't going to change nothing about it. Eventually, you got to get to the point where is this thing better than what it was? Are they building something stronger than what they've had? And if you get to that point, then you understand how things are shifting in a positive manner. So I used to be the type of person who got mad at everything that happened too. But you get to a point where
I think the day after the trade deadline, when you move the all-star lefty pitcher that
But
dealt
I think
in the all-star
everybody
game, you're
going
allowed
into it.
Like today, I think it's very relevant to be pissed off.
And I understand that, but I think going into it, we felt he was going to be moved. And then when they do what we expect, why is it like a shock? We thought he was going to be moved.
Sure.
Because we knew if they wouldn't go sign him to an extension, the next best thing is get something for him.
And I
at
think
the end of the year, he was going to leave any damn way.
I
He's not
agree with
trying to
all
sign
that.
it.
I think the second part.
I think
of
the
this
baseball
also-
moves are correct.
Yeah, and here's the thing: like the half glass full approach. I think to some fans out there, they're clearly upset about trading away Foster Griffin. I understand that, but also we've seen guys have incredible half seasons and completely tear it apart. Like Mackenzie Gore. I really like Mackenzie Gore, but we've seen him be like this stud all-star pitcher and then kind of fall off in the second half. I'm not saying Foster Griffin is going to do that, but before we just put a crown on this guy with Foster, we also got to remember this guy was in Japan for 3 years.
Yeah.
Like he may
They're
have just
selling
had
assets that could have just been red hot.
Exactly.
For a half.
So-
Garcia's the same, Meade's the same.
Yeah.
Those dudes had never produced like they did this year. The baseball moves, I'm good with it. It's just you are resetting the goalposts.
100%.
Not to mention James Wood came out of the game last night, right?
Yeah, I think he's fine.
I
but-
watched it live and didn't think much of it, and then when they showed the replay, I thought Coco and Franny did a good job on the replay. It's just a tricky spot because Nats fans are a beat down dog. This year, the dog got fed. Like it was like, oh my gosh, all of a sudden things are working again, and then you trade everybody away. I think it's okay to have an emotional response while understanding baseball-wise, these are the right moves. Stallion, what did you think on the return of the Griffin trade?
I thought it was fine. Like, I think that a lot of people, when Skubal got traded, the back-to-back Cy Young winner, everyone was like, oh, my gosh, that's such an underpay by the Dodgers. And, they didn't get their top prospect from the Dodgers. And the reality is they got – well, yeah, the Dodgers got the back-to-back Cy Young winner. They're going to be just fine. That's what the market is, though. Like, I think people they get so hyped because it's like, oh, like this is what some names are throwing out there. Like, yes, Foster Griffin has been an all-star. He's been incredible.
He ain't Skubal.
But he's not Skubal. And it's like, when you look at this move, I think people wanted like that big premier prospect, like a one-for-one deal where it's like the Nats get like a top 100 prospect and the team that trades for him gets a Foster Griffin. But the way that this front office works is they're not going out there trying to get just one premier guy. They want to spread their eggs around in a couple different baskets. Think back to the Mackenzie Gore trade. People at first were like pissed off about it. They were like, we didn't get a premier guy. And now you look at it, Devin Fitzgerald is blossoming into a big-time prospect for this team. Abby Ortiz comes up, hits his first Major League home run last night as he's replacing Luis Garcia Jr. Alejandro Rosario is a big pitching prospect, got Tommy John surgery, but a lot of people think he's probably the best player in that deal. We haven't even seen him yet. You get Gavin Feen, who is a 2025 first-round pick, and he's been solid in Fredericksburg. Hasn't been a crazy productive season for him, but he's been getting a lot better, and you're starting to see that. So I think this is the way that this group operates, is they want to get a couple of different guys and try to develop them. And this season, we've been praising their development. Like, they've been good at it. So I like them return. I get what they're doing, but I also understand why fans are maybe a little frustrated as to why they didn't get like that top guy.
You're in these Nats streets. What are people replying to you? Locked On or fan? Doug McKinney is pissed. Maybe that doesn't speak on behalf of everybody.
No, I mean,
what are the folks at Talk Nats? What's Navy Yard Nats saying?
So I can tell you this: never read the comment section in a YouTube post. I was actually just looking at it like 5 minutes ago. People are pissed. I mean, they're not happy. Like, they thought that they could extend Foster Griffin. They thought that they would maybe buy, but I think after the deadline now, that's like, okay, clearly this team didn't really buy, but they also, I mean, they did sell. They did sell. There's no way around that.
Yo, they sold. And this whole, like, buying and selling, like, you added arms to make your team better for the long haul, which you're 4 games under 500. That's the right call. Baseball decisions were made that were wise. Period.
Yep.
I just have no faith that ownership is going to allow them. Like, here's why this all sucks. Because say these trades are great, and in 4 years you've got 3 studs from all these trades. I don't think they're going to sign them, and I fear that by then Abrams is wearing a different
What's
jersey,
your favorite
and
statement?
Wood's wearing a different
But what's
jersey.
your favorite statement? Don't be pre-mad. They may have changed by then.
They
Let's
may
not
have
be-
sold by then.
But whatever. They won't be doing it. You have to worry about it. Let's not be pre-mad.
I'm pre-mad on this one.
You need to not be pre-mad.
Because I've seen it, B. This isn't pre-mad.
But,
Like,
no,
they
is
just
pre-mad
did this
'cause
with Soto.
We don't know.
They
in 4
just
years.
did it
No,
yesterday.
they may not even have a season next year. Hell, so why be pre-mad?
Did you see what Louis Garcia did last night in the Bronx?
What?
Went yard.
Okay.
For the Yankees.
And if he went yard last night for the Nats, did a loss still, because the pitching sucks. So let's be real. Let's pre-mad. No,
You didn't want him to trade people away. You wanted him to add to the bullpen.
I wanted them to add, and then right now they're adding to the bullpen. What I know is when you adding something, you're gonna lose something.
No, if they were actually buying for this season, you trade a prospect for a deliverable bullpen arm now. But they did not do that
this
whatsoever.
Team is at a position where they don't have that luxury of doing like regular teams would do.
Because they don't spend.
They have to overdo stuff right now to get great prospects and people that can come help them now, because they're going to lose some bats, they're going to get some pitching. When they get to the point where they have a nucleus like everybody else does, they may be able to operate like that. But I'm going to tell you, they're not anywhere close.
I agree with that, and I fear it's another goalpost movement, and I fear there's another one coming in 4 years. I hope to be proven wrong.
Well, the
Maybe they'll
goalpost
sell
being
the
moved
team.
in 4 years may be the learner's gone.
That would be a celebration at this point. It's crazy how good of owners they were,
we could be at the
and then they were
bullpen.
just bad.
We could be at the bullpen saying, "Bye, learners."
All right.
They might own that. We don't know.
You are listening to B. Mitch and Finley. We're brought to you by Rude. If it ain't rude, it ain't right. We're just getting warmed up from Ashburn.
Let's keep it going with the Nats talk. Just not a good day to be a baseball fan in D.C. Last night, Foster Griffin was traded by the team. They lost another one in Philly. And James Wood, early exit last night, felt pain in his side after a swing and an at-bat in the 6th inning. Fear is could be an oblique issue. We will see. He's having an MRI today. When we know something, we'll keep you posted here on The Fan. It was a 3-0 lead loss last night by the Nats. They fall in Philly 6-3. Phillies get a go-ahead grand slam from Derek Hill in the 7th to rub salt in the wound. Bryce Harper adds insurance with a 2-run shot in the 8th. Nats have lost 6 straight and 7 of 8. They'll try to snap that skid tonight. 2nd of 4 against Philly, 6:40 here on The Fan. Football early morning practice for the Commanders. Defensive end Fabian Moreau has rejoined the team. He is signed after Akilla Witherspoon retired. Moreau, a 3rd-round pick by Washington 2017. And running back Bijan Robinson has a new 3-year extension in Atlanta, $22.25 million per season. Makes him the highest-paid running back now in NFL history. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan, out here live, BigBear.ai Performance Center. Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt the summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at Rude.com. If it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
Speaking of Rude, the learners won't spend. I want to open the phones, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Are you with B, that it's not worth being mad about because we knew this was coming? Are you mad? You're allowed to be mad. It's okay with me. I think I am cool with the baseball decisions being made. Paul Taboni just got here. His mission was always to build this thing for the long haul. He understands the assignment. But this season was a lot of fun. Now they've traded away 40 home runs and an all-star pitcher. And if you're mad about it, I get it. I like the decisions. I like adding all these arms. Both maybe can help you now and can more so can help you down the road. But I did want to at least let Paul Taboni kind of have a chance to explain things from himself. I think Taboni had a presser last night, which I applaud having a presser after the trade deadline when you've traded 3 guys away. Let's start with Taboni. Asked if the Nats were targeting more pitching depth.
We obviously, just looking backwards, we came onto a ton of pitching in these deals. Did we want to pursue it? Yeah, we wanted to pursue it to help this year's team. We wanted to pursue it to hopefully allow us to roll out a better pitching group in the future. But we didn't want to be overly dogmatic about it. We didn't want to pass up on really good position players in favor of, lesser pitchers, so on and so forth. So it worked out that way. Is there a different world where we could have come on to a good amount of position players and been happy about it? Yeah, there is. So how it shook out, and there was some intention behind it, but also once again, it wasn't something that we were just looking to go all out on pitching and neglect the position player side.
I think that's fair. I think you take the best offer you could get. Like, you look at the Orioles, there's no way they wanted to trade Adley Rutschman to the Red Sox.
Yeah.
But that's the best deal. I saw a New York dude, I wish I could remember who it was. I think it's somebody at WFAN, had a tweet. It's like, I don't care if the Mets trade with the Yankees. I don't care if they trade with the Braves. I don't care if they trade with the Taliban. Did they want pitching? Yes. But these were also the best deals they could get. Yeah. And if it involved pitching, it involved pitching.
Yeah.
I think Baseball America does like the prospect rankings and everything, right? When will they reset all that after this trade deadline?
I would say probably in the next week.
I'll be curious about that when the new rankings come out. Well, I want to let some callers weigh in here. Steve is in Arlington. Steve, what's up, dude?
Hey, Jay, B. Mitch, how are you guys? Thanks for taking my call.
We're good, man. How you doing, Steve?
Good. Hey, so one thought I have is I think overall I'm with Jay, and the reason is a while ago I looked at I did a AI, search of trying to figure out how much earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization your regular Major League Baseball team makes, and I was surprised at the number. And AI, who knows, but it came back between 5 and 25 million a year. And so, and then you look at leverage. The Nationals are the highest leverage team in the Major League Baseball right now at with 20% or something. So my thought is their whole strategy is going to be they're going to try to catch lightning in a bottle and paying very little for that bottle for a long time, as long as its ownership is there. And obviously all the foot soldiers and managers and players are trying to do the best thing. But they don't want to invest any additional money. They got $150 million, right? And $40 million of that is going to Strasburg and Scherzer, right? They don't want to invest any more money because their return on investment is just too low for them. So, or it's not worth the gamble, right? And so I think overall I'm with you, Jay. I just think their whole strategy is lightning a bottle whenever they're going to pay somebody. They just don't want to do it, and it's not going to happen.
It's a really good call. I don't even think their strategy is lightning in a bottle, dude. I think their strategy is don't spend anything and keep moving the goalposts, frankly. Yeah. But I wasn't expecting to talk amortization this morning.
Well, my whole thing, I understand Steve's point, but I tell you one thing: if you go to Vegas and you don't put no money in the slot machine, you ain't gonna win no damn money.
Right.
But if you take that risk on the higher paying one, you probably gonna make way more money. So if they were to pay, but my thing is this:
the problem in baseball, as much as we're mad about the Dodgers, you've got Nats, Royals, Pirates, Marlins. You have so many organizations that spend nothing.
Don't spend nothing, yeah.
So and they still get a check. So the learners aren't making bad business decisions.
You see how much the Dodgers are spending? I bet you that $5 to $25 million is not what they are getting back.
Got a text from a mutual friend of ours. That plays golf at a very nice course. Said the difference is that the learners are not sportsmen; they are businessmen. They sell high, buy low, and the beauty of it is that they make money anyway. Yeah, that's what they're doing.
Yeah,
and it sucks. I did interrupt you there. I'm sorry.
But the thing I'm just saying, the Dodgers are making more than $5 to $25 million because they spend, and they spend on people that is going to make people want to come see them. I understand what the learners are not doing, but the question I would ask is, what if? So Butera was brought in. Butera and Taboni was brought in to do a job. And I think they're doing a hell of a job.
I agree with that.
What if they rolled in here and act just like the learners and do absolutely nothing? I mean, they're doing their part. They got to add people to this roster to make sure that this pitching is not going to be the garbage it was.
I agree with that.
And they are working with a group that doesn't spend, but you know what? They took that damn job. And they knew that before they got here.
Totally.
So my thing is, the change is you got guys that still know how to make moves with this whack ownership. You get what I'm saying? So for me, I'm going to try to focus more on that because I already know what they are. They haven't spent. They're not spending. And they're happy with getting that first one. And then they're going to go to the market and say, this is what we want for the team. Well, you're not going to get that for your team.
I think Ted Lerner was a very, very wealthy man. This is all pre-COVID when, they own all the real estate in Tyson's, right? Everything was booming. Business was booming. And Ted Lerner probably looked, at a calendar, realized where he was in his years and said, we're going to get a World Series. And they spent to do so. And in the subsequent years, Lerner passes away. I will give the Nats a break that they got COVID was awful for them from a business standpoint, that they didn't get the year after the World Series to sell out every suite and have a packed house every night. But that was 7 years ago, dude. Time moves on. I find interesting because you traded away whatever it was, 40, 45 home runs from this offense. And if you've watched the last week that they've lost 6 in a row, the business ain't booming offensively like it was. They'll have runners in scoring position, not be able to advance them. Paul Taboni was asked if he remains confident in the Nationals' offense after the trades of Curtis Mead and Luis Garcia. All right, the junkies
Because I
call
got high.
these segments Radio
Because I got
Insider.
high.
We're going to do a little Radio Insider. No pause. We were talking about Paul Taboni.
Yes, we were.
Before the break. And I queued up a clip from Paul Taboni.
You John Stockton it.
I did. And
Yeah.
the mailman did not deliver.
You threw an alley-oop, and Jeff just looked at the ball.
Jeff running the board back at the shop, clearly looking at his phone. He claims he was watching a Commanders clip. I guarantee there was a woman in it.
Nah.
And he just threw the break. So if the clock seems a little weird to you, it's because Jeff went to break 2 minutes early.
Hold on now.
Yes, Jeffrey. How do you do?
It was 30 seconds early.
Okay.
We were still on time.
Well, everybody know it wasn't time for us to break. It's JP running this thing. They knew you were early, Jeff.
I can't help but laugh at it. Also, Jeff, we got Stallion in here making some bold proclamations.
Oh, I heard him.
Providing new timelines, of which I will take the over. No matter what timeline you present, I'm taking the over.
By the end of this show, I'm gonna take care of it. I'm gonna make the under work for him today.
It was like when Tischler sat down with us yesterday, he's like, I probably only can do like 10 or 15 minutes. I was like, no problem. Tell us when you need to leave. I'll take the over. Stallion's timelines, take the over.
Well, not because I'm getting tired of hearing it every day. I'm gonna make this thing happen for him.
I believe it. He's
I
a
played the
dangerous
fifth.
man.
I played the fifth.
He's a dangerous man.
Don't worry.
All right, I do want to do this one Taboni bite, and then I'll let my man Jonesy chime in. Jonesy, you pissed off at the Nats?
Yeah, man. Look, I think I'm, turning my baseball cap in for the season. I'm going along the lines with you, JP. What's going on, B. Mitch?
What's up?
Look, man, apathy is set in with me because the owners, they ain't trying to spend no money. They're talking to the fans like, you need to show up at the park and show us, and then we'll show you. To me, that's like putting a big Tony, B. Mitch. I'm going to open up this gourmet restaurant, but if you don't show up, I ain't going to cook no food until you show up. No, I don't want to hear that. Spend the money, get what we need up in here. You know what I'm saying? And show us first, and then we'll begin to show you. But look, man, we gave up some bats. We got some pitching. Everything has question marks on it. We lost to the Phillies last night. I'm upset. I'm trying to tell you right now, I'm not trying to go through it, man. So, therefore, I think I'm going to go ahead and begin to put my jersey inside of the mothballs, man, for the season and see what happens in case, unless we get this lockout thing, hopefully keep my fingers crossed for next season, man.
Appreciate you, Jonesy. Thank you, bud.
Like you.
Did Jonesy just compare him to Big Tony?
I think he did.
But
that was a
Big
wild
Tony
ride.
gonna have roadkill in his restaurant, so that's not gourmet.
So we still have. They're now 55 and 59, I think. So that's roughly 115 games, 114 games.
Mm-hmm.
So they still have about 50 games remaining, 48, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Like there's still plenty of baseball to play, and you traded away some real power out of the lineup. So Paul Taboni was asked, how confident are you in this team's offense after trading away Curtis Mead and Luis Garcia?
Yeah, well, I think I'll start by just saying, it's really tough to replace those guys. Like Curtis and Louis both, they're just, they've been two of the best hitters in the major leagues this year. And I don't think it's reasonable for us to expect, folks to just hop right in and replace them, one for one. Having said that, a huge reason why our offense has been really good to date is that it's been a huge team effort, and there have been a lot of folks that are contributing versus right, versus left, whatever it might be. So we're going to be, it's my hope that the expectation amongst the offense, amongst the position player group, is that we're not going to slow down, and we're going to have players popping into those roles, whether it's Brady or Abby or whoever it might be. To do their jobs, and ideally we can look up, a month or two from now and say that hey, the offense hasn't slowed down much, and if anything, it'd be cool if we reach new heights. So yeah, that's the thought. Once again, don't want to place unfair expectations on the group, but I really believe in this group, and I think we can still string together a bunch of really, really quality at bats over the course of the next 2 months before the playoffs.
You buy that?
I buy. He's hoping. That. That's. I think they have some guys they feel that can start doing it. you can't guarantee 40 home runs. Like, sure, you started at the beginning of this season, you couldn't expect those guys. You didn't expect them to do what they were doing. So I think they got some guys in mind that they feel can get it done, but they had to improve that damn pitching core and that bullpen. They had to.
For the long term.
Yeah, they had to.
Dude, I'm not mad at the baseball moves. I'm mad at ownership. I've talked about this a zillion times. I get an email every morning from MLB.com. They decided there were six biggest winners of the trade deadline.
Who?
You want to guess number one?
Who is that?
The Dodgers.
Mm-hmm.
They're the biggest winners.
Well, they got Scooble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In all capacities. It is kind of crazy. What do you think the highest prospect Detroit got back? Now, they got a bunch, but what do you think the highest number of the top 100 list is?
He's probably about a 12 or 14.
I would think that's what you want, maybe even top 10. The highest prospect return, number 25 and number 68.
Wow.
How about this for a name? The dude, the 68th best prospect in Major League Baseball, River Ryan.
River Ryan.
Start calling down.
Half his name is cool.
No wonder people are saying the Tigers didn't get enough.
But the thing about them, they were just trying to get rid of them. They were trying to move forward.
Quan in the building. What's up, man? How you been? We got Quan Martin sitting down. I'm asking him if he thinks the Nats should have bought or sold.
Quan said, I'm focusing on my job right now. I'm not worried about no Nats.
Commander Safety Quan Martin sitting down in the tent. What's up, man? How you been?
I'm good, man. How y'all doing?
Oh, man, we're doing good, brother. How camp been for you?
It's been great, man. Just learning a new system. Just being out there with the guys, man. Just flying around, getting some different looks from the offense, so it's been good.
I'm looking at it. I'm getting excited by it. How excited are you all for this system, and how are the changes compared to what you had?
Man, we're super excited, man. It's a super fun defense. I think if you just know where you're supposed to be when you're supposed to be there, I think it'll be really fun for us to just bring it to life, especially with the pieces that we got.
For you to get to be the aggressor in this system, running downhill, maybe some blitzing, how do you prefer that? Where it, to me, having watched everything the last couple of years and then watching now, it seems like the goal is for you guys to dictate to the offense what's going to happen rather than kind of read and react system. Am I seeing that right?
Yeah, no, that's definitely kind of how we look at it, man. We go into a call, we got different tools and different things we can work throughout the down. So just really depend on the looks we get, man. So we just reading and digesting the offense and getting us in the right look.
I've always felt in football, I don't care if you're on offense, defense, special teams, the person dictating is going to dictate what happens.
Yeah.
And right now, last year I kind of felt like y'all played like back and figured out what was going on. I'm looking at guys in the A-gaps lining up, then they move. So on offense, they start in one position, they shift. They're trying to make you tell them what you're doing.
Yeah.
You're doing the same thing to them?
Yep.
I love
Same old, man. So really just seeing what they're doing, man, and just kind of trying to figure it out from there.
What do you think of number 52 playing in front of you?
Oh, man. He's been fun to watch, bro. Just, the way he approaches the game, man, his work ethic, just on the field, off the field, just how he come to work, and dude's a pro.
Yesterday, first day in pads, that goal line stuff on Bill. What did you see there? It was the first play of 11-on-11 in pads, and Sonny just filled that. It looked like it looked like a blitz was on anyway. Just can you walk us through that one?
No, I don't think we had a blitz. I think it was we were just showing zero, and it was on the goal line, so it's kind of getting our look, and really everybody was just working together, man. We got a motion, and he kind of was free to play off the running back, and I went down, kind of shot I think I was outside, and he just flew inside. I just heard the collision.
Dude, it was
I just heard the collision behind me, man, and I looked up. It was him.
So I'm curious for you if yesterday, first day of pads, you always know there's going to be a pop, right?
Yeah.
And maybe that was Sonny, but it's a little different when it's a run play, I feel like. The media members, we had a little bit of a bet going who was going to be the first guy to make the big collision in the backfield. It was Will Harris. Who would you have picked?
It's a number of guys, man. I think we all played super physical and just love some contact. So it really could have been any guy on the field at the time. But, I ain't expect nothing different from the guys who did get those collisions.
The guys up front normally help you all do your
Yeah.
job very well. How has it been watching Oweh and guys like that?
It's been fun, man. Just, the energy that they play with, the speed that they play with, the intensity, and, just getting after the O-line and, kind of just making our job a whole lot easier.
How's Jaden looking to you?
He's looked good, man. Just how he get the ball out. Just looking good all around, man. Ball placement, just reading the defense. We throw a lot at him, so, he's been great, man, just to see him go through it.
Commander safety Quan Martin sitting down with us here in the tent. What about the rookie, Antonio Williams? What have you thought of his game so far?
Man, he's smooth, real smooth. I think he's a lot faster than a lot of people expect, too.
Yeah.
So he got some speed on him, man, and, he's just a pro, too. Like, he's another one of those guys who comes to work and, just try to be his best when he's on the field.
It's funny. This time last year, you guys were coming off the Monster 24 season. You had a pick six in the divisional playoff game. Expectations were so high, but you had the McLaurin situation kind of looming over training camp. This year, you've got two new coordinators. Expectations nationally aren't too high. How different does everything feel?
It's a lot different, man. I think, this team, we know where we could be at, and especially with the new system, man, just trying to learn it as quick as possible and all just be on the same page because I think Coach Jones, he teaches it to where he leaves no stone unturned. So for us, just trying to get on the same page as him and know the defense, how he know the defense. And I think that'll allow us to go out there and play fast. And same thing on offense, man. Those guys just getting the right looks and getting the right formations and, just execute.
Has the excitement of it made it easier to learn or easier to start digesting?
Oh, yeah, man. I think the way he even, teaches the defense is it allows us to learn it. And
he seems like a real communicator.
Yeah. Every play, you're going to hear him. And, in the meetings, like I said, just going through every detail, man, so we all, I know what you're doing, he know what I'm doing, and, we all X's on the field, so we can all kind of interchange and do different stuff.
Quan, thank you for making time for us, man. It's always good to chop it up with you. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you, brother.
Thank you.
Hey, light, man.
Commanders,
Thanks.
safety, Quan Martin, going to be a big new season for this Washington defense. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch Finley.
This update is brought to you by PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Start with some Commanders news. Early morning practice today for them in Ashburn. Sam Cosmi, Laramie Tunsil, both getting planned days off, so they did not participate. Also, defensive back Fabian Moreau is back in D.C., re-signed with the Commanders after Akilla Witherspoon was put on the reserve retired list. Moreau, a former draft pick by Washington, third-rounder in 2017. Nationals are going to try again in Philadelphia tonight to snap a 6-game skid. They lost 6-3 last night, and James Wood had an early exit, pain in his left side after a swing during an at-bat. He is having an MRI today. This month, score $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Midcalf Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
I believe it's your friendly 106.7 The Fan coming to you live from Commanders Training Camp out here at BigBear.ai Training Center. And we've been talking a lot about the defense. Just had Quan Martin, number 20 for the Washington Commanders, joining us. And looking excited. And I've been watching this defense as well. And sitting there with Logan Paulson the other day, just watching those guys line up in the A-gaps and dropping out. And sometimes they come. Watching defensive tackles and defensive ends dropping out and also making it confusing for a quarterback. I mean, it has made me get a little excited about this season. I know if you listen to this show for some years, listen to me over the years, I believe in an aggressive mindset. And I look at Daronte Jones coming from that Brian Flores-style system, and I think this defense is going to be something that makes quarterbacks have to be on point. Whether they are going to have to do things quicker or have to hold on to the ball a little bit longer. I was just talking with Ryan about our play. He said, you know who was running down the field with Jalen Lane? It was Sonny Styles. Sonny Styles is 6'4". He weighs 250 pounds, but he clocked 4.46 in the 40. So he's going to be a guy getting on those receivers sometimes. He's going to be a guy checking the tight ends and the linebackers and the running backs. For me, the thing about Sonny that's going to be a plus, he can be on a guy that's shorter than him, but he's 3 yards behind. The quarterback's still going to think he's covered because of that length. And if he happens to throw it, if he sticks his hands up, he may be able to knock the ball down. So it's going to be a hell of a plus for him moving forward. And I think this defense now, when you look at the people they've added, people like Amenahu, also Owe, Chanel, you start looking at Tim Settles back in the front. Tim Settles and also, that he's going to be a guy who's going to command attention from two people a lot of times. But you have guys that have quickness, they have speed, they have length. This team defensively, to me, looks totally different than they did last year. Last year we talked a lot about slow, old, no longer like that. This team is faster on defense. They're younger. I think I see a lot of energy out there. I see the enthusiasm because I asked Quan just a moment ago, learning a defense. If the defense is boring, if the guys don't get excited by it, they're not going to be very, very energetic on trying to figure it out. But if they are excited, they see the possibilities. It makes people want to jump into it. And I think I'm noticing that, especially with this one, because when we can line up in a base front, we got 4 down linemen, 2 linebackers, 4 linebackers also on the field, and you look, and the 4 linebackers are coming, and the D linemen drop out. What does the quarterback do when you got the extra blitzer? They let the ball go quick. You know what they're going to do? They're going to throw the ball into the hands of one of these defensive linemen. They used to call this thing zone blitz back in the day, where they show you a lot of look, and the guy you expect to come does it. And when you drop back, you got the little quick lanes to throw it, and they throw it right into the hands of a guy like a Reggie White or a guy like a Clyde Simmons from
Sure.
and And I think this is what Daronte Jones is doing, where you're going to make everything speed up. Now, if you got a quarterback like a Pat Mahomes or even a Peyton Manning from back in the past, they may know everything going on and still pick you apart. But this league is full of younger quarterbacks or older quarterbacks without the talent of those guys I mentioned earlier. And I believe that they are going to play into the hands of what Daronte wants to get done. Make you speed up on everything.
They want to speed you up for sure. And I think, listen, man, if you're not in a positive space in training camp, you're kind of doing it wrong. Like, the joke in baseball with spring training is everybody's in the best shape of their life, right?
Yeah.
Like, if things don't look good in training camp, you're in trouble. But like we said to Quan Martin, like, you could feel the difference being here every day. And I think defensively, they clearly are going to try to take the fight to the opposition, and I think that has real value.
Yeah.
I also think offensively, it is so much. There's a lot to like offensively, and I think Antonio Williams is a kid that has impressed me. I meant to ask you this, and I don't know where you were at that point in time. They were running against air, but primarily all we've seen so far is red zone work.
Yeah.
So we haven't really seen the deep ball from any of the quarterbacks. We really haven't. Like, the farthest they've been out from the goal line is like the 30-yard line. And today they were running routes against air, so it's not like, you know, somebody's beating Mikey Samerstill off the line of scrimmage or something. But I watched these guys run. And Trey Burks is somebody I've been impressed by. I was really concerned when he had the foot soreness. He's fine now, which is great. Burks probably ran the first route, and I think it was a ball from Jaden. Just easy pitch and catch, even though it's a 45-yard pass. Like, those two just have a good connection. My one concern with Burks, because he's a bigger guy and strong and muscular, and he doesn't slow down that fast once he gets up to top speed. And, dude, they have those fences there behind the end zone for the fans sitting there. I thought he was going to go right into the fence, dude. Because when you're coming in and you make that catch, like, by the time you turn your head and see what's ahead of you, like, it's a second or so, and he's moving at such a fast speed, he was able to cut it off and turn to the side.
That's for you and I, Jay.
Right. He was fine.
For an athletic guy in his prime, he see that thing, he's out of there.
But, Doug, the dude that stood out to me most, and this is running 9 routes against air. I recognize we're not talking a high degree of difficulty, okay?
Yeah.
Did you see Van Jefferson run the 9?
Yeah.
Dude flies.
He could get up.
And his strides were unique. Usually when guys get up to top speed like that, it's long strides. He has kind of choppy steps with it. I was fascinated watching that.
Yeah. He can run, man. But, like, we haven't seen, like, the deep route. But I saw one today where Jaden threw about a 25-yard pass up the seam to Chig. And Chig's
had a really good couple days.
He's running, and the way he threw it was right here. Because if he threw it in front of him, he has a safety coming here. And he threw it kind of right on his body because he had somebody else outside of him. But Chig was able to catch it in stride, continue running. So I just got a text from Maddie, like, on Friday on the show, what are you going to be looking for? And I wrote,
Jaden and Chig's familiarity. I like it.
And their familiarity and the way that they're connecting, because ultimately that is something that we saw last year that Jaden loves to go. In the last 2 years, he will go to the tight end. And if you got a tight end that can run like that dude and can get the ball and do some extra stuff after it, I want to see that, because I think that will be a vital part. Because the thing we discussed mostly, number two. Well, he can be that number 2. And I think that I'm going to be checking it out. But I've watched all these quarterbacks. You even mentioned it. Sam Hartman has been letting the ball go.
Yeah.
You know, he had that injury or surgery, and his arm wasn't as strong last year. But right now, he seemed to have he's completely healed from that, letting the thing go.
Shout out to Dr. Espinel. Just sent me a photo. He's watching us right now, B.
What's up, Doc?
I think it's been an encouraging start to camp. I do think the injury stuff is not great, but that's going to happen throughout NFL camps. And right now, the Bates thing is most significant, right? I mean, he's going to miss weeks, plural. I like the tight end depth.
Yeah.
You're not replacing Bates' toughness and physical blocking ability, period. He's among the best in the NFL at that. But I think both Sennett and Yankoff are very willing blockers. You might not get what you get with Bates, but you've got guys that are very willing to do it.
And that's all it takes. The thing about football,
they're not looking for Chig to be a physical blocker.
Yeah.
Chig's like almost a receiver.
You know, if the guy you said the guys that are willing. The thing about sports, defense is the hardest thing in every sport. Blocking without getting the football is the hardest thing in sports. But the guys that are willing to do it, they realize real quick, if I'm willing to do it, I don't want to lose. Okay? And if they become better at it, all of a sudden you realize your team get better. And those guys are willing. Bates, he was born to block. That's what it seems like to me. But you look at a guy like Sennett, you know, and ever since that interview the other day, I'm pulling for this kid because, you know, that's something fans never understand. Fans say professional athlete, they think you got everything in the bag. You're some level of superhero. No, you're a human being who deals with some of the same ish that everybody else deals
100%.
with. And this kid was able to figure that out, talk to the right folks, and move forward. So I think he's going to like Bates being out is a plus for a lot of other people because now those guys are getting experience they wouldn't ordinarily get if he was here. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
So I'm expecting them to go out there and do some good things. And then Yankoff, I'm just thoroughly impressed.
Yanks
by
look
him.
good, man.
They showed that picture. I saw it. They say in or out. He got his toe and then a knee. That's in the middle.
Now, the DB is always going to pop up and say out. Every DB in history is called a pass incomplete. The ref called it incomplete, though.
Yeah, but he held on to it. Once that knee hits, normally a knee is damn 2 feet. And I think he got the left knee in. Got the left knee in. The right foot was down, and the butt kind of hit the line a little bit. That's touchdown to me.
We're talking about a play from yesterday's camp that maybe the Commanders posted. I'm guessing they did. You know, I also thought, so to your point about Sennett, Awad is up in Ashburn from Richmond, and he actually came up to me and complimented us for the Sennett interview. Said how much he enjoyed it, said you really felt like you got to know the person, and I think he played some of that on his show in Richmond, which was cool. And to his credit, Awad asked a good question to Dan Quinn today about the red zone drills, because we've seen so much red zone. So the question was relatively simple. It was like, you know, what do you think of Jaden in the red zone? Because over the years, Jaden has performed at a really high level if you break out his red zone stats. And DQ gave a long answer, but the phrase that stuck with me was he was talking about ball placement. And we talk about that Yankoff catch.
Yes.
The Terry McLaurin catch yesterday was pretty damn incredible.
The one today.
Yeah, there's been a number of them, but those catches are awesome, but the placement of the ball is also incredible.
Yeah.
And the line DQ said that stuck with me, he said, that's not luck.
No.
And I think people need to understand the skill involved in trying to – people love the phrase like drop it in the bucket. When you're doing that in condensed spaces where defensive lines are able to get to you that much faster, it's impressive.
The physics of a pass is something that's astronomical to me. So he threw a pass today. He threw the ball from I think he might have been on the right hash. He threw it to the left sideline. And when he let the ball go, I saw a receiver underneath that was wide open, okay? And I'm like, oh, he overthrew it. And then you see the DB coming right behind that receiver, and the ball went just a foot or two over that DB's head, and Terry came right back in the end. The way he, like, when you're hitting a moving target, you to understand where to throw the ball to so those guys can mesh, the ball and the player can mesh and put the right arc on it is magnificent. He does it at a consistent basis, which is amazing to me. So I don't know what kind of training he does to get it done consistently, but
some of it's God-given.
Yeah, he's
but
better
some
than
of it
other
is the
people.
work he puts in.
Yeah, he's better than other people doing it.
All right, we'll go a little bit of behind the scenes here. So we have multiple computers here in the tent.
Yeah.
This computer that I'm currently waving to is the YouTube stream.
Yeah.
These computers over here, one is mine, one is Brian's, is the Monumental program. The way this works is Brian and I each carry 2 laptops. Brian has an Aloha sticker, and that's probably yours, is my guess?
Yeah.
This one is mine. I'm sticker-free, sucker-free and sticker-free since 81. And this is my Monumental computer. You'll be shocked to know both of them are just about out of battery. I haven't charged anything all day.
Both of what, yours?
Both of my computers are about to die.
Both of mine are not.
So we should probably get some juice going. Can I borrow some juice?
Yeah, you can borrow it, Jay. Now you go on the other side, homie.
I mean, it'd be kind of funny.
You know why your computer's out of battery? You're using your computer and you're charging your damn phone.
Yeah, that's a part of it.
How about you not charge your phone?
My phone's about to die, too. Now, in my defense, I thought I was charging my phone this morning driving out here, and it wasn't charging. So maybe that's not really my defense, but it feels like my defense. Shout out to Derek the Bear, making things happen. And just like that, folks, we're all getting charged up.
Yep, because
It takes a village.
Because B-Mitch always has his charges. The responsible one here.
I got to say, B-Mitch always does have his chargers.
There is zero debate among our listeners, our friends, our family, who is the responsible one between the two of us. And it ain't me. Like that is the least surprising thing in the world. Our dear friend, who's also fairly responsible, Barry Sverluga, will join the program next. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley coming to you live from BigBear.ai Performance Center in Ashburn, Virginia.
We're brought to you by Copt Defense Properties. Start with the Commanders at an early morning practice today in Ashburn. They also have re-signed one of their former players, defensive back Fabian Moreau, agrees to a deal with the team to take the spot left by Akella Witherspoon, who was put on the reserve retired list. Moreau, a third-round pick by Washington in 2017. Also today in the NFL, two-time Pro Bowl running back Bijan Robinson got his new deal in Atlanta. 3-year extension worth $75 million. 51 of that guaranteed, $22.25 million per season, makes him the highest-paid running back now in NFL history. And the Nationals, with a 6-game skid, look to bounce back tonight and get a win on the road in Philly. 6:40 p.m. first pitch tonight here on The Fan. Also awaiting results of an MRI for James Wood, who left the game after feeling pain in his left side during an at-bat in the 6th inning. Are you a road technician that's tired of outdoor service grind? Copt Defense Properties is now hiring building technicians that provide day-to-day property maintenance services, competitive pay, minimum 30-hour weeks, free training and development, and great benefits. Apply today at COPT.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Appreciate everybody hanging with us on Monumental Sports Network. Appreciate everybody hanging with us on the YouTube stream. We are coming to you live from BigBear.ai Performance Center, Ashburn, Virginia. All of our training camp coverage is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. One of the guys that's been sweating it out with us every day at training camp is our friend Barry Sverluga from The Athletic. Barry, what's up, dude?
How are you guys? Thanks for having me.
Thank you for joining us, man. I want to start with, we just had Quan Martin sit down with us maybe about a half hour ago or so, and he was talking about Durante Jones, and one of the things I've noticed is he seems like a real communicator, and I'm a person, I think the best coaches are those that talk to each player on their level and not try to blanket it. Like everybody has to understand me. It's like, no, I'm going to understand each and every one of you. I know you did a kind of a deep dive with Durante. I'm wondering, tell us what you learned, what you think.
I mean, I think what you're saying makes a lot of sense. He is a very, worldly guy. He has a philosophy that he wants to leave the country twice a year.
Wow.
He's done it for 20 or 30 years because he wants to be exposed to different things. And I said, we spent 3 or 3.5 hours driving around PG County where he grew up in Maryland, learning about who he is. And I said, Durante, I don't want to draw a line between two dots that shouldn't be connected, but it seems to me the fact that you want to learn things about the world leaves you open-minded in your football view of things. And he very much thinks that's a real connection. I talked to Brian Flores, who we obviously worked with at the Vikings and was his boss. They didn't know each other before they got together in Minnesota, and Flores was adamant, this guy is a sponge. He meets people where they are. To your point, JP, he's moved 14 times in a 26-year career. So he's been – Flores said, look, if he's got a player, he's probably been in that player's backyard somewhere. He coached 4 different places in Louisiana. He's been all over the place, and now he's coming back home to bring a defense that Durante said to me, Flores and him would talk about, people talk about thinking outside the box. We don't have a box. We just think of stuff and are really creative. So I'm excited about it. I think on the margins, David Blau is in a way more important because everything revolves around number 5. But I think Durante Jones's philosophy and experience is going to be a really big deal for a defense that has so many new parts.
And I think when you look at it, the offense, I know, get more play. But a defense that can make offenses have to think.
For sure.
And be disruptive is as good as that offense being the person dictating.
And it is. You hear that, Brian, when he talks about it, we're disguising stuff so that we can dictate our will onto the offense and not just read and react. So I'm really excited to see how that plays out in practice. Javon Kinlaw was in there talking to us today.
How many times he cursed?
Only like twice, I think. Yeah,
Pretty
it was
good.
a
He's gotten better. He's gotten
Over under
better.
was 4.5. So he talked about him just being moved around in a way that he hasn't over the course of his career. He was a little bit trepidatious about it at first, but now it's like, oh man, I'm out here on these on the edges where the guys generally aren't as strong as he is on the inside. It's just going to be fun and multiple and interesting to see how it develops with all this personnel.
One person that could help, Sonny Styles.
Oh my God!
What are your early impressions?
Well, I thought yesterday was the day where he really flashed.
The
right?
first play of 11s and pads.
Yes, and just some of the stuff. It's very clear he can get out in coverage because he's so fast. But then to see, I look at him and I'm like, don't you look at him and think, how are you ever a safety?
Yeah,
in that
he's so
body?
big,
He's
right.
so big, but you see how he moves. And Frankie Louvu was talking about him too. Like, they've got more weapons on that side of the ball than they have at any point in the Peters Quinn regime, for sure.
He's kind of built like Steve Atwater.
That's
but
a good
bigger
one.
now.
Yeah.
You know, and I think guys like he can move. And Ryan was talking about he said, man, you saw the pass that Jalen Lane dropped. I'm like, yeah. He said Sonny Styles was checking him. I'm like, he runs 4.4.
Yeah, right.
He can run stride for stride with those guys, and since he's so long, you know, he can affect them
And
more
then-
than the ordinary if a guy was a little smaller would.
And bring the thump behind
Yeah.
it, right?
There
Like
you
that's.
go.
I mean, we can't see that out here, but is he going to lay out a running back or two during the season? I think so.
I mean, I can't wait to even just see him in the joint practices.
Right.
Defensively, they've done a lot, and we are kind of in the camp bubble where everything looks pretty good, right? How much do you think it'll translate week 1 in Philly, week 2 in Dallas? I mean, these are some offenses with real weapons.
I think Odafe Owe has been in the backfield enough that you got to believe there's something real there, both in the athlete and how he's being deployed, right? I think they're way more athletic and fast at linebacker. And you are talking about, I mean, the first 3 games is almost cruel, right? And I think when you go through those games and say they're 1-2, or they have to be 1-2 or 0-3, it matters that it's not 35-3 at halftime.
Totally.
That non-competitive Seattle game last year was a damning thing on the whole structure of the organization. If they lose to Philly 24-21 or something, and it's a hard-fought divisional game, I think that matters. The style matters because they were so non-competitive so many times last year.
Yeah, styles make fights, right? Talking with our friend Barry Sverluga here. Check out all of Barry's work in The Athletic. You should check out that the piece you did with Durante Jones. Some real depth to that.
Appreciate that.
It's in The Athletic. You sent it to me free. Can everybody read that? I feel like The Athletic's doing more of that.
Yeah, so most of the stuff I tweet out, and I don't even know what the metrics are, but if I tweet it out, I'm gifting it out. So I'd appreciate the click, but also a subscription wouldn't mind.
I am a
Wouldn't mind that
subscriber.
either.
I need to cancel that other subscription I still have, but I
Don't
am a
do that.
subscriber to The Athletic. What are your questions that we're now, we're in our second calendar week. It feels like we've been in here a bunch now. What are your questions?
I mean, I don't want to be cliche or not original, but it's receiver first. I mean, it really is because, they have had Treylon Burks lining up with Terry and often with McCaffrey if it's in a 3-receiver set. And while Burks looks the part, the back of his football card says he had 10 catches last year, and he's never played more than 11 games in a season. So at some point, that matters. Availability is a tool, and that's not to say that he's the injuries aren't legitimate. I learned long ago, don't question the guy who says he's hurt, but if he's got to be out there, and he's got to be productive when he's out there. I know they're keeping tabs on the Steph Diggs situation. I think Diggs wants 2 years. Everybody wants to give him 1. I'm not sure when that gets resolved, but I think that move changes things in that room because it would move everybody else down a peg where they're not being pushed up, but they're more in a role that they're probably better suited to.
Yeah, does Luke look different to y'all than me? Because I've watched him, and he looks a little bit quicker and more fluid.
And today he got open, he got separation.
Yeah.
And I mean, one thing, you tell me if I'm wrong, Brian, but I thought Jaden was a little off the very first day, and since then he's been
He's been
nails.
on. Oh, yeah.
I mean, these things are bullets, and he hit McCaffrey down the seam in a way where Luke had some separation, but it didn't have to be that much, and it's right there.
Right there,
That's he can throw guys open.
Yeah.
I like the rookie. I think Williams has looked fluid, certainly. You know, a rookie wideout making a major contribution. The Diggs thing is interesting because I think he comes in immediately and helps the team. And that should be the goal, right, is to have your best possible team to win games. But I also think right now letting all these other dudes get a lot of work has real value. And that scale, like that determination is a little trickier than just, yes, this guy will help us win games.
Sure, I get that. And I think there's benefit to all these, like McCaffrey getting time to shine, Burks getting real work, Williams in his first camp getting a chance. I just think that if and when Diggs gets here, it's not really that important for him to be here now because he's played in so many offenses. He's been with so many quarterbacks. He knows. He's like, remember how Zach Ertz knew exactly where the soft pocket was? Like, Steph Diggs is the receiver version of that. He's done it forever. So I agree with you, JP, that like there's value in these reps. I still, every time I walk out there, I'm like, okay, wait, they're relying on Treylon Burks effectively to be their number 2 receiver, and that's kind of discounting who probably is their number 2 receiver in Chiga Conquo, right? Like that's probably the guy that they're counting on to have the second most targets aside from McLaurin. But I don't know. I just look at the receiver group and like there should and could be more here.
Yeah, and I mean if you just think about the actions, we know they were in on Alec Pierce, didn't go to the top of the market, which I'm okay with. They were in on Dobbs, didn't go to the top of the market, which I'm kind of okay with. It's interesting. Maybe not for the long haul because Pierce and Dobbs have some real tools, but like Diggs was better than, maybe not better, but outproduced both last year, and I would argue probably will again this year. I still think KC's going to make a run at Diggs, especially with Worthy with the shoulder thing. It's a tricky year because I think there is a lot of pressure on Peters and Quinn, but at the same time, I think this Harris group believes in continuity and building things the right way, and like you see ownership walking around and just you don't feel a vibe of a coach under pressure, of a leadership under pressure.
I agree with that, but the bullets aren't firing yet.
Sure.
And they are really at this point kind of going all in on like we believe in the guys in pick a room. The receiver room stands out. They open to adding, they keep saying, but they give the vibe that they're comfortable going into the season with that room. They said the same thing a year ago when they were relying on Noah Brown to be the number 2 guy, another guy with a long injury history. It didn't work out very well. And
there's some real similarities between the Burks and Browns situation.
Exactly. So I don't want to like create drama or say that there's no hope. It's just there's a team with enough cap space to add players in a year that I think everybody would admit is a big one for the front office and the coaching staff. I would be in the camp of leaving no stone unturned when you've got whatever it is left in cap space, $39 million or something.
I agree with that. I do want to talk some baseball with you. Are you able to stick around one more segment?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Our friend Barry Svrluga from The Athletic.
Calm him down for me because he loses it when he talks baseball.
I think they made good baseball decisions. I just am skeptical that ownership isn't going to continue to move the goalposts every 3 or 4 years. And they scapegoated Riz. Like, on what planet does Mike Rizzo not know how to build a baseball team? Because you know what Riz knows? How to build a damn baseball team. All the guys that all of a sudden started hitting this year that Timoni and Butera deserve credit for, Riz got them here. So maybe not me, but let's have some honesty in the conversation of who the culprit is. Nobody, you got me pissed off again. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan, coming to you live from a tent in a field in Ashburn, Virginia, BigBear.ai Performance Center. It's pretty remarkable when you think technologically the amount of stuff we got working in here. We have 4 computers, a Comrex. Kerwin and Derek have 2 more computers. There's a monitor over there. I have no idea what all that video editing software devices are.
And we don't want you to touch any of it.
Joining us now is our friend Barry Svrluga from The Athletic. We talk some football. If you want to hear our conversation with Barry about training camp, get on the Odyssey app or check it out on YouTube. We're going to talk a little baseball now. Baseball has been very good to me. This Nat season has been a lot of fun. In turn, they got fans interested again, which is great. Then they just traded everybody away, and I'm not even mad about the trades.
You sound mad about the
trades.
trades.
Didn't sound like that to me.
I like the trades. I was team sell. I was team sell when it wasn't cool, when they were 3 games over 500.
Right.
But they did exactly what you wanted.
I'm mad at ownership, and it's just a reminder to be mad at ownership.
I think that part is fair, and I think this offseason is the latest test for, okay, this front office and this coaching staff has shown you in a very tight window that they can improve players, they can develop players at the major league level.
Mm-hmm.
I am adamant that that Luis Garcia does not have this breakout year with the same sort of usage he was having last year and the same sort of coaching he was having last year. Like, this group has moved players forward. That should move the window for when they can win and compete.
There you go.
Up a little bit.
Yeah, there you go.
And that means that ownership should be ready to be where they were in the past, which was fielding a payroll that was top 10 in the league. I believe it was 6 out of 7 years. I used to know this off the top of my head. I should know it off the top of my head. And the time that they were not in the top 10, they were like 12th or something. So just do what you used to do. And that doesn't mean spend recklessly, because I think that this group is going to draft and develop really, really well. But I get the frustration, JP, and I do think it's directed in the right direction, not at Taboni and his crew for selling, but at ownership having seeded real questions in the fan base of what their commitment is in 2027, 28, 29.
Agreed. On the baseball side of this, though, what do you think of the returns for Meade, Garcia, Griffin?
So Meade is their best trade because it was dealing from a position of strength with a guy they had developed and turned into an asset for a starting pitcher who isn't just he hasn't pitched yet for the Nats, but he's controllable for 6 more years. So that's it. Now if he's who he is, which is probably a third or fourth starter, that is a valuable, under control asset for now and the foreseeable future. So there's no way you can't convince me that's their best trade. I think people thought because Foster Griffin was an all-star and they had found a diamond in the rough and developed him, that the return was going to be more than for low-level Guardians prospects. And I don't think that's reasonable because rental players don't bring that.
Even Skubal.
People were like, aren't you going to get more? The return for a rental player is not what it was even 5 years ago, which brings you to Garcia, who was more than a rental player because he's controllable through next season. And I think you really addressed a need there with a big league reliever in Jake Bird, who has a 6 ERA and is junk, but guess what? That makes him even better than some of the options they're rolling out there every night.
Yes,
so he's controllable through 2029. You get the kid Grable, who's going to start at AA, but Taboni said last night in our Zoom call with him that it's not off the table that he would be in the majors this year. He's been one of the best relievers in all of minor league baseball this year. Giovanni Cruz should be in the majors almost immediately, can help you at the back end. He's a guy who's drifted around from a few organizations. He's going to be 27 later this month. He's a guy that I think they think we can fix him because he's got the stuff. And then the Savani kid is a projected starter. I think that's a reasonable return for everything that went right for Luis Garcia this year. he was not a guy you were talking about extending. Like, he
Yeah,
doesn't have a
yeah.
position. He hits right-handed pitching, can't hit left-handed pitching. They did a great job of hiding him against lefties this year. I just think he was not somebody that was going to be a 2029 National, so they did a good job.
So that's why when I look at it, I think they addressed the pitching, which was garbage. They did lose some bats, 40 home runs, but like you said, you wasn't extending them. So they did improve, and if you're going to improve at the level they did to get the bodies they have, you got to lose something.
Right.
That's why I don't never get to the learners at this point, because I'm looking at if they're not spending, you need somebody like Taboni them to be there to be able to maneuver,
Right.
to at least give you a chance.
Right, and I think what the question is for ownership going forward and for Paul Taboni is, like, are you going to be the Tampa Bay Rays? Are you really going to have to draft and develop and sign people, and you're only going to have them for the 6 or 7 years that you have them under control because you're going to lose everybody to free agency? That would be really, really depressing. I think one thing that was interesting about the Foster Griffin situation was if they had kept him and they were unable to sign him to an extension, could they have offered him the qualifying offer this offseason, which would have meant if he accepted it, it's north of $20 million for next year. Would that be financially permissible for the Lerners? My argument would be if it's not, if you are not willing to spend 1 year and $20 million on a guy who was an all-star for you and was really reliable, then what are we doing? Like, you have to be – there's no bad one-year contracts. I get, like, do you want 7 years times $30 million anymore for a pitcher? Like, that's hard to do. But if you're punting on really good players at a high AAV when the term is short, I don't know how you're financially working this thing.
Talking with our friend Barry Svrluga from The Athletic. You can follow his work at Barry Svrluga, SVRLUGA. I want to zoom out on the Nats, and I know how wired in you are in the baseball world. What do you think is coming with this labor situation?
I mean, I think
Are we gonna miss games.
We're going to be locked out on December 2nd or whatever the date is. I mean, I had a GM tell me last summer that if you're in a Major League Baseball front office and you ever wanted to take a trip to New Zealand, you should book your flight for December 2nd, 2026, because you're not going to be able to do any baseball work because the owners are going to lock it out. And that means, like, they are not – front offices would not be allowed to engage with agents, so you can't really build a roster. You could deal you can't even deal with the guys in your system. So it seems like Armageddon, and no one – they're doing a really public dance that the league is putting out its proposals. The union is putting out their proposals. Like, they wouldn't be doing it so publicly if they were really getting down to the nitty-gritty and working on things. So I'm not going to sit here and say I know that they're going to miss games. I think more people in the sport would be surprised if they played all 162 on schedule next year.
Is this deal more about owner against owner over player against player?
There is some of that. I mean, the players are adamant that
players against owners.
But they are adamant they don't want a salary cap. The Dodgers are almost demonstrating on a daily basis that they don't care. Like, they get Scooble, they can get whoever they want, right? I have always been intrigued by the idea of a floor and a cap in baseball. I mean, the other three major league sports in men's major league sports in North America do it that way. It's amazing to me that the union is just it's like poison to them. Like, they are not willing to. If you use the letters CAP, like, they're running for the hills. As a player, you could probably understand that.
Mm-hmm. Because I think when you put a floor, you got a lot of teams going to operate right near that. Mm-hmm. And you got teams that when you don't have a floor, they're like, if I want to spend, I'm spending. Mm-hmm. There are teams now that just don't spend, and I think they'll get worse. They'll stay at the floor. They won't ever try to get better.
Understood. I see what you're saying.
I think we have a team right here that'll probably be at the floor and never be at the ceiling.
With the Nats.
Yeah, you could be right. I mean, I will say that, like, if there's a lockout, if that costs a lot of time, I mean, I'm old enough to remember the strike in '94 that cost the World Series.
How was that? I don't remember that.
I remember. The Expos were in first place.
Well, you needed Cal Ripken to break Gehrig's streak, and you needed Mark McGuire and Sammy Sosa to restore.
That's why Andro wasn't illegal then.
Right, exactly. You needed those things to restore fans' faith in the sport. And I think because the sport is in a good position from a consumer standpoint right now, like Shohei Ohtani is something we've never seen before. People are excited about teams in their local markets because the third wild card keeps a lot of people in it. The pitch clock has changed how you consume games. Like from a competitive standpoint, I think the sport's healthier than it was 15 years ago.
Totally agree.
It would just be a shame to lose that momentum if we're in May next year and there's no baseball on.
Totally agree. You've given us plenty of time, and we appreciate it, man.
Thanks for
Appreciate
having
you,
me.
Barry.
Anytime,
Safe
guys.
travels home. When we return, let's go around the NFL, check in on some injuries and some big money getting spent at skill positions. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Start with the Commanders. Practice this morning in Ashburn. Sam Cosme, Larry Tunsil did not participate. Both got planned days off today. Also, the team has re-signed defensive back Fabian Moreau after corner Akella Witherspoon told the team this morning he was retiring. Moreau, a third-round pick by the Commanders in 2017. Also, Pro Bowl running back Bijan Robinson gets his contract extension in Atlanta. 3 years, $75 million, $22.25 million per season, makes him the highest-paid running back now in NFL history. And the Nationals try to snap a 6-game skid again in Philly tonight, 2nd of 4 against the Phils. 6:40 for the first pitch for the Nats tonight here on The Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Scott Merle Forsey on The Fan.
I love this song, Jeffrey. Shout out to Lupe. It is high noon in the District of Columbia. Points along the eastern seaboard. We're west of Washington, Ashburn, Virginia, BigBear.ai Performance Center, Commanders Training Camp. And don't you dare forget that Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitchell Fenley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at Rude.com. And Brian, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
Rude is trying to help you keep your cash. My family is committed to making me spend all my cash. Quick question for you, Brian.
Yo.
We are on the road the first 2 weeks of September, right?
Yeah.
At Philly, at Dallas. Philly's a pretty easy trip. Dallas, airplanes, hotels, all that stuff. Philly, I might have to stay there that night because I think I'm live at like 1 a.m. and I probably shouldn't drive home after that. I'll figure that out. Those are me problems. My wedding anniversary to my beautiful wife is late September. Don't ask me the day because I'm not entirely sure. But I know it's late September. And I know...
You're in trouble, homie.
And I feel like Stallion's creeping over there.
Who's that signing? JP?
Doug, I don't know why you think that's such a big surprise. It happens every day at training camp. And I think it's weird. I tell the people when they ask me to sign the football, I'm like, you have real football players on that. You want me to sign this? But they do. And what I've learned is saying no makes you a jerk. So I say yes.
You're 100% right. I just saw this picture of JP signing a prosthetic leg, and I'm the jerk.
Oh, that's a prosthetic
I'm the
leg.
jerk. Yeah.
The dude asked him to sign the leg.
He did.
So he signed it.
I know. I was just looking
You
at
just
it
mad
now.
they didn't ask you to sign
Dude,
that.
can I tell a different signing story? I told you this morning.
You did.
I don't even. Maybe I'll keep that one in the pocket and tell you during a break.
Yeah,
Is that a tell on air?
Especially
That's
since
no,
you
tell on air. Tell on air.
Especially since you don't know your anniversary. You might not want to tell them.
Tell on air.
It's either the 23rd, the 26th, or the 27th.
Dude. Lauren, slap the hell out of him. You got all my permission.
So, we're on the road week 1. We're on the road week 2. Week 3, we're home, Seattle. That's also like the weekend I'll probably end up celebrating my anniversary. And I was going to text my mother-in-law, shout out to Joyce, and be like, hey, could you watch the girls one night? And at first, I thought of the Inn at Perry Cabin, which is in, Easton, Cambridge, Maryland. You ever been over there?
Nope.
So it's really pretty. It's nice. It's on the Eastern Shore. I've only been for like a cocktail after a round of golf, but it's very fancy. So I looked at that, and it's sold out for the weekend. I'm guessing somebody booked it for a wedding.
Mm-hmm.
So then I know there's the other, even fancier place in Virginia, the Inn at Little Washington.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever been there?
Yeah.
I have
Several
never been
times.
there. Have you stayed or dinner?
No, it's too close to my house to stay.
So I looked at Inn at Little Washington.
The prices are up there.
Guess what Inn at Little Washington would cost me for Friday, September 25th?
Friday, September 25th, for a night?
One night.
Probably about $750.
Okay. Guess what it would cost on Saturday, September 26th?
You got to add another $500.
So you're saying like 12?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what I was guessing.
It's more than that?
I was thinking $700-800 for one night. Maybe it's worth it. It's our anniversary, whatever. To stay at Inn at Little Washington on Friday, September 25th, is $2,500.
Oh, wow.
To stay on Saturday,
Does food
September.
come with that?
Does a butler come with that? To stay on Saturday, September 26th is $3,300.
Well, Jay,
that's not happening.
So she really she wants to go there. That's what you were looking at.
No. I was just trying to think of
Oh,
something
I was
nice.
about to
I'm
say.
romantic, Brian.
Well, I mean, you're not that romantic.
To be clear, I am not that romantic.
You romantic when the price is right.
Now, in the Inn at Little Washington's defense, this may be for some like crazy nice crowd, crazy nice room, and maybe I'm like searching incorrectly. I like to think there's something else available, but kind of don't think it's happening.
Well, actually, I'll give you.
You've been there?
Let me tell you this. So, I like hooks. I actually may know someone that may be able to get you a little bit of a deal there.
Yeah.
A buddy of mine.
$3,000, not $3,500.
Maybe a little bit less. So I'll see if I can get you.
Hold on.
Ryan, let me tell you say one thing.
I may have been looking in the wrong
You
thing.
probably don't want to say it on air.
Yeah.
But you know somebody there, and then you get the person in trouble.
No, I'm not getting anyone in trouble.
Who knows Ryan Clary? You're fired.
All right, let's see. This looks like a more regular room. Okay, a regular room still $2,000.
Damn. Yeah. Greg say, even if sex goes with it, it's not worth it. Did your wife know you text this to me, Greg? Because $2,000 for sex? $3,000 for sex? Damn, boy. You just put yourself out there.
I was going to try to get us back on track, but my back on track is, did you see Aaron Rodgers on McAfee?
Yeah.
Dog.
He lost it.
There's a part of me that applauds his I don't give a bleep what anyone thinks of me
A part of
meter,
it, yeah.
but it's so far past.
But see, Aaron Rodgers has done enough stuff so people just like whatever. Because I understand what he's saying, but in my book, you're not the person that has the right to say everything. Because that dude is full of stuff. I almost said that word again, boy. Ooh, I almost went there. Full of crap. There we go. I can say that.
He also went at ESPN for not reporting.
That's what I'm talking about right there. And I thought the exact same thing. You can't cover everything in sports, and then when somebody working under your umbrella is involved with something, you basically act like you didn't see it. And that's why I get so pissed off at them. When other people talk about stuff, they go full force at them, but they didn't say one damn thing about that.
That has been an
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, even myself, like I have a relationship with Diana. I consider her a friend. We haven't talked about it as much. I imagine the DC media hasn't gone nearly as into it as other media outlets.
We've discussed it.
I know. I feel like we've discussed
Because
it.
we had to discuss. Look, in my book, we can't sit up here and be reputable and say we are this, that, and the other, and then when some stuff happens, if it's a friend or not, we just backpedal from it.
I agree.
You speak about it, you talk about the facts, and you move on. It wasn't for us to speculate anything.
Right.
So,
football news. Zay Flowers got paid by the Ravens.
Yeah.
Schefter says $140 million for 4 years, $108 million guaranteed. Zay Flowers' new deal puts him just behind Drake London in terms of average new money per year at $35 million. Jackson Smith-Njigba, who signed a contract this offseason, leads the wide receiver market at $42 million.
see what I say, man. Just you sign a deal, and you might be better, but if the other guy comes free after you, not his fault you became a free agent before him.
Flowers made the Pro Bowl last season, 86 passes for 1,200 yards and 5 touchdowns in 17 games. In his career, Flowers has 237 catches for 3,128 yards and 14 touchdowns in 50 games. Zay Flowers, $35 million a year.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
JP. See, that's another thing. It's not a lot. That's what top receivers get. That's what they pay them. So the way I look at it is, dude became a free agent at the right time.
Sure.
You know, because guess what? I give you a year. We're gonna be saying, damn, somebody signed for $45 million a year. That's a lot. That's what the market stipulates.
How about Bijan's deal?
$25 million a year.
Yeah.
People say that's a lot, but you know what? He is worth it.
I agree.
You know why? Because they paid it to him. My whole thing is, I know, and I made the comment to people when I was playing and I signed my deal. I say, I am not worth this amount of money to play this game. But guess what? They gave it to me.
Yeah.
And so it makes you worth it. Whatever they give you, you're worth.
Do you think Bijan getting his deal done will expedite Jahmyr Gibbs getting his deal done with Detroit?
He'll get more. He'll get his deal done. I don't know if he will exceed what Bijan got, though. Because the way he's utilizing that offense is not like Bijan is utilizing theirs. Bijan is their offense. I'm thinking he should get maybe a little less, maybe 23-ish, 2.
Are they the same age? Was that the same draft?
They're close. They're very close.
I'll tell you something that matters to the Burgundy and Gold fans.
What's that?
Eagles right tackle Lane Johnson is not injured, but he is not practicing. Lane Johnson has missed 3 consecutive days. I'm reading from Pro Football Talk. It's unclear why Johnson isn't practicing, but his absence has been described as excused and not injury-related. 36-year-old Lane Johnson is a 2-time first-team All-Pro and one of the Eagles' most important players. Philadelphia's offense faded down the stretch last year after Johnson suffered a foot injury in Week 11 and missed the rest of the season. Lane Johnson's really good. He's probably a future Hall of Famer.
They're saying he's not injured, but what is he? Is he? Ain't no holdout, is it?
I can't imagine. I'd have to pull his deal, but like,
or are they just giving him a little chance to hang around for a bit?
You've got me interested now in the contract. I'm pulling it up. If you're Lane Johnson and you're 36 and you got hurt last year for the first time, really, I want to say kind of in his career, I mean, he's been an excellent player. Mm-hmm. I'm pulling it up. I don't know this yet.
Isn't he a former quarterback or something like that?
I don't know that.
Something weird like that.
Yeah, B, you might be on to something. Lane Johnson, you know how much guarantees are on his deal this year?
How much?
0.
Oh, that's why he's not practicing. Yeah.
And for him to have not said anything or done anything.
He didn't say anything. The team said excused. How he knows how to work stuff. Give him a few days. Lane Johnson just signs a 2-year extension.
Well, he's under contract through 27, but there's no guarantees in either of the next 2 years.
Well, they're going to make some.
They're going to convert some money.
Yeah. But, like, that's how you do it with people that's been that good for you, where you don't want to go out there and, like, go at them and make them, you don't want to embarrass them. You find a way to work it out.
Is there any chance, as I read further from Pro Football Talk, maybe we get a Philly guy on this week, maybe Zangaro, Lane Johnson's absence has given third-round rookie Markel Bell opportunities to work at right tackle with the first-string offense. Bell was a left tackle in college at Miami, but will learn both sides in the Eagles' offense while backing up both Johnson on the right side and Jordan Mailata on the left.
Well, I would say this. If Markel Bell is unbelievable, that's the only way Lane going to have a problem. Because if he's not, Lane about to get paid again.
Yeah. I mean, his cap number is like $21 million. Just convert some of that to guarantee. It's not
totally.
That ain't that complicated.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, B. Mike McCarthy was asked about Aaron Rodgers' comments. You think the head coach of the Steelers is going to offer much of an opinion on his quarterback? Mike McCarthy responded about Aaron Rodgers' comments. Rodgers' comments were, he was talking about Anthony Fauci, talking about ESPN, talking about lots of things.
Mm-hmm.
Mike McCarthy said, these are grown men. They all have different opinions. There's no question about that. But at the end of the day, my job is to keep it about football, keep the focus on winning. That's why we're here.
In other words, no comment. Yeah, no comment.
Yeah, I think that's the right way for Mike McCarthy to handle that, frankly. With Rodgers, he just can't help himself. You know what I mean? Like, you get that hot mic in front of him, and that's just a man with some opinions.
Yeah.
Who do you think is going to be the worst team in football this year?
Mm-hmm. I'm just worried about this team being a better team. I'm not worried about them worse.
I think it could be the Jets.
Yeah, it could be the Jets.
Who has like the lowest win total or the lowest Super Bowl odds? I'm guessing Jets, Cardinals are kind of the conversation. Maybe it's Dolphins.
If somebody keeps sending me by my camera roll like I got control over that, they gonna be the worst person in football. I'm gonna smack the hell out of it when I see him.
Just so everybody knows, Brian Mitchell is talking about Brian Hawk. White Brian keeps texting B. Mitch that his camera froze.
And he knows I really don't. I just text him one thing back.
Can I ask a question about that? So B. Mitch has a text say, I'm curious if you have this saved in your phone.
No, I had it.
B. Mitch likes to reply with the middle finger emoji, but not once, not twice, like 40 times, like 40 middle finger emojis. Do you hit the button that many times, or does your phone know, like pre-populate?
It is set. It's 60. It's 12 across and 5 down. And I just hold it until it gets there, then I stop.
White Brian, how does it feel to get 60 middle finger emojis from Brian Mitchell, future Hall of Famer?
Kind of numb to it by now. Get it like every time you guys are remote.
I think he does it and he starts laughing because he knows what I'm about to respond to.
I think you should text Stallion when B's camera freezes, because all you need to do is hit, Command R.
Because all I need to do is not look at it, because by the time I see his text and I look at it, it's moving again. So if it's going to come, I'm not sitting up here worried about it. Look, I didn't ask for all this stuff. So I talk, and I'm going to give my opinions. But if it freezes, text the producer and tell him to do something.
Did you see the image it froze on of you cheesing, smiling?
I was probably laughing at him. Because I got to help you get broken up, right?
This is B. Mitch and Finley coming to you live, Ashburn, Virginia, BigBear.ai Performance Center. When we return, we have not opened the phone lines up. We're going to do so. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067.
If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you this summer, then you need to turn to Ruud. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn up the AC before heading out for vacation? You can adjust it in seconds and stop cooling an empty house. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the cool, crisp difference instantly. Here's the best part. Ruud systems are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions while you're trying to relax, just peace of mind. Ruud's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in the absolute peak of the summer heat. It's comfort and performance perfectly balanced. Also, don't forget about the savings. Make sure to visit Ruud.com to learn more about the different ways you can save on your home HVAC products. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Ruud, Ryan, it ain't right.
Brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Start with baseball. Nationals hope to snap a 6-game skid tonight in Philly. 6:40 p.m. first pitch on the Fan. Also concerns about James Wood, who left the game last night, felt pain in his left side after a swing during an at-bat in the 6th inning. He's having an MRI today. Commanders practice this morning out in Ashburn. They have re-signed defensive back Fabian Moreau after Ahkello Witherspoon told the team today he was retiring. Moreau, a third-round pick, former pick in Washington here, 2017. And running back Bijan Robinson signs a contract extension in Atlanta, $22.25 million per season. He's now the highest-paid running back in NFL history. Getting engaged or married? Visit Mervis Diamond Importers for the finest diamonds and best value at Mervis. You'll find the largest selection of Tacori engagement and wedding rings in D.C. Together, Mervis and Tacori help create a ring as extraordinary as your love. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Scott Merle Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. I had a design topic here, and then Stallion sent me and B. Mitch a picture of a dude walking around with a goat. Now, there's a guy in northeast Washington, is my understanding.
Yeah.
Walking with a goat on a leash. What? Is this a common?
I think his last name Walker.
Jeff, do you know anything about the guy with the goat? You live in Northeast.
So look, this guy got arrested. I think he was actually at Navy Yard yesterday when he was arrested. But
He was.
He walks around with a goat. Now the problem is, it's not against the law to walk with the goat. The problem is he took it on the Metro, and Metro Transit Police arrested him.
Wait.
Is it illegal to have a goat on the Metro?
So of course, the internet was in an uproar yesterday.
He needs a service thing. Everybody brings their dog everywhere they go. They claim it's a service animal.
Yeah,
that goat is a service animal, officer.
Service animal.
Nah, it's supposed to be caged up. It's a lot you got to go through. But I guess, they were tired of it. They were tired of the goat on their train.
Yeah, but come on now. Hey, bro, we used to have goats when I was growing up. Goats can get pissed off sometimes. They got horns too now. So if that goat got a little wild on that train, you know what I'm saying?
So
you like, man, get out, man.
My favorite. So I'm seeing this tweet from Layla at Layla LEYLAAA 31.
Uh-huh.
And it's just a picture of a dude walking a goat in Northeast Washington. The best reply though goes to someone named Sigs at Angry Voter 2024. The reply is just, he's the goat.
He's the goat.
Shout out to the goat. Listen, man, I don't think you should get arrested, but maybe don't bring the goat on the Metro.
Yeah.
This Witherspoon thing was odd. That was an odd email this morning. He retired.
What Witherspoon?
Ahkello Witherspoon.
The one from here.
Who yesterday I said would have liked to see a little better coverage on that Chigaconquo touchdown because he was looking the wrong way.
Yeah.
He retired. And Fabian Moreau is back.
Didn't I see somebody else retired too?
Ballore. They've had 2 retirements in a week.
Ballore, yeah, he's 37. He's been playing ball a long time. But I saw somebody other than Witherspoon that retired.
Not here.
Around the league, and he was like, I think he was drafted in 2024. Yeah.
You don't have a microphone, Derek. What'd you say?
Wide receiver from New England. What was his name?
No, this makes me nervous. Whenever people start playing with the wires, it gives me pause.
Mm.
Well, Witherspoon was here and retired.
Yeah.
He's not – Ballore I can understand.
Yeah.
Super physical guy.
That's what I'm saying. Witherspoon
turned 31 in March. And maybe didn't think he was going to make the team, and at a certain point you don't want to grind out camp. This would have been year 10.
Okay, well, you get to that point where you know. And – it's a lot of things could come his way, too. Annuity, severance.
He'll get all that, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying
9
like,
years in.
He's up to all of those things.
I want to open the phone lines up. We haven't been able to talk to the folks all day. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Who's made an impression on you so far in training camp? I'm curious where people land on that. The other thing that happened this morning is, so when Witherspoon retired, they signed Fabian Moreau, who was available. And B, I felt very old by them signing Fabian Moreau.
Fabian's been around, man.
I covered him when he was drafted.
In 20 what?
I think 16, 17.
2017 was when he was drafted.
So 9 years ago.
Third rounder out of UCLA. And I don't, like some of these dudes I'm friendly with, right?
Huh?
Like off the field, ask how their families are, that kind of stuff. But I recognize I'm significantly older than them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like when Quan was in here, Quan and I know each other. We have a relationship. But at the same time, he's 20 years younger than I am. And I have no misconception. But Fabian Moreau brought me back to like an earlier stage of my life. And I just am like, Fabian Moreau has now been in the NFL. This is year 10 for him. It just made me feel very old.
Shouldn't.
Okay. Thank you, Jeff. Now,
at least you have your hair on top of your head.
That's true. You can't say that, Jeff.
Somebody got to open the dome.
I hope that was not.
I hope it went across there. I hope it went across there.
Jeff trolling us in our ear while we're working remote is something. What is worth noting of the Fabian Moreau signing? You know where Moreau spent the last 2 seasons? You saw him last year. I'll give you that hint. Vikings.
That's right.
So he's going to know this Durante
That's
Jones
why
defense.
they signed him. Yeah.
Probably is.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's a nothing thing there. I mean, it's a depth piece.
It's not a nothing burger.
No, it's not. I want to open the phone lines, 800-636-1067. My guy Matt is in Arlington. Matt, we're a week into camp. Who's made him? Maybe Matt's not there. But I actually wanted to ask Stallion this. Stallion, you've never really worked training camp like this, day in, day out, watching.
Yeah, no.
Have you learned anything?
Yes, I actually have. I mean, so obviously I've seen the clips of it. What? I've seen clips of them.
He's just laughing.
I know, he's just laughing at me. That's fine.
I just laugh at, like, when you ask a question to him, he goes into a production. Answer the damn question.
I'm answering the question. Give me some time here. Like, they were physical out there the other day. Like, I thought that
yesterday,
yeah, they were really physical out there, and I thought that, you know, seeing the guys out there in pads and kind of seeing contact happen and seeing Sonny Styles in person, I think that it's number one. You get to kind of get an idea of what the defense and what the offense is going to look like without getting too deep into the scheme. But I think just kind of being boots on the ground here, like, you get to see them kind of put plays in motion and do different things and try things out and see who pops. So just kind of getting to see that in person, in my opinion, has been really cool to see.
So who has popped for you?
Sonny Styles is a hard one to miss.
Yeah.
I mean, again, I know B. Mitch and I talked about it earlier, but him covering Jalen Lane, like 20 yards downfield, and he was there stride for stride with him. And he didn't really make a play on it. Jalen got up there, didn't come down with it, but just to see Sonny run with a slot receiver like that is insane to see that in person.
Mm-hmm.
I think that right now Joshua Joseph is the guy that we've mentioned a lot. He dropped back into coverage yesterday at one point. Like, a defensive end that can do that and make a play, really cool thing to see. Like, the athleticism is real, and I think that is something that really stuck out to me this past season where I was like, they're not fast, they're not flying to the football, and now you're seeing that early on in camp. Commanders fans should be excited about that.
Agreed. I want to open the phone lines, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Who's standing out for you so far in camp? Whether you've been out here to practice, you've been watching the clips online, reading the coverage. Do we have Matt in Arlington, Jeff? No. I don't think so. I think we have Dave.
What up, Dave?
I think we're having a little technical trouble. Okay. Dave, are you there? Suspense is killing me, Brian. Who? While we figure out the call sheet, Dave, are you there?
That was me.
Who's popped for you, Brian?
I told you. It was Antonio Williams and Chig. Both of those guys I've been watching the whole time because I came here on a mission. I'm just say I'm so sick of hearing the discussion of the receiver too, because I know how things can work, and you see, and then Diami as well. I mean, this dude can stretch a damn football field, and if you got guys like those guys can work underneath and do different things, it opens it up for you. Terry has been doing what Terry does, but those are two guys. And in the day, that's why I asked Barry about about Luke. Luke has looked good to me. So looking at the receiving core, I'm seeing guys do a little different thing.
How encouraged are you? Because I'm not speaking for you, but I think Luke is a player you haven't been impressed by. And what is he doing differently?
Well, I just think that he hadn't the way Luke's thing came. Luke came here, and people already was praising him because he's Christian's brother.
Yeah,
but you got to come and do something yourself. And last year he started to come around right before he got hurt, and even in the kick returns he was doing good stuff. And I started to recognize that. But a lot of people had put him in a position and was expecting stuff from him that I was like, why? I mean, you haven't seen him do it yet, so you got to wait till you get to that point. Like this year, I'm seeing him hit the ground running. He's doing things at a quicker, more crisp pace, and I like that.
Yeah. Let's check out with our guy Juan in Fairfax. Juan, who's been popping for you, bud?
I like Sonny Styles, man. Sonny Styles at the beginning. I can't wait for the season to start to see how he does when he plays in the regular season. I'm ready to see this man go. And another thing, I was real surprised when I was on YouTube and I seen them, you know what I'm saying, I seen clips they was throwing passes to the offensive linemen. So you already know they're trying to inclement, you know what I'm saying, something for the offensive lineman, a pass to the offensive lineman when you're in a play. I like that. I like what I see in the training camp right now. I love it. I cannot wait for the season to start.
Appreciate the call, man. Thanks, bud.
But that thing where they were throwing the pass at the offensive lineman, they were getting warm. I think it was over here.
Yeah.
And they were running through the same thing that the running backs run through.
Yeah.
And I think they do those drills to get them to get upfield like let's say you're looking at a screen and they get upfield and they get them to get low like the running backs that run through the little what they call a little dummy I don't know arms or whatever.
Yeah.
So they were doing that earlier, so that may be what he's been seeing.
Well, I think the first day with fans here, kind of before practice started, they let the O-linemen run routes and the quarterbacks were throwing to them. I think that was just a fun one-off. Fans are here. Let's let the linemen run around. Like I don't think – I'm not taking a whole lot out of Sam Cosmi running a 9.
Yeah, we know Trent Scott catch touchdowns.
Yeah, man.
Louisiana in the house, baby.
Steph is in Upper Marlboro. What's up, Stefan?
Hey, what's up, fellas? I was out there today. I feel like, everybody's screaming Luke's name. I feel like every 30 minutes you hear Luke, and he's housing it. So I'm how he's developing. I'm really excited about him to maybe come on. I mean, bear with me, but potential too. Right?
Your phone's cutting in and out, brother. I'm sorry, man. Appreciate the call, though. He's talking to Luke McCaffrey, and Luke's going to have a big opportunity, dude. There's a lot of reasons to be excited about what Luke McCaffrey has brought to this team. Going to keep the phone lines open if you want to call in, 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Who was popped for you? We're week into training camp. Who do you think could out-surpass expectations? It's Beamish Finley. All right. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Coming to you live, Ashburn, Virginia, BigBear.ai Performance Center. And Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool, keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at Rude.com. And if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
All right, so last night, I took Ainsley to play a little golf. Then we had dinner. Then we took a golf cart ride. I think the golf cart ride was probably the highlight for her. She loves riding in a golf cart. But I missed some action in the text thread. There was a LeBron argument that random people are claiming LeBron's not a top 10 player. Listen, I am not a Broniac. I am not a Bronsexual like Stallion. He's undeniably a great player. Are there, outside of like Skip Bayless, like people that are just trying to create nonsensical content, there aren't real people trying to claim LeBron's not a great player, right?
Man, look, I am not getting into this stuff because people got to realize everybody has the right to their own opinion, and people are going to have this stuff on social media all the time. That's why I don't take too much out of it. It's social media. And if I can't see the face of the person I'm talking to for the most part, I don't want to talk to him. And I'm not going to argue with him at a high level. So, Jeff, please stop wasting your brain cells with them idiots on social media, bro.
Oh
Just
no,
do
I'm in a debate. It's like a debate page. It's an NBA debate page, and I was just
but
scrolling.
you know what though?
That sounds awful.
There are some people out there that can tell you what they believe based on how they look at superstar players, and he may fall out of top 10 to them. Okay, because I've sat and listened to some guys that played basketball one day, start going down the list and talk about how I'm going to tell you, the one thing they all hate that he joined other people.
Sure. Because
all the guys, the other ones are considered the whatever, they didn't. They fought through the tough times or whatever. And I can understand their point, but I don't totally agree with them, but I understand their point. It's not something to argue every time the name come up. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I just don't think you can say that man is not a top 10 player in the history of the NBA.
If you got your certain levels of what you believe based off of like these pro players, and a lot of them are superstars, you can say what you want to say. You don't have to agree with them.
I think to say not top 10 is crazy. I pulled this up. So for the 75th anniversary of the NBA, this is kind of crazy. This was like a real thing that ESPN did with their like NBA analysts. So for the 75th anniversary of the NBA, they ranked the top 75 players ever.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you think Allen Iverson ranked?
I don't know.
31st.
Okay.
I would disagree with this, and they went Iverson 31, Dwayne Wade 30, Chris Paul 29.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'd have Wade and Iverson ahead of Chris Paul.
Yeah. But
at their peaks, Chris Paul was great.
But then when you look at what Chris did as a point guard in his position and then playing a long time, you see a lot of different things. Listen, bro, one thing about like lists are made to just cause debate.
Totally.
So I don't really get into it too much because if I go ask you and I ask somebody else, the next person come along that grew up in the 60s, like we start talking about how great all these people are. Oscar Robertson averaged a triple-double in a career. So anybody else ever done that? So you can say he's the best. So it's a lot of stuff. So, I mean, I just think we got to get to the point where they're good, we keep moving, and we don't have to change people's opinion to ours.
So this list has MJ 1, LeBron 2, Kareem 3, Magic 4, Wilt 5, Bill Russell 6, Larry Bird 7, Tim Duncan 8, Oscar 9, Kobe 10, Shaq 11. I don't know. It's all so subjective, dude. The entire LeBron discourse is exhausting. But imagine being Josh Harris and just that gold mine walking into your arena.
You hope. That's all I got to say. You hope. Because if you get to a certain point, Father Time is undefeated. And the thing about Philly, you can go to Philly and be a star. You better live up to it. Because, see, this is the difference. LeBron has garnered attention so much to where when he goes somewhere, they expect him to do whatever. If that team's not good, you know who's gonna get blamed? Him. And the fact that he lives in New York, they're gonna come down hard on it. So if they do great, he'll get love. But if it don't, they won't give it to him.
Where do you think LeBron will play the bulk of his Philly golf?
He ain't gonna be there. He gonna be traveling too damn much to play.
Like, do you think a club like Marion would just roll out a membership for him? I feel like
if he lived in South Jersey or lived in damn Philly,
Pine Valley.
I mean, but Pine Valley will eat him alive. You saw him play? You seen this one?
I've just seen the Instagram.
He might shoot 150 at Pine Valley. Marion is super, super tight. He get around him. Well, not around. Around him up there.
Philly
the
Cricket.
Ace Club.
Yeah.
You know, it got
There's a lot of good golf
got
up
some
there.
stuff up there. But all those courses, he better improve that golf game.
LeBron played 60 games last year, 33 minutes a night, averaged 21 points. I think he has the right approach for the Sixers. The expectations and what he delivers might be different, and I think it's better for the team if he's like a third option. Edgecombe's a baller. Jaylen Brown needs the ball.
Jaylen Brown is
Embiid,
a baller.
Now,
Embiid needs to stay healthy.
Embiid might only play like 25 right
Because to be honest with you, Embiid being healthy is going to be key.
Dude, I was thinking about this. The Wiz tanked and are on the way back up, obviously. You've got Anthony Davis, Trae Young, A.J. DeBonsa, Will Riley, Alex Sarr. There's so many reasons to be excited. But damn, the East just got a lot harder.
Yeah.
Giannis goes to the Heat.
Mm-hmm.
And then Brown and LeBron go to Philly. Do you think Steph could get traded? Do you think Steph could ask out? Because they haven't done anything to help him.
The thing about Steph is so connected outside of basketball in that area where money is printed on a daily basis. He may want to just finish right there. He went there, got that thing growing, and he is making so damn much money, it's ridiculous. He may be like...
And there's something to his legacy if he only plays in one
he
city.
He may
his whole
not
career.
want to leave him. I'm being honest with you. Even just think about that. Steph, babyface assassin, 6'3", 6'4", tops. There are people trying to go join him, not him going nowhere else. That's something that, like, I listened to some guys talk the other day, and they were talking about Steph. Say, well, people talking about certain people in this era. Steph won more in a certain area than the main dude. So it's what people feel or think. So it don't make a difference.
We talked a lot about the Commanders' rookies. When we come back, let's talk about the free agents. Which of the Commanders' free agent signees has impressed you most? I know my answer. I think I know B's answer, and I think our answers are different. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Hit us up.
Brought to you by Surfside, iced tea, lemonade with vodka. Let's start with the Nationals, who hope to snap a 6-game skid tonight. 2nd of 4 for the Nats in Philly, 6:40 p.m. here on The Fan. And concerns about James Wood, left early last night, felt pain in his left side after a swing during an at-bat in the 6th inning, stayed in the game a while longer, left as a defensive replacement in the 8th. We should know more today as he is having an MRI. Football training camp and Commanders had an early morning practice in Ashburn today. They have also re-signed defensive back Fabian Moreau, former third-round pick. He takes over a spot that was left when Akella Witherspoon told the team this morning he was retiring. And two-time Pro Bowl running back Bijan Robinson has a new deal in Atlanta, 3-year extension worth $22.25 million per season, makes him the highest-paid running back now in NFL history. Baseball season's in full swing. Celebrate with Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade with vodka. Smooth, refreshing, and your game day must-have. Made with real vodka and zero bubbles. It's not seltzer, it's Surfside. Must be 21 plus. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Midcalf Sports Desk, Scott Merle Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. I want to have a quick conversation. We've talked a lot about the rookies, and I think there's a lot of reasons to like this rookie class. It's early, we'll see, but Sonny Styles certainly the headliner.
Mm-hmm.
Free agents. They were very active in free agency this offseason. Last year they kind of weren't. This year they really were. And I'm curious who of the free agents has been most impressive. I think you can make a case for Odafe Oweh.
That's what I meant.
The guy. Oh, is that your guy?
Yeah. I just think that.
I thought you were going to say Chig.
But, Chig is right after Odafe. I think Odafe, what it is for me about him, I watched him one-on-one, him and Tunsil, and what he was able to do. And I'm not saying don't take none. I'm not saying he whipped him, but to be able to have the level and how you have made Tunsil have to work extra hard tells me he has more than one move. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then I watched him rush on both sides. That's the thing about it. He rushed on both sides. He seems to have power. Also has great bend. So and that was their main guy that they signed. So you definitely want that guy to start the show, and I've seen it. I'm not just saying it because he was the main guy. I think he's shown what he's capable of.
What free agent are you most excited by? What have you seen the most of? I think Oweh's an easy one and certainly correct. The guy I've maybe seen the most from, though, because we've seen Oweh in pads one day, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But Nick Cross, they are lining up everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Nick Cross could lead this team in snaps. Like, he seems to be in on every package, goal line, dime, whatever it is. They're playing him back. They're playing him at the line of scrimmage. Like, he's kind of all over the place. And I think Durante Jones's background is a defensive backs coach.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he clearly identified Cross as a player that can help them all over the board. You know what I mean?
I think Nick Cross, though, just like you're saying about Oweh just in pass one day, Nick's best asset is a tackler. So when he puts on pass, he's going to be a menace. They're going. And the thing about you play a guy like him all over the place because he's a sure tackler. A guy catch a ball, boom, is over with. It's not going to be that guy you putting all over the place and then the guy catch a ball in space and then boom, you got 15 yards down the field. So I really like see this secondary crew. Where people are still questioning that. I don't question them as much anymore. Because I look at the different people. Nick Cross, sure tackler. Amik Robertson might not be the biggest guy, but he is one of the most competitive guys you're going to find. As I begin, then you get Rasul in there, a guy who has the experience. Trey already here. We saw what he was starting to do. I love Mikey. I think Mikey last year, part of the problem, quarterbacks had too damn long to throw the ball. Receivers had too long to get opened up. But Mikey is an opportunistic guy. I'm excited about the secondary crew because I think they have guys that can do different things and will probably be even better if this front does what I'm expecting them to do.
When do you get concerned about Amos? Because it's not week one.
I mean,
it's prior to that.
I'm not concerned about Amos whatsoever because it was not ACL, PCL,
But
anything like that.
now they're saying it's soft tissue.
Yeah, but it's a bone. Okay, you broke a bone, and sometimes coming back from that, depending on the healing process, it takes a little longer in certain areas. My thing is, once he's on the field, if he's not on the field by the end of next week or doing some work, he's working by himself already out there. But for him to
Dorrance seems really close.
For him to get out with the full team, I need to see that probably before that week before the season actually starts. Because they got preseason, then they got that little week, then they start. I need to see it by then.
I think I'd like to see Allegretti next week. They said it's a week. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt to see him next Monday. And that is leading in. That would give him 2 days before the joint. Like the joint practice with the Dolphins is a week out.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Dolphins will be here in a week staying. Someone told me, I probably shouldn't say that.
Yeah, don't say that.
Like, I'd like to see Allegretti on August 10th. I'd like to see Amos also.
Yeah, but the thing I've seen with
Just
this
because
team,
the 12th is good work. That's a different team. That's a real look.
But if he's not 100% ready, you don't need to rush that.
I agree.
Because, I mean, this team, this staff has shown they take their time. They're going to give people time to get healthy. And we all discussed guys being healthy, but then we followed it up with wanting them to be back on the field yesterday. You got to let them get healthy. If they're not completely healthy, don't put them out there. Because if you out there, I'm going to expect the best of you.
Right.
And I know the other team they're going to come at you like you're 100% healthy.
It's interesting, too. They have a little bit of a break here. So they're on 3 days, off Thursday, on 2 days, Friday, Saturday, off Sunday, on 3 days. The third of those days is going to be the joints against Miami. Then you've got the first preseason game in a little over a week, 10 days.
Mm-hmm.
Then they have this little bit of break, and I understand, frankly, why, because the season is still a month out. I mean, they play week 1 a month after the first preseason game, almost to the date, right? And not for nothing, Dan Quinn probably didn't have me in mind, but that weekend off is also my daughter's birthday, so I get to go to the beach with them. Then they come back on for 3 days, fly to Detroit. The Detroit game's the 22nd. Then it's 3 more days, including the final joint, which is August 26th in Baltimore. The preseason game, August 28th in Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I almost feel like if you can't get a guy back next Monday as an important date, then you almost kick it to the 24th. You know what I'm saying? To get those 3 days, get a joint practice. At that stage, you are getting close to week 1.
I think.
Then you still have another week down.
I understand those things, and that's like setting markers. Like, and I know coaches discuss markers a lot, but bodies heal differently. Some people's bodies heal quicker. Some people's bodies heal slower. When that body is saying, let's go full speed, they go full speed. That's the way you got to do this.
One guy that has been going full speed, I think Mikey Samerstill's had a really good camp.
Mm-hmm.
He looked great yesterday in pads, broke up a couple red zone passes. And Mikey's owned he needs to be better. I also think that whole defense was so bad that I'm not entirely sure we can blame any one player. I got to sit down and talk with Mikey Samerstill. It was kind of fun. He was like signing autographs as we were chatting. Here's my conversation with the third-year Michigan corner. How much are you enjoying this new defense?
I love it a lot. I think we're doing a great job of, really honing in on the little details of it. The coaches are doing a great job of teaching us the concepts. And just as players, we're taking, full ownership of really, getting the hang of everything that we're being taught. I think where we are right now, you wouldn't think that we just started running this defense. Just the way we're out there communicating with each other. And I think just being able to use the tools that they're giving us to really make this defense our own, we're in a good spot. And I think it's a lot for us to what we've put out the first couple of days of camp. it's a lot for us to build off of. But I think just every single day we focus on getting just a little bit better. So that way, by the time the season comes, I think, we can just hit the ground running.
I would say to the eye test, for me, knowing how new this is and how like significantly different it is, you guys are ahead of what I expected. Like you don't see like confusion at play calls, and there's guys moving all the time. Like, are you ahead of where you thought you'd be?
I'm not necessarily. I think we're just right where kind of where we need to be. In the because we're still out here. There's mistakes. There's always going to be something to clean up, but I think I haven't seen many moments of the same mistake being made twice. I haven't seen many moments of like what the hell was that moments, you know what I mean? But there are little details that do need to be cleaned up. But again, that comes with a new defense. But I think as long as we continue focusing on the small things every single day, doing the right things over and over, then there won't be anything to worry about.
How much more enjoyable is it? Like I saw you blitzing today. We're not allowed to.
Stop.
You had a lantern fly. You can come grab this stuff if you want.
Very distracting.
How much more enjoyable is it for you to take the fight to the offense? You're not reacting. You guys are the aggressors. That's what it appears to me.
Yeah, I think just being able to keep them guessing in a way where, I got one more, King. I got one more. Where, in a fight, you don't always want to be on the ropes. I think for us is, again, like you just said, being able to throw that first punch, just being able to go out there, play fast, and again, whether it's through our disguises, through, different calls, just being able to have them guessing and kind of where do they end kind of mindset. Now the advantage is in our favor. So I think just being able to continue doing that, but all of that comes from film study, knowing the game, knowing your opponent, and how can what you do affect them, and how can we make something look a certain way, but it's something else, and just keep having that mindset going forward.
You've been in the NFL a number of years now. Do you still get excited the first day pads come on?
Absolutely. It's the football player's joy that first day pads. It's kind of like you wait for that moment to finally, hit your own teammate, the guys that just been talking every single day, just being able to do that one time, and then as that goes, you have that first opponent joy where it's next week, and just being able to hit somebody else for the first time. And I think just stuff like that will never be lost in the game of football.
We had a pool going in the media today.
Yep.
Who would be the first defender to maybe hit somebody harder than they were supposed to? Do you know who it was? The media determined it was.
Did y'all say Will Harris?
It was Will. Yep, yeah. My guess was Tyler Owens. We all kind of guess safeties because that's generally where you see and these aren't full speed collisions, like we understand, but just to get that intensity turned up is pretty fun to watch. Do you guys feed off the fans, the little bit of oohs and ahs and everything?
A little bit, that's part of the game. I think it's always fun being able to have them out here, like you see it right now.
Yeah.
Like they're giving me stuff to sign during doing the interview, you know what I mean? But fan interaction is always cool, just because these people, they come out here, support us, they pay to be here, and I think just having them out here at practice, it just turns the pressure up just a little bit. But I think it also helps as a player practicing, having them here at practice helps you practice staying locked in certain moments, because you can either feed into the noise or you could, focus on what your job is during the play. So I think that's a cool thing, being able to have them out here.
I bet these people would buy some Sammer Still Farms farm fresh eggs, man.
We'll see. We'll see.
A lot of resources devoted to the defensive line this offseason. How much better can you be with the pass rush turned up?
Yeah, I think I've always been a believer of, pass rush and coverage works together. But what I was taught in college was the DBs cover so that the lineman can rush. So I think the better we cover, the more sacks they'll have. You know what I mean? And I think just being able to...
it's a symbiotic relationship,
100%.
Right?
So I think just us being able to do our job, sticky coverage, will create sacks. And then the more pressure that they get on quarterbacks, the more quarterbacks will, put that ball in the air, try to get it out fast, and that's when turnovers are created.
You mentioned college there. What's it like having a rookie linebacker in the middle of the field that maybe went to the college you don't root for?
I love it. I love it. You know, the other day I was dead serious, but it sounded like I was joking. But all that stuff doesn't matter anymore. Like, we're both Commanders. He's a national champion. I'm a national champion. We have something in common. We share a historical rivalry. So that's something we'll always be able to talk about. Same thing with Terry.
Yeah, you guys have often talked about it.
100%. So I think for us now is just how can his knowledge from his school, my knowledge from my school, and then the knowledge that we're, you know, getting from our coaches now, how can we go out there and, you know, be the best Commanders that we can be and, you know, hopefully be a Super Bowl defense.
How do you think Sonny is taking everything?
He looks great out there. He definitely looks great. I don't think he looks like a rookie. I think he, you know, he fits in very well. And truthfully, he's going to be a young leader on this team, on this defense. So I'm excited to work alongside of him. You know, help mentor, help guide him, answer whatever questions he has. But I'm definitely super excited to see what he's going to do this year.
Another rookie that you're getting eyes on is Antonio Williams. He looks slippery to me.
Yeah.
What did you think going up against him?
Yeah, I think, you know, he's a great receiver. Like you just mentioned, very slippery. He's not just a speed guy. He has wiggle. He has twitch, quickness, and he could create separation with his speed. Just for him, he's just, you know, continue working, continue finding ways to be that guy that can get the ball on third and shorts, third and mediums. You know, be the guy that can help take pressure off of Terry, and just give, you know, Five another outlet. And we have, you know, multiple of those guys in the receiver room. They just have all continue to keep working and going out there with the mindset of I am that guy. And I think for us as DBs, it's going to continue helping us get better.
For sure. Last one for me. You mentioned Five there. I've seen it in the locker room. There's a zillion videos. You and Jaden obviously have a close relationship. How do you feel like he's ready to take on a new offense, a larger leadership role? Like, how ready is Jaden for year 3?
I think you can see his confidence. You can see his swag a little bit. I think coming off of, you know, we already know what last year was. I think the chip on his shoulder is just even bigger now. And coming out every single day, working against them, I'm excited to see what he's going to do to our opponents. And I think that he is going to help lead us, you know, very far into the season. And as, you know, his defense, we have to make sure we do a great job of getting him the ball back because he's going to do some special things. And I think, we're seeing it firsthand right now in practice. So I'm excited for him. And I just want him to continue, you know, keeping that chip and just to prove every single week that he is, you know, the #1 quarterback in the league.
Jaden with a big chip on his shoulder sounds pretty dangerous.
Yeah.
I imagine that's exciting.
Yep.
Thank you for the time, man. Appreciate it.
B-Mitch, Jaden Daniels with a big chip on his shoulder.
I like it. And if you look at the way he's going out there, and I'm talking about the mental work and the way he's delivering footballs, he's showing that. You know, it's not that he's out there trying to run over people like, you know, somebody else did back in the day as a quarterback. He's out there going through the mental aspect, making sure everything is in place. And I see a lot of conversation with him and Doug and Doug's son. Also, I see a lot of conversation with he and Blau. That's trying to get a distinct understanding of this offense. Because, you know, when he's out on the field, he's the guy. You know, yes, coaches can talk to who? The quarterback. And the quarterback got to talk to the other 10 guys out on the football field. And I think he is making sure he has total control of this offense to make sure he can help his guys out if they need him to do it.
Antonio Williams told me something pretty interesting that, you know, obviously Jaden's going to talk with his rookie wide receiver and try to give him some pointers here or there. And it's like the little stuff that really matters, I always think. Take care of the little stuff. The big stuff takes care of itself. And he said the one thing Jaden keeps repeating to Williams is when you start your motion, make sure you look at the play clock. You don't want to start it too late. Even if I'm calling for it too late, you got to look at the play clock and know where we're at. And that's the kind of thing that a rookie probably never thought of.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's little attention to detail like that that is so important. When we return, we've got another rousing edition of Buy or Sell. We're going around the NFL. Who do we like? Who do we think is nonsense? It's B. Mitchell Finley.
A lot of football news on this Tuesday. Start with the Commanders had an early morning practice out in Ashburn. Sam Cosby, Laramie Tunsil did not participate. Both got planned days off for the Commanders today. Also, defensive back Fabian Moreau is returned to D.C. He is re-signed with the team after cornerback Akello Witherspoon told the team this morning he was retiring. Two-time Pro Bowl running back Bijan Robinson signs a contract extension in Atlanta. It'll be $22.25 million per season, makes him the highest-paid running back now in NFL history. We are just a couple of days away from some football. Hall of Fame game between the Panthers and Cardinals is this week. That'll be Thursday night in Canton, Ohio. We'll have the play-by-play of that here on The Fan. That'll be right after Game 4 between the Nats and Phillies. Nats lost last night in Philadelphia 6-3. They have dropped 6 straight, awaiting results of an MRI today also on James Wood, who exited early last night after feeling pain in his left side during an at-bat in the 6th inning. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Scott Merle Forsey on The Fan.
Hey, bud. B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Man, hearing this song makes me miss my old friend Ben White. Thoughts and prayers with his family gone far, far too soon. We used to play that for him every week when he'd come on, man. Those were always fun segments.
Yeah, I remember that.
All right, also a fun segment. Not to be a downer there. Our friend Stallion. Buy or sell time, baby. What do you got?
All right, NFL training camp is here, guys, and the storylines are popping. We're going to start in the NFC East. Makai Lemon and Devontae Smith are actually currently battling hamstring injuries. There's some free agent receivers out there, noticeably Stephon Diggs. Are you buying that they won't address the wide receiver room at all?
No, I'm not gonna buy that because Howie always addresses everything that they need.
Yeah, dude.
So they're gonna damn sure address it.
It depends how serious the injuries are. Do we have a level of seriousness for them?
Don't have them just yet.
Let's get a Philly guy on. Texas Angaro.
What does addressing it
They
mean?
say they're not serious. But you're saying, could they sign Diggs? Is what
Yeah,
you're saying.
listen, Howie Roseman is not afraid to make moves.
No.
And, I don't know why, Stephon Diggs to the Eagles, while it may not make sense if they're healthy, it's not
they're
crazy.
healthy. If they're not healthy, I expect Howie to do whatever he thinks going to make that team work.
I'm reading now from NBC Sports Philly, our friend Dave Zangaro. Wide receivers Devontae Smith and Makai Lemon both missed practice Tuesday with hamstring injuries suffered at the Eagles' indoor practice on Monday. The Eagles believe neither injury is serious and there's no long-term concern with either player. But for now, the Eagles are practicing without 2 of their top wideouts, I add parenthetically, and a new offense. No timetable on their return, but the Eagles are generally conservative with these sort of soft tissue injuries. For a rookie especially, missing training camp installation days can really be a significant setback, and the sooner he gets back, the easier it will be for him to acclimate to this offense. Now, that was Monday? Okay, they missed practice Tuesday. Okay. It's something to watch, dude, and to your point, B, Howie will not mess around if he thinks he needs to do something. And we've said this repeatedly. Anybody that thinks Steph is only waiting for the Ravens or the Commanders to call him because he's a DMV guy is a fool.
Crazy as hell.
He will go where the money is and where the offer comes in.
Totally. And I expect that.
I think it would kill Burgundy and Gold fans if Diggs is lining up for Philly and torches them. It might kill him if Smith does it or Lemon does it too, but they'd be like, why didn't we sign that guy? I can hear that now.
Well, speaking of people getting signed, Bijan Robinson just got a record-setting extension today. He is now the highest-paid running back in NFL history. I believe it's up to $75 million over 3 years, so what is it, 25 AAV there potentially. But Jahmyr Gibbs is another guy who's been as productive as Bijan. Do you think that he could get more money than Bijan Robinson?
What is the age?
Are they the same age?
Let me check real quick.
Was it the same
here.
draft? I'm pulling Gibbs if you can pull Bijan.
What have their numbers been?
So Jahmyr Gibbs was drafted in 23. I want to say like 15th-ish pick by the Lions, 12th overall. I honestly think Gibbs has been better, but that offense has also been way better. Gibbs last year in 17 games went for, dude, in his 3 seasons in the NFL, including as a rookie where he wasn't used a ton, as a rookie he went for 1,261 total yards from scrimmage with 11 touchdowns. His second season, when they were the 1 seed and Washington beat them, he had 1,929 total yards and 20 touchdowns. Last year, 1,839 total yards and 18 touchdowns. There's no way Bijan's production comes close to that.
So Bijan right now last year had nearly 2,300 total yards on scrimmage and 11 touchdowns. The year before that had nearly 1,900 yards.
You don't look
and
at the
15
game,
total
BJ, because
touchdowns.
that dude is a baller, man.
He's good.
See, the thing
He's
about
24 too.
The thing about
so is Gibbs. Gibbs is 24 also.
Gibbs has been looked at. Gibbs early on had Montgomery to weigh you down, and he comes in at the end. So he was looked at the gadget guy per se.
Change of pace, yeah.
Bijan has been considered that dude from the beginning.
Sure.
So but it'll be close.
It's going to be really close.
I think it'll be quite close, if not almost identical, frankly.
Yeah, and to kind of tag along there, Dan Campbell was at the podium today. It's training camp, and he said that Bijan's extension won't hurt Gibbs at all. But are you buying that at this point?
I don't think it's going to hurt him, but I think he's going to get paid. I think he'll get. They're going to try to get him to camp. I don't think it's going to hurt him by no stretch of the imagination.
But will the Lions pay that kind of money? That's kind of more so, I guess, the question there.
Pay him according to the amount of money the top back's getting. Yes.
I think the Lions will pay him. I think after missing the playoffs last year, I think they kind of have to. I'm curious. I'm pulling up cap space now. The Lions don't have a ton of space, but a reworked deal for Gibbs might actually create some space. You've got Goff and Amon-Ra carrying $70 million in cap between the two of them. And then Sewell's like another $30 million. Hutchinson, I believe they reworked that deal. So they got to make something work, but I think they will. I do.
That's fair. I think that's a fair point. Well, Max Crosby this morning, he was on with NFL Network, and he said, quote, "I'm a Raider to the core, and I want to win more than anything." Are you buying that Max Crosby finishes the season with Las Vegas?
See, I don't. I think what Max Crosby is saying, I'm a Raider to the core, and I believe him when he says it because he's going to work his tail off no matter where he's at. Now, if they decide to do something later on, Max Crosby has no control over that. So I don't have a clue.
I could see. Couldn't you see Jerry making a move?
Yes. I think that's the obvious one.
I could see that, honestly. Not sure what'll happen, but I could see Jerry doing that.
Jerry don't have enough money already tied up with everybody he has right now.
It's hard for me to believe Max Crosby is a Raider to the core when he was a Raven for 6 hours and then failed his physical. But to trade him again, are you sure he'll pass his physical?
He probably passed his physical the first time. He was just screwed over by that organization up there that has done it before.
I think you're right. I like if it's a yes or no question, is he on the Raiders? Sure. But if it's a percentage, I think there's, I don't know, 1 in 4 shot he's moved before we get to week 1. I would say. Maybe 1 in 5, I don't know. But, they already traded him. They traded him 4 months ago. They're clearly willing to trade him, and he's clearly okay with being traded. Maybe Clint Kubiak
he
has
don't have a
changed
choice
everything.
of being traded.
Right.
So,
maybe Clint Kubiak has changed everything. I'm just not entirely sure. So I think you got to at least leave the door open.
Definitely. And I think a lot of people have left the door open for some money and some potential deals. And Texan safety Jalen Petrie is now a signature athlete for Guardian caps that you see around training camp. Some players are playing it are wearing it during NFL games. Beamish, do you see Guardian caps becoming a little bit more relevant throughout
Guardian
the NFL?
who?
Guardian caps, what they're wearing on top of their helmets to protect themselves from concussions. Are you buying that that's going to become more relevant?
No, I'm not buying that. I'm selling that. I think most players think their helmet is good enough. and a lot of them will not put that extra bulk on themselves. Guys are trying to get as light as hell out there, and they don't want to be bulky. So I don't see a league of with Kazoo. That's the old dude from the little space thing from back in the day. I don't see a whole league of Kazoos running around.
All right. That that made me laugh. I don't know who Kazoo is. I'm gonna Google it.
Kazoo, something like that. I don't know what it is.
Talking about from the Flintstones?
Yeah, way back in the day, the big old head.
Oh.
The Flintstones or the Jetsons, one of them.
The
Had to be
Jetsons,
the Jetsons, not the Flintstones.
I just remember
this dude, the
Yeah,
great
the little green
Gazoo?
dude.
Oh, he is from the Flintstones.
Yeah. I just don't see. I don't see the whole league doing that.
Damn, that's a hell of a pull, B.
You've been around a long time, Jay.
Yeah.
Players like to look cool.
There's various things, right?
That head don't make you look cool.
Our friend Ryan Keel was involved in the collar product that some players believed helped impact.
Mm-hmm.
They've got the Gladiator caps now. I have a buddy. It's a Tyson's company that's developing a chin strap that's supposed to reduce concussions. There's products out there, but generally, I mean, granted, he's nuts, but Aaron Rodgers didn't even want to change helmets a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Like, there is reluctance.
You know what reduces concussion? Sit on your couch. Don't play football. Because this is a sport, a contact sport, where you have guys that are superhuman per se, running at speeds you're not supposed to run, having collisions that the body is not made for. The concussions are going to happen. I think the whole problem with the concussion industry, they try to make you think they're going to eliminate concussions. No, you're not going to eliminate. You might help them not come as often, but you're not going to eliminate it. And they need to start presenting it like that.
I think that's fair. And
I agree with you.
I think it's a really fair point. And right now, if you look at FanDuel Super Bowl odds, the Rams are at plus 500, the number one team. Right behind them is the Buffalo Bills at plus 1,000. And Josh Allen said today, quote, "You knock enough at that door, eventually it will open," end quote. Is this the year that the door opens for the Buffalo Bills? B-Mitch, are you buying that?
For them to do what?
Make it to the Super Bowl. Win the Super Bowl.
No. I ain't buying it. I think
they can get to a Super Bowl.
They ain't the question. Do you think this is the year they're going to do it and get there? I don't buy it. No.
My Super Bowl pick out of the AFC is the Bengals, so I'm going to say no. But, I don't disagree with his logic. They keep making the playoffs. They're in the divisional round. They're in the AFC title game. Who do you think has a better chance, Bills or Ravens?
I think they're probably 50-50.
They both have new coaches, but the Bills were in the playoffs last year. The Ravens missed it. I think the Bills and the Ravens are in really similar categories until Lamar or Josh Allen breaks through.
Yeah.
You got one more for us, Stallion?
100%.
That's it.
All right, we got to go to break anyway, so you actually timed that out well. When we come back, we got to make some bets. I don't know if any of us won last night, but we'll all find out together. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Roll out. B. Mitchell Finley, BigBear.ai Performance Center. Commanders training camp in the books. Day 5-ish for us, probably day 7-ish for them. Josh Harris was here. Did you get to talk to him at all?
Yeah.
It's cool to see him here.
Yep, cool.
And Ein was here. I hadn't seen Ein until today. Ein just wrapped up the tennis tournament, so probably a little more time on his hands. He's got to be a busy dude when he's got the tennis tournament going and training camp going.
Yeah, they got people running that stuff. He pops in and out.
It's true.
You know what I'm saying?
Dude, so we were texting last night about the quarterback show, and I don't think you made it to when Flacco gets to the Bengals. I find it pretty darn interesting that Flacco gets to the Bengals and, like, Zach Taylor immediately meets with him, but there's just no way it's a super wordy offense, the verbiage, right? And there's just no way he's going to be able to get it all in by game day in 4 days or whatever. Wouldn't a coach simplify it for that week?
You can't simplify that week because the verbiage is what it is, and you got to simplify it for the whole team. You know what I'm saying? So what you do, give him a wristband, give him some numbers, point at the numbers, and then he can read it.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah, but if you try to change it up in any way, you got problems. But yeah, you have to basically, go one, and
Right.
you look at it, whatever the whatever it is, the personnel grouping, the formation, and you call the play, you boom, read it out, boom, and then the next play you call it again. So if it's like a 2-minute drill, it's fast. But if not, the quarterback once the play is over, he looks, the coach give him a number, he goes to it. You can help him out.
The Seahawks will debut Hard Knocks tonight.
All right.
Is that 9 o'clock HBO probably? Maybe 10?
Yeah, I
that's
think
a training
9.
camp.
It's the first time it's been – remember the rule used to be that if you made the playoffs, you didn't have to do Hard Knocks?
They won the Super Bowl.
I think the NFL had to waive that because there's so much of that embedded with the team content that, like, they just run out of teams that will do it. Think about what the Seahawks are dealing with, though. You've got coming off a Super Bowl season, and the team just got sold, and now you're going to have Hard Knocks cameras there.
Hey, you know what the guys got to worry about? Football.
Sure. And, dude, I think Mike McDonald's the dude.
If I'm Mike McDonald, you will see how I run my team. So, Mike, the team is getting sold. What you think? Getting my team ready to play.
How about
Ask one of my players? We focusing on what we got to get done for this game. We can't control how much money the team went for, what they're going to do. All we can do is play football.
Quick update from our friend Pat Leonard out at Giants camp. They're training out in West Virginia at the Greenbrier. I'm reading from Leonard. This is yesterday. The Giants just wrapped up a sloppy first padded practice that took place mostly in pouring rain here in West Virginia. John Harbaugh's team committed 14 penalties and about 68 plays of 11-on-11 work, including 9 by the offense and 5 by the defense. Jackson Dart's first-team offense sputtered badly early and went 4 and out in a situational period late. Arvell Reese recorded a sack on third down, beating Andrew Thomas. That ain't a great report. First day in pads.
Yeah.
Well, let's make some bets, boys.
Gather around.
All right, Dub B, how'd we do last night? There's shockingly some controversy involved with last night's bets.
Jeff was the only winner, and the over/under was 9.5, not 9.
So if the over-under was 9.5.
Didn't B win?
And
He
I
took
won.
the
I
under.
took the under, fool.
You parlayed the Dodgers.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Hot dog hat for B. Mitch.
Got it. No. Hot dog, nothing.
So what did Jeff win with?
I took the Phillies.
He took the Phillies.
Oh, what a hater. The Nats were looking good right until they weren't.
How you calling me a hater? And when I said, JP, I'm about to
You
make
say
you
I'm
mad.
going to go with the J-Dog.
Exactly.
Yeah, and then I talked myself into the Nats, which looked good till like the 8th inning. When did they give up to Salami? 7th?
Yeah, I think
It
it
was
was,
late.
the 7th. Yeah.
Hey, Jeff. JP the cooler over here.
That's the second time Derek Hill's done
The
that to the Nats this
cooler.
year.
All right. I wish we could bet on Hard Knocks.
That damn pitcher from the Dodgers was 14-2 or 11-2, and he
Yo,
lost.
Make your own odds. What are you thinking?
I'd have to think about what I'm even thinking about, if that makes sense. And considering we have about 2 minutes left
Well,
of the show.
I'm taking the Dodgers tonight too. Give me a Scooble. Let's see what Scooble can do.
Scooble starts tonight?
Yeah,
Yes.
he does make the start tonight.
I can take that. It's minus 195.
It says minus 200.
It says minus 195.
Dub B?
Where at?
Right here on score.
I'm taking the Yankees.
Jeff's taking the Yankees. Louis Garcia's biggest fan. Pirates Brewers. Tell me we get Skeens Miz tonight. Any chance?
I think a very slim chance of that.
Looks like Henderson versus Jones.
Lovely.
Not going to get me to lock in the Sportsnet Pittsburgh for that.
I'm taking JT Real Muto anytime hit tonight. Minus 195.
Who?
JT Real Muto.
Phillies catcher.
Not feeling the Nats right now. Not feeling the Nats. And we're still kind of waiting to see what's
Do
happening.
the
with
Nats
James
have
Wood.
2 pitchers scheduled to start?
So Palmquist is going to open, and then I believe it's going to be Michaelis or Littell.
It says Littell on the app.
Yeah, Littell.
Let me be crystal clear. This may be old man yelling at clouds. I hate openers. I hate it. Let the starting pitcher start the game.
It makes sense against the Phillies lineup, though.
Oh, my gosh, dude.
I know,
Lefty
I know,
on lefty, blah,
I
blah,
know.
blah. They've been playing baseball for 100 years.
I know. I get
Maybe longer than that. The
That's
Cincinnati Red
You
Sox.
know why they do it? Because all these geeks got involved with sports. So that's why they're doing it now, instead of letting the sports people handle it. So get mad at the geeks, JP. Don't be mad at the damn baseball people.
I mean, I get
all
it.
these geeks want to tell you what a number is.
Weren't
and
you
what
telling me that pitchers are getting worn out and they're kind of pissed off by getting pulled down, pulled up, pulled
I mean,
down?
like, across baseball, you've seen guys get really upset about it. Like, it is one of those things where, I don't know.
Yeah, once you get up in the majors and you pitch in one of those games, that contract, game you get paid for, is way more than that one you go back down to the minors. That's what they pissed at, the money.
Who's on the mound for the White Sox? That Red Sox-White Sox looks like a pretty good game. I'm going to take the Red Sox tonight. They're red hot. I don't know. I'm surprised the money is this significant. Now, if I was betting how I normally do, where I'm looking for an edge, Brian, the White Sox kind of look like the right side, but I've been running kind of cold. So we're going Red Sox tonight.
Reach out to some of them geeks you talk to. They'll tell you who to bet on.
The best part of like these experts, these analytic experts that break down betting, they lose too.
They don't even gamble. Half of them don't gamble.
And Rooster has the audacity to say Vegas doesn't know anything. Jeff, in my ear, counting me down, which I really appreciate, has just told me 10, 15, 10. So we're on top of it. Thank you, everybody that listened to the program. Great and Danny, your way next.
Nationals continue their road trip tonight, second of 4 in Philadelphia, where they lost last night 6-3. Nats have lost 6 in a row and 7 of 8. They'll try to end that skid tonight, 6:40 p.m. here on The Fan. Couple of other notes with the Nats. James Wood, early exit last night, felt pain in his left side after a swing during an at-bat in the 6th inning. He's having an MRI today. And one of the players acquired in the Foster Griffin trade Monday to Cleveland is being activated by the Nats. One of the pitchers, reliever Will Dion, the lefty, has been activated by the Nats today. Football Commanders had an early morning practice in Ashburn. Sam Cosmi, Laramie Tunsil both stood to the side. Today they got planned days off. The Commanders have also re-signed defensive back Fabian Moreau, who was a third-round pick in 2017. That after Akella Witherspoon informed the team today he was retiring. And Pro Bowl running back Bijan Robinson has a new extension in Atlanta, contract that pays $22.25 million per season. He's now the highest-paid running back in NFL history. From the Crop Midcalf Sports Desk, Scott Merle-Forsey on The Fan.
What's up? Welcome in. Grant and Danny on The Fan. We are live on August 4th, 2026. Danny is in our Navy Yard Half Street Studios, back from vacation. First time in over a week. I am out in Ashburn at Commanders Training Camp. Practice 5 for the media, day 6 overall. We've got you covered. All things Nats trade deadline and Commanders all day long on G&D. Daniel, it is good to see your smiling face. Everybody can watch us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube stream. You can listen to us on the Odyssey app. You look like you got some sun.
I did indeed. Good to be seen by you, my friend. Respectfully to you and to Darius and Tobes and our whole crew, I am not that excited to be back. I much prefer not working and sitting my fat butt on the beach, but I will certainly take it. Plenty to talk about here in the matter of sport. By the way, what the hell happened? I'm calling the Nats game. They're right in the wild card hunt. They're sitting there. They're beating the Diamondbacks 2 out of 3. I go on vacation. James Woods' obliques exploded, and they sold, and they lost 6 straight games. What did you guys do while I was gone?
Well, I blame you, as is always the case.
Wow.
You were involved, and the Nats started losing again. No, I kid because I care. This was kind of inevitable, it felt like, right? They were going to eventually slow their roll. They're running out of some gas. They've made some trades. We're going to talk about all of that, including the deadline that came and went yesterday. You were out, so there was a lot of things to cover.
Of course.
Over the last few days.
Of course.
But I want to start with 2 things. One, did you do the weighing in that you need to do to play? How much weight did Danny gain on vacation today?
You know I did. I'm ready to play whenever you are.
A listener at training camp practice, I'm in the end zone yesterday, monitoring 11-on-11 work, and I got my notepad out, and I'm writing things down. Some guy calls me, and I look over, and he goes, "Are you going to play how much weight did Danny gain on vacation today?" And I said, well, not today, because he's not officially back in the saddle, but listen tomorrow at about 3:45 during our double play. That'll be the time. So you weighed in. We're good to go. The numbers will be accurate.
I've got the full setup. So I weighed in Saturday morning before basically doing Nats color commentary. Thanks again to the Nats, Charlie Slows, and everybody who made that happen. And then I immediately went to the beach right after that and got back late last night. So I got that weigh-in going. I generally loathe people's vacation stories. You know what I mean? It's like your round of golf or like a lot of things that aren't always that interesting. I do have to tell one quick story, though, if you'll indulge me.
Sure.
All right, here we go. So Sunday, taking a little beach walk, right? And it's always Operation Less Fat. I know the number is going to be there, but you're trying to minimize the damage, if that makes any sense. So I go about 0.7 miles up in one direction from our little encampment there on the beach, and I turn around at a big American flag. I pick that as the landmark, and then I'm going to walk back, right? So I'm on my way walking back. I happen to check my watch, my Apple Watch, which is checking my progress. And at 0.93 miles, I all of a sudden hear very heavy footsteps splashing in the waves right coming up next to me. I'm figuring probably someone running, maybe it's a kid, whatever. I don't know what's going on. So I don't think anything of it. And all of a sudden, appearing right next to me is a dude about my size, maybe a little bit shorter, a little bit more squat, but a big, hardy, thick gentleman is right next to me. And he goes, what the bleep? And I go, I'm sorry? He goes, what the bleep, bro? And these bleeps are very naughty curse words that we can't say. And I go, huh? Just totally flabbergasted. He's like, what the bleep's the matter with you? I was like, I have no idea what you're talking about. He goes, you bleeping looking at my bleeping girl? And I go, I'm walking.
Let's be clear. It's a lock. You accidentally looked at his girl while you walked.
I have no idea. I don't know which one
I have
she
a
was.
pretty good idea.
I looked at everybody. I'm walking on the beach. I'm trying not to run into kids with frisbees or people,
But you had
whose toes was
sunglasses
in.
on, right?
Yeah. So it's beautiful scenery. It's part of the nature of the beach walk. I'm going to get hot. I'm going to go in the water. I have no idea what you're talking about. So sorry. And he goes, oh, so you're sorry? So you admit you did something? I'm like, I don't know, man. I'm so flabbergasted. I just want this to end. I'm like, listen, dude, I'm just going to keep walking. Have a great day. He goes, no, man, you ain't bleeping leaving. What are we going to do about this? And I go, absolutely nothing. We're doing nothing about it. I'm going to continue on with my day. Have a great vacation. He goes, no, I'll bleep you. And I start to walk. And he's now walking alongside me. And I'm going, oh my God. What could possibly be happening right now? Like, what universe is this? I'm looking around for cameras, like what a gong show this is. And he won't let it go. He's like, dude, I saw you. I clocked you, man. You're looking at my girl, and I chased your ass down. And I'm like, I don't know which girl she was, and if I did, I'm sorry. I'm looking around and everything. I'm taking
You're
the
like,
sights.
sir, I was checking out a lot of women on this walk.
I was like,
I'm not really sure which one was you.
Right, there was a handsome guy back there with abs. I saw him too. Like, I'm please leave me alone. And he's like, nah, bro, what the bleep we're going to do about this? What are we going to do? And I go, again, we're doing nothing. He goes, well, where's your girl? And I go, probably with my children. My 1-year-old. He goes, all right, he goes, where are you staying? I was like, I'm not telling you. That's none of your business.
Well,
I'm just going to
why
keep
would
walking.
he ask that?
I don't know.
This is a real story?
Why would any of this be happening? Grant is my viewpoint. And I go, I don't know. I'm going to go back to them. They're probably on the way to the beach now. I'm just going to meet them. I was just taking a quick walk. Now I'm like over explaining. I'm going to take a quick walk just to get hot. Then I'm going to go in the water. I want to go
Why are
on
you
my
having this
vacation.
conversation with this crazy person?
I'm walking. He's now walking with me. I'm like not going to run away from him. I'm not going to win. I can't really run. And he's like, no, dude, that ain't cool. And I'm like, again, I'm sorry. And he's like, oh, so you're sorry? You're sorry? I was like, I don't know what's going on. Please leave me alone. I'm just trying to go back to my tent or a canopy, whatever I said. And he goes, bro, I'm just kidding with you, man. I love the show. And I went,
no way.
And I went, oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh, that's outstanding.
So I damn near sold myself. If I had fluids, I would have lost them.
Yeah.
And I probably a 3 count. I just stared at the guy, and then I doubled over and burst out laughing with relief. So Jonathan in Mechanicsville, 1, Fannie Mouye, nothing. He got me.
I'd love to know more about, and I'm actually now disappointed by the end of the story.
Yeah.
I hoped it either ended with you getting into a fist fight or I really wanted to drill down on why is he asking where your wife and kids are?
So,
does he think he gets to go check out your wife now? Like, what is the back and forth here exactly?
I kind of, and after a couple seconds, he goes, I recognize you walk, and I didn't know what else to say. I was like, there were so many things between making me think that you and I were going to fight, and he goes, yeah, I just kept it going for a second. Anyway, have a good day. Oh my God,
that's outstanding.
Advantage Jonathan in Mechanicsville.
What's amazing is twofold. One, there are people like that in society. I don't know if you're familiar with this, but the did you look at my girl people, it's mostly, I would say, like college-age bros, like Arlington bros.
Yeah.
Imagine being that insecure or just that ridiculous that you're out and about and someone glances at your girlfriend or your wife and you make a scene out of it or challenge them to a fight. Like, there are people doing that somewhere in the world right now. Think about that, Danny.
Of course. And that's why I was like, this one might be real. Like, this dude had just enough, like, there was a fire in his eyes. Like, he's a great actor, this dude. And I was like, did I? I'm sure I saw everybody. I'm seeing people. I'm walking on the beach. But that's the beautiful part of it. A, you mentioned sunglasses. B, it's an instant transaction where I'm not stopping and turning around and putting my hands on my hips going, hey, I like the cut of that one. She looks nice. Like, I'm not doing any of that. I'm walking along the beach.
I would like to add that, because this is going to sound creepy no matter how you say it.
Uh-huh.
It's a very normal thing to notice someone that's attractive. I think that's a normal thing. As you're walking along, people are not wearing a lot of clothing at a beach. like it would be weirder to constantly turn your head away everywhere. Like when I'm in a locker room covering sport, there's a lot of, okay, look away. Okay, look that way. You know what I'm saying? Like
avert your eyes.
You're desperately trying to avoid seeing things.
Yeah, look at the insignia on the ground.
That's not really what you do at the beach. I mean, there's a big difference between that and, as you said, just pulling up a chair and having a gander, which everybody knows. It's like, it's an unwritten rule in baseball. There's just enough where you go, this is now getting weird, and you have to keep walking. So I could have envisioned where you were walking, maybe you didn't catch yourself. It was a beat too long, maybe a split second too long.
Maybe I did. I don't know.
And some guy was just really upset. I want to meet that listener. That's fantastic.
Well, to your point, though, about like attractive people, this is for the first part of the week. I don't know what their rental was. I didn't really get a chance to ask or whatever. But everybody that was around, so there's a bunch of families and people lined up, whether it was extended family or a small group or whatever. There was this girl that was probably 20, 21 years old who looked like a world-class model. And everybody, men, women, children, everyone just sort of, when she would set up on the beach, everyone just kind of sitting there, mouth agape. You know, like the kids did, the other women did, the aunts and uncles and grandparents are going, look at this person. Like, looked like a professional high-level model, to your point. So, right? It's like a...
What's her Instagram handle? I know you follow her all
I have no idea. There's no conversation. Nothing like that happened. But to your point about it, you cannot help but notice. That is a noticing situation.
Also, yeah, I think I can say this. If you're smoking hot, and I'm not just talking about females, if you're a guy who, when you take off your shirt, there's abs and there's muscles and there's a V-taper, and you're at the beach, don't be upset if someone looks over at you, okay? Now, if they're making you feel uncomfortable and they're staring at you for long periods of time or they're trying to touch you, let's get the authorities involved, okay? But if someone's just kind of walking by and you've worked your ass off to look amazing, it's okay. That's not the worst thing in the world. Like, if people are looking at me, I should be upset about that because I know what they're thinking. They're kind of shaking their head in shame and disappointment. This is the antithesis of that.
Right.
I'm looking forward to the listener that comes up and gets angry at you that you follow their wife on Instagram, and it's because you say she's some like
fitness.
What is it? It's it's a lifestyle person. What's your word you use?
I use several words just to accurately describe my fellow cues. A fitness person or a workout person or a fitness lifestyle person. Just these are the people that I'm following.
You're a big fan of following those people. Well, that's outstanding. I do wish you would have gotten into a fight so that would have been a better end of the story.
Would that have been great if I came back with a black eye?
Well, maybe you would have won the fight. How do we know you wouldn't have won the fight?
Yeah, but you still usually end up scathed slightly. I mean, there are two participants.
That's true.
Right?
What if this is how we found out, actually, like you won the fight? This is my, multiverses in the Avengers and stuff?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Here's my multiverse. That was not a listener. You really did check out a chick, which it was a lock you did anyway. Then someone's really upset about it. Then he comes up to you. You guys get into a fight. You accidentally find out you're amazing at fighting.
And I beat his ass.
Yeah, you're just incredible at it. You just whoop this guy's ass. And now you're thinking, like, instead of being a biker for a few weeks or pickleball obsessed, you're now going to get into mixed martial arts. And you want you really want to get into, like, a cage fighting environment. So you're going to start training with some, like, retired jiu-jitsu professional.
So I met this Brazilian guy, and I have my own gi, which is the outfit that you use for jiu-jitsu.
You become the second member of the 106.7 The Fan staff ever to do like a charity boxing event at the Patriot Center, and then you write a book about it. Like, imagine the possibilities here in my multiverse.
I'm imagining them right now. I like some of these. I've told you this story before, not to bore the listeners, but I did box for 2 weeks, and that was it. I got into the ring, and a kid that was about my weight that had been doing it for a little bit longer snapped a couple punches at me. I still haven't seen them. Everything hurt. The world spun. I took the headgear off and said, that's it. That's all for that. I will not be doing any of those sports ever again.
I was obsessed with this show, The Contender.
The Contender.
Do you remember The Contender?
Yeah.
So this is actually so embarrassing now to think about as a grown-up. So I would have to look up the years that The Contender was on, when this was. I can tell you that I'm not going to have been as young as I wish I was to have done this. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
But the show The Contender on NBC was so good that I got super into the idea that I wanted to box and spar and, like, this is going to be something I'm going to do. And there was this guy on that show I loved. Loved his story, loved his family, loved everything about him, named Sergio Mora. Okay?
Okay.
And Sergio Mora, I'm pretty sure his boxing name or his nickname was the Latin Snake. And I got into boxing for like an hour, but I went out and I bought the big thing you can hang in your basement, and I bought headgear, and I bought gloves, and like the whole deal. And then I wrote on the inside of my gloves, this is a dead true story, I wrote the Latin Snake. And
No,
like
you didn't.
guy, it's
That's
tough.
not true.
Dude, I still have the gloves at my house. I will send you a picture tonight, I swear to God. But I'm going to use nothing I'm saying makes, like, this is all embarrassing. You're all right. Everything you're thinking is right. But I would, like, train at night for, like, 20 minutes at a time, where I would just hit this bag and, basically would just, like, act like I'm training for a fight. And I would refer to myself as the Latin Snake.
The Latin Snake.
Because of Sergio Mora. Because that was my guy from the Contender. But
Jim
I literally
Mora's
wrote
long-lost
it.
son.
Guy, I wrote it inside my boxing glove, like, so only I could see it.
That's impossible.
Now, in my mind, I'm wishing I was like 6, but Sergio Mora, as I Google him right
You're like
now,
15.
He's 45.
Yeah.
So there's a chance I'm a teen. Like, I don't know. I could have been in high school.
Yeah.
This is like really bad.
That's
however old
summer before junior year. You're doing that.
Yeah, exactly.
That is tough.
Like, that's really tough.
The Latin Snake.
I'm
That's
gonna
coming back up.
I'm going to send you a picture. I know exactly where the boxing gloves are. They have cobwebs on them, obviously.
Right.
But they're in my basement with my headgear. And it was in Sharpie, so they'll still be there if I fold the glove down. I'm going to
And
see
what
where
will be there exactly? What's there?
It says the Latin Snake.
That's what it says.
That was my guy, Sergio Mora. Do you remember him at all?
I don't really, but the show that I remember even more so before the what was it called, the boxing one, the Contender. There was
The
an MMA
Contender
one,
was great.
but
Darius, by the way, while he's talking, grab me the theme song for the Contender. It's one of the greatest, basically produced themes ever. But go ahead.
But you sleep on Tough Man. Do you remember that bit on FX where it was still a little bit Wild West before they had much original programming? They were doing like Amityville Horror 7 different times or American Horror Story, whatever. But on FX, they had a Tough Man competition where just regular dudes boxed.
So this isn't Tough Enough, like the wrestling / maybe a UFC one. It's called Tough Man.
Tough Man, yeah. And my classmate, Michael Galland, did it. He went and he trained, he worked at it, on his own to box. He won his first match, and then he was going up against some kind of buzzsaw, and he was like, yeah, my I have a little bit of a anyway, I'm not doing the next one. But
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm all set. But that was a thing. That was I thought that's where you were going, that you actually decided to go Tough Man.
Dad, is this the Contender? Oh man.
Sounds like Gladiator, Russell Crowe style.
It was one of the great scores ever. Just hearing it gives me chills. What an outstanding television show. And it couldn't last, and it wasn't going to be on for long because it was, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, people liked it.
Mm-hmm.
And, there weren't women cheating on their spouses with someone they just met on the island. And so it wasn't going to play because it was, heartwarming and wonderful
Right.
and athletic achievement.
Yeah.
But, my God, was it a great show. Oh, it was so good. How many seasons of The Contender were there? I'm going to do a little digging during the break.
Digging.
A lot of NFL news today to get to.
The
in
Latin
Christian
Snake's
Ponder.
about to break some NFL news. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, there you go. I'm going to hear about that a couple times.
That's going to come
I
up
feel
again.
like. We'll get into the Nats at the trade deadline, plus some notes from training camp. Jaden Daniels continues to improve. This offense continues to play better and better. I thought Daniels was really, really good again at practice today. The Falcons have locked up Bijan Robinson. The Ravens have a deal in place with Zay Flowers. So all coming up on the show today. But next, we got to hit on the Nats at the trade deadline. Were you guys okay with what they did? I mean, they threaded the needle, as they're calling it, but they certainly, at the major league level, did a lot more selling than buying. That's next on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? In the NFL, the Commanders have signed cornerback Fabian Moreau. He was last with the team in 2020, was last with the Minnesota Vikings last season, playing in 11 games. Ahkello Witherspoon has retired. Commanders getting set for their first preseason game, which will come up Friday, August 14th against the Dolphins. Other NFL news, the Falcons have signed running back Bijan Robinson to a 3-year extension worth $75 million, $51 million guaranteed. He becomes the highest paid running back in the NFL. And the Ravens signed wide receiver Zay Flowers to a 4-year extension worth $140 million, $108 million guaranteed. Baseball, the Nationals taking on the Phillies for Game 2 of the series in Philadelphia tonight. 6:40 right here on the Fan. The Nats looking to snap a 6-game losing streak. When you're ready to pop the question, think Mervis Diamond Importers and Tacori. Mervis offers unbeatable value, while Tacori brings handcrafted detail and signature design to every engagement ring from the very first sparkle. For the largest selection in D.C., visit Mervis. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan. Thanks to Toby for the update. It's been good hanging with him out here at training camp. In fact, we got some video of the interviews we did today. Thanks to Tobes. You'll see those on some of our socials. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Danny is back from vacation. I'm in Ashburn, training camp day 6. I don't know what to do. There was a day where we weren't out here and didn't have a practice. So I've been at 5 practices. That's how many there have been, but there's been an extra day. Is it training camp day 5 because we're out here 5 times, or is it training camp day 6?
Oh, that's such a good question. I would hate that because, it's a Dan Quinn training camp, so there's going to be 7 different days off in the first couple of weeks. So then how do you start counting?
Right.
I think it's from, just to keep it simple in your mind for accounting purposes, what day did training camp start and what day is it now? Instead of trying to do, well, they've been 3 days off, so now it's only day 6. And
Got it.
I would just say it's the maximum number of days. 6. Yeah.
Training camp day 6, I think, is what we're on.
And one of the days they did nothing.
There was a day off. You get some of those occasionally. They were in pads yesterday, and it was very physical, so you'll be happy to know, Danny. They were not in pads, and they didn't do hitting today, but they should be doing that again tomorrow. I will say the practices have been longer, and there is a noticeable difference in terms of the work they're putting in.
That is good.
There have also been way fewer days off for veterans. This was the first time today. Laramie Tunsil got the day off as like a vet rest day, it appears. There's not been any of those. And, in fact, Dan Quinn was asked about that before practice today, and he said it's not a philosophical change, it's just about personnel. Talked about the age of the players in the past. You think about guys like Bobby Wagner and Zach Ertz, Von Miller. They couldn't string days together and practice every single day. So they had these veteran days off, quite literally starting on the second day of training camp last year, where they would go, 2 days on, 1 day off, something like that. And he basically said, we don't have to do that anymore. We won't be doing that as much, which I was excited about, only to find out that immediately then thereafter, Laramie Tunsil was out today. Having said that, I'll take that. I mean, he's been putting in a lot of good work. He was at OTAs. He was at some mini-camp stuff. He is having a good camp. I never worry about him. He's going to be really, really good when he plays.
Yeah, the superstar that does the work away is going to be good when he's here. I mean, even the years past at different places, including here, hadn't done the OTAs. Thrilled that he did this year. I think that's really, really good. But, yeah, there's a little documentary in the works about his offseason work. I have no doubts about him. I'm with you on that. What I would love to hear, I'll never get. But what I want is, yep, the thing we did didn't work at all, so we're doing something different. That's because I know that's the truth, and that's what I want to hear. I want to hear when somebody fails at something, yeah, I failed, instead of just sort of here's a reaccounting of that, and it's just this. It's not just that. Your approach failed. Your camp was too soft. You guys weren't ready to play, and you recognize maybe that's a problem. So let's try to be ready to play football this coming season, because the schedule at the beginning of the year is an absolute gauntlet, and I'd like to be ready for that a little bit.
Speaking of things you'll want to hear, I want to hear from Treylon Burks. He's going to be with us in about 30 minutes. Caught up with him out here at training camp. So if you want to hear from the potential wide receiver 2, the Z, in their starting personnel groupings, make sure you're listening right around 3 o'clock on Grant and Danny. All of our training camp coverage, by the way, on the Fan, as we've been telling you, is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. But, Danny, I actually want to get into the trade deadline and give people an opportunity to chime in. So Tobes and I were live on the radio yesterday right up until the deadline at 6. And then because of the start time in Philly, we were only on the air for 7 or 8 minutes on the back end. And so we didn't get a chance to take calls and reactions to what the Nationals had done. And for the first time since the deadline, we could do that now. Phone lines open at 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. In the end, it was a little bit chalky. The Nats did essentially what we predicted they would for the most part. They wanted to trade Luis Garcia at peak value, and they did. They were likely all along to trade Foster Griffin, and they did. They also traded Curtis Mead and minor leaguer Christian Franklin. So 4 players out, including their lone pitching all-star and their best pitcher on their staff where they don't have good pitching. The guy that was leading the National League in slugging this year, believe it or not, in Luis Garcia. Mead, who had broken out and looked like a real gem of a find. And then Franklin, who's a good AAA outfielder. Back in return, Connolly Early, who's going to be a major league starter as soon as he's healthy. Should be on a rehab start tonight. He was a good return for Curtis Mead pretty clearly in a 1-for-1 deal. Then 2 other starters in the minors at AA. Jack Siebert was a good prospect from the Yankees in the Garcia deal. Josh Hartle, who is a mid-level prospect from the Guardians who came over in the Griffin deal. And then a total of 6 relievers. Jake Bird, major leaguer. Giovanni Cruz, major leaguer. Will Dion, major leaguer. All going to help immediately. Then in the minors, the best arm of the bunch, Ben Grable at AA, Yankees deal. Joe Glassie at AA, striking out 15 per 9. Orioles deal for Christian Franklin. And then Kendeglis Verguez in AA, throws hard, big strikeout numbers, but has to put it all together. 1 position player, Nick Mitchell, in AA, an outfielder. So it was 9 pitchers, 1 bat, 10 players, and they gave up 4 major league regulars. They traded the 3 best players, out of the 14 that we're talking about here. So let's just start big picture. How did you feel about the deadline? Were you okay with it?
Yeah, do you think there's any paradigm the Nats were going after? Is there any one position you think they were trying to upgrade or change the organization? Yeah, that was the focus. They went after pitching. And, the only deal to me, and I'll go micro before I go macro here, the only deal that didn't feel great is the Griffin one. And but I understand it, if that makes any sense. But to the macro, I have no problem with this. I know a lot of Nats fans, and I heard JP on the Junks this morning talking about this sort of feeling and this vibe, is that nothing can be taken at face value because of the recent 7 years, because of the history, because of this organization, because of how they've spent or not spent, because it feels like this rebuild is perpetual. Even though it's a new rebuild, it doesn't matter because the net is you're selling somebody, you're not extending them. Why couldn't they extend somebody? Why can't they just pay Abrams? Why can't they just pay Griffin? Whatever. And those feelings of frustration are boiling over. This is how I would have done it. I mean, this to me is almost word for word, letter for letter. I don't know all the prospects. I don't have the breadth of knowledge that you do, certainly, or certainly this front office does. But to me, the instant I go, am I a legitimate contender this year? And the answer is no. I am now chipping away around the edges and even maybe some into my center, dealing from a position of strength to enhance my future towards a build that's going to be a championship caliber team. And that's exactly how I would do it. The only return that's not terribly exciting to me is Griffin. I just think that's the market. I think that's the way it is. And so to me, overall, I feel very positive about it, even though in the short term, it can be frustrating for a lot of Nats fans, and I totally get that.
Yeah, they traded a rental lefty who throws 92. Now, there's another way to talk about him, which is an all-star who's been amazing. But whether people agree with this or not, what everyone in baseball and every front office is looking for is typically a stuffy pitcher who has a pitch or pitches that are projectable to success and sustainable. That means velocity. That means swing and miss offerings. He's not a guy that is sought after, per se, when you're talking about the way that he throws, the velocities he throws, that he gets by on 7 pitches. A lot of people are going to look at him and go, how the heck is he doing this? And so even if there was control of a year and a half, he's not going to net you what a Gossman or a Skubal or someone with a much longer track record obviously would have. But now you're talking about a rental. You're just not going to do that well on that return with a flooded market with arms, as it turned out to be in the final 48 hours when the value seemed to change. But I don't like the return. Like, I think it's important to point this out because I'm a prospects guy and people always assume I love every single return with minor leaguers. Like, there is a difference between blue chip prospects and prospects. There's a difference between a guy that's 5th in a system and a guy that's not ranked in the top 30. And basically what they did in the Guardians trade was they got 4 guys, 3 of them are arms, and they're just going to try to now develop them into something better than what they are. But they went quantity over quality, and when it comes to trading a rental, if you're getting 4 players back, Danny, you're not getting a particularly good player back. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I'm with you. I'm very much unexcited by that return. It doesn't mean they shouldn't have done it. You still, as you said, clearly sought pitching, wanted to add not just pitching, not one of these guys is in single A. I guess that's my favorite takeaway from what they did is it's pretty obvious Paul Taboni doesn't think they're that far away. When you're adding either major leaguers immediately, they're going to have 3 guys at least in the bullpen the rest of the way, if not 4, from these trades. And then every other player of the 10 that they're bringing back, including all 9 of the arms, projects to be in the big leagues by the end of next season, Double-A or higher. The average age of the guys they acquired in the trade is like 24, 25, right around 24 years old, I think it's the median age. They're not planning on this being like a 3 or 4 year rebuild anymore. But I guess when we hit the phones, what I'm curious about, 800-636-1067, are people able to separate their feelings of ownership, reasonable concerns you have about the lack of spending, from how you feel about this particular deadline? Because as you said, I heard what JP of the Junks was saying and what some of the callers were saying. It does seem like for a lot of people, they're just putting it in the same bucket, Danny, where rinse, repeat. Good player, has good year. Luis Garcia gets traded, minor leaguers, and they're just putting it in the same pile of all the guys that came before him.
Right, and I understand the pastor's prologue here. I understand the context for Nats fans. And the net for somebody that's a season ticket holder like my neighbor or somebody else is going to go, yep, here we go again. They just sold, and I understand that to a degree because you were there and you went to the games and were watching this 100-loss team for a couple of seasons, and this was fun. And the argument could be, well, if you added a couple of decent major league bullpen arms, you'd be in the wild card race, and wouldn't that be way more fun for me going to the ballpark and watching the team play on television and otherwise? I totally 100% understand that. But to me, I'm not interested in that. I know some fans are, and that's your right. I'm the guy that goes, tank, Wizards, tank hard. Tank harder than anybody's ever tanked before. Bring me a DeBonsa. And they did, and now I have a chance at actually something special instead of something okay. I'm not interested in okay. I don't do okay. I try to do great. And the only way I can do okay is if it's a direct stepping stone to great. And I think that's kind of what this year is. You have your core. You have a couple of guys that you don't feel as either bullish about or that you've sold. If you told me in April they're going to get what they did for Curtis Mead, Luis Garcia, who almost was non-tendered, and to a degree Foster Griffin, not only that he would be an all-star, but that he'd be someone that's sought after at the trade deadline, I'd have called you crazy.
Well, I saw a hilarious tweet last night. I thought this was perfect. Somebody said, if you would have told me in December, I think that was the time frame, that the Nats were going to trade Luis Garcia, Curtis Mead, and Foster Griffin for 9 pitchers and 10 players, I would have said, who are Curtis Mead and Foster Griffin?
Right.
And it's just such a funny zing because Curtis Mead was not on the team on opening day. He was acquired the next day, and they caught lightning in a bottle, and I think he will turn into a long-term decent big leaguer. He was a good prospect for some time. But to flip him for a mid-rotation type starter who's controllable for years in Connolly Early is a no-brainer. Foster Griffin, they signed him for $5 million. You and I showed up in March at spring training, and we weren't even sure he'd make the rotation. We kind of penciled him in just because they had actually paid him some real money, and they don't do that with anybody. But we'd never seen the guy pitch. We didn't know anything about his stuff. We heard he had 7 pitches. That's not normally synonymous with dominant or good. You know what I mean? Like, lefty throws 91 and change with 7 pitches. This is going to be tough. This is going to be a struggle. He ended up being incredible, and you turn him into 4 pieces. If you want to say because he's controllable that hanging on to Luis Garcia, who had a monster home run with the Yankees last night, Darius, matter of fact, pull the audio. Grab the video of yesterday's Luis Garcia homer, playing in easily the best regular season atmosphere he's ever played in. Yankees in a big game, hit a 2-run homer to take the lead. Did you see it last night, Danny?
I did. I saw the highlight this morning, yeah.
Bedlam. It was awesome. If you want to tell me he's leading the league in slug and he's coming to his own, and based on his age, like you should hang on to him into next season, there's an argument to be made there that's perfectly fine. I happen to think this is the best it's ever going to get. I've got several years of sample that include him being sent down for being overweight, or Rizzo and people having to sit him down to talk about how he works before the game and his work habits. And as you said, this offseason, we talked about it on the show, I would have non-tendered him. A lot of the people that I talked to around the organization, past and kind of current. We're like, yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that he's still going to be around. And they just flipped him for a potential future starter and a really good future reliever and a guy who's going to immediately get save chances starting tomorrow, and then a 30-year-old who's not a particularly good reliever who in this bullpen will probably be their third best the rest of the way, as bad as he is, because they don't have any real options. By the way, this was Garcia in his first game with the Yankees last night.
The 2-2. Garcia gets it a ride. Deep right field. Welcome to the Bronx, Luis. Yankees lead.
How cool was that for him?
Very.
What a moment. And the place was just, it was a Nats Park in the playoffs or not at all kind of atmosphere. It was awesome.
Well, let me add to it real quick. In addition, whether you like Garcia or mad that they traded him, etc., it is the position of strength. And and that's kind of how commodities work. That's
they now need bats probably after trading Meade and Garcia, and I still think Abrams could be on the go this offseason. But it's funny to think about this, Danny. We're waiting word on James Wood because he's hurt. I'm being told, for the record, this is preliminary, so I'm not going hard in the paint. This isn't a report, but just what I've heard is it's a slight strain, which is really good news in terms of the oblique. MRI's pending. But if he's not in the lineup for a few weeks and you don't have Garcia and you don't have Meade, this pretty quickly becomes pretty bleak. But anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, and what we saw here over the 6-game losing streak, all of a sudden the superhuman offense is now more pedestrian. But, I mean, it is the position of strength that you're dealing from. It's like one guy's got a lot of grain, one guy's got a lot of wood, and they're short on the other. All of a sudden, that's how bartering happens. That's what it is. That is your position of strength. They have a number of guys they think can come up and not do exactly what Garcia's done, but call it 64% of it at a very tiny cost, whereas the giant fire, the conflagration, is pitching. It is a burning hellhole, and they need to put that fire out somehow, some way. So, yes, you have to get worse in certain areas to get better in others, and what they've shown is the ability to do is to develop offense. They have done that in spades. That's where my confidence would come to. So, yeah, you may not get someone that comes up and leads the league in slug, but you'll get a pretty adequate replacement in all likelihood from somewhere in this talent pool. The pitching part of things, I didn't know where the solution was going to come from. This is the answer externally.
Yeah, the other thing is, obviously, Taboni knows, if we know, but he proved that this is something he thinks. They don't have high-end options at the minor league level. They don't have anyone to call up. They've called up 100 guys for the bullpen. None of it has worked. They don't trust their relief pitching depth. Their starting pitching close to the big league depth. That's why they went out and added 9 arms. So they're closer after this deadline from a pitching standpoint going into next season than they were. They're going to have to spend money. That's still the debate here is, are they going to? We're going to find out this offseason. Will they go get a bat? Will they get a starting pitcher? They're one legitimate starter away from maybe having a pretty decent rotation. All of that's still on the table. We do not know the answer to that yet. But I'm fascinated to see whether or not they spend come this offseason. That's going to be the big question. But I'm able to view the trade deadline through a different lens. Like, they're not – that conversation and the ownership conversation, I think, are two different things. I wonder if that's the case for everybody. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Were you okay with what the Nats did yesterday? You're listening to The Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Danny is in the Navy Yard in our normal studio. I am out and about in Ashburn. Training camp is ongoing. Practice number 5 for the Commanders today. We've been at all of them, trying to keep the notebook going for you. We'll get you some observations on the breakout day for Luke McCaffrey. Jaden Daniels shining, the offense catching up to the defense a little bit. And it was a massive day, Danny. A massive development on the kicking front. Kicking Paulson's got quite the update for you looming when we break out the notebook today.
So kickers practiced some kicking, and then something else happened, I'm assuming, right? Or that was it?
One of them made all their kicks, and the other one missed a lot of his kicks.
Ah, okay. So they're still going to go with the guy that they brought in and handpicked, right?
Well, they brought in both and handpicked both.
Yeah, but there's a little bit of history. It just sort of feels like that's their guy, and then the other guy's like not really going to get a shot despite maybe making more kicks in a simulated practice on a side field. I don't know.
Time will tell.
Yeah.
But
It is exciting, though. I am excited.
I've got all the numbers for you, both from today's practice and camp in its entirety. We'll get to that next hour. You're going to hear from Traylon Burks coming up top of the hour. But Nats trade deadline in the rear view. In the end, in totality, Paul Taboni trades 4 pieces. They get 10 back, 9 pitchers and 1 player. So I was on his Zoom yesterday out here in the 10 in Ashburn before I hit the road. It was a long day. But Taboni, after the deadline, was talking about the trades that he made. And I did find one thing really, really interesting, Danny. He was asked how much the recent stretch affected what he did. And he said, look, I told you guys all along, if we won or lost a bunch in a row before the deadline, it would definitely impact how we feel a little bit. And for the people not tracking, they've lost 6 straight, 7 of 8, and their season is essentially over at this point. But he acknowledged if they weren't on that losing streak and if they hadn't fallen off the pace, that he would have needed more back for Foster Griffin to trade him. And what I took that to mean is he knows that the return was best they could get, but kind of light, or I should say, like not super impactful or exciting. His point was to trade Foster Griffin. If we were still in this thing, we would have demanded more, we would have kept him because the Nationals need him to make the playoffs. But by them losing 5 in a row, now 6 in a row, by them falling off the pace, because they're not going to be making the playoffs almost certainly, he was more willing to just get what he could for Foster Griffin. I found that to be very, very honest.
Yeah, that kind of, I don't want to say gives away the game, but it really does tell you that there was what's the right way to say this? That it wasn't just lip service where they're going, yeah, it depends on how we play. And I'm kind of going, really? Don't you know exactly who you are? And a 3-game series isn't really going to swing it one way or the other. But there is some credence to that, right? Where had they, swept Atlanta and gone, down there and after fresh off of beating the Diamondbacks 2 out of 3, had they gone down there and taken care of business and been at the top of the third wild card spot, it may have been a different story. But it wasn't, and I think that's both their own performance and the market reflecting the challenges.
Well, they had the 2 out of 3 they lost to Toronto, a non-contending team first.
Right.
Then you hit the road, and you get swept in a 4-game series that was probably the worst 4-game series that they've played. Not probably, certainly the worst series that they've played all year. Let's go to Chris in Hyattsville. Are you okay with what the Nats did at the trade deadline? Seems like the fan base is kind of adding this log to the fire of frustration with ownership.
I'd say I am whelmed, not underwhelmed, not overwhelmed. They definitely went quantity over quality, which to me thinks that they're very confident in their ability to coach up guys. We see some evidence of that, at least with position players this year, although I still think it's a small sample size. We got one legitimate proven prospect for 3 players, and that is Connolly Early. Other than that, there aren't any can't-miss guys. There's some guys with some good stuff, and they did restock the pitching pool. I don't love that they got mostly relievers and not another starter who could either, he fails as a starter, maybe be converted to a reliever. As you said yesterday, relievers don't have a ton of prospect value to begin with, and they're not that difficult to come by. So I'm a little bit disappointed in that, but I think it's reasonable. Luis Garcia was a one-dimensional platoon player, as good a hitter as he is, but he could not hit righties, so that's great. You got what you got for Meade, flipped him, and you flipped Griffin. I think you to be happy with that. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I really like Vrabel, the Double-A reliever they got from the Yankees. I think he's pretty nasty, lights out, going to be a very, very good reliever, probably the safest of all the players they got back. But his point is very good, which is you traded the guy leading the league in slug, you traded an all-star lefty, you traded a AAA outfielder who didn't have a whole lot of value. I'm going to leave the Connolly Early deal out of it with Curtis Mead. But in those other 3 deals, you didn't really get a single bona fide stud prospect back. That is surprising, but they certainly went quantity over quality. And we'll continue to discuss this. I want more calls on this. 800-636-1067. We'll work through those as we get back into training camp in a moment. Also, an observation I've got on what this front office has already proven to be able to do at a high level and something they haven't proven yet, which is going to be really important with all the arms they just got back. You're listening to Grant and Danny with you until 6:15 on The Fan. And to protect your family's assets, the exclusive sponsor of our show is the law firm of Condorian Murad, and they would like to help you with your last will and testament, a living trust, or a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com and mention us to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. First time in a week and a half, we are back at full strength. Danny is in our Navy Yard studios. I'm out in Ashburn at Commanders Training Camp. We're with you until about 6:15. Nats Phillies pregame ahead of first pitch with Charlie and Dave at that time on your flagship home for baseball. You can listen to us all over the DMV on 106.7 or right now in Richmond, AM 910, FM 105.1. Of course, you can watch us on video in high definition on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube channel. We've been talking Nats trade deadline. We'll get into the Commanders wide receiver room. I got an interview with Treylon Burks, some cuts from Jeremy Fowler of ESPN on the show yesterday, predicting that Diggs is still very much in play for Washington, so that's all coming up. But we haven't had a chance to take calls after yesterday's deadline until right now. Danny, we're trying to get a feel for if people are okay with what Washington did. I think it was a really prudent deadline. They took a arm in Griffin who's probably walking at the end of the year, and they tried to add pieces to the system. They took a guy in Luis Garcia who they don't perceive to be the player that he was as he turned into Barry Bonds this year, and they sold him at peak value. And I don't think the Meade trade was one they were really looking to make. He wasn't on the block. He's a controllable talent on the cheap that turned into a good player. They were able to get a starting pitcher of 5 years of control. Why not do that? So in the end, I'm okay. I think the Connolly Early deal was an A. I like the Luis Garcia Jr. trade as a A, probably, maybe a B+. The one that is not going to sit as well is just that it's a really mediocre return for Foster Griffin. I just think that's what the market was. So unless you want to just have him sit around until the end of the year and possibly walk for nothing, I'll take it. I'm going to give it a C, but it's a deal I would have made.
Yeah, how much I'm with you on all those. Maybe it's a B+, A- for Garcia. Of course, time will tell on all of these. But if it's a legitimate question as to what's more valuable, the compensatory pick, a sandwich pick they would have gotten for giving Griffin the qualifying offer and having him walk, or the return of middling prospects, if that's a legitimate question, it's hard to feel excited about this trade in particular. Does that make sense? If they just let him stay here, kept trying to sign him to an extension, again, we don't know all the conversations that were going on behind the scenes and how close they were, if it was never going to happen, if the agent said, miss me with that mess, we're going to free agency, period. We don't know everything about that. So to me, how much better off would you be with that sandwich pick or with kind of their mediocre haul? I think that's the only one where you kind of go, yeah, it sort of is what it is. You kind of shrug your shoulders. That's the least exciting of the group, but I understand what happened.
Yeah, so two other thoughts before we hit the phones. The first is on Luis Garcia, just something that I've been kicking around myself the last day or so. What is Luis Garcia really from a value standpoint? Let's be honest about this. Mm-hmm. He's leading the league in slug. I think that's what's so complicated and why so many people are thinking differently about him. But just as relevant is that he almost wasn't even kept on the 40-man roster this offseason. And if you really look at the player, take his name and how he's performing in the moment, in the last month, in the last couple months out of the equation, he's a left-handed hitter who doesn't hit left-handed pitching, hasn't in his career. He is a guy without a defensive position, really. He's been better at first than second, but he's still fringy average, a tick below average at first. He's a bad defender at second. And he's a bad base runner who's a slow base runner. I think he's 22nd percentile in speed. Now, that sounds very negative for a guy that has been great for the Nats this year and that I actually like because he's mashed. But my point is, if you're looking at this as a GM adding a piece, really good offensive player, having a great year, always going to make contact, not swing and miss, but he chases a ton. But he is a left-handed hitter who's probably going to mash righties and not hit lefties, who doesn't run well, who doesn't defend well. How much are you really getting for him? Like what do they call it? Ashburn syndrome? As I'm sitting in Ashburn, we're doing Anacostia River syndrome or Navy Yard syndrome. You're not going to break the bank for Luis Garcia. The one thing I'd want to know from an ownership standpoint, as people are trying to tie this deadline back to the ownership not committed, not spending, what have you. I asked Paul Taboni about this, as a matter of fact, in his little media Zoom that he did after the deadline yesterday. I've brought up the qualifying offer a bunch.
Uh-huh.
Did he have the ability to keep him around and extend a qualifying offer to him. Because the way that would work is it would be about $22 million, a one-year deal. It's like a franchise tag in baseball is the way to think of it. 1 year, $22 million offer to Foster Griffin where you just slap this qualifying offer on him. Now, unlike in football with the franchise tag, Danny, he does not have to accept it and be there.
Right.
He can turn it down. But when he turns it down, you get draft pick compensation. That would have been just outside of the second round, like a top 60-ish pick. That would return a prospect way better than anything they got in the Griffin deal. Now, they might say we like the quantity of 4 lottery tickets over the quality of one prospect who ranks 5th, 6th, 7th in the system, something like that. But the reason I want to know this is, did ownership tell Paul Taboni, yeah, we'll offer him the qualifying offer, 1 year, $22 million, because if he accepts it, that's them paying him more than they've paid anybody by like $7 million.
3 times more.
Well, from a pitching standpoint. They gave Nelson Cruz $15 million. But you're right. I think, was it Trevor Williams at $7 million per?
$7 million.
Yeah, 3X for a pitcher. Maybe, you know what, I think it was a $9 million deal for Soroka, maybe, if I remember. But regardless, they have not paid a pitcher even half that much. But if he goes to them and he goes, hey, I'm thinking I want to do this qualifying offer thing. We're going to ride this out with Foster for the rest of this season. Let's slap a qualifying offer on him, and you either pay him $21 million for a year and we keep a good pitcher around, or he says no and we get a draft pick. If they said, yeah, we're not doing that, there's no chance we're risking him making $20 million, that's like a quarter of the payroll. We can't do that. That's a third of the payroll we want for next year. Well, if that's the case, now ownership's complicit in essentially not allowing you to build a big league roster and not spending. But I asked Taboni about this, and I didn't get the vibe or the feeling that he wasn't allowed to do the QO. But I would love to know that with some truth serum.
I think it's the essential question. Because, again, if you're just doing whether he's allowed to or not, but just do the balance sheet, are you better off with the compensatory pick or 4 middling prospects? If that's the legitimate question, and I think it is a legitimate question, you can make arguments either way, it's hard to be excited about the trade haul. And that's kind of my only semi-negative from this trade deadline. And the fact that, yes, here we are again. But the Griffin question, it sort of relates to ownership, to your point, whereas the others are just regular old baseball things. Hey, they've got a good offense, and they're dealing from a position of strength. With Garcia, they've got replacements in Ortiz and Brady House coming back up, et cetera. We think we'll get similar production. Not as good, but similar, and we'll be just fine. We needed some pitching help. The Griffin one, I think, kind of relates to the big picture, and we don't have answers. We have no clarity on that.
Darius, play the clip. This is Taboni on the QO yesterday.
Yeah, I have ongoing conversations with ownership with all that. I'm not going to get into the details of what it looked like when we had those conversations, but the qualifying offer one is a tricky one because what teams are balancing is like whether the player is going to accept it, whether the player is going to turn it down, and basically what happens if the player does accept it, what happens if the player does turn it down, and you get the draft pick compensation and all that. So it's a really tricky one to balance, and it's one that I'm not sure that like any team approaches with the utmost amount of confidence, but yeah, we were comfortable to roll the dice and having Foster here through the rest of the year without an extension and potentially considering that. Having said that, I think a lot of what happens over the course of the next 2 months would have dictated, right, whether like Foster was going to receive a QO, and then it's up to him, like whether he wants to accept it or not, and kind of what comes with that.
So he said we were comfortable to roll the dice. And then he talked about how he finished the season would have determined if he accepted it or not. Meaning, if he really struggled, then if you're rolling the dice that you're going to offer him the qualifying offer, 1 year and $20 million is a no-brainer. If he finishes the year with like a 4.2 ERA and he had a terrible August and September, right? But I took that to mean almost like they were nervous that maybe he'd take the offer. And I don't think this is an ownership thing. I think this might be a Tabonian front office thing. Do they want to pay a 92-mile-an-hour throw-in lefty with 7 pitches over $20 million? They talk about the Rays, like I talk about the handsome dude with abs that I want to be. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know that they want to pay that kind of money for this player. Not to say you'll never pay $20 million for a pitcher, but a guy that you're going to give 4X to after you brought him over from Japan, who'd never pitched in the big leagues before this season. Let's go to the phones. 800-636-1067. Start you off with Carlos in Alexandria on the Fan. Carlos, trade deadline yesterday.
Hey, great.
Were you okay with it?
I kind of like it. And here's Here's my main point, okay? Actually, I've got 3 main points, but here's the first one. Don't knock quantity over quality. Quality and quantity in prospects is a really relative thing. I remember on this station when we discussed the Soto trade several years ago, people were mentioning James Wood and Robert Harrell in the same sentence. That's the first point. So you don't know what's going to come out of it. You're going to judge this trade 3 years down the road. The second thing is I think this club thinks they had a version of Griffin in the Connolly kid under control for 5 years, and so they're sort of slotting him in there. The other thing is it's very clear to me that they didn't see him as a piece of the puzzle going 2-3 years down the road when these sluggers, if they're still here in the lineup, are matching up on pitching, and they can go out in the free market next year and probably get better starting pitching. And the last thing I will say is don't knock 92-mile-an-hour lefty pitchers with 7 pitches, or Tom Glavine will have a word with you.
Carlos, thank you, buddy.
A little bit different sport now, but well said. I think Tom Glavine would get knocked around pretty good these days.
Well, the essential part of that to me again is we don't know if they didn't think Griffin was going to be part of it. Again, there was buzz about them trying to sign him, and it ended up going nowhere. So that's the only part of that for Carlos that it doesn't quite jive with me. I think what happened was they realized it was not going to happen for one reason or another. It takes 2 to tango, of course, or it wasn't going to be at the price they wanted or whatever. So now, okay, we're going to move on from Foster Griffin. And once you get to that point, it's not a great market for that guy. And I'm actually more with Carlos. I care way less about velocity than everybody who's obsessed with it now. I care about effectiveness and getting outs, and there's a million ways to skin a cat.
Velocity is one of the great predictors of pitching success.
Because that's all that comes through now. Like, in other words, there's no Greg Maddux, there's no Glavine, there's no Dennis Martinez.
I understand, but I'm saying the guys that throw slower don't have the success as the guys that throw harder, and batting average against as velocity goes up, goes down. Like, teams wouldn't be chasing it if it wasn't analytically proven that you have more margin for error and it's harder to hit velocity.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy because that's all they're looking for. That's all that makes it to the major leagues. And yes, you were certainly looking for that. That's the cheat code. That's the easy way. I'm not saying it's easier to not throw harder. I'm saying there's no room at the table for anybody that does it any differently at this point. And someone's going to figure that out and have a staff that maybe is undervalued that actually produces some decent results. But that's another conversation for another time. But does that make sense to what I'm saying about Griffin specifically? I think it was behind the scenes, I think a couple people were like, yeah, we'd love to sign him, and maybe there's some overtures. Let's try to do that. And then it doesn't happen. That's different than he's not part of their plan, so they just moved on.
Yeah, I think he's part of their plans for sure. I guess. Right? I have to use past tense. I mean, they would tell you they're going to try to sign him once he gets to the market this offseason. I've never bought that. Like, if a guy's going to stay with you, he's going to stay with you. Mm-hmm. Generally, when you breaking up to then go on dates with other people and see if you like me best, you've already told me how you feel. But I think that they went to him and pretty quickly found out he was not going to sign a deal ahead of market at whatever they were offering. Now, I'd like to know, were they offering $12 million a year or $18 million a year or $20 million? Who knows? But that wasn't going to happen, and then they pivoted. The qualifying offer thing is still what's most interesting to me because I just want to know if they had the ability. He said we were comfortable. I took that to mean they were allowed to go that route if they wanted to. Let's go to Scott in Lake Anna on Grant and Danny after the trade deadline. Scott, how'd you feel about what the Nats did?
I'm kind of okay with it. My point is I don't think, as good as that front office is, I don't think they really appreciated the chemistry that had bonded those really young players, Meade, Wood, CJ, Garcia. They became a Musketeers group that thrived off of each other's performance, and that drove the team to do things that nobody expected them to do this year. And I think you're going to see, and we've seen it already, that the stress of that trade deadline and the potential for losing guys that they felt were really part of the team from the team members' perspective, it just took the wind out of their sails.
It's a good call. Thank you. It's a really good call. I mean, I wonder about that. Like, they're going to have to try to reinvent this. They created a culture that allowed for the chemistry that you're talking about to take hold. It's hard to reinvent. I will say I'm thinking a lot about the Orioles, who had this great farm system and never really took their shot, Danny. They never really shot the gun, and they wouldn't trade the prospects, and they hoarded them all, and they all got ready at the same time. And, they won 100 games on accident. Mike Elias always thought next year was the year. Like, you do have to have some feel of being willing to break away from your vision, break away from your plan, and really going for it. I just don't think this was the year to do that by any means for the Nationals, but he's definitely right that they had a special thing in that clubhouse. Devoni talked about that yesterday, being aware of that.
Yeah.
They're going to have to recreate that. It's not just
hard
like
to do. It's
yeah,
hard to
they're
do.
not going to just be able to show up in West Palm and do the exact same thing and be number one in offense next year. It's not going to work like that.
No, but again, can you be a better baseball team? And I think that is a variable. Yes, you're weaker offensively, but maybe you don't have the worst pitching staff ever assembled, both with starters and relievers. It's a balancing act, certainly. But it is something that does matter, and I give you more credit than me. You've always tried to point out that human element of things, and they've kind of been able to get away with some of those, I don't have a better word for this, indignities along the way, sending guys down for too long, calling a guy up to get his teeth kicked in, and then sending him down for 2 weeks and kind of churning and burning through guys. They kind of kept the chemistry going. This may have been, I don't want to call it the death blow, I don't want to overstate, but this may have kind of been that last final arrow that took, as the caller I think very well said, took some of the wind out of their sails on this one. And maybe it's harder to come compete every day. Now, also, your Major League club got worse over the last week in the short term. I think that's obvious.
Totally. They were already losing, with that club, and I feel like that was still an inevitability. I just don't know how long you can kind of keep everything together with Miles Michaelis making a start every 5 days and Zach Littell making a start and Andrew Alvarez making a start and opening with Carson Palmquist. Like, that's not what a playoff team looks like. That's not what a wild card team looks like. Let's go to Kevin in Arlington on the Fan. Kevin, trade deadline came and went. Are you okay with what the Nats did?
For the most part, I am, Grant. Thank you for taking my call. And, I was really down on the Lerners, and then they hired my nephew's Cal Bear teammate, and Paul Stoney. All of a sudden, I got back on the bandwagon because I just know great things about Paul, and I wanted to see how he did, and he's been phenomenal. So my only concern, and it's not even Paul, and it does center around the Griffin trade. First of all, just a couple of things. Is it a small sample size? Yes, it is. But, starters are hard to find, particularly left-handed starters. He's a mature voice in the room. Now, I know in recent years there was talk about we just don't have any adults. We don't have any mature guys to sort of lead the youngsters. So I do want to know that too. I don't know if we ever will. I think what we're going to find out is in the off season coming, what are the Mariners willing to spend? Because if you think about it, a lot of those relievers we added, and I'm glad we restocked the reliever pool, but we have barely spent anything. So when you can get cheap and good and proven relievers in the off season, you go do it. And we haven't. So we kind of have to. So for me, there's still this question about how committed truly is ownership, and
it's the question.
I don't know. We're just not know until we get to the offseason.
Yeah, Kevin, thank you, buddy, as always, man. Good to hear from you. Grant, I mean that is the essential question. That's the sort of Damocles. It's the $1 billion question, whatever number you want to put on it. Is what's the engagement, right? What's it going to be? And with this backdrop of the labor stoppage here, that's also kind of hanging over everything. How are they approaching that? There's been a lot of data that indicates they're not interested in any contract that goes beyond this year if they can help it, given that backdrop. Who knows if that's because that's when Strasburg's coming off the books after this year, or because of the labor thing, because of a sale. The murkiness around ownership and their engagement level, of course it's the question. We're just peons here down on the ground getting whatever crumbs that come off the table, trying to figure out kind of the on-field product.
Yeah, I can't wait for the offseason for that reason, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Because there's no good excuse. There have been plenty of years during rebuilds where there's no reason for the Wizards to go actively try to get better in the tank mode, so to speak.
Yep.
But you've proven you can compete. You need to add a starting pitcher. That's going to cost money. You need to spend some money on this bullpen. That costs some cash. And they're probably going to need a bat as well. That's not going to be the marquee move of the offseason, particularly if Abrams is still around. But I think there's a chance they trade C.J. Abrams this offseason, and they do recoup a bevy of what we're talking about, a plethora of the options that they need in some of these roles. But they're going to need to spend a little bit of cash at this point as well. And if they don't this offseason, then it's indicative of the fact, like post-lockout, whenever that ends, whatever, that it's not happening with his ownership group. I'm getting tweets from people throughout the day at Grant Paulson. I saw our buddy Tailgate Ted even tweeted today something to the effect of, like, I will not be spending any more money or buying any more tickets to go to Nats games. And I don't tell people how to fan. That's your own prerogative. I'll see you when you come back, I suppose. but my point on that would be, like, save that tweet for when you find out they're not spending this offseason. To me, the deadline, what just happened, this was prudent business on taking a step from a pitching staff standpoint, trying to, sell high on a couple of guys. I don't view this as a major referendum on ownership time. If you feel like the offseason was that, no problem. Like, they should have spent on relievers. They should have spent on starters. I personally think they thought they were going to lose 98 games. So, it's like the Wizards. Should they be spending on things? But this offseason is go time. If they don't spend, if they're not committed, if they don't bring in pitching, if they are this close with this young lineup in the prime years, think of James Wood contract as like the Jaden Daniels deal that we talk about. Before he gets his big contract, you have this controllable time of him and Abrams. Do something.
Yeah.
What are you waiting for? And that's, to me, when I'd be firing off my "you won't see me at Nats Parks" tweets.
I get that. I mean, I also understand that, as you said, I don't teach people how to fan or lecture them about it. It is your dollar, right? It's your.
Totally.
It's your.
No. People
investment.
can do whatever they want to do. I'm just saying that, like, the take to me, and a lot of people feel this way, is like the deadline yesterday, Danny, was Groundhog's Day of Luis Garcia became really good and they immediately traded him. And it feels like Soto or any of the other guys that they've moved on from. I just don't think it's apples to apples. That's all.
I agree with you 100%. But I can understand the person that this is my fun thing, and it got less fun yesterday for the short term. And it's not like you're getting a refund. You don't get the percentage of your committed dollar back of the joy that Luis Garcia would have provided as his leading the league in slugging percentage. But I understand, again, in a vacuum, on a binary looking at these trades, I'm like, yep, I get it, I'm in. I understand in Nats fan perspective, though, going, looking at my watch, 7 years, man. 7 years of this.
100%.
When does that end? And I understand that. I guess that's all.
From a 10,000-foot view looking down, they have not done anything financially that signals that they want to win pretty much since the World Series. That's a hard argument to come back from.
Right.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. I want to talk wide receivers. We're out here in Ashburn at training camp. Traylon Burks is having a really good camp. I caught up with him. You'll hear that conversation next. Plus, Jeremy Fowler of ESPN was on the show yesterday, and I actually thought he was a little more convinced in Diggs and Washington liking each other than I would have anticipated. You'll hear that in moments right here on Grant and Danny. This update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. Practice continued out in Ashburn for the Commanders today, the 5th practice of training camp. The Commanders announced today that they signed cornerback Fabian Moreau, and Akello Witherspoon has retired. First preseason game for the Commanders comes up next Friday, August 14th, against the Dolphins at 7 o'clock. Other news across the NFL, the Falcons signed Bijan Robinson to a 3-year extension worth $75 million, making him the highest-paid running back in the NFL, $51 million of the $75 guaranteed. Ravens signed wide receiver Zay Flowers to a 4-year extension worth $140 million, $108 million guaranteed. Game 2 of the 4-game set in Philadelphia tonight for the Nationals, 6:40 right here on the Fan against the Phillies. Looking to snap a 6-game losing streak are the Nationals. Strong teams need spaces that keep up. PVI Office Furniture helps businesses create better workspaces with expert guidance, new and used options, fast delivery, and installation by PVI's own team. Visit PVI's massive Frederick showroom or go to PVI.com. Come experience the PVI difference today. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are back and we are live at full strength today. Danny is in D.C. by Nats Park in our normal studio. I'm out here in Ashburn, practice 5, day 6 of training camp. So I told you, Danny, I caught up with Treylon Burks. I want to play that conversation for people. Burks is what I consider, and this is not meant as a negative, he's like a chip on his shoulder guy. I really like his demeanor. You're going to hear what I mean in this conversation. But he is a team guy, too. You wonder how many opportunities a guy gets with a lot of injuries or why a guy hangs around. He's not only physically very gifted. Tell me this isn't an interesting personality and someone you'd want around in terms of being willing to be a team-first player. Burks on the time that he missed with the foot issue, one day of training camp, and how he's feeling now.
I've been feeling great, man. Grateful for the opportunities. Just keep getting better and better each day, and just blessed.
Was the day off with the foot, was that more precautionary, or did you have any concerns there?
No, nobody had concerns. You just got to take care of your players, and that's what DQ did. And come back out here and keep grinding.
You've had a fantastic camp. You're open a lot. You're making a lot of catches. I mean, do you feel like healthy in this offense, playing with a guy like Daniels, this is your best opportunity maybe to really break out?
I hear all the breakout, this and that. I don't care about a breakout, man. I'm just here to, help everybody get better and play my role. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make the plays when the plays come to me, and God will take care of the rest.
What do you think when you talk about a role, carving out a niche or a role that's maybe different to you in this group? What do you think that role looks like?
Can you explain that a little more for me?
Yeah, you said you want to play your role. What's your role in this wide receiver role?
Being where I'm supposed to be, making the plays when the ball comes my way, and also helping the guys that are out there on the field. It's just like any other job. You play your role by helping conduct. He's holding the camera, all of that. So just being where I'm supposed to be, making plays, and just being who I am.
How do you feel you fit into the Blau offense, and what kind of things does it do? Everyone says it's receiver friendly. What does that mean to you?
Honestly, everybody's got a chance to make plays, and as long as you're where you're supposed to be, like I said, the ball will find you, Jaden will find you, and God will take care of the rest of that.
You mentioned hearing everyone talking about breakout this, breakout that. When you see this group at work here, there's a lot of noise about bringing receivers in. How do you feel like you guys have kind of reacted on the field and performed?
We don't listen to it. We come out here every day. We the guys that are in the room with us, we love each other. If they were to bring somebody in, so be it. We love them too. That's just who we are. But, we take care of what we can control and make the plays when we can. And, everything else to take care of itself.
Appreciate the time.
Yeah, appreciate you.
Treylon Burks. I enjoyed that conversation. Kind of a no-nonsense, to-the-point guy. And, again, very much comes off as team-friendly. You wonder how the ops are going to keep coming. But I will say, Danny, I know there's skepticism and perfectly reasonable. Mm-hmm. He has a hard time staying healthy. I think he's missed something like 38 of 63 games in his career. It's the number standing out, but it's a ton over half-ish of his games. So it's been an issue. But he is having a good camp. He is big. He is fast. He gets open a lot. If you're talking about the receiver, not Chig, not the tight ends, but the receiver outside of Terry who flashes the most and does the most at practice, it's routinely Treylon Burks.
Someone's got to do it. I mean, again, the opportunity is there. Now, that's with no other signings pending. We still don't know. It's murky, whether it's Diggs or nobody or whatever. But there is a wide open lane for somebody to step in and get way more targets here than they would in most other situations. So as irritated as I am by that doesn't change the fact that the opportunity is certainly there. And I loved his answers, quite frankly. That was really refreshing and cool to hear. A lot of times a guy who's had the career he's had, where it's been, to be kind, incredibly disappointing and unsuccessful given his draft history and his previously viewed stock, there's a lot of guys that would have had chip on their shoulder, like, not in a good way, this was someone else's fault. You know what I mean? Like, I was really good and it never worked out, and there's a reason for that. It was because they screwed me or some kind of nonsense. That sounds like a guy that's going, I'm lucky to have a shot. I need to do everything exactly right at all times because this can be taken away from you. You know what I mean? Like, that was really refreshing to hear somebody at that point. But I mean, his larger point, I think, is right. He's going to have a chance to make some plays here, and I don't know that would be the case on a lot of teams that have designs of competing.
Well, you heard him say that we love each other in that room, and if we bring somebody else in to take reps away from me, I'll love that guy too. He's like, that's the kind of player I am. Well, that guy could be Stephon Diggs. Yesterday we had Jeremy Fowler of ESPN on because he was out here at training camp, and I bumped into him, so we got him on the show. And Toby asked him for a basic update on where things were, and is it still the case that Diggs and Washington may have some interest in one another?
They are monitoring the Stephon Diggs situation. That's one is firmly on the radar, I would say. It's really a situation where they can play out at least this week and just see who emerges, who develops. They really have pretty big plans for Treylon Burks. Not that he's a bona fide 2 at this point, but they do feel like he can help them with some of his strengths, especially in the red zone. He might not be able to be like the quick twitch separation guy, but he is a contested catch guy in the red zone, so he'll help. And they want to see what Antonio Williams can do. The early signs are promising. I still think they'll add somebody. I think Diggs would probably be the pick if they can work it out. But, he one, needs real money, and 2, probably isn't eager to get to training camp this early. Guys like that are in their 30s can wait a little bit. So the Commanders will have to navigate that.
We went on later in the conversation to circle back to Stephon Diggs, and I asked Jeremy Fowler, who keeps talking about Diggs wanting to be here potentially and mutual interest. Would he go as far, Danny, as saying it's likely that it'll happen? Would it be overstated to say that he expects eventually Diggs to sign with Washington, and he clearly wasn't ready to put that in pen yet?
I'm not going to go that far yet, but I just know that they've had contact and it's on the radar. So that, to me, tells me that if they sign a receiver, he's certainly on the short list, and that's probably as far as I'd go right now. I don't think it's heated up to that stage yet where it's intensified. So, but it's on a platter for them to make the move. It makes a lot of sense. They've been aggressive all offseason, or at least in March, with free agency and signing players, and I think they're already seeing the benefits of that of, an Odafe Owe, Aliu Chanel, Chigakonkwo. Like, these guys are helping immediately. So, the more advantageous it is to utilize free agency, the quicker you can try to get yourself into contention.
I totally get why right now both sides are perfectly fine not getting a deal done. I think if you're Diggs, you don't want to be out here sweating in Ashburn and bleeding and running around. Most veterans who have been in the league as long as him don't enjoy training camp. On the other side with the Commanders, I think you benefit immensely from having Antonio Williams and Treylon Burks and Jalen Lane and all these guys just get a lot more reps. And you still could bring in Diggs or somebody like Diggs 2-3 weeks from now and still have them plenty of time to get up to speed for the season. Having said that, what do you make of that, Danny? I know you've kind of been sign me a receiver as soon as possible. It does make a little sense, assuming they eventually come together.
Yeah,
you would
that's
wait.
The key.
The problem is like the Niners have injuries out the wazoo and could call them at any second. The Chiefs have problems and could call them. Now, obviously, the agent would have to be in touch with Peters, and then you could up your offer and bring him in because they have more money than those teams. But is that the concern for you, that like the longer you wait, the more it just might not happen?
Yes, and it's counting on something that is a variable. You know what I mean? Where Stephon Diggs, now, assuming there's still interest, and I think there's been enough flirtation, but say as you said, say the Chiefs come calling. Hey, man, you'll be our one, really, on the outside, and Kelsey's on the inside. You get to play with Pat Mahomes. That's pretty appealing, honestly, right? Or as you mentioned, the 49ers, who are one of the two teams that have more cap space than Washington at this point, with almost 71.5 in effective cap space. So, yeah, I mean, it's leaving a lot up to chance, certainly, but if there's, kind of continued dialogue and there's an opportunity for that to happen and you feel confident that's going to happen, it is the best of both worlds to give your kids, to give, your kind of group of Jags extra reps for those moments when they will be counted on, and they will be. It's the NFL. It's what happens. Whether it's resting on a play because, McLaurin ran a go route, or if it's a couple weeks where someone's got to strain something, you're going to need depth on your football team. But it is a scary proposition to go, your number 2 receiver isn't on the team yet. And you can understand why someone might have a bit of anxiety about that.
Double play is next on G&D, and Danny just got back from vacation, so you know what that means. Our double play today, how much weight did Danny gain while on vacation? The very, very popular segment.
Very popular.
Next on G&D. Grant and Danny on the Fan. If you missed our discussion on the Nats trade deadline, fear not. We'll be talking more about what the Nats did yesterday as the show continues. All of our baseball conversation on the Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. It is time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. By now, you guys know the drill. Certainly if you are real ones. You've been around the block a few times with us. Danny comes back from vacation, and we play a little game we like to call How Much Weight Did Danny Gain on Vacation? Let's do it.
All right, so I want to set the tone here for this one. But to pull back the curtain a little bit, what usually happens is I kind of undersell what happened, and then the number's a little bit bigger, and everybody has a guffaw, and we all have a very nice time. So what I don't want is for people to be mad at me here on this one. I did gain weight. It's not some sort of weird trick, but I would say that I was kind of surprised by this one. I worked really hard, and so it is a number, but I want to kind of make sure everybody is on the right page here. You'll ask your questions, and we'll follow up, but I don't know that we're going to have the giant explosive fireworks that we've had in the past.
Okay, so now this could go one of two ways. Either you're correctly setting us up to not be disappointed and you're being honest with us, or you're pulling the chair out from under us and you're saying, hey, just so you guys know, I worked hard at this. Don't be that excited. And I gained 46 pounds.
Well, because remember, there was one year where I literally gained like 1.5 pounds, and you were like, what a jip. I hate this. I hate you. I'm not happy with you. I want a new co-host.
It wasn't that.
Yeah.
It was more, we just wasted a lot of time on this segment.
Yeah, wasted the good surprise on you.
And the payoff wasn't that fun.
Right.
I mean, the point of the segment is Danny gained weight. If you do the whole how much weight did Danny gain and the answer is none, then that's not really the point of the segment.
Right, it's not that much fun. And it is a number, but it's, I would say that I was surprised by this one.
Okay, very good. So without further ado, let's get some important details.
Yep.
First, when did you weigh in?
Saturday morning, whatever day that was, that I did the Nats game.
The 24th, Saturday a.m. What time?
9 a.m.
9 a.m. When did you weigh in on the back end?
Last night when I got home at 12:20 a.m. 12:20 a.m.
Oh, so you were there all day Monday as well?
Yes, left Monday evening after we got our got the 1-year-old down.
Wow. Okay, so there is a difference between weighing in first thing in the morning and then at the very end of the day. That's naturally a few pounds in and of itself. Plus, we're talking about Saturday to Saturday is 7, Sunday, and then all day Monday. So this was a 9-day endeavor.
Right. I mean, I got down late Saturday night, so it's really Sunday to Monday is the way to think of the actual vacation.
But you weighed in Saturday morning. I don't think you were eating, lettuce at the Nats game, right?
I ate decently clean. Yeah, nothing crazy there. I didn't do like 7 ice creams. I was calling the old baseball game.
But 9 days between weigh-ins, and I would say 8 days of really getting after it. Is that fair?
Yeah, 8 days of pure vacation. Yes.
Now, you haven't had an alcoholic beverage in years. I'm assuming that was the case.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. How much exercise did you do on the 8-day vacation?
Every day, I either closed, if you have an Apple Watch, I either closed my rings entirely or almost did. We did a 6+ miles of biking every morning. There and back to the Duck Cottage coffee shop where I got my coffee and had a normal routine. Plus walking around our 18-month-old a ton where it's like, I'm trying to cook dinner, get him out of the house. No problem, I go.
So you did a lot. That's a lot of exercise.
Yes, there was a lot of exercise.
Did you do any hit routines or anything where you took your shirt off and sweated a bunch?
Just one day, kept the shirt on, thankfully, because I was with other people and they could see me. But I did one of those, brought my kettlebell and some of my bands, a Make Her Dance. And I had to carry a million things to and from the beach, as always.
All right, so you did one legitimate workout. I would say you were very active otherwise. Like a 6-mile bike ride ain't nothing.
Right.
You're walking, you're pushing the baby, you're carrying things. So this is, I would say for a vacation, you actually did a really good job exercising.
Yes, way more active than most of your sedentary type vacations.
Got it. Okay, and then a couple of food questions here.
Sure.
How many dessert items did you eat, like sweets at night? Did we do any ice creams, cakes, fried Oreos, any kind of stuff like that?
3 total dessert items over the course of 8 days. At Blue Point, I had a peach cobbler. The reason I had that is because I was talking to Darius about a peach cobbler the week before about what would you eat right now if you could eat anything, and the answer was peach cobbler, so I had that as a dessert. I had a chocolate chip cookie, yesterday after dinner, and I had one other thing. I'm trying to remember what it was, but it was something small, just like an individual portion, and just kind of popped it in there. And
How
that was
often did you do donuts, and how many did you have
Zero.
per sitting?
0 donuts.
Wow, you used to do donuts there all the time.
Yeah, because the
What
donuts
changed?
would appear. Well, because here's what would happen: is the donuts would appear and no one would eat them, and I would end up eating 7, and so no one got donuts, which makes
Why
which
did
makes
no one
sense.
get donuts? I don't understand that.
It just never came up. There wasn't really a donut opportunity, and people weren't because the kids aren't that interested, which I find crazy. They'd rather have other stuff. So if it's like, well, we're not going to eat them. Why are we going to buy them? So it made sense.
So it does seem like you were attempting to be healthy on your vacation.
To a degree, yeah. I mean, we ate home cooked stuff pretty much every time, and very reasonable breakfasts and lunches. I did my a low carb cereal.
How many meals out, lunch or dinner?
1 out at Blue Point.
Wow. Oh, with all due respect, I would hate this vacation.
Yeah, none of this is for you.
You're
it's a
on the beach constantly, and you're never eating in restaurants. This sounds miserable.
Yeah, we had snacks and stuff, but nothing crazy.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions before we make our guesses? Dad, do you have any questions you'd like to run by Danny?
No beverages that would be high in calories aside from coffee.
Made a few smoothies. I mean, coffee's very low in terms of that, but I made some smoothies. A little bit like arugula, some frozen fruit in there with some vegan protein powder. My brother and sister-in-law are triple vegan.
I
so
mean,
we
you
did
were
that.
very healthy.
Pretty
This
healthy,
sounds
yeah.
very boring and terrible.
They sound like awful smoothies.
Well,
No, smoothies are good. It was
the
good
whole thing
smoothies.
sounds terrible.
Yeah, I
if
used
I'm
peanut
being
butter.
honest. Laying on the beach after you've worked out and did a HIIT routine, what an awful time. Okay, let's see what else. I think I'm good on my questions.
Okay.
Darius?
Yeah, I think we got everything we need to know.
Yeah, I think I'm
Okay.
good.
9 days,
Yep.
8 where he was really getting after it. Toby, what do you got?
Danny texted us, and I want to read you this quote. This can fill in if you'd like. He texted me in Strobes, quote, "I am fat and disgusting from vacation. All must be punished. Pick your day, Wednesday or Thursday. There's no escape." Talking about our workout.
Oh, wow.
So, I am fat and disgusting from vacation. Now, that's not all that different from a usual Danny text
Right.
of
Right.
self-deprecation.
Mhm.
But I think my guy is trying to throw us off the scent here. I think the number's high.
You do?
Yeah. I think it's a, let's go 17.3.
17's a lot. 17's, I mean, it just sounds like he,
Such
at every
a huge number.
at every turn.
He's trying to throw you off the scent, man.
I know. He's done it so many times. I know he's throwing me off the scent. I know it's going to be a big number. But I just want to keep reiterating how terrible his vacation sounds. Darius, you're next.
I don't want to fall for it either.
Well,
I do.
you're seeing me. I'm here.
I am seeing you.
Right.
Yeah. You
How
look like
puffy
Danny.
does he look?
No, he looks like
Little
Danny.
bit- little bit in the face. Little bit in the face. You can see something.
Yeah.
There have been times where CK will walk in and he's like, dude, Danny's puffy. Like, it's an 11-pound week.
Yeah, it's a big week.
Danny or CK did give his prediction. He
Oh.
said 13.4. So you can lock in 13.4.
13.4.
I'm going to go 12.2. 12.2 pounds.
12.2.
Okay. So here's where I'm at.
Yep.
I'm going to go higher than basically anything that you've said would make sense because I just speak Danny a little bit, and I kind of know my guy.
Uh-huh.
And I think the pre-discussion that we had makes me think it's a bigger number than I'm assuming. So I'm going to go 16.9 pounds.
Nice.
I just
these.
I just don't want people to be disappointed.
I understand. And I just want to reiterate one more time how unfun that all sounds. Where are the donuts? Where are the restaurants? Where's the fried food? And stop laying on the sand. But anyway, it's your vacation, not mine.
Mhm.
So
I read
hope
3
you
books too, Grant. Oh, it was the best.
That 3 books I'd enjoy. I
Mm-hmm.
would just like to be in under a tree in the shade, or maybe sitting in a house reading those books in a quiet area.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, okay. So without further ado, Toby's in 17.3 pounds. I've got 16.9 pounds. Darius has 13.4 pounds, and CK has 12.2 pounds. Am I right about all that?
So Darius had 12.2, CK 13.4,
Okay.
but that's not that big a deal, one way or the other. Yeah.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Without further ado, here we go. Drum roll, please.
Saturday morning, weigh in at 214.7. That's 214.7. Returning last night at 12:20 a.m. 2, 3, 4.3, a difference of 19.6 pounds.
Yeah.
19 point bleeping 6 pounds. I couldn't believe it. I took the batteries out and I put new ones in at 12:20 in the morning alone in my house. 19 after that, no donuts.
No donuts?
No fried anything. I mean, maybe something was fried at the restaurant, a little appetizer or something. I had gazpacho.
What did you eat?
I don't know. Pretzel chips with some pimento cheese. 19.6 mother bleeping pounds.
That's a lot of pretzel chips.
It must have been. Must have hooked them up intravenously. What in the hell, man? What the hell? 19.6 pounds. I mean, I'm sure my heart's going to explode any second. You're not going to be here to see it. You'll be at a training camp watching Traylon Burks run 7-yard turnarounds. So stupid. Nothing matters. We're all going to die. Just wait for the meteor. Oh, my God, I'm furious about it. 19.6 pounds, everybody.
That doesn't match the description that you gave us of your
Yeah, I know. And that's the frustrating part, my friend, is it shouldn't have been that. If I'm going to gain the weight, I should have just been sitting there
That's what I'm
mainlining
saying.
Oreos.
What if you actually had fun on your vacation?
I'd be dead.
What if you didn't do all of the exercising? You basically did the same amount of exercising as Arnold Schwarzenegger in the last week. And you actually ate donuts and bread and some fried food. You ate calamari at a restaurant like you should have done every single night as an appetizer. What if you did that?
Would have been 30-something, I guess. I don't know. Like I'm moving to New Orleans and my middle name becomes buttercream. I mean, I was so mad. I'm livid. I couldn't go to sleep last night. I was so pissed off.
That pace would have outdone your 2 weeks. So Danny's all-time record for pounds per day is New Orleans at over 4 pounds per.
Yeah.
But over a 2-week vacation, he gained 27 pounds a few years ago. 19.6 in 1 week. You were on your way if you stayed another week.
That was the pace, yeah. So I had to cut it off.
The Beltway Blitz is next. Speaking of cutting things off, it is time to get ready for the Blitz on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. In the NFL, the Commanders continuing on their practices at training camp today, their 5th one so far. They also signed cornerback Fabian Moreau as Akello Witherspoon is retiring. News around the NFL. Good and bad news for the Falcons today. We'll start with the good. They signed running back Bijan Robinson to a 3-year extension worth $75 million, $51 guaranteed. He becomes the highest paid running back in the NFL. But bad news at the end of practice for Atlanta. Their second-year edge rusher, Jalen Walker, is feared to have torn his ACL. Will have to have an MRI to determine if that is the case. The Falcons ended practice after the injury. The Ravens signed wide receiver Zay Flowers to a 4-year extension worth $140 million, $108 million guaranteed. Baseball, the Nationals take on the Phillies for Game 2 of the 4-game set in Philadelphia tonight, 6:40 right here on The Fan. Pair of lefties starting. Carson Palmquist will open for the Nationals. Jesus Luzardo goes to the hill for the Phils. When your HVAC strikes out, call Foley Mechanical, your go-to for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana Systems. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan. The Grant and Danny radio program comes your way on The Fan. Danny's in D.C. I'm out in Ashburn at training camp. What are you doing to protect your family's assets? That's what the law firm Kandori & Murad would like to know. They'll take care of all the important paperwork to protect you and your family. Go schedule a consultation with their crew at kmlawyers.com and mention us. That's kmlawyers.com. They'll get you a discount. We are going to cover the teams you care about in this blitz, including Major League Baseball trade deadline and the Commanders, but let's start things off locally. The voice of Nats baseball with Charlie Slows on The Fan is our guy, Dave Jagler. Jags, before we get to the really cool moment in the first inning for Abby Ortiz last night, what did you make of the trade deadline and what the Nats did?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was definitely understandable, Grant, considering how the last week went. I think those of us, fans alike and those around the team were hopeful that maybe the Nationals could have a good last week and maybe change the strategy or influence the strategy of Paul Taboni going into the deadline. But I think what you saw with the Nationals dropping those 5 games in a row going into the deadline, the 4-game sweep in Atlanta, and with so many teams in between them and the third wild card, that it just probably didn't seem realistic for this team to go all in to add from their prospect pool. So at that point, do you stand pat or do you look to sell off to try to improve in other areas? And I think they certainly did that. I mean, no matter what happened, I think this team is missing Curtis Mead, but that's a trade that you make 10 times out of 10 because Conley Early was insurance in case you traded Foster Griffin. And this is a guy who's going to be a big-time piece in the rotation before the end of this season and going forward the next 5 years. And then trading Garcia and Griffin are going to hurt this year's team, but they acquired a whole host of pitchers, a couple of them who are going to be in the bullpen tonight in Philadelphia, and that's an area that's obviously been a weakness all year. So I think the trade deadline was understandable. It's just unfortunate that the way the last week before the deadline played out, that was the path that was most obvious to take.
Jags, kind of to your point, the offense is allowed to have a cool week. I mean, as good as they've been all season long, and that coincided now with the 2-7 stretch where the pitching staff isn't able to hold some of those games that are, you're winning 4-3 or 5-4 or things like that, just not available to this team. That arrow's not in the quiver, so to speak. And it kind of showed you maybe the weak underbelly of this group, some of the things you might see come postseason time. Just now, as you kind of, A, just your thoughts on that, but B, kind of fast forward to next year for a second. What does this pitching staff look like with some of the new faces?
Yeah, so the first part first, I think what we see in how the Nationals won the World Series. I mean, they won it with their starting pitching, and if you had the Nationals were clearly an imbalanced team, one of the most imbalanced teams in the sport, best offense in the league, one of the worst pitching staffs. Now, if you're going to be imbalanced to be a winning championship team, you'd rather be the other way. If you have the best pitching but you struggle to hit, you've got a better chance to win postseason games and series that way because over the course of 162, you're going to pile up some numbers against lesser teams and 4 and 5 starters, and as you like to call them, Freddie 4A guys in the bullpen. So, if you get to a postseason series, well, you're going to face Skubal and Yamamoto if you're playing the Dodgers, and you might not see their 7th and 8th starters. So I don't think they felt like, as they were constructed, that it was a way to win a championship. So I think that they tried to at least level the scales with the need for early trade and adding to their bullpen. So going forward, I think you have Early and Cavalli as frontline starters, and hopefully some of these pieces that they acquired in the bullpen will be legitimate guys who can help in the back end of the bullpen. I'm looking forward, maybe in this series and maybe even tonight, to see Giovanni Cruz come in and throw 100 and see if he can get some strikeouts against the Phillies late in games. I mean, how many more games can the Nationals give up home runs late in games against the Phillies? Let's see a guy with some stuff. They're going to take a look at the left-hander Will Dion, who made his big league debut against the Nationals with Cleveland. Incredibly low walk rate, not a big strikeout rate, but the Nationals have been searching for left-handed relieving ever since they traded Jose Ferrer. So these last 2 months, there's storylines to follow. Who can put themselves in that mix? And from the starting perspective, Andrew Alvarez last night, first time he faced the Phillies, he dealt on them for 6 innings. If Andrew Alvarez can have a good last 2 months, let's see if he can put himself in the mix going forward.
Dave Jagler, one of the voices of Nationals baseball, on the call last night as Abimelec Ortiz hit his first major league home run. I'm excited for Abby to get a shot here. He's got big-time power. He's essentially the Garcia replacement at first base as a left-handed bat. He's 24. He had 18 homers at AAA with an 850 OPS, and he's had 33 and 25 homer seasons over the last 3 years in the minor league, so he's got some pop. What'd you make of that moment and also the runway he's going to get here?
Yeah, really cool moment for him. I mean, just, getting to talk to him in spring training when he was there, and he was up for one game against the Yankees before the All-Star. He's kind of got that Garcia-like personality in that he's always smiling. He's always happy. And so it's kind of funny that he was batting in Garcia's spot in the lineup, in Garcia's position, and he has a Garcia-like result. So I was talking to a couple folks with the Phillies, Larry Boa, and a guy we know, Howie Kendrick, who's here working with the Phillies. And they asked me about Ortiz and what his deal was, and Howie volunteered, I like his swing. So that's a pretty good guy who knows about a good swing, offering that kind of praise. So I think he's going to get that Garcia role, and that every right-handed pitcher, he's going to get the start. And, if it's a lefty late, maybe he gets pinch hit more, but I think he's going to get a long look here these last 2 months.
Jags, thank you as always. Talk soon.
All right, guys. See ya.
Be well, my friend. Hit that MLB sounder, please. How about Chelsea Jane's kind enough to join us to go around Major League Baseball post-trade deadline. Chelsea, the sword of Damocles is kind of this labor issue that's hanging over everything about next year. How did that influence or not the trade deadline?
It's really hard to tell. There were certain things that happened where you kind of raised your eyebrows. I was paying a lot of attention to the Mets and Yankees, and, for example, the Mets traded Luke Weaver to the Pirates and threw a lot of money in there, and it kind of didn't make sense. And one of the things that was speculated to me was, well, maybe the Pirates were arguing, hey, you actually aren't getting a year and a half of control. You're getting maybe a half of your control or a year of control. I think that's where it's maybe come into play in some negotiations, but no one really knows what's going to happen. I don't think anyone held off on making deals because they weren't sure what they could add in payroll. It just didn't seem like a very robust deadline in terms of that. So I don't know. It's really hard to tell. People kind of had different answers about whether it mattered or not. I'm sure it did. But to look at the deadline as a whole, I don't necessarily think it changed the dynamic across the league, maybe in a few specific situations.
I take myself seriously as a journalist, so I will not ask you who won and lost the trade deadline 24 hours after the trade deadline. But Chelsea, who won and lost the trade deadline?
I know, right? I mean, the Dodgers, unfortunately from the perspective of almost everyone else, were just aggressive again. I think anyone who didn't challenge them on Tarik Skubal lost the deadline because, I don't know what you probably know better, honestly, in terms of the prospects in that package, but it just felt like he was really gettable. And so from that perspective, it just seems really simple to me. If you went for it on Tarik Skubal, like the Dodgers, that's a winning mindset. And I think the Yankees were a team that probably lost just because they had a ton of needs. They didn't meet them. It may turn out that they didn't have to, but in the immediate aftermath, you're kind of looking around like, why didn't you do more? The Red Sox, I think you have to consider winners just for being really aggressive, although this is a perfect example of why you can't say who won because, as you know, those prospects that they shipped to Baltimore, that was a huge return. And it may turn out that Adley never comes close to giving them, what you'd want for a return that big. So it's so hard to tell, but just my initial reaction is, man, the Dodgers did it again, and it just keeps feeling like, yeah, there's all these structural things that let them succeed, but somebody's got to go try, and it just feels like they didn't.
Who didn't you understand? In other words, like you're looking at it going, whether you're aggressive or passive or otherwise, who do you have a hard time kind of figuring out the motivations of?
I think the Yankees are there, although I think it's not that complicated. It seems like they just couldn't get what they needed in a very strange market. The Phillies are an interesting one to me because I think they really want to make one last run with this core, but in trading for Luis Arias instead of other bats, they kind of moved everyone around defensively in a team that's not that good defensively to begin with. They're risking putting Bryce back in the outfield. They didn't really get that much help pitching-wise. They got a little bit, but not a ton. So that's kind of an interesting one to me. But, there's teams like the Reds who didn't really do anything. The Braves didn't do as much as I thought they would do, especially with their starting rotation as injured as it is. So those ones kind of confuse me. But, the one that I think maybe because of where I am geographically right now that really left me shaking my head was just the Yankees, because everyone in their division who was trying got, I think, a lot better. And it just felt like they weren't pushing the gas. They really didn't want to go reach for anyone. And Luis Garcia Jr. is probably the best hitter traded, so this might be an unfair take, but, they just needed more.
How did you feel about the Adley Rutschman trade?
I think what I know is that they've tried to extend him with deals that they felt were fair. I think it has become pretty clear over the last few years that he isn't, and maybe he never was, so it might have been unfair to expect this, but he just wasn't kind of the anchor of a team that was going to come together around him specifically and go be good for years to come. Like, he just wasn't that guy. He wasn't as big a part of the culture there as I think they thought he would be. I think when he came out, he was, such a great prospect, not just because he could switch hit and catch and all that, but he had this like leadership aura to him, and it just really hasn't materialized here. And they haven't been able to figure out how to build that kind of reliable winning culture around him. So I think if he wasn't, going to sign an extension after repeated attempts, and they have Basayo on a long-term contract, it's like you got to get what you can get for him. And then when you see the return from the Red Sox, it makes even more sense to me. It's like they overpaid. I mean, they gave the Orioles a ton in that deal. And I really do think it's one of those where it's like, we might never get more out of this person than we're going to get right now, and we got to do it.
Chelsea, thank you as always. Talk soon.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. You got it. Hit that Local 53 sounder, please, Darris. That's Liam Griffin's music. Washington Times covers the Local 53. Liam, the receiver position, is Stephon Diggs coming or someone else coming, or is this kind of the group?
So I have written in my notes for we all keep a 53-man roster projection. One of the spots in the wide receiver depth chart is I just have listed as wide receiver to be named
TBD,
later.
yeah.
Because it's just a TBD. Because I do think they're going to end up bringing in somebody, not because this group is terrible. Like Antonio Williams has looked really good. Luke McCaffrey has looked better than I've seen him in his first 2 years. It feels like things are really clicking there. But you add Terry McLaurin to that group, and that is three receivers, and you need a lot more depth there to make a team. And so I think Stephon Diggs would just make a lot of sense, but there's no rush to make that move. He wouldn't be taking a insubstantial amount of money either. So I think they're going to continue and play it out, but they have brought in guys late in camp before. Noah Brown a couple of years ago came in after the cut down to 53. So I think we're going to be waiting a little bit still to see if they end up bringing somebody in.
Of the receivers that are here at camp, who stood out to you?
Yeah, I had kind of alluded to it. Luke McCaffrey looks really good and looks good in a variety of different roles that they've asked him to take over as well. He's not limited to the slot. He is able to come in motion. He is able to split defenders down the middle of the field. He's high-pointing balls, which is not really a skill that I thought he was going to have, but he made a few catches down the seams today that I was really impressed. He's shown an ability to be a little bit shifty and shake off defenders. And so he's really kind of risen up my estimations where I saw both him and Jalen Lane in kind of the same role as well. They'll get some work in the slot, but their value is going to be at returner. And Luke McCaffrey has really, really stood out so far.
How's that middle linebacker green dot situation going to work out, do you think?
I think to start, I'm a little bit surprised by how it's looked so far because coming into training camp, I thought, okay, it's going to be Sonny Styles calling the plays. Like you spend that kind of top 10 draft capital on a guy. You want him to run your defense. But everybody that we've talked to has said that it has been Frankie Luvu's job to get everybody lined up every play in, play out. And I talked to Frankie a little bit after practice today, and he's really proud of that aspect of his game as well. It's something that he did a bit in Carolina, but he feels like now he's able to be a fully actualized version of that after 2 years kind of being an understudy for Bobby Wagner. So as of right now, I think week 1, I would expect Frankie Luvu to be wearing the green dot.
Do you feel a tangible difference watching reporting on camp this year compared to a year ago in terms of the work they're putting in, how much they're grinding?
Yeah, there's always going to be a little bit of that because it's easy to forget what camp is like year to year and you're coming in with a lot of energy. But the most tangible thing I feel like is that every time that the offense comes out of the huddle, they're lining up with an immediacy and they're snapping with an immediacy as well. It just feels like there's a little bit more like rapid fire movements in getting to the line and getting to the sideline. Like there's no lackadaisical movements. There's no guys who are just kind of going through the motions. And it's extended to the secondary as well. Like last year under Joe Witt, the ball is like philosophy was preached and preached and preached, but it didn't show up on the field. This year during camp, defensive backs in particular are hammering at the football well after the whistle blows, trying to force a fumble to an extent where I think Mike Sainristil is being a little bit feistier than maybe some people would like, but it's part of that philosophy of, practicing what you preach and really making it an emphasis.
Liam, thank you as always, my friend. Talk soon.
No problem. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you.
That there is your Beltway Blitz on G&D, the teams in town you care the most about. I want to dive back into a couple of the items he had on the receiver position and chew on what he had to say about Luke McCaffrey, because I do think Luke had one of his best practices, not just of this camp, but that I've seen him have in a couple of years, and that was today. But next, you're going to hear from Johnny Newton, who I caught up with. Danny, it's a make or break, got to have it year for Johnny Newton. Who else is on that list for the Commanders, that now or never list that we could put together where it's either going to happen in 26 or it doesn't feel like it's going to happen? We'll kick that conversation off with a discussion with Johnny Newton next on G&D.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. $30 million in guaranteed prizes. Cash in this football season in Las Vegas with 3 Circa Sports contests. Entries starting at $1,000, all with no rake. The Circa Million. 18 weeks of point spread action, 128 ways to win. Circa Survivor. Pick one winner each week. Last one standing wins. And Circa Grandissimo with a $100,000 entry. Enter in Nevada. Play from anywhere. $30 million guaranteed. Visit circasports.com for details.
Bad news for the Nationals. Tonight will be the first time this season James Wood will not be in the leadoff spot. He heads to the 10-day injured list with a mild oblique strain. Andrew Pinckney is going to be recalled, but from the sounds of it, not too bad of an injury for James Wood, but he heads to the 10-day IL with a mild oblique strain. Nats taking on the Phillies for Game 2 of the series in Philadelphia. Nats looking to snap a 6-game losing streak. Carson Palmquist going to serve as the opener for the Nationals. Jesus Luzardo starts for the Phillies. In the NFL, Commanders training camp continued out in Ashburn. Akello Witherspoon announced his retirement. Fabian Moreau has signed with the team. Other news around the NFL, the Falcons signed running back Bijan Robinson to a 3-year extension, making him the highest-paid running back in the NFL, 3 years, $75 million. But they might have lost their second-year edge rusher, Jalen Walker. He's feared to have a torn ACL. The Falcons canceled the rest of practice after his injury. The Ravens signed wide receiver Zay Flowers to a 4-year extension worth $140 million, $108 million guaranteed. And the Bears signed their right tackle Darnell Wright to a 4-year extension, $116 million, $93 million guaranteed. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Fake the handoff. Prescott tries to step up, and he is twirled down. Getting home is Johnny Newton.
Greatest performance in the history of D-tackle play. Johnny Newton against the Dallas Cowboys on Christmas Day last year. Hey, Danny, it was like he was back at Illinois. That was the dream. That's the guy that was on tape. That's the guy I was excited about, the first-round talent.
Yeah, the there you are, Peter moment, right? Where he actually was, what's the word I'm looking for? Disruptive or effective or any of those things instead of just being a guy that gets out-snapped by Eddie Goldman.
I don't know if he just decided that day was going to be different or how we got there. But that was Warren Sapp in his prime. You know?
Right. Yeah, John Randolph.
Hey, Aaron Donald showed up. He's wearing Johnny Newton's jersey. Is there more in the tank? Like, what happened that day, and how do they get that out of him? I think those are the questions. But out here in Ashburn, Grant and Danny on The Fan, I was able to talk to Johnny Newton and discuss training camp to this point, and with the pads coming on for the first time yesterday, how things have been going.
A lot more aggression, a lot more physicality, a lot more people being tired but pushing it to the limit, and that's what DQ wants from us, just to give it our all. Everything isn't going to be perfect first day in pass, but I felt like today was a good step in the right path.
How different is it actually for you on the field in terms of like turning up the faders on physicality or what you're trying to get done when you put the pads on? Is it tangibly, noticeably different in terms of like what you're doing?
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, of course, without the pads on, we're trying to get our steps in, get our hand placement right, but we're still protecting the team. Once we get the pads on, it's that layer of protection to where we could be more violent, more physical in our lockout and the pass rush, and yeah.
The competition out here is really ramped up after so many new pieces were brought in, especially up front in the offseason. For you personally, how does this defense fit your skill set, and how do you think you're going to be used by Durante Jones?
Yeah, I mean, everybody can see it. We saw our defense so far. It creates a lot of one-on-ones for everybody, and I think that'll help out in everybody that we have and that we picked up in the offseason. It just plays perfectly into everybody's skill set.
I'm curious what you think about this. I talk a lot about getting you on the field on like passing downs and letting you get one-on-one to push the pocket and do some of the stuff you did at school.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you would take that like disrespectfully in terms of the run game and wanting to be on the field all the time. Is that fair to say, like, passing downs is where you're going to make your money and that's where maybe you're best used, or how do you see that?
Like you said, I want to be an all-down back. Against Texas, of course, what gets a lot of people paid, but stopping that run is fun as hell. Don't get me wrong. I love stopping the run, but like I just said, again, them Texas, when people get paid, so whatever I can do to help distribute our defense in the right path, I'll do it.
You mentioned one-on-ones. I mean, I've seen that in practice where it seems like because you guys have 6 up front or the way you overload things, you're getting a lot more just opportunities to get up under somebody's pads and it's just you and them.
Yep.
Did you notice that from day one in this defense, or is that something you saw even on tape in Minnesota?
Without a doubt. I mean, I talked to John Allen before I even got out here, and he told me that's exactly what it would be like. And once we got out here for the spring, that's exactly what it was. A lot of a lot of illusions in our defense, and like you just said, a lot of one-on-ones. I mean, we're loaded up front. We got great depth, and I feel like it'll be a great season for us.
I didn't even think about that, but he was obviously with Durante. Whatever you're willing to give me on that conversation, like what did he say about the defense and Durante? And it's pretty smart. Did you reach out to him or vice versa?
He reached out to me. I mean, me and John always talk. He reached out to me, though, told me about the defense, and I just asked him about it, asked him how it was, and that's exactly what we're getting so far. So it's pretty nice, pretty sweet to that actually to be a reality.
Lastly, when you get off the field after a day like today, if you do get some downtime or an off day in camp, what types of things are you doing to recharge the batteries?
Man, coming here, do recovery, cold tub, get treatment, hyperbaric chamber, get in the sauna, spend about 3-4 hours here on my off day. Then I just go home, lay on the damn couch, and relax all day.
You're not a movie theater guy? You're not going to see Spider-Man?
I haven't seen the new Spider-Man yet. Everybody's been saying it's really good. I just took my daughter to go see the new Moana, so Spider-Man might be our next off day.
I just saw Moana with my kids. How'd your daughter like it?
I probably liked it more than she did.
How old?
3.
Very cool. Thanks for the time.
For sure. I appreciate you.
There's Johnny Newton. I got that in common with him. We both were singing Moana to ourselves the last couple days.
Yeah, you and Johnny Newton are the same. Just a couple of Moana guys sharing a chat.
Both had monster games against the Cowboys.
Right.
In December as well. I definitely think there's something in the tank here as a pass rusher. Now, I've been kind of loud wrong to this point. I love that draft pick. My question is, now that they're loaded on the D-line, how does he fit in? How do they use him? Is he still a staple? I mean, they got to stop the run to have fun, right? They got to, on first and second down, make sure they're
eat your
setting up.
vegetables time, yeah.
Exactly, like third and long. So that's going to be Tim Settle. That's going to be maybe Kinlaw, Payne, those guys. But on a passing down, when they're doing their 6-man, 7-man fronts, trying to get somebody a free release, everybody gets one-on-ones. I don't know why Johnny Newton couldn't eat in that regard, but I think he's got to have a really good camp. He's got to put together a strong preseason just to be on the team. I don't think he's on the bubble necessarily, but like work his way into playing time too.
Yeah, it's not a clear path for him and what his role is going to be. Does he excel enough in his area of specialty, if it is that pass rusher, to make sure that he's not part of or get him on the field ahead of a sub package of guys like Charles Omenihu and Dorrance Armstrong and some of the other dudes. Again, I know they don't play the same position, but I'm thinking of that. I always sort of reference that NASCAR package from back in the day, where it's like 4 defensive ends in the front 4, and they're all kind of rushing in sort of different ways, or kind of guys that were kind of D tackle / D ends rushing. I don't know that he's that much of a premium player that he has to be on over some of the other guys. He'll have opportunities at certain points, but I'll stop what I'm doing in terms of my normal principles of a defense. If I've got a guy that can get to the quarterback 13 or 14 times, I don't really care about anything else. He needs to be on the field all the time, and I'll work around that. They don't really have that for this group, so it's going to be kind of by committee, and where he fits in to me is going to be fascinating, because he's the classic case of somebody that kind of leading to this discussion of, if you're not excelling by this point in one area of specialty, I'm not sure what it is you do here other than you're taking up a roster spot at some point for someone that they're going to try to bring in at some point. It's kind of go or get off the pot time for him.
Yeah, it's overly simplified, but you get 3 years, and after that, it's probably just not happening. I had a favorite show that I watched a lot for a long time called The First 48, and the premise of the show was, within 48 hours after a homicide, you either have a significant lead and are closing in on a suspect, or it's going to go unsolved at like a 90-some% rate. That's why they called it The First 48, because those 48 hours are so important to that process. The NFL could be the first 3. I feel like after 3 years, we got a pretty good tell on what a player is and what they're not. So I'm going to put together a list here of what I would consider to be now or never players for the Commanders. We can go through these, and then we can also get some participation from folks on the phones on how they feel both about these guys that we're listing, but if there's anyone else they'd put into the now or never category. One other thought real quick on Johnny Newton. I love that he talked to John Allen, who played in Minnesota last year, about this defense and picked his brain.
Isn't that cool?
That was smart. Now, he didn't really say whether he called him or Allen reached out, but if he had the foresight to call him and say, hey, you worked with Durante, give me the cheat codes here. Hey, you play my position in this scheme. What do I need to know? How should I be training? What kind of things are they going to use me to do? That shows me a lot, too, so I like that. But here's the short list, the quick list I put together for now or never Commanders in 2026. So we'll start with Johnny Newton, third year, drafted in the second round just outside of round 1.
Yep.
In his same draft class, I think it's really easy to put two other guys on this list. Luke McCaffrey, who had a great day of practice today but has mostly been quiet, I'd say. He is working with the first team as the slot receiver, basically an 11 personnel. When they go 3 receivers. When they go 3 receivers, they have Terry, Burks, and McCaffrey for the most part right now. So he's getting that shot to start camp. The other one, Danny, also on offense, also from that draft class, Ben Sinnott. Ben Sinnott was drafted in the second round, just outside of the top 50. I think McCaffrey, Sinnott, and Newton are the easiest guys to put into the now or never class.
Those are the most obvious, right? I mean, because again, as you said, part of the same draft class, you've had the time to, hey, man, it's a process. It's slow. It's, not everybody hits the ground running right away. Okay, now it's year 3. We've given you plenty of grace period. Even guys that we think of that have been mildly successful. In terms of McCaffrey, I know he was hurt. His injury shortened season last year. Still averaged a catch a game or just over that last year. Not a terribly impactful guy. Better as a kick returner, frankly, than anything else. And so he's made his bones there, but that's kind of not why you drafted him in the top 100. You thought he'd be more as a guy that was a former quarterback that had taken the receiver position. You thought he'd grow into that. Sinnott, to me, has been bitterly disappointing. It was both a Kyle Juszczyk / George Kittle reference from Adam Peters, who knows both those guys very well. He's been none of those things. He's been the backup blocking tight end, and it hasn't seemed to be much of an impact guy at all. But those are the 3 most obvious players on this list.
So I've got some other ones here. These are differing degrees of now or never. So I've got Jalen Lane on the list, even though it's only year 2 for him.
I do too, yeah.
But here's the thing about Jalen Lane. Jalen Lane's already proven he's an excellent punt returner. He was really good in that way last year, and he had 2 punt return touchdowns. So he, as a 4th-round pick, I think is still whether you call it a win or whatever, I don't know, I don't care. But he is going to be awesome on special teams and is probably the long-term solution as a punt returner, barring some kind of regression. I put him on this list from a receiver standpoint. And normally 2 years is too quick to do that. This is his second season. But I think because they're giving a chance before they go get a Diggs or something like that to these younger guys, like you had an opportunity you probably didn't necessarily deserve last year to play more than you should have when you had all those injuries. You didn't really take advantage of it. Same thing this year right now. They could have gone out and drafted a receiver in the first round. They could have gone out and signed a receiver for $20 million. They didn't do that.
Right.
So they're giving you some chances, even though I think he is good on punt return. He did not have his best day of practice today. A couple of balls, particularly in the end zone on Rasul Douglas, pass breakup that he couldn't secure and get into the chest. Then I've got Quan Martin on this list of now or never for the Commanders. I thought he had a really good second season, first year with this group. Pick 6 against Detroit in the playoffs. Last year he got benched 2 times. Right now he hadn't really been working with the ones consistently. Not really sure where we're headed there, but I feel like if he's going to end up being a starting safety in the league, you got to prove it right here and right now in this defense. And, I mean, Sam Hartman's an easy one. Like,
Sure.
Are you in the league? Are you a quarterback?
Right.
Are you a coach? What are you? They've now drafted Ethan Kaliakmanis to compete with him. I don't think they're going to keep 3 and a practice squad guy, so he's an obvious one. The last one I've got, we can kind of talk through this one, is Brandon Coleman.
He's on my list, yep.
But Coleman's interesting, though, because Coleman has not struggled, really. He just, at left tackle, he was pretty solid. They moved him to right tackle. Then he never got to play right tackle because they drafted Connerly, not his fault. Then he got kicked to guard, and that was the one spot he struggled where I don't think fits as well, but also, hasn't been asked to play that position nearly as much. They're even having him take some snaps at center. He's like a 3rd-round pick that has mostly been pretty good when he's played and just feels like he's been passed around a little bit. So I don't feel the same way about him I do these other guys. I also think you can make the case as a 3rd-rounder there's value in being the backup at 4 spots.
Yeah, so
it's not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, I like Coleman more than they do, it seems like. And obviously they know better than I do. They see him every day. But every time Coleman plays, it seems like he does fine. Or
you're never mad that he's playing. You know what I mean?
I'm not going, oh, crap, it's this guy. As you said, he's filled in admirably, and in a number of spots he's been perfectly okay at left tackle. As a rookie, by the way, protecting Jaden Daniels' blind side, which I thought, frankly, was irresponsible. But they got away with it. He was pretty good in that regard. Is he among the best 10? No, you've upgraded there with Laremy Tunsil. I'd start Tunsil there 1,000 times out of 1,000. But it hasn't really caught. I thought he would just walk inside and be, kind of do the Sam Cosmi transition, who was a tackle for an hour, now is a Pro Bowl caliber guard. It just hasn't happened yet. So Coleman was on my list, not necessarily for me, Danny Rouillet evaluator, but for them. What are you going to be here? Are you just an Andrew Wiley character where you're backing up 4 different spots and good in the room, taking guys out for pizza once a week? Or are you a guy that's maybe a starter here and an asset for them?
You can go one of 2 ways with this on the phones. We'll open them up at 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Of the now or never players we're putting on this list here, McCaffrey, Sinnott, Newton, Lane, if you're going to go Quan Martin, Coleman, whoever, who do you have the most confidence in actually getting right and going with the now part of the now or never? Is there anyone else that we're not listing that should be, that you would consider it's time? Got to have it right now or it's probably not coming as far as someone on this roster. 800-636-1067. Danny's in D.C. I'm out at training camp. Practice day 5 today. You're listening to The Fan. There's Blake Butera, manager of the Nationals. By the way, Danny, we got ejection number 1 from Blake Butera last night.
I'm so mad I missed it. I'm driving home, and all I wanted to do was see that live. Oh, I'm so pissed off. But yes, Blake Butera, get some.
I had to fire off a text to him last night with a GIF. Do you know the is it not Rand Paul? Who's the Paul? Ron Paul. The Ron Paul GIF where it's like it's happening and he's like looking around. Not the Michael Scott one, but you know the GIF I'm talking about?
No, which one are you talking about?
You got to type in like it's happening on any social media thing that has a GIF option.
The it's
and
happening GIF.
There's like a Ron Paul thing that says like it's happening and it's like lighting up in weird colors. I sent that to Blake. I'm like, finally, because 2 weeks ago, and we'll grab this audio, Darius, see if you can grab this from the interview we did with Blake at Nats Park. I brought this up to him, and I said, hey, I'm setting the over-under at 1/2 of 1 ejection for the rest of the year. Should I go over or under? And he's like, dude, I definitely could get ejected. Everyone's acting like I'll never get ejected. I'm like, you got ejected 1 time in 4 years in the minors. You're never going to get ejected. He's like, Toby's snickering right now, and Toby was standing right there. I'm like, come on, just give me 1. He's like, look, if an opportunity presents itself.
If it's warranted.
We'll see. And sure enough, Manny Gonzalez, being a tough guy, I'm the crew chief umpire, comes over and starts yelling at the Nats dugout, and Blake was not having it. But we could play that clip and maybe the ejection a little later in the show. We're talking about now or never Commanders. Now or never for the Nationals came and went. It was never.
Yeah, the answer was never. Looking for never there. Would have accepted never.
The old L6 and 7 of 8 at the worst time of the season. So it'll be never for now.
Indeed.
But now or never for the Commanders. The players on the list, you heard my conversation with Johnny Newton, which got this started. He's got to show up this year. It's not happening. McCaffrey, Ben Sinnott. We'll put Quan Martin, who got benched a couple times last year, on this list. I think Jalen Lane is a receiver. Important caveat because he's a stud as a punt returner. Although maybe you could say the same about Luke as a kick returner. It just seems like that's a more easier thing to find because everyone that returned kicks for them last year was very, very good. We've debated Brandon Coleman possibly in terms of a starting role. Sam Hartman certainly in that boat. Let's go to Mike in Ashburn on the Fan. Hey, Mike, how are you?
Good, guys. How you guys doing?
Good, buddy.
So I think it's Sinnott's definitely the number 1 for me. I think that the tight end room, I feel like everybody has their specialty that they're good at. Everybody's got what's their biggest trait, to be a tight end. And I think he's good. He's average at everything. I feel like he's a decent blocker, decent catcher, but he's not great at anything. And I think the tight end room is so good this year that I think he's going to have to really shine. I think to keep his job. And I think 1B is of course McCaffrey. I just think he's getting an opportunity if they don't sign anybody else to get a legit shot as a 2 or 3, and he's going to have to show up. But Sinnott's definitely the one that has to. He's done nothing pretty much since he's been here, so I think he's the one.
I think that's probably the right answer, honestly, GP. I mean, it's interesting because in general, my favorite tight ends aren't just the specialists. I mean, obviously, I'd love to have Brock Bowers on my team because he's incredible, or Trent McBride, or any of these other guys. But Trent McBride, I think, is a soccer player. Trent McBride's the football player.
I was going to say, I don't know who Trent McBride. Who's Trent McBride?
He's a nice guy, by all means. Shout out to Trent McBride. But he's the sort of jack of all trades, master of none. There's a better blocking tight end. That's John Bates. Better receiving tight end. Maybe that's, obviously, besides Okonkwo, the new addition. Maybe that's Cager. Maybe that's Yankoff. He's just sort of left in the abyss. It's like if he's a 5 out of 10 at a few things, they didn't seem to have much room for that under Kingsbury before. Maybe something's different now with Blau and company, but it seems like maybe not because they went out and spent their only money on offense in the form of Okonkwo. So I don't know where Sinnott fits in. I've lost hope of he's a combination of George Kittle and Kyle Juszczyk rolled into one, which is what I was promised. That ship has sailed. Is he superseded by these other guys that are way further down the depth chart previously in Yankoff, Cager, and otherwise? I don't know where his playing time comes from. The challenge is laid out for him, certainly.
When you were out last week, I came to a conclusion that Ben Sinnott is Dylan Cruz for me. I grow exhausted by the discussion every single day about Dylan Cruz being based on him being drafted 2nd overall. Now, if that's the only way you'll ever view him, that's fine. Then it's an L. Then he's a disappointment, so to speak. But Dylan Cruz is a very helpful, good baseball player. He can run. He can play defense. He can hit for power. Like, he's going to do a lot of things pretty well. And so at the number 2 overall pick, that's not going to look great if he's not going to hit for average and he's not going to hit right-handers and do all this other stuff. Ben Sinnott, similarly, is a helpful, good football player. He was drafted in the top 55 in the second round, and so that's always going to be an L. That's going to be a disappointment. There comes to a time, though, and for everyone it's different, where you just kind of say, okay, well, he got drafted too early. If he was drafted in the 4th round, we'd talk a lot differently about Ben Sinnott. If he was drafted in the 5th round, we'd talk a lot differently. You know, John Bates was drafted in the 5th round. He's everybody's favorite tight end. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's part of the Sinnott thing. I will say this. With Bates currently out and not practicing, Sinnott is having a very good week, and this offense is way more tight end friendly. I would be shocked if this isn't his best season and he doesn't make major strides. But the goal, like when you talk to people and they're like, yeah, he could catch 30 balls this year. He could help out. He could do this or that. That's so far away from what they were talking about when they drafted him and in round 2 that I think that's the caveat here is you're just going to have to probably chalk up the pick as having been overdrafted by a round or 2, you know, an L of sorts. And now there's a different conversation of how does he help them. But I think here's what's interesting. Colson Yankoff is a crazy good athlete, dude. Mm-hmm. He makes a catch every day in practice where I'm like, damn. I mean, this guy played running back at UCLA. He played quarterback going into college. I mean, he's a really, really good in-space pass catcher. You've got that down the depth chart. Cager could play in this league. So, yeah, I think Ben Sinnott's got to show something. But he's going to get a real chance to. There's no doubt in my mind because this offense is just going to be more tight end friendly for sure. With Danny, I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan. We talked in our very, very early part of the show about the Nationals and the trade deadline. I want to get back into that next and have a deeper conversation about ownership's opt-in and if that informed the deadline in any way. That's next on G&D.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds & Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Bad news for the Nationals. James Wood heads to the 10-day injured list with a mild oblique strain. Andrew Pinckney has been recalled. This will be the first game tonight where the Nationals will not have James Wood in the leadoff spot. Game 2 of the 4-game series in Philadelphia against the Phillies, 6:40 tonight right here on the Fan. Carson Palmquist will serve as the opener. Jesus Luzardo will start for Philadelphia. Nationals looking to snap a 6-game losing streak. News in the NFL today, good and bad news for Atlanta. Bijan Robinson signed a 3-year extension, but they might have lost their second-year edge rusher Jalen Walker for the season. He's feared to have torn his ACL. They canceled practice after his injury. Zay Flowers signed a 4-year extension with Baltimore, and the Bears signed their right tackle Darnell Wright to a 4-year extension. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? That's what the law firm Kondorian Murad would like to know. They'll take care of your last will and testament, a living trust, medical power of attorney, all the important stuff. Go schedule a consultation with them, kmlawyers.com. Mention us, get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. What an absolute bummer it is that James Wood is going to the injured list. His quest for a 40-home-run season gets put on hold. Now, the MRI revealed a slight strain in the oblique, which is good news for sure. But I don't take any of this as gospel with an oblique. We heard it was a small injury for Dylan Cruz last year, and he missed 3 months. You think about Jake Irvin. Originally, that was supposed to be 2-3 weeks. Right after the 15-day IL, he was going to be back. He's been out for months. This is a really quirky, strange injury. So I'm not saying we've seen the end of Wood for the season, but that wouldn't be crazy. Hopefully he's back in just a few weeks, but he's sitting at 30 home runs. He was on pace to be well over 40 for the season. You still hope he gets a chance to get a crack at that. An incredible year, 928 OPS, back-to-back All-Star teams. How about how healthy this team was all year? The Drew Millis injury was the first injury list stint by one of their regulars.
Uh-huh.
And he was a part-timer who was splitting time as like the catcher 2 to K-Bert. Now you've got James Wood, who's been the leadoff batter every single day. But how quickly things have changed. Meade's in Boston and injured. Luis Garcia's in New York, homered last night for the Yankees. James Wood's now out. So C.J. Abrams becomes a one-man band, so to speak.
Yeah, good luck. Not a lot of protection there. I mean, to your point about injuries, it was basically Jake Irvin of the regular contributors, and now Millis. That's pretty good injury luck as it comes to professional sports and Major League Baseball, certainly. But now all of a sudden it's bitten them a little bit. It really is a bummer. I mean, it's one of those things where you trade away a couple guys, you get a little bit worse in the interim, and you go, okay, well, my joy at night is watching 4 James Wood ABs. Oh, no, it's not. that's over now, too.
Yeah, why am I tuning in?
That stinks a little bit. It's the insult to injury thing.
I will give you a reason to tune in if you want one. The youth movement here, as the pages turn to 2027, essentially, gets pretty interesting for me if you track this team as far as its prospects in the minor leagues. So Abimelec Ortiz, who homered last night in the first inning against the Phillies, second big league game. He played against the Yanks and doubled, got sent back down during the All-Star break. Now he played against the Phillies last night and homered. He's got legitimate power, has 33 and 25 homer seasons on his ledger in the minors, would have had a third 25-plus homer season this year. He was already at 18 in the minor leagues. You saw the power last night. I'm really jacked that he gets an opportunity. Came over in the Gore deal. So he replaces Garcia. The other guy now that gets a shot here with this Wood injury is Andrew Pinckney, who has been blocked. Pinckney's fascinating. I don't view him as an everyday player, probably. There's a world where there's a multiverse and an upside for him where he becomes like a star at the big league level. It's way more likely because he's got some holes in the swing and some swing and miss. That he's kind of got some like Michael A. Taylor to him.
I was going to say, it's such a lazy comp, but it's actually a great one.
It is.
That's who he reminds me of.
It's a long swing, a lot of strikeouts, but he hits the ball with exit velocities and distances as far and hard as anybody in the system when he gets a hold of it. He had like a 4-hit game with a couple homers off Paul Skeens in college at Alabama. He was a 4th-round pick. He can fly. He's really, really fast, one of the fastest guys in their system.
Like an off-the-charts athlete.
Yeah, so it's 13 homers, 18 stolen bases at AAA this year with a 270 average and an OPS just shy of 800. But athlete's the word, man. He's just toolsy. He's fun to watch. He can go get it in the outfield. So I'm super excited. He's my kind of guy. These are the type of players I love. Just to see him get a chance that he would not have gotten in the big leagues otherwise.
Yeah, a toolsy player. So you're right. There's your refreshing part of it. See him sink, swim, something in between, whether, again, he's somebody that's here ultimately long-term or he's a guy that they're showcasing for potential trade. It's the one position organizationally where it's a little bit less now that they traded Christian Franklin, but they had a bit of a glut, some really quality outfielders sort of there in the pipeline. And I guess the ranks have been thinned as well, considering Robert Hassel didn't pan out this year. Had himself a terrible year. But Pinckney's a guy that you cannot help but notice the tools, right? If he can have those weeks or even months potentially where you go, my goodness, how's this guy not a superstar just yet? But the holes are there. But, yeah, all-world athlete.
I think how he finishes the year is just interesting and compelling in the way of, what is Jacob Young long-term? If Pinckney proves he could play defense and run for you, has a little more power, is that someone that you're interested in having a role next year? I'm also really curious about Dalen Lyle. Lyle's had what I would consider to be a disappointing season after last year where he came up and was pretty electric and broke the team triples record in basically like 2.5 months or whatever that was. But Lyle, while as disappointing as it feels like he's been, if you look at his numbers, Danny, he's above league batting average, and he's above league average in terms of OPS, or right there, in this quote-unquote disappointing year. He's basically on pace to be a league average hitter with 20 home runs as a 23-year-old. That's not bad. So, it's been stretches where he's like 2 for 27 or 4 for 41.
Few too many of those, yeah.
And you want him to, especially his swing is too good. He's got this Rendon-like, Michael Brantley-like, he should hit 275 to 300 in the old baseball, which nowadays is probably, 260 to 280. But there's no reason that he shouldn't be hitting more than he has. And so he's a guy that I now go, okay, well, they've made some of these trades. He's going to hit in a more formidable spot in the order and get some better ops. Last night, not coincidentally, right away hits a 2-run home run. So he's got 14 on the year. That's another guy that becomes a little bit more of a priority to watch without Wood, Garcia, Meade, some of those guys in the lineup.
Yeah, another good comp, or another good example by you. It's really only 20 games difference from last year, really 100 at bats, and 130-point drop in OPS. For Dalen Lyle. He's the only guy that you point, again, I think you said it very well, what we view as disappointing was only because of how successful he was in that 90-game stint last year for the Nats. But he's the only guy that I would say didn't take a violent leap forward with this coaching staff approach and some of the lessons learned. Still very young, still, as you said, a plus major leaguer. He's on pace to be a kind of a low 2 WAR guy. You could do a lot worse at 23 years old. Not a ton of cost there, but I think you touched on it. It's been the streakiness. He's had basically 2 or 3 hot streaks that have given you all his numbers. It's like the weekend in Cincinnati and like one other good week. And those are where all the kind of his power numbers have happened. Has not been as consistent as his swing. That's a guy who everything is too clean. That operation is too good for him to be kind of, farting around as he has most of the year in that low, 220 range in terms of batting average. It's ticked up here recently, but, he should be an upper 7s OPS guy to me, not down in the low 7s.
Yeah, I want him in that 775 to 800 range, and he's about 50 points away from that right now. Coming up at 5:45, over a half hour from now, new Commander's Edge, Kayla Von Chason from training camp. You'll hear from a guy that I thought was the most physical player on the team with pads on yesterday. I mean, he was just destroying dudes in a way where, frankly, I was a little bit surprised Dan Quinn didn't go out there and just say, like, hey, man, maybe scale it back a little bit.
Why don't you relax, bro?
This isn't the Eagles in week 1. But I talked to him about that. You'll hear that conversation coming up at 5:45. He's a really fun piece in this defense who could end up flirting with double-digit sacks this year, coming off of a monster year with the New England Patriots in a similar front, the way they were operating into the playoffs. But while we're talking about the Nats, I want to open up the phones on this. We had some conversations earlier about the trade deadline, and our first angle was, how did you feel about what they did? But the underlying question, really what we want to drill down on, and we could do that more directly now, is, was the sell-off an actual referendum on ownership's opt-in? Do you take what happened yesterday and over the last week as in some way a referendum or a related to where we're at with this ownership group. 800-636-1067, because I want to be careful about something. I don't want people to tune in and hear me advocating for what they did at the deadline or liking it, which I do. I just happen to see the game probably. I'm not as smart as this front office. I'm not pretending to be. They know more in their cuticles of their fingernails than I do. But I see the sport similarly in the sense of like assets and selling high and getting pieces and building up a system. And so I'm going to support the way they operated this week. But I don't want people to think that I'm letting ownership off the hook or suggesting that they've done enough or have been good enough over the last several years. I just think these are two very different conversations. I don't view what happened this week as directly related to the State of the Union with the learners or how the Nats are run. But I wonder if fans see it that way. I referenced getting some tweets today from people saying, I'm not going to another game this season. Okay. I won't go back to the ballpark until they spend some money. You're allowed to do those things. People did it when Dan Snyder owned the team. They can do it now if they don't like how the learners own the team. I'm not telling you otherwise. I would save that anger for if they don't do anything this offseason after the lockout ends and all these players find homes and they didn't spend on pitching and they didn't bring in a starter and they didn't add to the bullpen. And then once and for all, they're probably never going to, and they just have no interest in spending any money. That's when I would get really upset. It's not going to be after you flipped a rental pitcher for 4 players in your system or turned Curtis Mead into a controllable starter, which was a smart trade, or traded Luis Garcia, who was almost non-tendered a few months ago, for a couple of hard-throwing dudes in the bullpen right away and a potential starter. That's not costing me my fandom or keeping me from the ballpark. Sorry.
I get you. Now this is me co-signing what you just said. Now I'm being an advocate for the devil, right? Let me tell you let me say what I think a lot of fans might say in response, and some of the people that I've talked to, just anecdotally, have kind of a similar view to what I'm about to espouse. It's kind of an amalgam of their thought. That's all well and good. If you'd kept all those guys, traded a couple of Jags that will never really make an impact to the major league level, and gotten me a couple of bullpen arms that won't implode, we'd be in the wild card spot. And I want that. That's kind of the counter. Now, I don't care about that near as much, I think, as a lot of paying customers do.
So can I say really quick,
Please.
I care about that a lot more than you do. You always say, to put words in your mouth for a second, you have no interest in just getting into the wild card this year. I actually think there's immense value in that. And in a world where I knew for sure I was going to make the wild card, I would do that, by the way. If I knew I was getting into the playoffs and being in the wild card, then not only would I have kept Griffin and Garcia, I would have definitely added. I don't think they were getting into the wild card. Before they made these trades, they'd lost 4 in a row. Nothing about this team said they were getting into the playoffs. You and I talked about this all the time and joked about it.
Of course, yeah.
Miles Michaelis and Zach Littell are 40% of your rotation, and you spot start Carson Palmquist all the time and Andrew Alvarez.
And you're waiting for Jake Irvin and his 5.5 ERA to come back.
Right.
You know what I mean?
That's not a playoff
I get it. We love Jake, but no.
That's not what it looks like.
Of course not. But I'm just saying that is what despite all the flaws, the paying customers going, a lot of them are, if you had added 2 competent, inexpensive bullpen arms just to stabilize this thing. No one's talking about adding Mason Miller and Aroldis Chapman. You don't have to be the Nasty Boys 2.0. Just functioning human beings with an arm, you'd be okay. You'd already be in the wild card spot. That's their view. And that's something that, again, I understand that feeling. And I kind of go, yes, there's some short-term pain here, but this is necessarily about building something special. We finished the something special. It was a decade of absolute excellence, despite a lot of pitfalls and foibles and missteps and non-development of minor leaguers. You now have that development angle coming forward. The $1 billion, $1 billion, $1 trillion, whatever question remains, though, and that's kind of the focus of this segment, I think, is that's all well and good if you're building towards the future. If there's never a future, if there's never okay, right now is the time, the window is open, we're now turning the page to competing, a la the Wizards. For those that complain about that rebuild or that tanking or that teardown, you wondered when the corner would turn. Here it is. You may not like some of the pieces. You may not be in love with Anthony Davis or the Trae Young contract or whatever, but the point is they've now announced, judge us now by how many games we win. We are intending to compete. They haven't put that flag in the ground yet, and that, to me, is the ownership question. If when it's time, because I don't know that it was time before, it could have been, but let's say that it wasn't time before, okay, look at this young core. Look what we did. Look at all the coverage we outkicked with this group. where the most expensive player is Steven Strasburg, who hasn't played in years, and Trevor Williams, who's a minor league Marty at this point. Our most expensive roster pieces take up half of our salary cap, and they don't play for us. Look at what we just turned in. Please add something. If they're not able or willing to do that, then I understand the temper tantrum. Or that's not kind. Understand the frustration.
So I do have concerns. Well, let me start with this, okay? As it pertains to the ownership group, I think this offseason is going to be the tell on whether or not they're locking back in or not. So all of my attention is going to be paid on post-lockout, whatever that looks like. Mm-hmm. What do they put into this roster? Because we now know the roster's close.
Real quick. Are we going to be able to know? You know what I mean? Like, are they? If they don't sign somebody, is it because of the lockout, or is it because they don't want to sign somebody?
Somebody's signing people. I mean,
right.
We'll know based on what happens. I don't know what's going to happen yet. But my point is, there's going to be an offseason. The question is it before or after the lockout, or how does it work?
Yeah.
All the players that are free agents will still be free agents. There's still going to be a trade market. They want to trade C.J. Abrams. You're still going to be able to try to do that. There's going to be a ramp-up between whenever the deal gets struck and the first game is played. You know, pitchers need to build up. So it's going to be 4 to 6 weeks or whatever. So I don't know. I don't know what it's going to look like. But there's going to be something that is a tell where teams like the Dodgers are adding, and are the Nats going to be adding at all?
Right.
That is going to either have to look different or it's more of the same, and now I'm furious and I'm livid, right? So that's where I'm at on that. Again, we're trying to take the temperature of the fans. I'm not telling anyone how to think. I know how fans feel. They view this as, and I agree, it's been an organization like the A's or the Marlins or the Rays or whatever where I just get a good player, then that player walks. James Wood is eventually going to either be traded or leave because he and Scott Boras are not doing an extension here. You know, C.J. Abrams is probably not being extended here, so he's going to be traded. That's bad. It's not a good thing. I just think that's different than the trade deadline discussion that we are having currently. I guess that's where I disagree with fans a little bit, maybe. But the other part of this conversation, and it's probably a discussion for another day, Danny, I've been talking about this a lot in the last several days. I don't remember if I hit on it with you before your vacation. One of the things I can't stop thinking about, if we're talking about what are the Nats eventually going to be, is ownership going to opt back in? What kind of spending will they be doing? I can't shake a fear. As much as I love this front office, and I'm glad they went the analytics route, and I really, really like this group, that they may not want to spend anyway. They envy the hell out of and admire the Rays. That's their North Star. I worry a little bit that even in market number 9, where they can play some checkbook baseball, maybe part of why you hire this group is because their vision is to do it with a small payroll. Now, hopefully, what I'm saying is I want the payroll to be $100 million or whatever of actual baseball players, not $50 million, because the Rays haven't won a World Series. The Brewers, with a 2-time Executive of the Year, Matt Arnold, have never won a World Series. So, yeah, they're great. They're smart. They're better than everyone else at running their teams with nothing. But you know when Andrew Friedman started to win World Series championships?
Dodgers.
When he left Tampa and went and got a checkbook in L.A. He didn't get smarter. He's always been smart. But now he's smart with some money. So I really, really hope that Taboni and Colombi and all the other executives over there that are analytics types that I have gone to bed and laid next to my bed with my knees on the floor praying for years, I hope they don't think that like it's more valuable to do it without spending or something, which is seemingly the way that a lot of these executives like to do it. Be smart. Do it the cheap way like the small market teams. Also, you're in D.C., man. You have a budget. Use the damn budget. And that is one concern I have. It's not ownership driven. But what if they don't ask ownership for any money? What if they didn't want the qualifying offer for Foster Griffin because they don't want to spend $20 million on a lefty who throws 91? What if they don't want to spend money on the bullpen this offseason because they think it's volatile and it's not deserving of the money, or they don't want a $24 million starter on the market so they never get told no by Mark Lerner? Like, that's one of my concerns.
I hear that concern, and I take a slightly different tack but get to the same result. I think they got the gig. Now, these are all smart people, and Taboni and his staff I like a lot, and I've been impressed with everybody. I think their selling point, I think their pitch includes, there's no money, what are you going to do about that? I think there's no money. I think that's the issue. I don't think it's necessarily that their preference. I think it's they were told up front, hey, man, We need some chicken salad, and we're going to give you the other thing.
What if there's a floor, though, on the back end of this thing? I think that would almost force the learners to get out, maybe, if they don't want to spend any money. I'm talking about salary floor. Like a Bob Nutting in Pittsburgh. I think that's the name of the owner in Pittsburgh.
The Nutting family, yeah.
You can't tell me that they're going to stay in the business if you now have to spend, I'm just going to make up a number.
175.
Yeah, if you have to get to $150 million in payroll where these teams are in the 40s, there's no way they're doing that.
Right.
I was actually told by someone who covers the sport, they think 5 teams are going to try to sell after the lockout. And I'm guessing that
because
number.
Of that?
Well, they didn't say that, but that's the thing I can come up with. If there's a floor, like, okay, then Washington probably wants out. You know, the Angels, Artie Moreno's already talked about selling. The Pirates would be on that list. I don't know who else. I mean, this is all speculative. But let's hit the phones next. 800-636-1067. A lot of people were frustrated by the deadline. I actually felt pretty good about it. But those frustrations clearly come from lumping what happened into just seeing that Luis Garcia is leading the league in slugging and he gets traded. Seeing that you have an all-star pitcher in Foster Griffin and he immediately gets traded. I don't think it's fair to comp that to some of the things before, but I know a lot of fans are. Where are you at on that spectrum? You're listening to The Fan.
This update is brought to you by I-66 Express. News in the NFL today. The Commanders have signed quarterback Fabian Moreau as Ahkello Witherspoon is going to be retiring. Other news around the league. For the Falcons, they signed running back Bijan Robinson to a 3-year extension, but they might have lost their second-year edge rusher Jalen Walker to a torn ACL. He'll have an MRI to confirm, but the Falcons canceled practice as many players were shaken up after he was injured at practice today. The Ravens signed wide receiver Zay Flowers to a 4-year extension, and the Bears signed right tackle Darnell Wright to a 4-year extension. In baseball, tonight will be the first time that James Wood is not in the leadoff spot for the Nationals. He heads to the 10-day IL with a mild oblique strain. Andrew Pinckney has been recalled. Nats and Phillies tonight, Game 2 of the 4-game series in Philadelphia, 6:40 right here on the Fan. Nats looking to snap a 6-game losing streak. What's the road to a reliable commute in Virginia? That's easy. The 66 Express outside the Beltway is the answer you've been looking for. Get the inside track to express travel on I-66 outside the Beltway at rides66express.com. Guess less, no more. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
The count full. The count full. Nola fires. Swinging a fly ball deep right field. This has got a chance, and it's the first big league home run for Abimelec Ortiz. And the Nationals have a 1-0 lead, 2 batters in.
That's Dave Jagler on the call of an Abby Ortiz bolt in the first inning last night, the first of his career. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. If you are listening in Richmond, AM 910, FM 105.1, thank you. All over D.C. and the DMV, like out here in Ashburn. This is out west in Virginia, where I'm sitting, or in the district where Danny is. Thanks for listening to 106.7 The Fan. You can watch us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube stream in high definition. By the way, I've been doing this little check for people because I'm getting a lot of sun, Danny.
Uh-huh.
So I'm just giving them a little glimpse of how much sun I'm getting. So you get to see this now. You haven't been in. So here we go. Ready? I'm going to pull my shirt down a little bit and expose some chest for you.
Hold on. I'm not seeing it on the YouTube stream yet. I need to. Why isn't it coming up here?
I don't know.
What's going on with that?
That's the update.
I'm going to reset it. Hold on.
Do you see it?
No, it says we're in commercial break still. I don't know how I do that.
That's real
I'm going to look at Darius' screen. Do it again for me.
You're missing out on the chest then.
Can you show me your chest?
That was my chest.
Oh, I don't get to see it. Now I can see. Now I can see. Do it again.
I'll send you a selfie with a little more chest.
Could you send me send me just a personal message where it's just to me.
Just a mirror selfie.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. It's still very. I see it now.
A lot of sun.
I see it now. Yeah. Yeah.
You thought you were the only one getting sun at the beach? You were wrong.
Right. Look at that one spot where it's red.
I'm one of those guys that always kind of does the little farmer's tan thing. This is another level of it, though.
I don't know what occupation that tan is.
Exactly.
I don't know what you're doing for that.
I don't know what that is. All right, let's go to the phones. Did you view the trade deadline as a referendum on ownership in some way, because the trend of good young Nationals players getting traded continued? Let's go to Josh in Upper Marlboro. What's up, Josh?
Hey, man. I think you were really, really, really onto something at the end there about the smart, cheap teams who still don't reach the ultimate goal. I think that's probably the most important thing. And I will say, as somebody who is at Nats Park all the time, got a partial season plan, I'm there with my family all the time, I think what bugs people the most is, honestly, the smugness of the quote-unquote smart baseball people who are, like, trying to convince us that this is not a problem. One of the things that's been really cool to see is, like, reporters for the New York Times that are not sports reporters but are saying, like, this is not good. Like, you cannot convince me that trading an all-star pitcher for 4 randos is ultimately a good thing. And it's not just emotion. What if fan sentiment actually matters? What if, like, pushing chips in a slightly irrational way led to a 500 and maybe a little bit above that ball club who somehow snuck in on the wild card, and we had packed seats that made 30% more revenue. Their franchise value increased by another 15%, which made it more likely that they would actually sell. Like, what if the smart guys have this wrong and you shouldn't give away your best players? I think there's got to be some humility here about that.
I smell what you're cooking, Josh. Yeah, I mean, the Griffin one, most specifically, because the haul isn't exciting, I get that. I get that sentiment where you go, this guy's an all-star, whether you believe it's real or not. He was, and I what am I getting back? I'm getting a ham sandwich back. That doesn't feel very good. I totally get that.
There is a world where he pitches to an ERA over 4 the rest of this season. And it looks like they sold him at the perfect time, by the way. But that doesn't change that Josh's point is really interesting. It's kind of always been my point. I mean, I love Eric Neander, who runs the Rays, and I'm a big Matt Arnold guy who runs the Brewers, but neither has a World Series championship. And I don't think you could just be really smart and sharp and analytical and win it without spending some cash occasionally. That's why I hope that they're interested in doing that. I hope they want to be both the smartest team and the team that is willing to spend some money. I think that is pertinent. I also think my buddy's a big Orioles fan. I grew up a diehard O's fan, so he and I would go to games all our lives. He stuck with the Birds, and he was furious about the Adley Rutschman trade. We were texting about it, and he thinks that it's just a lazy way for teams to kick the can down the road, to always talk about rebuilding or building for next year or whatever. And I genuinely, truly believe that if you're always going for it every year, you will win less often. You will have fewer bites at the apple. You will spend more years uncompetitive and spinning your tires in mediocrity than doing it my way or like this way, the Nats Paul Taboni way, which is to say he's trying to win something meaningful and big. He's not trying to be average, and he thinks the best way to be great is to try to regroup without pushing all in for a wild card spot. Let's go to Alex in Vienna on the Fan. Hey, Alex, how are you?
Hey, guys. Thanks for listening. So I can go either way on this, but what the big takeaway for me regarding ownership is this year, 2026, is the last year that they can sell us the whole rebuilding thing without them spending any money. They have to spend this offseason. They either have to re-sign Wood or Abrams, or ideally both, or they have to go out and get a marquee free agent, because if they don't, they can't use the same, well, we're rebuilding, so we're not going to spend money, song and dance, or we still have Steven Strasburg's salary, song and dance. Like, there are no more excuses. This is a good team that needs them to show that they're serious about it. And I don't have a problem with the trades that they made this week, because I think, the end of the Rizzo era really depleted the minor leagues, and they needed arms in a desperate way. But now that they have them, they got to do the rest. It's up to ownership to take it to the next step.
100% agree. There's nothing to hide behind now. I mean, for a team that they thought, everybody watching, I mean, if you knew they'd be a couple of games out of the wild card spot by this point, please, tell me what you're using to fuel your time machine. There's no way you could have predicted that. So as you're rebuilding, you can go, we could add $30 million to this payroll, but so what? We have, $45 million not playing for us. Nobody can really deal with that. Even some of these top teams, with astronomical payrolls, we're not going anywhere. This isn't really happening. You can't hide behind anything anymore. Trevor Williams, $7 million off the books. Steven Strasburg's $35 million off the books. There's no telephone pole you can hide behind now for hide and seek.
You're going to be ranked with the Marlins and the Pirates.
Below them, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, it's just like inexcusable. So there's not only do you have to add some salary probably, but what I am also curious about, and this is for weeks from now, is C.J. Abrams is in his future. We're at the point now with 2 years left where they could very well trade him this offseason if he's not going to be re-signing. And then you're talking about bringing in probably like a legit big league starter, maybe a legit big league reliever, a couple of really good prospects in that deal. So how does that affect what they have to spend? If you can get it via a trade, I would say now if you still spend on a pitcher, you have two new really good pitchers, all of a sudden you're talking about a decent rotation that you could be putting together with a Cade Cavalli and a Connolly early and a couple arms. You might need to spend on a bat then because you don't have Luis Garcia or C.J. Abrams or Curtis Mead. Let's go to Joe in D.C. on the Fan. Hey, Joe, what's up?
Hey, how you guys doing? You got me?
Yeah, buddy.
Hey, sorry. No, it's a great prompt, and it was interesting because it feels like you're really answering a lot of your own question about it. But, connecting the dots between what's happening at the trade deadline and the owners, like these hauls, these trades without other ways of building your team are really just kind of glorified salary dumps. And you have to kind of look no further than we got the biggest haul. The Juan Soto deal was the biggest haul of the last decade. So why wasn't it time to spend then? We got two basically superstars, and yet the last 2 years you're still telling me it wasn't time to spend. It wasn't time to add players. Like that haul took us from a bad team to a 500 team. That doesn't take you from a bad team to a World Series team. You have to do all the other things. So if it's not part of a bigger strategy, it's just a salary dump. And to me, the owners have no credibility because they just got the biggest haul that there has ever been.
Yeah, if not for that trade,
buddy.
you've become the Rockies for that period of time. And this was my argument, by the way. Everyone said, oh, the rebuild didn't work. Yeah, right. The rebuild worked great. Now, the rebuild was basically just the Soto trade and a couple of other deals. But because of the Soto trade, last year, there were a lot of years before that where people were upset they didn't spend. I didn't care that much because they were pretty early on in the rebuild. Last year, before they went into – this was the season before this one, so before Rizzo and Davey got fired, that was where I need you to add pitching. I need you to add a bat. I need you to reinforce around James Wood so he's not the guy everybody's gunning for at 22 years old. I need you to help C.J. Abrams. It's time. And you said at spring training. We were down there. We did interviews with Rizzo, with Davey, with everybody else. We're ready to win. It's time to win. It's time to make the playoffs. We got a chance. And I'm looking at the roster going, no, you don't.
Right.
But they were acting like it. Where is the reinforcement? That's where ownership failed. They let them down. They didn't spend. They didn't do the thing that they said, when it's time, we'll do it. And then it was time, and they didn't do it. So now they're saying, when it's time, we'll do it. And I'm assuming, because they've actually spent on things like traject machines and some of the stuff they didn't in the past, that maybe they will this time. But I have already assumed once that they were going to do it, and they didn't. So fool me twice, shame on me. What's the saying?
Yeah, fool me 2 times, shame on the shamer. But to add to that, though, just super quick, if you had added, again, 30, 40, 50 million bucks in payroll in 2023 and 2024, you're still a low 70s win team, in my view. And you know, you can blame whoever you want for that, but his point about, they had this great haul, look what happened. Well, James Wood came up as a 21-year-old for, 80 games and performed very well. C.J. Abrams.
I think he's talking more about last year, if he's on par with what I'm saying.
Right.
Take the first couple years out of it. Last year, you add legit, like you go get Max Fried and something else, that's a fringe playoff team.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's where I kind of take issue. I don't know that is. I mean, if you add, as kind of to your point, if you add Max Fried, a couple other guys, I think it's still a low 70s win team with what they were trotting out there on a nightly basis. It's still way too many at-bats for Josh Bell, Jacob Young. You can't hide everybody. You've been better, but how much better would a 66-win team have been with $50 million more in payroll?
They were 500-ish, close to the midway point of the season. And I think that they went off the rails with that 11-game losing streak, whenever that was, and everyone got fired around the 4th of July. But they were playing around 500 for much of the year. And what I'm saying is, if you added a bat, then Josh Bell's not as important. They didn't. He was the addition. $6 million. Like they got stocking stuffers. They didn't get the present I was promised. They got the 2 or 3 things that you put in the stocking as the main presents. I wanted the skateboard. Like I wanted the Xbox. They didn't give me the Xbox. Shane's in D.C. What's up, Shane? How are you?
Commander, Lieutenant, how you boys doing today?
Good, buddy.
Good.
Hey, look, here's what it boils down. The line you hit on the head, Lieutenant Grant. They're broke. How you going to spend money? You ain't got no damn money. You know, they gave